Kunlun Martial University, deep within the vast villa district that belonged to the 6th Institute. It was very quiet, with only a handful of supersized villas, each beside its own lake. This area was on the outer periphery of Kunlun Martial University. It was September, and with the sun setting in the west, the not-too-large lake surface shimmered, presenting a stunningly beautiful scene, akin to a gorgeous painting. "You're saying," Li Yuan took the 100 Spirit Drought for the second time, and bore it all by himself. Dean Hai, dressed in blue, was leisurely sitting on the grass beside the villa, wearing sunglasses and fishing. A parasol was erected, shielding him from the sunlight. Beside him, someone was continuously cutting fresh fruit and was also constantly replacing drinks on the table that were no longer chilled. "Yes," Li Yong replied solemnly. Standing in the sunlight, his willpower seems to have improved a lot since last month. "Not bad," Dean Hai said indifferently after taking a sip of his cold drink. "What's his physical quality level now?" "Almost 13.4, Li Yong said. "The progression is slower than I expected, but it's still acceptable," Dean Hai said indifferently. "At this rate of improvement, he probably won't be able to participate in the next combat assessment." "Dean is wise," Li Yong nodded and said. "The next combat assessment is expected to be at the end of February next year. By then, his physical quality will most likely reach level 15. Participating in the combat assessment would hold no value for polishing his skills. The intention behind the combat assessment is to temper the students, to let them feel the pressure of life and death. However, if you combine 4th level high-rank skills with physical quality above level 15, it would lead to chaos at the 5th combat assessment base. It would then be losing the original purpose of the combat assessment. As for higher-level combat assessments, given human civilization's overall strength, it's very difficult to capture that many advanced members of an alien race because they are hard to control, and any carelessness could cause serious trouble. Secondly, martial artists above level 15 can play a significant role in many places. Therefore, once physical quality exceeds level 15, it is often real combat, not an assessment. Fine. If he progresses quickly enough to reach level 15 ahead of time, let him head to Mingshu Star Realm before January next year for his first life and death experience, Dean Hai said indifferently. If he is a bit slower, then let him go in March. January or March next year. So soon for a life and death challenge? Li Yong was startled, and couldn't help saying, "Dean Hai, his freshman year hasn't even ended, shouldn't we wait for Li Yuan's strength to be stronger? Mingshu Star Realm is rife with exotic beasts, and we've only established observation points. If he just reached level 15 and then went in, it might be a bit dangerous," Li Yong explained. Different from the combat assessment, the risks of the assessment are relatively controlled. But venturing into a star realm, like Mingshu Star Realm, which is a true, pioneering star realm, still in the inquiry phase. Once danger is encountered, rescue is not immediate, and Li Yuan would have to rely solely on himself. Mingshu Star Realm is just a first-level star realm. The preliminary inquiry results show that second-rank native lifeforms are sparse in the entire Mingshu Star Realm, with a moderate level of danger. Dean Hai said indifferently, "There is indeed danger, but it's precisely because of the danger that he can truly be tempered. If he is nurtured in a greenhouse all the time, when will he grow up?" Li Yuan is different from the other students, Li Yong insisted. Other students, most of them resort to. "There is no difference." Dean Hai gave a sideways glance to Li Yong, and said indifferently, "I understand what you mean. If Li Yuan continues practicing by the book, he can surely cultivate straight to level 20, or even a higher level." Li Yong subconsciously nodded his head. Why do most students go forth for life and death experiences after reaching level 15? They've hit a ceiling, and improvement is too slow. At that time, without the stimulus of life and death, entering 4th stage skills would be almost hopeless. But my perspective is different from yours. Dean Hai looked at Li Yong. I am not cultivating him to become a prime warrior. I hope he can become a flying heaven warrior. If he wants to create laws, then the higher and younger his skills are, the better his chances of success. Furthermore, he's special. To become a flying heaven warrior, he must have 6th stage skills. Dean Hai explained patiently. If he practices by the book, he would likely reach subtlety next year. And then what? From 4th stage to 5th stage, if there is no external stimulus, through regular cultivation, can you be sure when he'll break through? Dean Hai posed the question back. Li Yong shook his head, speechless. Skill cultivation becomes increasingly difficult to break through as one progresses. The jump from 3rd stage perfection to 4th stage can trap the vast majority of martial artists. Like any student from Kunlun Martial University, they could have easily been termed top students in their adolescence. But if you broaden the time frame to 20 or even 30 years after graduation, the number of students who actually become prime warriors barely exceeds 40%. Let alone reaching 5th stage perfection, subtlety, from 4th stage circle perfection. This is an even bigger bottleneck. If one's skills can step into 5th stage, combined with high-rank cultivation methods, one can smoothly cultivate to level 29 as a prime warrior. A level 29 prime warrior, in the outside world, is already a highly influential figure in any region or state. At present Kunlun Martial University, there are some students who have reached subtlety. But 5th stage skill students? Not a single one. From a level 29 prime warrior to a level 30 flying heaven warrior, it's like a chasm, Dean Hai said indifferently. To become a flying heaven warrior, skills must be at least at 5th stage perfection. The greater the potential, the stronger the body, the harder it is to break through. Like Yu Jing, who has surpassed the heavenly realm and has stepped into the 6th stage and truly begun to comprehend the laws. And what of it? He is still a level 29 prime warrior, Dean Hai said indifferently. You yourself have 5th stage skills, don't you understand? Li Yong was at a loss for words. Didn't he understand? Of course, he did. Li Yong himself was equally trapped at the 5th stage of skills. Coddling along the way, having a smooth and worry-free cultivation might seem good, but Li Yuan would be able to safely cultivate to level 20 or even beyond level 25. But without the stimulus of life and death, his spirit will hardly grow genuinely, and his comprehension and nature will struggle to transform, Dean Hai said. Just like Fang Hai, how exceptional was he back then? Because he was too exceptional. Starfire Marshall Hall was reluctant to let him undergo tempering, fearing his death, and in the end, becoming a flying heaven is indeed impressive, but does it do justice to the talent Fang Hai initially exhibited? A jade uncut won't make a wear. I have high hopes for Li Yuan. I just hope that while his heart still retains its sharpness and energy, he advances with courage and vigor. Dean Hai looked at Li Yong. Do you have any thoughts? Li Yong shook his head repeatedly, like a bobblehead doll. Big brother. When you put it that way, am I even allowed to have any objections? However, Li Yong knew in his heart that Dean Hai had a point. Rest assured, venturing through life and death is also a phase. Dean Hai's voice softened again. After he's ventured for a while, he will return to the school to cultivate in tranquility. Combining the two approaches will yield the best results. Yes, Li Yong nodded. Thump, the buoy on the nearby lake surface suddenly jerked. Got a bite. Dean Hai revealed a smile and quickly lifted the fishing rod. A small fish was hooked and pulled up. As for Dean Hai and Li Yong agreeing on Li Yuan's next stage of cultivation, Li Yuan himself was in the dark. He still immersed himself wholly in his cultivation, occasionally. Oh, Qian and Muha got transferred to a school directly under Marshall Hall? Did they agree to it? Li Yuan called his uncle Li Changzhou on WeChat. Oh? If they are willing, then fine, it's your call, uncle. Every 3 to 5 days, Li Yuan would contact his family, which was one of his few mental relaxations. And then, he would dive back into his cultivation. With the help of the 100 marrow cleansing, I'm absorbing the high origin spirit spring at an incredible rate, Li Yuan sighed. In August alone, I used up a whole 9 portions. 9 portions, that's 9 million blue star coins. Apart from the 4 portions given by the school, Li Yuan paid for 5 portions himself. In September, I might even need 10 portions, Li Yuan thought. This rate of resource consumption was terrifying. The greater the consumption, the more astounding the results. As martial artists progress, their improvements usually slow down, especially in terms of life level. But for Li Yuan, it was quite the opposite. Since his entry rank, his life level grade had been accelerating steadily. Li Yuan, Your physical quality is improving too quickly. Zhang Lun, the practical combat teacher, was the most astonished. He conducted practical combat training every 3 days and could distinctly perceive every time he saw Li Yuan's speed and strength had visibly improved. Such a rate of transformation was absolutely astounding. Teacher, that's why I'm saying I'm a genius, Li Yuan said with a chuckle. Come on, teacher, you're not leaving today unless you let me have a good time. You rascal, Zhang Lun laughed. Teacher Zhang. Li Yang approached Zhang Lun privately. President Li, Zhang Lun was very honest. He appeared polite and studious outwardly, but he was wild at heart and knew very well who he could and couldn't provoke. Regarding the extent of Li Yuan's physical quality enhancement, don't let it leak out, Li Yang said gravely. The highest authorities of the school have plans, and it's an order directly from Dean Hai. Understood. Zhang Lun had already begun imagining scenarios. Besides Zhang Lun, the other 2 regular prime warriors who often trained with Li Yuan were likewise entrusted by Li Yang not to disclose anything. Aside from Li Yuan diligently cultivating, all the freshmen at Kunlun Martial University had gradually adapted to the university's cultivation pace and were fully engrossed in their practice. People like Ji Yu Chang and Anong were also progressing very quickly as time went by. Before a general education class started, Brother Yuan, my skill has reached the intermediate rank of the 3rd stage, Ji Yu Chang said excitedly, and my body just reached entry rank yesterday, hitting level 10.0. Congratulations, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Ji Yu Chang's pace of progress was decent among the new students of Kunlun Martial University. Especially in terms of physical quality, he was actually in the top tier. However, given his family's background, it was somewhat slow. By the way, Brother Yuan, my sister asked about you the other day, Ji Yu Chang suddenly said. Your sister? Li Yuan was taken aback. Lin Lanyue? The two hadn't contacted each other for several months. How is she doing in Starry Sky University? Li Yuan asked with a smile. Starry Sky University was far away on the Lantis continent, located in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And far from Sha country. She'll be fine with my big brother there as a teacher. Ji Yu Chang shrugged his shoulders. Li Yuan realized that the big brother Ji Yu Chang mentioned was probably Brother Lin. It seems her physical quality is almost at level 13 now, and her skill has reached the intermediate rank of the 4th level. She's making extraordinarily rapid progress. Honestly, even Wu Dongdong probably can't match her in a real fight now, Ji Yu Chang said thoughtfully, then smiled. But she still can't catch up to you, Brother Yuan. Wu Dongdong had also enrolled at Starry Sky University. Lin Lanyue is almost at level 13, 4th level intermediate rank? Li Yuan was surprised. Such incredible progress. Physical quality aside, when Lin Lanyue entered the entry rank back in April, with her talent and resources, it was understandable that she could improve by more than 2 levels in nearly half a year. But her skill? Li Yuan remembered very clearly, right before and after the high school exams, Lin Lanyue seemed to have just broken through to the 4th level of skill. Because her exams in skills scored full marks. Yet, in just a few months, to have risen to the intermediate rank of the 4th level? Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone, Li Yuan mused, feeling genuinely happy for his friend's progress. Time continued to pass day by day, and before long, September ended and October arrived. The weather was no longer hot. Cultural universities would have a 4-day holiday in October, but Martial Arts University only had a 2-day vacation. Li Yuan had the rare pleasure of taking a flying machine to Fengjing, the capital of Longxi Province, with Ji Yu Chang'an, and enjoyed a day of relaxation. Need to heed uncle's advice. Having toiled for 3 months, taking a day off occasionally isn't a bad thing. Li Yuan thought to himself, training too requires moderation. On October 2nd, Li Yuan returned early to Kunlun Martial University. Inside the villa, the underground martial arts room. Stellar illumination. Li Yuan was immersed in practicing his spear technique, engaging in fierce combat with a level 21 combat coach before him. Mainly, it was Li Yuan attacking and the coach defending. Dawn-piercing clouds, galaxy waterfall, meteor fall. The moves of the Stellar Spear technique had been practiced millions of times and were etched into Li Yuan's bones. Now, they were constantly being executed. Clang! 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 The combat coach, armed with dual shields, was deflecting Li Yuan's every move like lightning. His skill level hadn't caught up with Li Yuan, but with his superior physical quality, he could easily block Li Yuan's attacks. 12 continuous strikes. Li Yuan fully erupted, his blood and qi boiling as though on fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The spear light flowed grandly, each thrust surpassing the last, casting blurred shadows. Too fast. If he were to face the level 14.1 chieftain of the Rock Desert tribe, now, he would be killed by Li Yuan in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the 12 continuous strikes reached their limit and Li Yuan's spirit and power peaked. In that moment, he became extremely excited. Kill! With his final thrust, Li Yuan felt an unparalleled thrill, without the slightest pause, manipulating his long spear to send out a sky full of spear shadows. Each thrust seemed real. Each thrust also seemed illusory. Instantly, there were definitely more than 40 spear shadows, causing the combat coach, a prime warrior, to see a blur before his eyes. Stellar Spear Technique's 5th move: a vast sky battle. Your spear technique realm has increased from 4th level 73% to 4th level 78%. Your fist technique realm has increased from 4th level 75% to 4th level 79%. 2 Divine Palace alerts flashed by. After 2 months of arduous training, Li Yuan had finally managed to execute the entire 5th move of the Stellar Spear technique today. Clang! The sole authentic and terrifying spear shadow cut through the vast sky, like lightning piercing the shields, striking directly at the combat coach's chest. An appalling impact force of tens of thousands of kilograms erupted, causing the combat coach to retreat unconsciously, only then dissipating the force. Both sides stopped instinctively. Impressive! Coach Peng sincerely exclaimed, Li Yuan, this thrust of yours is much stronger than before, I couldn't even stop it. Peng bro, you're joking, Li Yuan replied with a smile, that's because you haven't fully unleashed your strength and speed. Otherwise, no matter how fast my spear is, could it really exceed yours? A level 21 prime warrior can unleash fist strength of over 120,000 kilograms. With origin power in play, their bodies are harder than steel. A first-rank martial artist and a second-rank prime warrior are simply not comparable. Physical quality doesn't count for much, it will inevitably improve. Skill is fundamental, Coach Peng sighed, Li Yuan, your spear technique must be nearing the subtlety of the soul. Li Yuan smiled slightly, glancing over his Divine Palace panel. AA, life level, 13.8, first rank, fist strength, 7,329 kilograms. Speed, 40.9 meters per second. Spiritual power, 22.9 level. Spiritual awakening level, 25%, current limit 25%, physical quality not strong enough to withstand spiritual guidance. Skill realm, spear technique, 4th level 78%, movement technique, 4th level 69%, fist technique, 4th level 79%. Note: when spiritual awakening level reaches 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%, 125%, spiritual guidance will be obtained step by step. With all 5 moves of the Stellar Spear technique comprehended, continuous practice will gradually get me to 4th level 90%, Li Yuan realized. Though his spear technique seemed merely at 4th level 78%, Li Yuan knew he was getting closer to reaching the subtlety of the soul. Physical quality at 13.8, in at most half a month, I should reach level 14, Li Yuan anticipated with excitement. At 10 o'clock at night, Li Yuan had already sent the combat coach away and was still practicing in the martial arts room. Suddenly, Li Yuan's intelligent bracelet vibrated. He looked down. A school notification? Li Yuan extended his hand to click on it. A light screen emerged showing the specific content of the notification. The Interscholastic Rookie Fight, Virtual Combat, Invitation Notice. Li Yuan murmured to himself, me, to be selected as seed player of Kunlun Martial University? Directly entering the second round, I directly enter the second round of the 10-school freshman battle? Li Yuan stretched out his hand to tap the light screen. He began to check the details of the 10-school freshman battle. The 10 schools are the top 10 famous schools within the Asia region. The 5 elite schools of Xia Country, the Eastern Martial University of Sakura Country, the 3 martial arts universities of Tianzhu Country, and the Lion City Martial Arts University of Southeast Asia. A total of 10 elite schools. In fact, this doesn't cover all the famous martial academies in the Asia region, but rather the geographically closer top 10 schools that customarily organize regional competitions. A virtual battle. So, it's purely a contest of skills? Li Yuan mused, and he could understand it. The major schools are extremely distant from each other, and if a real combat competition were to be held just for freshmen, the costs would be too high. However, virtual battles, which are purely skill contests, are much simpler. As long as one could connect to the internet, students could participate on time from their respective schools. This year, because the host has moved to our Xia Country will specifically invite 3 freshmen from outside the top 10 schools to participate in the battle. Li Yuan scanned one of the supplementary rules. Thoughtful. In a virtual network battle, which country is hosting is not important at all, it's simply a formality. That means there would be 3 wildcard players. To play it safe, they'll probably pick students from Starfire University or Starry Sky University, Li Yuan thought to himself. The most talented geniuses of the 10 participating schools' countries actually mostly go to the 3 top-tier martial schools. So, whenever the so-called host changes, they should be able to invite wildcard players. If one considers the fight for the championship, no matter which country is hosting, they will likely invite a freshman from their country who entered one of the top 3 schools to compete. In a sense, this should be considered a catfish effect, Li Yuan pondered to himself. It makes us students of the 10 schools not confine ourselves to what we have but to look higher and farther. However, Li Yuan didn't care, regardless of whether these wildcard players were from Xia Country or not. Regardless of whether there will be students from the top 3 elite schools. First, Li Yuan had only one goal to defeat all opponents. If he couldn't take first place even in a 10-school freshman battle, what could he aim for in the Global College Martial Path competition next February? Keep in mind, the Global College Martial Path competition is open to freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, which is truly a gathering of geniuses, with some possessing the extraordinary talent of the 5th stage. To Li Yuan, the 10-school freshman battle was merely a warm-up. First round, ranking by points, with wildcard and seed players from each school exempted, Li Yuan continued to browse the rules of the 10-school freshman battle. There are about 24,000 freshmen from the 10 schools. In the end, only the top 1897 in point rankings will progress to the second round, Li Yuan thought to himself. Each school's seed players amount to 10, plus the 3 wildcard players. That means, only 2,000 students will enter the second round. To eliminate over 90% of students in the first round is quite ruthless, Li Yuan muttered to himself, and he continued reading. The second round, a free-for-all cage match. 2,000 students, each will randomly participate in 2 rounds of cage battles, earning 1 point for each opponent killed, and the last survivor of each match will earn an additional 10 points. In the end, the 8 contestants with the highest total points from the second round will proceed directly to the 4th round, Sweet 16. And those ranked 9th to 136th in the cage battles will move on to the 3rd round of elimination. The 3rd round, pairing the 9th with the 136th, the 10th with the 135th, and so on. A duel to determine the winner, and the battles will continue in this manner until the remaining 8 spots in the Sweet 16 are decided. Extremely brutal. No room for error. In the 4th round of the Sweet 16 battle, participants will be randomly paired by the system until the top 4 and ultimately the champion are decided. Making it to the second round gets you a reward of 500,000 Blue Star coins. Making it to the 3rd round gets you a reward of 2 million Blue Star coins. Making it to the 4th round's Sweet 16 will net a cash reward of 20 million Blue Star coins. The top 4 will also receive a heavenly materials treasure that suits them. As Li Yuan looked at the rewards listed, he couldn't help feeling some emotion. It was exactly as President Li had said before, truly generous. Just the heavenly materials treasures alone amounted to giving away 4 at once. The total cash rewards for all students come to over 1 billion Blue Star coins. As he pondered, Li Yuan reached out to tap and open his wealth tab on the smart ring. Bank balance: 43.51 million Blue Star coins. Marshall Hall points: 380,000. Marshall Hall cultivation points: 9.42 million. After achieving the Bright Moon stage on the Starry Skies Fighting Network, Li Yuan received a reward of 20 million Blue Star coins. Li Yuan's cash assets had once peaked at over 56 million Blue Star coins. In August, I spent 5 million Blue Star coins to buy the High Origin Spirit Spring. In September, I spent 6 million Blue Star coins, Li Yuan thought to himself. In October, I'm expected to spend even more. Training with the most effective High Origin Spirit Spring consumes money like water flowing. Li Yuan, wishing to maintain such high-speed training, needed massive resources. 43 million may seem like a lot, but moving forward, it might not even be enough for half a year's training needs. Li Yuan shook his head slightly. Once I venture into the star realm for life and death challenges, I'll have to buy a lot of weapons and equipment, which will be even more expensive. Money is needed everywhere. In October, the cash and Marshall Hall points from the Starfire Marshall Hall A-grade contract will be credited in 2 weeks, Li Yuan thought to himself. But that's just 7.2 million cash and 7.2 million Marshall Hall points. Therefore, the 20 million cash prize from the 10-school freshman battle was something Li Yuan was determined to win. My goal is to be number 1. I want it all, the 20 million Blue Star coins, the heavenly materials treasures, Li Yuan yearned. Cash is important, and for Li Yuan at his current stage, heavenly materials treasures are indeed priceless. The first round will be held on October 4th. The second round of matches will take place on October 5th. Li Yuan glanced over the schedule. Continue training. Li Yuan always remembered teacher Xu Bo's words. Whether it's a competition or an exam, what matters is not how serious you are at the moment of the contest or examination, but the accumulation and effort of every night and day before the event. What Li Yuan kept in mind was to focus on training well every single day. Every day, he practiced diligently. Surpass the self of the past, and perhaps, when one really encounters an opponent, one might find that there is no longer an opponent. This night, not only Li Yuan received a notification message. All freshmen from the prestigious schools of Sha Country, whether they were practicing at school or wandering outside during vacation, also received the message. This was a rare super competition that all freshmen could participate in, naturally causing a frenzy. Many students were eager to burst forth with their strength, to break into the second or even the third round, and pocket a hefty prize. Similarly, the 5 prestigious schools of the other 3 countries also received messages from their schools in succession. Today, Li Yuan rarely slacked off, ending his practice at 11:30 the night before. He resumed practice at 20 minutes past midnight. Then, he practiced in one breath until 10 in the morning. After 10, Li Yuan took his time and headed to the Xuanwu building on a low-flying vehicle. Today is October 3rd, and the students who went home for the National Day holiday have all returned to school. As he passed by the Hailong building, Li Yuan could see from afar hundreds of freshmen from the 6th Institute being lectured by President Li Yong in the plaza. It was nothing more than the inspiring words of, "Work hard and strive to break into the second round to win 500,000 Blue Star coins." As for the third round, with only 136 spots in total, averaging out to about 10 per school, it was unrealistic for the vast majority of students. One's goals must be realistic. Before long, Li Yuan arrived at the Xuanwu building, which was deserted with few people coming and going, mostly second-year students attending classes. Li Yuan went straight to a conference room on the 6th floor. Li Yuan has arrived. Li Yuan. Big brother. The nearly 100 people in the conference room all turned to look at Li Yuan, with a dozen or so students from the 6th Institute even standing up involuntarily. Li Yuan has arrived? The young female teacher on the stage also looked towards Li Yuan. "Teacher, sorry for being late," Li Yuan said with a smile. You still have a minute before class starts, not late, the female teacher said with a smile. Take a seat in the first row. Okay. Li Yuan nodded and unceremoniously sat down in an empty seat in the first row. Next to him sat Wu Luo, who smiled at Li Yuan. Li Yuan was the last to arrive. Okay, students, the female teacher calmly said, you are the elite we have chosen from Kunlun Martial University for this competition. At least at the third stage, perfection in skills. With your abilities, there is a chance to break into the third or even the fourth round. Gathering you here is to explain the powerful opponents you may encounter. The female teacher waved her hand lightly, and the screen behind her fluttered. First to introduce are the 3 wildcard contestants sent by our Xia country. Dan Taifeng, Yu Ming, and Guan Ying. All from Starfire University. The teacher said slowly, there is little information about these 3, and recent combat videos can be collected. Only their pre-college entrance examination battle videos are available, which only have reference value. However, one thing is certain, they have all reached the Bright Moon stage on the Starry Skies Fighting Network. In an instant, the classroom was abuzz. The Bright Moon stage? It should be known that out of the nearly 100 people in the classroom, less than 10 had reached the Fallen Star stage. Bright Moon stage? Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. As expected, the Bright Moon stage signified at least 4th level high rank skills. Starfire University's headquarters were located within Xia country. Their initial play was 3 superb experts. At the same time, Li Yuan understood why they were all students from Starfire University. Out of the 3 great martial halls, the relationship between Starfire Martial Hall and Xia country was the closest. Starry Sky Martial Hall came next. Blackstone Martial Hall was last, not even having a branch in Xia country. Therefore, unless signed to Starry Sky Martial Hall, most of the top martial arts talents in Xia country would tend to enter Starfire University for their studies. Not many went to Blackstone University. In direct confrontation, aside from Li Yuan, it's likely the other students are no match, the female teacher said bluntly. Only Li Yuan has a possibility of winning. Many students couldn't help but look towards Li Yuan, and so did Wu Luo and Yang Hong. After the entrance competition and the combat assessment, all the freshmen knew Li Yuan was strong, but they were unclear on how strong he was now. After all, the surveillance videos of Li Yuan's combat assessment were not going to be disclosed. Faced with the teacher's praise, Li Yuan remained impassive and unbothered. The rest of you, during the cage battle phase, should avoid those 3 as much as possible if you encounter them, the teacher continued with the introductions. Beyond the wildcard contestants, the teacher went on to introduce top students from the other 9 prestigious schools. Li Yuan just listened quietly, gradually memorizing the information. Even when fighting a rabbit, a lion should use all its might. Li Yuan never took anything lightly. In Tianzhu country, within a martial arts prestigious school, Garava, your talent is no less than that of the top geniuses in Blackstone University. This time, your goal is to break into the top 4, the middle-aged teacher said, and to obtain heavenly materials treasures. Understood. The dark-skinned young man nodded slightly, his eyes bright. Almost at the same time, in a small conference room within a building at Starfire University, this new students' fight between the 10 schools is being hosted by our Xia country. The black-robed elder looked at the 3 students. The school has dispatched the 3 of you as the wildcard participants. Firstly, because you are all from Xia country. The likes of Salvatore also have strength no less than yours, but they come from other countries and don't have the opportunity to compete. As the top students of Starfire University, you represent the face of Starfire University. Your opponents are students from ordinary schools. So, there is only one goal, to all break into the top 4 and take the final first place, the black-robed elder spoke solemnly. Winning means not just honor, but also represents significant benefits. The 2 male and 1 female student all nodded slightly, not worried in the least. As the top new students of Starfire University, in their view, 20 million Blue Star coins and heavenly materials treasures were practically giveaways. Apart from students from Starry Sky University and Blackstone University, students from other martial arts universities were simply not in their league. Don't be careless. Among the new students of the 10 schools, Gaurava from Tianzhu Country and Li Yuan from Arsha Country's Kunlun Martial University, the black-robed elder said, will be your biggest competitors. Gaurava? Li Yuan? The 3 students in the meeting room all showed puzzled expressions. They had never heard of them. In fact, as freshmen who had just entered university, they were far from the global university martial arts competition and few paid attention to students from other schools. Just like Li Yuan, he would not deliberately pay attention to geniuses from other schools. It wasn't very meaningful. According to the intelligence we've collected, both of them have reached the Bright Moon stage on the Starry Skies Fighting Network, the elder in a black robe said. Gaurava broke through at the beginning of July, and Li Yuan at the beginning of August. Bright Moon stage? Gaurava broke through at the beginning of July? Doesn't that mean he did so earlier than me and Guan Ying? The tallest youth among them said in a deep voice. How could such a talent remain within Tianzhu Country? The reason is unclear. The elder in the black robe shook his head. Regional martial arts universities may not have students with overall qualities as great as ours, but with a large number and large base, occasionally super talents will emerge. Like Kunlun Martial University, last year they produced Jin Huguo, who reached the subtlety of the soul in his sophomore year and entered the top 100 of the virtual combat of the Global Martial Arts Universities competition. The elder in the black robe said. Many of your senior classmates were defeated by him. By next February, when he competes again, he will be even stronger. It's possible for him to reach the top 20 or even top 10. Subtlety of the soul? The burly youth and the young woman both showed serious expressions on their faces. From the high rank of 4th level to the perfection of 4th level, even though they were the top elites of Starfire University, they couldn't say for sure that they would break through by their sophomore year. All right. The documents about those two and the collected combat data, as well as information on other schools' 4th level masters, have all been sent to your personal virtual space, the elder in the black robe said. Go look at them privately later. You may leave now. Yes. The 3 students stood up. Soon, they all arrived outside the meeting room. Suddenly, the extraordinarily handsome young man in black clothes stopped, turned his head towards the burly youth and the young woman. Yu Ming, Guan Ying, work hard. I don't want you to fail to even make the top 4. That would be too embarrassing for our university. Dantai Feng, you. The burly youth's expression changed. The young woman next to him quickly shot him a warning glance. What? Can't accept it. The young man in black clothes glanced at the burly youth. If you're not convinced, whether it's actual combat or virtual battle, you pick. Flames seemed to spray from the burly youth's eyes. Don't be arrogant, thinking that just because you were 3rd in the college entrance examination in Sha Country you will always be 3rd, Dantai Feng said indifferently. Tian Dajuang is progressing no slower than you. He's also at the high rank of 4th level. Lin Lanyue from Starry Sky University has awakened high spiritual nature and her strength has grown rapidly. As for Li Yuan, I don't mind telling you. Dantai Feng glanced at them both. He might have been late in reaching the high rank of 4th level, but his rate of progress is the most terrifying. A year ago, he had just reached the initial rank of 3rd stage. Yu Ming and Guan Ying's expressions completely change. A year's time, from the initial rank of 3rd stage to the high rank of 4th level? That was exaggeration. Phew. The young man in black clothes seemed uninterested in them and went straight away, disappearing from their view. Damn it, always showing off in front of us. Yu Ming's eyes seemed to spit fire. If he's so capable, he should show off in front of Salvatore. Stop it. Guan Ying shook her head. It's normal for Dantai Feng to be proud with such a background and high talent. His warning is correct. This time, we can't be careless, Guan Ying said seriously. We could accept losing to Li Yuan. That would just be an internal competition within Sha Country, stew in our own juice. But losing to Gaurava would be a true disgrace. HMPH. He's worried about us losing. Yu Ming scoffed. He should be careful not to capsize in the drainage ditch and lose his 1st place. Guan Ying, I know what's at stake. I'm heading back first. Mid-sentence. Yu Ming himself felt it was somewhat unrealistic. Dantai Feng lose 1st place? The odds were too small. After all, Dantai Feng was already at the high rank of 4th level in swordsmanship, the first in Sha country, before the college entrance examination. A few months into Starfire University, he still was absolutely among the top 3 of the freshmen. Even Salvatore, recognized as the strongest, couldn't confidently say he would win in a virtual battle. When the level of skill is close, the outcome of a battle depends a lot on the state at that moment. After getting explanations from the teacher in the Xuanwu building about potential 4th-level masters from various schools. By noon, Li Yuan returned to his villa, went to the basement martial arts room, turned on the screen projection, and started looking through the information files the teacher had just sent over. Dan Taifeng, Yu Ming, Guan Ying, Garava. Li Yuan looked at the 4 names that were specially highlighted in the file. All 4 of them were at the Bright Moon stage. The file included videos of their combats, but most were from before the college entrance examination and had only referential value. Li Yuan examined them one by one. This Dan Taifeng. Li Yuan watched the young man in black clothes easily defeat a series of fallen star stage masters on the screen and muttered to himself, this coordination of sword and shield technique, could it be that he's at the high rank of 4th level? Already at the high rank of 4th level before the college entrance examination? Li Yuan wasn't sure. With such talent, and another 4 months passed, how strong must he be now? Li Yuan felt the pressure. Has he reached subtlety already? If Dan Taifeng had reached subtlety, then there was a big gap between them. Despite Li Yuan's rapid progress, having mastered the 5 forms of the stellar spear technique, he was still a ways off from reaching the 90% that represents subtlety in the 4th stage. Suddenly, Master, Tian Dazhuang is calling you on VCOM, voice chat, the intelligent assistant informed. Tian Dazhuang? Li Yuan paused, then said with a smile, connect. Beepa the voice chat was established. Dazhuang. Li Yuan said with a smile, taking the initiative to speak. The appellation was quite close. Li Yuan. From the darkened screen, a deep voice came through, tinged with a hint of a smile. Thank you for our last battle on the Starry Skies Fighting Network. It's nothing, Li Yuan said with a smile. You were about to break through then. Even if I had interrupted you, you'd have stabilized your realm in 2 or 3 days at most. Yeah. Tian Dazhuang said, you know about the 3 wildcard entrants in the 10-school freshman battle, right? Yeah, Dan Taifeng. They are all from your Starfire University, Li Yuan said outright, naming the 3 people. He guessed that Tian Dazhuang must have had something urgent to say to call him out of the blue. These 3 people, Yu Ming and Guan Ying, are about as strong as I am, and for you, beating them shouldn't be too hard, Tian Dazhuang said in a deep voice. But be careful with Dan Taifeng. He was already at the high rank of 4th level before the college entrance exam. Now, he must be close to reaching the subtlety of the soul, Tian Dazhuang continued. Subtlety of the soul? Li Yuan's heart stirred, and he couldn't help asking, has he reached it? Not yet. Tian Dazhuang confirmed. I sparred with him just 2 days ago, and if his psyche had achieved subtlety, I wouldn't last 10 moves against him. He practices the flowing light sword technique. You can watch more videos of masters from this style battling. However, I can't share his specific combat videos with you. I hope you understand, said Tian Dazhuang. I understand, Li Yuan replied with a smile. There are clear rules about this, and Li Yuan, too, couldn't share other students' combat videos at will. I appreciate receiving this information. Thank you, Li Yuan said with a smile. You've helped me before, so naturally, I should help you too, Tian Dazhuang replied with a smile. Besides, I want you to win. You want me to win? Li Yuan asked in surprise. If they lose, wouldn't Starfire University also lose face? What do I care? It's not my face being lost, and I even want to fight to win rewards. It's just a pity the school doesn't give me the chance, Tian Dazhuang replied with a laugh. As for Dan Taifeng, I've always wanted to beat him up, but sadly, I'm not strong enough. Push yourself and try to beat him up for me. After ending the communication with Tian Dazhuang, this Dan Taifeng, he really knows how to make himself hated, Li Yuan said, shaking his head with a wry smile. Even someone with Tian Dazhuang's temperament can't stand him. However, from Tian Dazhuang's words, Li Yuan sensed how strong the other party was. The realm of skill. Most likely above his own. But as to who will win, that only becomes clear after the battle, Li Yuan said, as he turned and began walking upstairs. Entering the virtual network, Li Yuan started watching videos of masters using the flowing light sword technique in battle. After familiarizing himself with the necessary knowledge, Li Yuan returned to the underground martial arts room and resumed spear practice without any impatience in his heart. Dan Tai Fung. Let him be as strong as he is, as long as I do my best, there's hope for winning, Li Yuan said calmly in his heart. If I really lose, then it would mean I wasn't strong enough. If I'm not strong enough, then I'll continue to train and become stronger. Li Yuan pursued victory, but victory is just a result. The process determines the result, and he wouldn't be discouraged if he didn't win in the end. Doing his best is above all else. In the afternoon, Li Yong also sought Li Yuan, sharing similar information to Tian Dazhuang's. That evening, someone unexpectedly video called Li Yuan. Seeing the flickering name on the screen, Li Yuan, who was practicing his spear in silence, hesitated. After 3 seconds of hesitation, he answered. The video call connected, and on the screen projection appeared a short-haired woman dressed in a red Sha martial attire. Compared to half a year ago, she seemed more mature, her face less childish and 3 parts more heroic. It felt like a real transformation. Lin Lanyue. Li Yuan greeted with a smile. Long time no see. What brings you to contact me all of a sudden? Can't I contact you? The Lin Lanyue in the video replied with a smile. The background of the video showed that she was also in a martial arts room. Ji Yu Chang told me that the 10 school freshman competition starts tomorrow. Do you have confidence in defeating Dan Tai Fung? Lin Lanyue got straight to the point. Clearly, she was well informed about the 10 school freshman competition. Nope, Li Yuan admitted with a smile. He should be close to achieving subtlety in spirit. I think I'm still a bit behind in the skill realm, but to say that I have no confidence at all wouldn't be true. As for winning or losing, we'll only know after we actually fight. It seems you also have your ways to get information about him, Lin Lanyue said with a laugh. These are the only pieces of information I know, Li Yuan shrugged and replied with a smile. To understand his strength further, I'll have to wait for the actual competition. Right. I've collected a combat video for you to take a look at, Lin Lanyue said coolly. It might help you some. With a asterisk ding, instantly, Li Yuan received a notification, and a video file was added. Is this Dan Tai Feng's video? Li Yuan asked without accepting it, unable to help himself. Isn't that against the rules? It's not against the rules. You'll see when you watch it, Lin Lanyue replied with a smile. Okay, when you make it to the finals, I'll come to cheer you on. My real combat teacher is here. I have to hang up now. All right. Li Yuan nodded, and suddenly he said, my uncle's situation, thank you for that. Lin Lanyue paused for a moment, then said with a smile, I told you last time, it was just a coincidence, don't worry about it. Good luck. After ending the call, Li Yuan stared at the video file on the screen, hesitating. He clicked to open it. It wasn't the Dan Tai Fung combat video he had anticipated. But it was a duel between 2 masters. One wielded a long spear, employing the stellar spear technique. The other used a sword and shield, displaying the flowing light sword technique and the Vajra shield technique. Both combatants had skills at the high rank of the 4th level. What is this? Li Yuan muttered to himself in surprise. Soon, Li Yuan realized it wasn't just a single combat video. There were 9 in total. The 2 masters were consistent in their choice of weapons and moves, but their skill levels kept varying, starting from the initial high rank of the 4th level and progressing towards the peak, even reaching the subtlety of the 4th level. These are simulated battles. They're simulating the different combat scenarios that could occur between Dan Tai Fung and me, Li Yuan realized with a surge of emotion. This seemingly simple collection of combat videos must have taken a lot of effort to compile. Time passed. On October 4th, the first round of the competition had nothing to do with Li Yuan. He didn't pay much attention to it, continuing his training as usual. On the morning of October 5th, Li Yuan was about to face his first cage match battle. Virtual Network. The rookie contest of 10 schools was held on the Starry Skies Fighting Network, and after entering the second round, a special combat space was opened up, allowing spectators from all schools to enter and watch. 8 o'clock in the morning. Li Yuan entered the Starry Skies Fighting Network, and since his identity had already been registered, he could directly enter the rookie contest space of 10 schools. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Li Yuan found himself in an extraordinarily large arena space. In the very center was a circular melee stage with a diameter of over 200 meters. Surrounding it were densely packed spectators that formed a sea of people. At a glance, there were probably more than 100,000. Li Yuan was sitting in the spectator area very close to the stage. "Brother Yuan, you've finally arrived," Ji Yu Chang'an, who was sitting in front, said excitedly with a smile. "The matches are about to start, and you, a seated contestant, are not arriving earlier." Big senior brother. All around, sitting densely packed, were juniors from the 6th Institute. Further away. With a glance, Li Yuan recognized many familiar figures, students from other academies in their first year. There were a lot of people. "Li Yuan, good luck," a shout suddenly came from behind him. Li Yuan turned his head and couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. It was senior sister Chu Jing who was cheering for him. She was gathering with many second-year students. "Why are there so many people?" Li Yuan turned back and sat down, unable to help but ask. "Big senior brother, didn't you come to watch the contest yesterday?" Nong said with a smile next to him. Li Yuan shook his head. With Dan Taifeng, a top-notch expert, participating, it was incredibly difficult to secure the first place. He dared not relax. Yesterday, he was fully devoted to practicing. "The contestants are only students from our 10 schools, plus a few wildcard students," Ji Yu Chang'an explained. "But as for the spectators, in addition to students from our 10 schools, students from the 3 top-tier martial schools also have permission to watch." Li Yuan understood in an instant. No wonder, the night before last, Lin Lanyue had said, once he made it to the finals, she would come to watch. Moreover, the participating countries, like Sha Country, Sakura Country, ASEAN, Tianju Country, will also allow students from their own ordinary martial arts universities to watch and learn, and Nong said with a chuckle. "Like our country's 29 ordinary martial arts universities, their students can come to watch. Only first-year students are combating, but students from the 2nd to 5th year can still watch. So, theoretically, the number of spectators could certainly exceed 3 million, and Nong exclaimed with emotion, "Of course, that's just theoretical. Students above the 3rd year basically do not pay attention to this event. The main audience consists of first years along with a few second years." But just yesterday, the peak number of spectators exceeded 200,000. Today is the cage melee, which is even more exciting. According to past year's data, surpassing 500,000 spectators should not be difficult, and Nong said with a smile. Li Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the spectator platform in the distance, where even more spectator seats seemed to be appearing. 500,000 spectators? That's terrifying. One must know, this virtual spectating isn't like watching on a screen, but rather a true simulation of arena spectating. With every additional person, an extra spectator seat is created. Fortunately, this is the virtual network, where constructing a virtual fighting platform is quite easy. In reality, it would be impossible to find a competition venue that could accommodate 1 million spectators. The cage melee has 10 rounds in the morning and 10 in the afternoon. Ji Yu Chang'an couldn't help but say, "Brother Yuan, which round are you in?" 3 and 17, Li Yuan said with a smile. After yesterday's first round ended, all the students who had advanced to the second round had received their battle order. "I'm in the 6th and 12th matches," and Nong said helplessly. "Making it to the second round is pretty good," Li Yuan smiled. "You're better than Ji Yu Chang'an." "Damn it, Brother Yuan, don't be like that. I was only a little short of making it to the second round." With a ranking of over 3,000 in the first round, Ji Yu Chang'an couldn't help but say. People around them all laughed. Li Yuan laughed as well. Our 6th Institute had 67 people make it into the second round, ranking second in numbers amongst the 8 institutes, and Nong introduced to Li Yuan. In the entire school, a total of 453 made it to the second round, ranking first among the 10 schools. Li Yuan nodded slightly. In the global view, Kunlun Martial University is considered just below the top 3 premier martial arts universities. It's in the top 5. Of course, there's quite a sizable gap between this global top 5 martial arts university and the top 3. Time passed. As the time for the main competition drew nearer, the number of spectators also kept increasing. When the time reached 8:30, the number of spectators had already surpassed 400,000 and was steadily heading towards 500,000. 400,000 people gathered at a spectator platform. What kind of concept is that? Heads crowded everywhere. It was a packed sea of people, and the atmosphere within the entire battle space was incredibly fervent. Students from various universities engaged in spirited discussions. Finally, at 8:30 a.m., even though there are slight time zone differences across countries, since they aren't too far apart in reality, the impact isn't very large. Whoosh! A huge brilliance streaked across the sky hundreds of meters high, followed closely by giant light screens that materialized above the spectator platform, all aimed at every corner of the central ring. These allowed any spectator, no matter where they sat around the fighting ring, to clearly see everything on the platform. Even more, in front of each spectator, there was a starry sky combat screen they could manually adjust. Apart from watching through the combat screens, every spectator could also send live commentary in real time. Welcome students from all the prestigious martial path academies, a deep voice erupted. A burly man in a black robe appeared on the platform, with the character, Martial Path, emblazoned across his chest. His voice also spread throughout the entire battle space. Today marks the second round of the freshman fight for 10 schools. It is the most exhilarating cage melee. The burly man announced with a booming voice. 1997 elite students from the 10 major universities, along with 3 martial arts prodigies from Starfire University, will compete for 136 elimination spots. The rules are as follows. All right, that's enough about the rules for the contenders to know, the burly host smiled. For our audience here, you only need to know one thing. In the cage melee, only the victor survives. This is the most brutal showdown, this is the most iron-willed trial. The burly man's voice was filled with passion. Only the strongest can survive to the end. Now, I declare the second round, cage melee, of the freshman fight for the 10 schools officially underway. Boom! Music blasted through the vast sky. The spectator platform, now exceeding 500,000 spectators within the battle space, erupted into thunderous cheers that were deafening. It's quite enthusiastic, Li Yuan couldn't help but remark, experiencing such a large crowd for the first time. Once it's over 10,000, it's a sea of people, Ji Chang'an laughed. Brother Yuan, you should know, most of these spectators are from common martial arts university students. They're essentially here for the excitement, and they'll be happy as long as a student from their own country wins. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. The spectators all have their own allegiances, they hope someone from their own school wins. But for students from institutions like Zhongbei Martial University watching the competition? As long as a person from Sha country wins, they'll support them. Gradually, the shouting died down. First match, the burly man's voice suddenly burst forth like thunder, begin preparations. Whoosh! 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 The students who had been watching on the stage had vanished in an instant, entering the preparation space. Of course, the disappearance of 200 students was barely noticeable on a spectator platform holding over 500,000 people. Just 15 seconds later, whoosh, 200 armed and armored contestants reappeared on the stage, all standing at the edge of the platform, forming a massive circle. At the same time, on the giant screen above the platform, names of 200 people appeared. Along with the total points ranking, the top 8 and top 136 were marked in special colors. The top 8 would go directly to the 4th round. Only the top 136 could enter the 3rd round. All contestants appeared in an instant. Suddenly, cheers and shouts rose from the platform, from various schools, like waves. Yang Hong! Yang Hong! Come on! Some students from Kunlun Martial University burst out cheering. In the first match, Kunlun Martial had several dozen students participating, but the strongest among them was Yang Hong. However, there was no separate introduction for the contestants. So, no single student's cries stood out specially, as countless voices echoed over the spectator platform, rather noisy. Gurava. Li Yuan glanced over and spotted the unassuming figure. Dark skin, over 1.7 meters tall, with ordinary features, very inconspicuous. Wielding a long spear. Trouble for Yang Hong. Not good. It wasn't just Li Yuan who spotted Gurava. Many elite students from Kunlun Martial University recognized him too. Yang Hong himself noticed as well. The countdown of 10 seconds on the stage quickly concluded. Begin. The burly man roared and then flew high into the sky, not to interfere with the contestants' battles. At the same time, the 200 contestants felt the restraints on them lifted. Boom. The melee in the cage erupted in an instant. As if by an unspoken agreement, whoosh, whoosh, the more than 10 contestants around Gurava dashed away like shadows, heading further into the distance. Like a tiger entering a pack of wolves, no one dared to engage Gurava first. Any student who made it to the second round was no fool. Most people knew who the top few experts were. Boom. The dark-skinned youth seemed to have anticipated this, his figure flashing like lightning, and he rushed towards the area with the most people. Peef. Peef. The spear shadow shifted, and instantly, one powerful opponent after another fell. Avoiding battle. My goal is to take the first place in points for the second round, Gurava thought thoroughly, his gaze calm. The powerful fighters from Sha country aren't here, no one will be my match. Wipe them out. A group attack? Over 100 people working together might actually get swept away by him alone. The intense melee ensued, and Gurava's points quickly soared, shooting straight to first place in total points, and far surpassing the second place. Gurava. Gurava. This scene made the over 100,000 students from Tianzhu country on the spectator platform completely erupt with unprecedented cheers, instantly drowning out all other voices on the platform. Gurava's performance was too dominant. At the same time, his acts were also being spammed by countless Tianzhu students on the spectator screen. The strongest in Tianzhu, Gurava is the strongest. We Tianzhu are the true number one. Beat the people of Sha country. Take first. Gurava. Countless comments rolled on. Obviously, the Tianzhu students were extremely excited at this moment. In the first match, Gurava undoubtedly survived till the end. The fiercest battle took place between him and Yang Hong. But the so-called fiercest battle ended in less than 10 moves, and Yang Hong was killed. In the end, Gurava 52 points. Temporarily ranked first in total points. Yang Hong 14 points, temporarily ranked second in total points. The majority of the contestants scored 0. In the second match, there was no exceptionally powerful contestant who could completely dominate. The most dazzling was Kimura Tatsuya from Sakura country, who also wielded a long spear. He ended up with 31 points, temporarily second in total points. The spectator platform holding tens of thousands of people instantly erupted with cheers from the tens of thousands of students from Sakura country. Kimura-kun. Kimura is amazing. I think he is not weaker than Gurava in the first match, he might be the strongest. The strongest Kimura. Kimura-kun will surely take the final first place. A large number of comments scrolled on the spectator screen. In the third match, as the burly man host announced, begin. 200 contestants had already appeared on the platform from the preparation space. Instantly, the hundreds of thousands of spectators all looked over. Big Brother. Where is Li Yuan? Why can't I see Big Brother? Thousands of students from Kunlun Martial University searched for Li Yuan's figure. But they couldn't spot him instantly. Damn, Big Brother is wearing a mask, trying to hide from others? Big Brother is so cunning. Not just Li Yuan. Others from the school have warned them too. This seems to be in Nong's idea just now, who urgently contacted other institutes' participants for the third match. Without any name reminders and with dozens of people wearing masks, students from other schools won't recognize Big Brother in a short time. And Nong 666. The battle has begun. Students from various martial arts universities around the world who want to watch the battle must enter the spectator platform within the combat space. However, teachers and deans from famous schools can overlook from a higher level area, which is very quiet and comfortable. The only catch is that their spectator platform cannot be seen by the students. Li Yuan is up, Dean Shu said with a smile, pointing at Li Yuan on the stage. They even put on a mask. Always full of tricks, Li Yang chuckled. It must have been a last-minute idea after seeing others avoid Garava in the first round. That Li Yuan boy has always been smart, the portly elder, Dean Kuan chuckled as he joined in. The three vice deans spoke amiably among themselves. Isn't this precisely a sign of lacking confidence? If one is truly strong, why resort to these petty tricks? Suddenly, a grating voice came from the side. Three deans turned to look in anger simultaneously. Who was this foolhardy person? And who do we have here, if not Morita Daiku? Li Yang recognized the person and sneered. Last year you were skulking about, and now that Sakura country has Kimura Tatsuya, you dare strut in front of me? The short, fat, and muscular man who had just made the sarcastic comment glared back in response. Ba Chang's student Garava emerged this year, yet you don't see others bragging far and wide, let alone being as foul-mouthed as you. Li Yang continued unabashed. If your mouth stinks, go wash it out. The virtual network has an automated translation system, so their words are directly translated. President Li, long time no see, the black-robed elder, Ba Chang, from Tianju smiled. Garava was his student. Long time no see. You've always been low profile, Ba Chang. Li Yang grinned. This year's Garava is still formidable, maybe he could take the champion title. Unlike some, whose students lack strength but not their loudmouth. Garava is still a bit behind Li Yuan, said Ba Chang, the black-robed elder, modestly. He and Li Yang were well acquainted. Stung by Li Yang's mockery, Morita Daiku, standing to the side, was seething, only to find he was being completely ignored by Li Yang. HMPH. Li Yuan? In the second round of the cage battle this afternoon, Kimura and Li Yuan happened to be in the same match. We'll see who's not up to snuff then, Morita Daiku said icily. In an instant, not just Li Yang, Dean Shu, and Ba Chang, but also teachers from other schools standing not far away were momentarily taken aback. Dozens of teachers all fell into a brief silence. Cough cough, the black-robed elder Ba Chang quietly asked, Morita, weren't you at school last month? Didn't you get a detailed update on these students? Yes. I went to Star Realm in July and just got back yesterday. Morita Daiku was not truly foolish and immediately sensed something was amiss. What's the matter? Is this Li Yuan really that impressive? Whether he's impressive, I don't know, the black-robed elder Ba Chang shook his head. All I know is, with Li Yang's personality, Kimura Tatsuya is in for a tough time this afternoon. Indeed. The third match has started, see for yourself what Li Yuan is like, Ba Chang advised, kindly. Within the combat space, the third match of the cage battle has already begun the final 3-second countdown. Fang Kui. Li Yuan. On the spectator platform with hundreds of thousands of people, these two names were the most frequently and loudly called out. Especially, Li Yuan. Not only the students from Kunlun Martial University but even many students from ordinary martial arts universities of Sha country were shouting it out. A good number were students from Zhongbei Martial Arts University. On the stage, 200 participants from different schools and countries, listening to the roaring cheers around them, all felt a sense of pride involuntarily stir within their hearts. Such competitions are not only for themselves but also for the glory of their schools and their countries. The countdown ended. The shackles on all participants dissipated at the same moment. Boom. Boom. Almost simultaneously, all 200 participants sprang into action. Most of them immediately dodged like lightning away from the few masked participants wielding long spears. No one was foolish. All these participants were the elite, and even if they hadn't seen Li Yuan before, most had been briefed on some of his information by their schools. Knowing the terrifying strength of the opponent, he was definitely of the caliber contending for the championship. But now no one could pinpoint where he was. Thus, there was only one possibility: they must be one of the several masked ones. Clang! Clang! Even though many had dodged immediately, the chaos of battle was unavoidable. No one could stay out of it, after all, how large was the stage? Boom! Li Yuan, masked and wielding a long spear, flashed in front of one of the participants, his long spear moving like lightning as he thrust straight forward. Not good, the face of this participant changed, just as he was about to raise his hand to block. Thud. The long spear had already slashed across his throat, blood splattered, and his body instantly turned into nothingness. Whoosh! The spear swept back and arced through the air, blocking the fiercely slashing saber. Bang! With a terrible clash, Li Yuan's spear shaft twisted like a dragon turning over, already bypassing the opponent's long saber, accompanied by a flash of cold light. The spear tip pierced straight through the opponent's throat. Dead. 2 points in the bag. Li Yuan was notified and his gaze swept over the participants nearby who were changing color. Is he Li Yuan? Definitely, it shows Li Yuan with 2 points, and he just got 2 points. 2 moves to kill 2 people? That's too savage. The participants were all shocked in their hearts. Those who made it to the second round should all be the elite of the martial path schools. But facing this terrifyingly skilled masked participant suspected to be Li Yuan, they were powerless to fight back. And Nam's method is indeed somewhat effective, Li Yuan mused inwardly. Although these participants would still try to dodge, initially there were 4 suspects, so everyone only had a 1 in 4 chance of avoiding him. It wouldn't be like the first match where, before the brawl even started, everyone was staying away from Gurava. That way, it would be much harder for Gurava to score points. Run quickly. This one is definitely Li Yuan. The participants near Li Yuan realized in horror and were eager to get away. The data showed that Li Yuan was strong, but it wasn't until they actually saw him in action that they realized he was even stronger than his profile suggested. However, these participants didn't avoid him at the start, and now the entire arena was in a melee. Where could they flee to? Besides, although all the participants had simulated physical qualities that were the same, Li Yuan's burst speed was a whole lot stronger. Thud. 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 One by one, participants fell beneath Li Yuan's long spear. 1 spear. 1 kill. Li Yuan's points were skyrocketing, quickly breaking through 30 points. The number of people on the stage was rapidly diminishing. And in reality, Li Yuan hadn't even used his stellar spear technique, just relying on his superior skills to constantly reap these participants. Stellar spear technique. Not many can force me to use the stellar spear technique, Li Yuan thought calmly. Scoring points was merely to surge into the 4th round in one go, to avoid the time-wasting elimination matches. Li Yuan's eyes flickered, suddenly shifting towards the distance. Dozens of meters away, a burly young man wielding 2 battle axes was frantically pursuing 2 masked participants. Those wearing masks were all students from Kunlun Martial University. Whoosh! Li Yuan's figure moved instantly as he charged over. Go to hell! The burly Fang Kui, holding 2 battle axes, frenziedly chased after the 2 masked participants before him. As one of the top 3 martial arts talents from Lion City Martial Arts University, Fang Kui had extremely sharp skills, and with his twin battle axes, he had killed more than 10 participants in a very short time. He was the second most powerful contestant on this platform, just after Li Yuan. Thud. 1 axe swept past, knocking the combat saber out of one Kunlun student's grip, and the student's body disappeared in midair. Another axe swung down, trying to eliminate another Kunlun student. Clang. A long spear struck like lightning, blocking the deadly swing of the axe. On the spectator platform. Upon witnessing the direct encounter between Li Yuan and Fang Kui, hundreds of thousands of excited students stood up shouting at once. The vast majority of the spectators didn't know who Li Yuan and Fang Kui were or their achievements before the match. But everyone could tell that these 2 were the strongest in this chaotic cage battle. Their confrontation was naturally the climax of this mixed fight. Even the big screen on the stage turned its head, focusing on them immediately. Fang Kui. Fang Kui, beat him. Fang Kui, you're the strongest. More than 100,000 students from ASEAN went mad at this moment. Lion City Martial Arts University is the premier martial arts university for a population of 1 billion in ASEAN. Defeat Li Yuan. I love Fang Kui. Countless messages rolled on the spectator screen as well. But the ASEAN students' cheers lasted less than 2 seconds. Li Yuan. Li Yuan. More than 200,000 students from Sha country on the spectator platform became excited, roaring so loud that it drowned out the ASEAN students' voices. Nearly half of the spectators on the platform were from Sha country, so naturally their momentum was stronger. Besides, in the eyes of countless students from Sha country, that scene where Li Yuan saved his schoolmate with a single spear thrust was too cool. In the chaotic arena, the other participants all quickly steered clear of Li Yuan and Fang Kui. Them facing off early was a blessing for the rest. Li Yuan, you're stopping me? Fang Kui, holding his battle axes, stared intently at Li Yuan. You might be stronger than me, but if you focus on me, you'll just waste time. Fang Kui was aware of Li Yuan's strength and didn't want to confront him just yet. He hadn't accumulated enough points. Moreover, he had just witnessed the scene of Li Yuan killing enemies and believed he could hold off for a while longer. Noise. Li Yuan's voice was ice cold as vigor burst forth from his whole body. Li Yuan had seen Fang Kui's profile. He had advanced to the 4th level of skill right after college entrance exams ended. The skills were decent, but not something Li Yuan took seriously. Whoosh. The high-rank 4th level skill, which had almost perfectly exploited the potential of the body, combined with the strongest burst speed move of the 5 stellar spear technique killer moveset dawn piercing the clouds. In an instant, Li Yuan fully erupted. Not right. He was hiding his strength just now? Fang Kui immediately sensed something was wrong. His heart tightened instantly, feeling Li Yuan's aura had completely changed. It was as if he became a mini-star exploding. His long spear swept in, forcing Fang Kui to hurriedly swing his battle axes to defend. Boom! As Fang Kui raised his axes, the spear had already struck. Clashing with his weapon momentarily, he felt a terrifying force transmitted through his axes, and was blasted backward. His arms went numb, and the axes almost slipped from his hands. The spear was too quick, too fierce. Boom! Another terrifying spear light passed through the vast sky. The spear light was brilliant, like a giant star rolling through the sky, crushing everything, heavily landing on Fang Kui's axes. His entire arm directly caved in and broke, blood splattering. Bang! The metal spear shaft, with its terrifying impact force, continued to heavily land on his body. Ah! Fang Kui's whole body crashed to the ground, already severely injured. Thud! The spear pulled back, the tip smoothly cutting across his neck, blood spilling. Fang Kui's body instantly turned into nothingness. Dead. You're delaying my time? Li Yuan murmured to himself. 3 spears, including the time you blabbered. A total of 8 seconds, indeed you've delayed me a bit. Upon witnessing this scene, the several 100,000 spectators on the spectator platform were all stunned and shocked. Fang Kui, who had previously performed so fiercely, was beaten down by Li Yuan with just 2 or 3 thrusts of his spear. But after a moment of stunned silence, the spectator platform erupted with deafening cheers. Li Yuan. Li Yuan. Nearly 300,000 students from various martial arts universities in Sha country shouted out in a tsunami of voices that echoed in the entire combat space. So domineering. Fang Kui, the top genius from Sicheng Martial Arts University? He still got swept away easily by Li Yuan. Li Yuan. Big brother, the several thousand students gathered from Kunlun Martial University were completely boiling with excitement. Li Yuan. Even Sister Chu Jing was waving her fists and shouting excitedly. For a moment, the voices of students from other countries and schools were completely drowned out by the cheers of Sha country students. There's no helping it. In this kind of martial path duel arena, everything speaks through strength. Just like during the first match, when Garava's strong outbreak made the over 100,000 students from Tianzhu country excited. Now, in this third match, Li Yuan's display was even more fierce and domineering than Garava's. The true king of the arena. In another spectator space, over 100 elderly prime warriors from various schools kept their eyes glued to the clash on the platform. When they saw Li Yuan defeat Fang Kui with 2 thrusts, these teachers couldn't help but let out exclamations of amazement. Excellent spear technique. 4th level high rank, executing stellar spear technique moves, truly fluent. He must have broken through quite a while ago. Worthy of being the #1 freshman from Kunlun Martial University. Impressive. These teachers, with their exceptional eyesight, praised one after another. Morita, now you know about this Li Yuan, said the robed elder Ba Chang with a chuckle, patting Morita Daiku on the shoulder. Better advise Kimura Tatsuya to steer clear this afternoon. Morita Daiku frowned, glancing subconsciously towards Li Yong and Dean Shu not far away. He happened to see Li Yong looking at him, a trace of ridicule and provocation on his face. Damn it, Morita Daiku cursed under his breath, feeling a headache coming on. Of course, he understood, trouble was brewing. Li Yang's character seemed gentle, but that was towards his younger peers. Towards many strong people of his own generation, Li Yong was famous for holding grudges. If this afternoon, Li Yuan really targets Kimura Tatsuya, it's more likely to go badly. However, backing down? Morita Daiku didn't have this habit. HMPH. With the points Kimura has accumulated, it's not difficult for him to get into the top 136. Just consider it a kind of tempering, Morita Daiku thought to himself. Anyway, it isn't he who's getting hit, what's there to fear? On the platform, after slaying Fang Kui in a single encounter. Boom! Li Yuan sprang into action, continuing to slay the other contestants on the platform. Delayed by 8 seconds, I should have been able to get 2 or 3 points. Lost 2 points, Li Yuan muttered to himself. Fang Kui? From the very beginning, Li Yuan had never taken him seriously. A cage battle royale, in Li Yuan's eyes, posed no difficulty. The only difference was the overall points ranking. Li Yuan aimed for the top spot. Boom! Spear lights danced as all the people on the platform recognized him. Li Yuan simply took off his mask. He charged into the crowd like a whirlwind, once again stirring up a bloody storm. Li Yuan's points kept rising, his overall ranking climbing rapidly, quickly closing in on Garava. Kill. Li Yuan didn't specifically help fellow Kunlun Martial University students, but he did clean out students from other schools first. After a good 2 minutes, only Li Yuan and 7 other students from Kunlun Martial University remained on the platform. They all looked at Li Yuan. What's the hesitation? Said Li Yuan seriously, in a cage battle royale, the victor stands alone. I'll give you all a chance, come at me together. The 7 Kunlun Martial University students exchanged glances. After only a second's hesitation, they all charged at Li Yuan with howls. 30 seconds later, only Li Yuan stood alone on the entire platform. Not bad, the bluster worked, got the last 7 points, Li Yuan murmured to himself, finally in first place. Killing one nets 1 point. Surviving till the end gets an extra 10 points. If those 7 Kunlun Martial University students had fought each other just now, Li Yuan would have lost at least 2 points. Thus, the third cage battle royale ended. Li Yuan stood at the top with 74 points. It could be said, nearly 1/3 of the participants on the platform were slain by Li Yuan. How fierce! As Li Yuan disappeared from the platform, the entire spectator platform once again erupted with an unprecedentedly fervent roar. Li Yuan. First place. Take the championship, Li Yuan, the several 100,000 students from Sha country shouted excitedly. At that moment, students from all the martial arts universities in Sha country all remembered the name, Li Yuan. This Li Yuan, so strong. Indeed, fierce. Kunlun Martial University, truly deserving of being Sha country's #1 martial arts university. Students from other countries' martial arts universities were also discussing. This afternoon, it seems like Kimura will be facing Li Yuan. What? Kimura and Li Yuan? Can Kimura win? It's doubtful. Nonsense, Kimura is the strongest. He will definitely defeat this man from Sha country. Tens of thousands of students from Sakura country were the most worried. According to the schedule, in this afternoon's second round of the cage battle royale, Li Yuan would be up against Kimura Tatsuya. Li Yuan? Just as teacher said, he will be one of the biggest obstacles to reaching the top 4. Garava's eyes were filled with seriousness. His battle against Fang Kui, that couldn't have been his full strength. Hopefully. This afternoon, hopefully, Kimura Tatsuya can push him to reveal his true strength, Garava thought to himself. This afternoon, I'll be facing Li Yuan, Kimura Tatsuya thought to himself. At the same time, he was browsing the comments on the spectator screen, his brows slightly furrowed. They all say I'm no match for Li Yuan. HMPH. Just by defeating a Fang Kui, all these people from Sha country have gained so much confidence. Kimura Tatsuya braced himself. Believe in yourself. I am the strongest. Li Yuan, impressive. In a nondescript area of the Zhongbei Martial Arts University's spectator space, LCTNU revealed a slight smile. He was pleased for Li Yuan. A nondescript area in the spectator platform. Two girls in casual clothes were sitting here. Sis, Li Yuan is really much more formidable now. Wu Dongdong, who had her hair tied in a ponytail, exclaimed, during the Zhongbei invitation event, I thought I could beat him, but now? Definitely not his match anymore. Lin Lanyue smiled slightly, keep it up, he's just a step ahead. What do you mean, just a step ahead? Wu Dongdong corrected her, he's gone from being 2 steps behind me to 2 steps ahead. The teacher said he might reach subtlety before his sophomore year. Lin Lanyue just smiled without replying. Ah, sis, take a quick look, Wu Dongdong suddenly said with a smirk, pointing at the spectator screen. Lin Lanyue looked over. Li Yuan is so cool. I wonder if Li Yuan has a girlfriend. So handsome. Why don't we have such handsome guys at our East Sea Martial University? Li 666 Yuan. A vast number of barrage comments were rolling across the screen. Dongdong, I won't watch the remaining matches, Lin Lanyue said with a smile, I'm going to train. You sis, stop grinding, take a break for a day, Wu Dongdong exclaimed with wide eyes. Watching the matches is so much better. I'll come back for Li Yuan's match in the 17th fight this afternoon, Lin Lanyue said with a smile. Without a sound, Lin Lanyue's figure disappeared from the spectators' seats. In another inconspicuous area of the spectator platform. This Li Yuan. So fierce. I feel he's much fiercer than Tian Dajuang. The sense of pressure Garava gave me doesn't seem as strong as his. Guan Ying and Yu Ming exchanged glances, their eyes filled with seriousness. The records only showed that Li Yuan had reached the Bright Moon stage, but how strong exactly? It required real combat to analyze. One look, and Guan Ying and Yu Ming understood that the opponent was indeed not easy to handle. And Dan Tai Feng? Yu Ming wondered out loud. His battle rounds are 10 and 12. Guan Ying shook his head, he'll come later. He's not watching Li Yuan and Garava fight? Yu Ming widened his eyes in surprise. He said it was pointless. Guan Ying spread his hands, and he told me, only the weak seek information. This pretentious sicko. Can't he live without boasting? Yu Ming ground his teeth. At Starfire University, in a villa, in the underground martial arts room. Li Yuan's spear technique is indeed sharp. The young man in black watched the battle scene on the screen intently. Dan Tai Feng was repeatedly watching the battle between Li Yuan and Fang Kui. Yu Ming, those two idiots. Probably don't know I have the privilege to project and watch the battles. Dan Tai Feng closed his eyes and pondered silently. Show off. He indeed liked to show off, but he wasn't blindly arrogant. After finishing the fight, Li Yuan didn't exit the virtual network but returned to the spectator platform. Senior brother. Li Yuan. Hundreds of students from Kunlun Martial University around him got excited at once. Quiet, everyone quiet down and watch the upcoming matches, Li Yuan said with a smile, gesturing with his hand. The area in the spectator space finally fell silent. As time passed, one after another, the cage battles proceeded rapidly, and one after another, the 4th-level experts erupted. In the 4th match, the most dazzling was a freshman girl from the Capital Martial Arts University named Shiruo, but like Kimura Tatsuya, she did not possess the power to dominate the entire arena. In the 5th match, the first wildcard entrant, Yu Ming, made his debut. Similar to Li Yuan, he demonstrated dominating strength, almost sweeping the arena and finally scoring 51 points. In the 6th match, the second wildcard entrant, Guan Ying, appeared, ultimately scoring 47 points. The seventh match. The 10th cage battle, the last one of the morning session. At this moment, the number of spectators had exceeded 600,000, even more than last year. In the limelight, the last wildcard entrant, Dan Taifeng, finally made his appearance. Dan Taifeng. Li Yuan sat in the spectator seats, his gaze fixed on the figure clad in black. At that moment, not just Li Yuan. Each of the fourth-level experts from the 10 famous universities were staring at that figure. All the elite students who had entered the battle knew that Dan Taifeng was the biggest obstacle on their road to the championship. Even more so, in several areas of the spectator platform, some inconspicuous figures had appeared. They were elite students from Starfire University, Starry Sky University, and even Blackstone University, who had not participated in the 10-school freshman battle. But they all wanted to see for themselves what level of skill Starfire University's top genius, Dan Taifeng, possessed. The battle erupted swiftly. To everyone's surprise, Dan Taifeng's weapon was not a sword and shield, but a pair of swords. It was the first time Dan Taifeng showed the art of dual swords. On the platform, sword and shield, Dan Taifeng looked casually at the other contestants surrounding him and muttered to himself with a smirk, "Who is worthy of making me use a shield? Let's end this boring battle quickly." The battle began. Boom! Dan Taifeng exploded into action the instant the fight started, his form shifting dozens of meters at once, with his swords whipping through the sky. Not good. This sword technique. The participants along his path panicked, trying to wield their own weapons in defense. Whoosh! The long swords chopped down, swift as lightning, unstoppable. Contestants were sent sprawling to the ground one after another. Some had their heads flung off, others had their throats sliced open with a giant gash. Some were even cleaved face-on, sent flying, their armors nearly split open by the horrifying impact, leaving them coughing up blood, powerless to resist. In no time, the platform turned into a river of blood, becoming a solo performance by Dan Taifeng. No one was his match in a single exchange. Advanced third stage skills? Initial fourth stage skills? They seemed to make no difference before him. All were dispatched with a single strike. In the end, the 10th cage battle concluded. Dan Taifeng alone scored 76 points, surpassing Li Yuan's 74 points. A comeback to become the total score leader. 76 points should be enough to make it into the top 8, said Dan Taifeng with a smirk. I can skip the second cage battle this afternoon. His figure disappeared from the platform directly. 76 points. When this score appeared at the top of the points ranking screen in the combat space for the first time, the entire combat space fell silent for a moment. It was simply too strong. On the spectator platform, countless viewers, through the big screen, watched the enlarged fight replay. The fierce blade light, the splattering blood, was enough to make any student's heart tremble. Dan Taifeng. Dan Taifeng. Along with Dan Taifeng's departure, thunderous cheers erupted from the vast spectator platform, resounding in all directions. Even the excitement and shouting surpassed that of Li Yuan's earlier score of 74 points. Yes, Li Yuan's 74 points were strong, fierce, and domineering when he defeated Fang Kui. But the sense of oppression it brought felt less than that of Dan Taifeng. Li Yuan's score was far beyond everyone else's except for Dan Taifeng. However, there were some tricks to achieving such a high score. And Dan Taifeng, single-handedly wielding dual blades, the speed and the cunning sharpness of the combat saber lights were enough to chill the spine of any contender in the ring. Too terrifying. A master of fourth-level skills, all killed by one straight slash. That's too strong. What level is he at? I suspect he's achieved subtlety with his spirit. Facing us, it's a pure downgrade beatdown. Simply not on the same level. Many contestants who still yearned to break into the third round whispered among themselves, filled with shock. However, facing the outburst of Dan Taifeng, those truly filled with dread were the likes of Li Yuan, Garava, Kimura Tatsuya, and Shiruoa, these top geniuses aspiring to the top 8 or even the top 4. They were all silently recalling Dan Taifeng's sword technique, wondering whether they could withstand it if it were them. Can't withstand it. 10 slashes, dual blades slicing together. I could probably only block 10 at most. Kimura Tatsuya gritted his teeth. I'm definitely not his match. Despair. An opponent too formidable to defeat. His sword is too fast, its sudden burst speed far exceeding my spear technique. Garava clenched his fists, thinking to himself. If I defend, I definitely won't be able to hold off. I must attack. With attack against attack, using the advantage of my weapon, there is still hope of winning. Garava thought to himself. But according to the intelligence, isn't his best skill shield technique? He believed there was hope for victory. Such fast swords, the dual blade style. Li Yuan closed his eyes in contemplation. The flowing light sword technique, known for its speed, judging by the fight videos Lanyue gave me. The speed of the flowing light sword technique is based on the instantaneous continuous force. Its disadvantage is the insufficient explosive power. Dual blades, further dispersing the body's and arms' force, making it difficult for each blade to unleash full power, unlikely to stop my straight thrust. Having watched the fight videos that Lin Lanyue sent him dozens of times, Li Yuan felt as if he had battled Dan Tai Feng many times. Experience immensely rich. Does he really want to fight like this? Li Yuan kept pondering and speculating until finally, he sharply opened his eyes, unless he has achieved subtlety. Otherwise, he is bound to lose without a doubt. Damn it, he's showing off again. Yu Ming complained on the spectator platform. Beside him, Guan Ying laughed and said, upset, then strive to reach the finals and defeat him. Beating him is a joke. Yu Ming shook his head and said, his dual blade technique is designed for taking down the weak, allowing for faster, more efficient slaughter. It also allows him to better hide his true strength, so others can't gauge the level of his shield technique. But even if he uses two swords, I'm still hard-pressed to win, Yu Ming sighed. Come the knockout rounds, he'll definitely use the sword and shield combination. I know this show-off all too well. He always seems casual and indifferent, but when it really matters, he's incredibly cunning. In that special spectator space, many teachers watched Dan Tai Feng's outburst with a sense of awe. Dual blades like light, shadows that follow. For a freshman to have cultivated the starry sky sword technique to such a level, he's only a step away from grasping the essence of starry light. Truly worthy of being a top-tier talent at Starfire University, these teachers remarked with sighs of admiration. A second-rank secret manual's ultimate level is to grasp the essence, and once grasped, it's an entrance into subtlety. But these freshmen have only been in school for a few months, and many are not even 19 yet. Such talent is too exaggerated. However, top-level martial path talents like these, globally, only a few emerge each year. For this cage melee where all students have participated, who do you all think will get first place? One teacher asked with a smile. Dan Tai Feng, I think. I have high hopes for him. Dan Tai Feng is most likely. The others. Li Yuan has a slim chance. Li Yuan? I feel Yu Ming and the others are about on par with Li Yuan. Many teachers spoke up, each with their own opinion. But without a doubt, the majority acknowledged Dan Tai Feng's prowess. Firstly, Dan Tai Feng has indeed exhibited extraordinary strength. Secondly, the reputation of being a top genius at Starfire University makes him more convincing. The morning's 10 rounds of cage melees came to an end, and the 10 afternoon matches wouldn't start until 2 o'clock. Everyone's second round of opponents would all be as different as possible. The reason for 2 rounds of cage melees is to ensure fairness. The combined points from both rounds of the cage melees will be the total score for the second round. Li Yuan logged out of the virtual network. All 10 matches are over, and it's just past 10 o'clock. Li Yuan glanced at the time displayed on his smart ring. There are more than 3 hours until the afternoon match. Let's continue training with the spear, Li Yuan said as he entered the underground martial arts room and took out his long spear. He silently practiced. Dual blades are easy to break. The long spear in Li Yuan's hand moved like a swimming dragon, drawing dazzling arcs of light. But according to what Da Zhuang said, as well as the video materials Lanyue sent, Dan Tai Feng is studying both second-rank secret manuals, the Starry Sky Sword technique and the Vajra Shield technique at the same time, Li Yuan mused. Combining the sword and shield makes him very tough to handle. A single sword against a spear would undoubtedly put the sword at a disadvantage. But when sword and shield work together, facing a long spear, it boils down to who has the higher skill level. Whir! 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 The spear rolled like a ground dragon, bursting with sharp, powerful sounds. This first-rank superior long spear, nearly 100 kilograms in weight, seemed to come alive in Li Yuan's hands. He repeated his practice time after time, beating Dan Taifeng. Li Yuan wasn't completely confident, but what he could do was to improve himself, striving to make his own strength greater. He gave it his all. No regrets in the outcome. For over 3 hours, except for a 10-minute break for a meal, Li Yuan had been wholeheartedly devoted to his practice. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Your spear technique realm has risen from 79% of the 4th level to 80% of the 4th level. A notification suddenly flashed across the Divine Palace panel. 80%? Li Yuan glanced at it. It happened just as he was swimming in countless epiphanies after having comprehended the 5-star moves. Therefore, Li Yuan had been making rapid progress in both spear and fist techniques over these past few days. Suddenly, beep, the smart wristband vibrated, and Li Yuan looked down to see a V message from Li Yong. In this afternoon's match, do not let Kimura Tatsuya score. The message from Li Yong was simple. Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh, and after thinking for a moment, he replied, okay. Li Yuan was somewhat curious, however. What's with Teacher Li, having such a bias against Kimura Tatsuya? Since teacher has given the instruction, Li Yuan thought for a moment, then I should handle it well. At 2 in the afternoon, Li Yuan entered the Starry Skies fighting network through the virtual network. He arrived in the combat space, instantly appearing in the spectator seats. At this moment, with only 10 minutes left until the 11th cage melee, the spectator stands were already packed, definitely more than 300,000 people. Brother Yuan, good luck, strive to take first place in total points, Ji Yu Chang'an said with a smile. Big brother, we have no hope left. It's all on Big Brother now. The other students also cheered him on. Although only half of the cage melees had passed, most of the new students from the 6th Institute who had made it to the second round now had 0 points. They knew their limits. The nearly 95% elimination rate from the second to the third round was shockingly high, which meant that most would inevitably be stopped in the second round. Not long after, with the appearance of the burly host, the afternoon's cage melee officially started. And the number of people on the spectator platform kept soaring, from over 300,000 to swiftly exceeding 500,000. The cage melee, the 11th fight, begins, the host roared. In this match, Li Mingyue from South Sea Marshall University shone brightly, securing 26 points for herself. Her total score for the 2 rounds was also 26 points. She couldn't help it. She faced Dan Taifeng in the first round, and before she could defeat any opponent, she was slain by a single slash from Dan Taifeng. The 12th fight met with widespread attention, and numerous spectators, including Li Yuan, were filled with anticipation. Because, according to the previous list, Dan Taifeng was supposed to compete. Unfortunately, this anticipation lasted for only 30 seconds, and then the entire spectator platform exploded. Dan Taifeng did not appear. Quickly, the giant screen above the stage displayed Dan Taifeng's name, also marking, forfeited the second round cage melee. Forfeited? Is he that confident? The elite geniuses from various schools all found it somewhat unbelievable. However, subconsciously seeing Dan Taifeng's score, they also felt somewhat relieved. 76 points. That score was formidable. Many top experts, when adding their scores across both rounds, were unlikely to reach this level. Damn. Showing off without an end. Huh? Yu Ming muttered under his breath. To actually dare to forfeit? Just wait, sooner or later he'll capsize in the gutter. Say something positive, Guan Ying said helplessly. He actually forfeited. Li Yuan was a bit stunned, then shook his head. What a pity. Even though Lin Lanyue had sent him combat videos, the effects of practicing the same secret manual differed with each individual. If he could watch the opponent's battle directly, he could gain the most. Time passed. One cage melee after another took place, with He Liansheng, Li Zhao, Fang Kui. Those students who had not fully erupted in the first round were now shining in the second round cage melee. This also led to continuous changes in the total points ranking. Of course. For top talents like Yu Ming, Guan Ying, and Garava, even though their strengths were fully exposed and other combatants were extremely wary of them. With their absolutely strong capabilities, as long as they exerted force, they could at least secure 30+ points. Before long, the 17th cage melee was about to begin. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Yuan and the other 199 participants spread across the spectator platform. Suddenly vanished from the spectator seats. In this moment, the tens of thousands of students on the spectator platform of the whole combat space were noticeably more excited. The majority knew. The biggest highlight of the second round cage melee was about to begin. Whoosh! The 200 participants, clad in armor and wielding weapons, appeared together on the stage. After 10 seconds, the battle began. Move quickly. It's Li Yuan and Kimura Tatsuya, don't engage them. Let's go for it. A large group of participants, like a tide, rushed towards a far-off place, and then began to fight desperately among themselves. Rather than being harvested en masse by Li Yuan and Kimura Tatsuya, it was better to seize the time to fight fiercely. This was the thought of the vast majority of the participants. Kill. Holding a long spear, Kimura Tatsuya was about to charge into the crowd to battle. Boom. A figure had already dashed in front of him, also wielding a long spear, blocking his path. Li Yuan. Kimura Tatsuya was slightly startled. In this cage melee fight, the last person he wanted to encounter was Li Yuan. However, Kimura Tatsuya never imagined that the opponent would find him first thing. Li Yuan. What's the meaning of this? Kimura Tatsuya looked at Li Yuan with considerable wariness. No special meaning, just that killing others doesn't pose much of a challenge, and I wanted to see how strong you really are, Li Yuan said with a smile. Before the words were finished, whoosh! The long spear in Li Yuan's hand, like a dragon, tore through the air, striking towards Kimura Tatsuya like lightning. At the very onset of the battle, Li Yuan immediately intercepted Kimura Tatsuya, a scene that was witnessed by hundreds of thousands of spectators on the spectator platform. After all, the biggest highlight of the 17th cage melee was the showdown between Li Yuan and Kimura Tatsuya. Quick! Li Yuan goes straight for Kimura Tatsuya. Are they going to clash head-on? Could it be a direct duel between the two? The spectator platform erupted in excitement in an instant. Immediately, the giant broadcast screens suspended in the sky concurrently displayed the scene of Li Yuan and Kimura Tatsuya engaging in combat. Eldest senior brother is really domineering, heading straight for the strongest. With the strength of our eldest senior brother, defeating this Kimura should be a piece of cake. The students of Kunlun Martial University also erupted, their eyes wide open and fixed on the scene. Li Yuan challenging Kimura is definitely a mistake. Kimura is the strongest. Kimura is the strongest martial path genius from our Sakura country this time. He will surely aim for first place. A great number of students from Sakura country were screaming like mad. They even kept sending barrage messages, engaging in friendly exchanges with students from Sha country. They were few in number, but their fighting spirit was strong. This won't be easy. Li Yuan's spear technique is very fierce, it doesn't feel much weaker than Dantai Feng's. Kimura might not be able to win. A few of the Sakura country students were quite rational. Their showdown should be the peak confrontation of the second round. Li Yuan is even more overbearing. But Kimura Tatsuya is not weak either. The vast majority of spectating students were betting on Li Yuan. However, Kimura Tatsuya's performance in the first round cage melee was also quite impressive. In this battle, who can win? Li Yang. Morita Daiku, looking down at this scene from the teacher's spectator space, glared at Li Yang. It's not my fault. I just relayed what you said word for word to my student, Li Yang said innocently. Then my student said he must ask Kimura Tatsuya for some advice, to learn from a master. Ha ha ha. Dozens of teachers from various schools couldn't help but laugh. Just wait. Li Yang, don't be so smug, Morita Daiku said through gritted teeth. Who wins and who loses isn't set in stone yet. You're absolutely right, Li Yong said with a smile. Look, they're starting to exchange blows. Li Yuan's actions had drawn attention from all sides, but he himself lacked such awareness. Li Yuan only knew that since the teacher had given an order, he had to try his best to accomplish the mission. Clang! The two long spears had already collided, and following Kimura Tatsua's spear movement, he was attempting to redirect the power of Li Yuan's spear to one side. What a cunning use of force! Li Yuan's eyes shined slightly, and as soon as they engaged, he felt the difference between his own spear technique and that of Kimura Tatsua. His own spear strikes were powerful and heavy, and his defense was as steady as a mountain. In one word, heavy. But Kimura Tatsua's spear technique was all about the word, entangle. Assaults unfurling one after the other, continuous and seemingly endless. I should spar for a bit longer. It's rare to experience such spear technique. Li Yuan's thought process immediately changed. He originally wanted to end the battle quickly, but Kimura Tatsua's spear technique had given him many insights. He wanted to try it out a little longer. As for the total points ranking, Dan Tai Feng's forfeiture a while ago made Li Yuan calm down a lot. Does first place in the second round points matter? Just making it to the top 8 to enter the fourth round directly would suffice. With the points Li Yuan had obtained in the first round, as long as he survived till the end of the second round, it was almost certain he would step firmly into the top 8. Clang! 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 Li Yuan's long spear danced like a writhing serpent, numerous spear lights bursting forth, as he directly displayed stellar illumination, momentarily forming a huge circle around him. The stars formed a sphere, the spear tip drew a circle. Time and time again, he fended off Kimura Tatsua's spear assaults, no matter how furiously he attacked Li Yuan, with flashes of spear light unable to shake Li Yuan's defense. As solid as a mountain, the long spear is like a circle. Kimura Tatsua finally realized the terrifying aspect of Li Yuan. An impenetrable defense. No matter if he thrust, swept, or furiously chopped, Li Yuan would easily block and deftly dissipate the force, even countering in the process. Boom! Li Yuan's occasional retaliatory spear thrust made Kimura Tatsua feel incredibly uncomfortable, desperately blocking them. His skill, his exploitation of physical strength, far exceeds mine, Kimura Tatsua eventually understood, being a 4th-level intermediate rank expert. Li Yuan was simply using him as a whetstone. Are all the people from Sha country this strong? That Dan Tai Feng was despairingly strong, and this Li Yuan also turns out to be so powerful. Kimura Tatsua felt a hint of powerlessness. But immediately, his eyes also flashed with ferocity. I'm going all out, I just can't believe it. Using me as a whetstone? Be careful not to chip your blade, or you might end up being my whetstone. Kimura Tatsua also went berserk, attacking Li Yuan with all his might. He was well aware that with his first round score, it was enough to storm into the top 136. The top 8? With Li Yuan standing in the way, there was no hope. So he decided to fight with all his might to defeat Li Yuan. Boom! Boom! The two engaged in a wildly frenetic offensive and defensive battle, with their long spears colliding fiercely over and over again, so intensely that the other combatants subconsciously avoided them. Their battle was too ferocious. Although all the participants had the same physical quality, both Li Yuan and Kimura Tatsua, one nearing 4th-level perfection and the other nearing 4th-level high rank, unearthed far more strength from their bodies than the others. The power and speed of the spear's dance hardly seemed to belong to a physical quality of 10.0 level. Time passed. The number of people on the platform kept decreasing, 180 people, 150 people, 120 people, but Li Yuan was still fiercely battling it out with Kimura Tatsua. Their fight also made the entire spectator platform boil over completely, with countless spectators shouting excitedly. So fierce, this is what a master duel looks like. Haha, of all the new student fights of the 10 schools, this is the most intense one. Li Yuan's defense is impeccable, and Kimura Tatsua is also attacking wildly, countless spectators discussed. It shouldn't be. With Li Yuan's strength, he should be able to quickly resolve Kimura Tatsua, many powerful individuals said, filled with doubts. Given the strength Li Yuan displayed in the first round, he should have easily crushed his opponent. I told you, Kimura is the strongest. He even forced Li Yuan to go all out in defense. Kimura is sure to win. Spectators from Sakura Country constantly posted barrages of messages. Many viewers from Sakura Country lacked the insight and naturally assumed the attacker was stronger. Suddenly a thump, a muffled sound. Li Yuan, who had been on full defense, suddenly twisted his long spear, and in the instant, it flicked away Kimura Tatsua's long spear. The spearhead, like a dragon hiding in the deep sea of stars, suddenly burst forth with speed that soared to the extreme. It pierced Kimura Tatsua in a flash of lightning, and that terrifying impact sent Kimura Tatsua flying out forcefully. He slammed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Kimura Tatsua struggled to hold onto his long spear, staring in disbelief at Li Yuan, who had suddenly burst forth. Thank you. Without your spear technique, perhaps I wouldn't have understood the key to my own so quickly. Li Yuan held the spear in his right hand and regrettably said, "It's just a pity, your spear technique is not strong enough." If Kimura Tatsua's spear technique was 4th level high rank, Li Yuan believed his own gains would be greater. A pity Kimura Tatsua wasn't that strong. If my spear technique were stronger, you might not have been able to hold out. Kimura Tatsua gritted his teeth. Is that so? I hope you can withstand my spear attack then. Li Yuan smiled and couldn't be bothered to waste more words. Boom. Li Yuan moved again, his silver-colored long spear bursting forth like a silver streak, shooting straight towards Kimura Tatsua with a whistling sound. Ha! With blood at the corner of his mouth, Kimura Tatsua also let out a fierce shout, surging forward to try to block with his spinning long spear. Thump! The collision of spear shafts. Li Yuan's long spear pressed down smoothly with the twist of his waist, generating even greater impact force, and directly knocked away Kimura Tatsua's long spear. Not good. Kimura Tatsua's face changed drastically. Boom! A shadow of the spear followed close behind, rolling forward with bursting destructive power, and directly attacking him. Stellar Spear Technique 4th Style A Meteor Fall. Li Yuan's set of moves changed too quickly, smoother than when he defeated Fang Kui in the first round. His spear technique's speed was so fast Kimura Tatsua couldn't fully block it. He couldn't even retract his long spear in time, only managing to lift his left hand instinctively to block. Crack! The sound of an arm breaking. The terrifying impact carried by the spear shaft sent Kimura Tatsua flying backwards, while the spear tip followed by moving from top to bottom across his face. Before Kimura Tatsua even hit the ground, he had already disappeared from the platform. Defeated. With no sign of an outburst before, but once he did, he defeated Kimura Tatsua in just a few moves. Only just over 70 people left? Li Yuan's gaze swept over the entire platform. That's enough. This fight with Kimura Tatsua was as good as a long session of solitary contemplation for me. Li Yuan's heart was filled with joy. Less points is fine. That's just how skill training is. Sometimes, diligent practice and prolonged meditation yield nothing, but occasionally, a single battle, or seeing a certain scene, can lead to an instant epiphany. Better end this early so I can get back to practicing with my spear. I might just fully grasp it, he thought. Boom! Li Yuan moved swiftly, his spear dancing through the air and creating shadows that caused droplets of blood to fly, as one participant after another fell to the ground. His points skyrocketed. He won. Li Yuan is awesome. Li Yuan. The hundreds of thousands of students from Sha Country on the spectator platform all got excited, cheering and rooting for Li Yuan. First, he defeated Fang Kui, and then Kimura Tatsua. The two battles had different opponents. But in either fight, once Li Yuan began his explosive attack, no one could withstand even a few moves. He lost just like that. Li Yuan exploded with power, and Kimura couldn't defend against even 10 spears? The gap between Kimura and Li Yuan is that big? The numerous students from Sakura Country who initially supported Kimura Tatsua were dumbfounded, finding it hard to accept this scene. Li Yuan's spear technique is so powerful, he is the true spear prodigy. It's a pity such a talent like Li Yuan is not from our Sakura Country. With Li Yuan's strength, he's definitely capable of clinching the championship. It's not that Kimura is weak, but that Li Yuan is too strong, absolutely flawless, simply a hexagonal warrior. Swiftly, many students from Sakura country began to flatter and support Li Yuan. They only pursue the strong. On the stage, the 17th cage-free for all battle ended just 1 minute later. Li Yuan killed the last opponent, survived until the end, and scored 31 points. It wasn't that he didn't try hard to fight in the last phase, but the time spent fighting Kimura Tatsuya was too consuming, and there weren't enough people left to support Li Yuan in scoring many more points. But even so, the points from the 2 rounds combined brought Li Yuan's second round total score to an impressive 105 points. This was already an exaggerated score. On the stage, only Li Yuan was left. Temporarily in first place overall, Li Yuan glanced at the total points ranking. The sizable point advantage from the first round, coupled with a good performance in the second, kept Li Yuan's total score in the lead. Although there were still 3 cage-free for all battles left. However, top contenders like Yu Ming, Guan Ying, and Garava had already finished competing in the previous rounds, and none of their 2-round total scores had surpassed 100. So, in a sense, Li Yuan had almost secured the first place in the total score for the second round. Let's go. With a thought, Li Yuan disappeared from the stage. He didn't return to the spectator platform but directly exited the virtual network. Li Yuan. Li Yuan. The spectator platform once again erupted with the intense cheering of numerous onlookers. However, the freshmen from Kunlun Martial University were searching all over the spectator platform. Where's Li Yuan? Where's our senior brother? They were all puzzled. Logically, after exiting the stage, one should return directly to their seat on the spectator platform. At Kunlun Martial Arts University, inside Li Yuan's villa, in the underground martial arts room. Li Yuan had walked out of the resting room and took a weapon off the rack beside him. Entangle, continuous. In Li Yuan's mind, the battle with Kimura Tatsuya was still fresh. Suddenly, the smart ring on his wrist vibrated continuously. At this time, a vibration meant an important person had sent a message. Li Yuan looked down. One was from Li Yang. Well done. Another was from Lin Lanyue. You're in first place, keep it up. A smile unconsciously appeared on Li Yuan's face as he replied to both messages. He turned off the smart ring and put it aside. Holding the spear, Li Yuan came to the center of the martial arts room, closed his eyes slightly, and held the long spear tightly with both arms, adopting the spear-holding stance of the stellar spear technique. Stars like spheres, rolling powerfully, Li Yuan murmured to himself. During the recent battle, through the exchange with Kimura Tatsuya, that flash of insight enabled Li Yuan to re-examine his spear technique from a different angle. Kimura Tatsuya's continuous spear seemed similar to Li Yuan's 12 continuous strikes. But there was a fundamental difference. 12 continuous strikes was about one spear surpassing another, where the momentum of the next spear would always be stronger than the previous one, focusing on accumulation. At its peak, it was like the gathering force of a great river, bound to burst out powerfully. If it didn't explode and overflow, even at its peak, it wouldn't last long. It was not durable. Continuous spear, however, emphasized entanglement, a continuous, never-ending flow, where from the first spear to the last, the power often didn't differ much. The downside was that it wasn't domineering enough, but the upside was stability, not causing one spear momentum to suddenly collapse. Similar techniques, like cloud commanding spear technique, which teacher Li Yang had me practice, actually contains a similar concept. Li Yuan realized he had encountered such moves before. In the Starry Skies fighting network, when exchanging blows with others, he had faced it as well. When practicing in real combat with teacher Zhang Lun and the 2 Prime Warriors, they had also used similar moves. But they had never deliberately developed a systematic approach. Most importantly, previously, I was solely focused on comprehending the 5 forms of the stellar spear technique. Where would I have paid attention to this? Li Yuan couldn't help but smile and shake his head. It was like the moral of many stories in textbooks. Learned in the classroom as a child, you thought you understood them. only to realize a decade or two later that you never truly comprehended them. The same was true for spear techniques. Before completely comprehending the 5 forms of the stellar spear technique. Even though Li Yuan knew that the core of stellar spear technique lay in the first form, stellar illumination, and that he was aware of the core concept, stars are like spheres. Even having seen other masters use similar concept techniques. Without the corresponding level, it seemed like understanding the principle, but in reality, never having truly comprehended it. And the exchange with Kimura Tatsuya, in a way, came after Li Yuan had comprehended the 5 forms of the stellar technique, and had reached a new level of understanding of the stellar spear technique. It was upon re-examining it that he gained a new understanding. It wasn't that Kimura Tatsuya's spear technique was particularly strong, it was just that he appeared at the right place and time. Timing is often very important. From the second form, stellar waterfall, to the 5th form, stellar battle in the wild, all are offensive moves, Li Yuan contemplated. Out of the 5 major moves, 4 are offensive, yet the stellar spear technique is recognized as an extremely strong defensive spear technique. Why is that? At the core, it is the first form, stellar illumination. Li Yuan's long spear moved slowly, as he began to practice the first form, stellar illumination, anew. Although it seemed the same, once he executed it again, Li Yuan held a different understanding in his heart. In the past, whenever he used it, he pursued the ultimate burst and speed, as spectacular as an exploding star. But now, revisiting the technique, his moves were slower, and his power more restrained. It was like a blazing star that, after billions of years of evolution, transitioned from its initial, molten lava, period to stability. Not because the star no longer contained the potential for explosive power, but because it had condensed this surging force within, seldom unleashing it arbitrarily. Time and again, Li Yuan practiced, seeking the special feeling he longed for in his heart, hoping to grasp it. The so-called epiphany was never a process from 0 to 1 directly. It was a qualitative change from 0.99 to 1. In the past, Li Yuan had practiced the stellar spear technique countless times, immersing himself in spear technique for years without sleep or rest, and time and again fought against various teachers and coaches. This allowed him to unknowingly accumulate from 0 to 0.99. Kimura Tatsuya's spear technique was the perfect catalyst, offering him a glimmer of a chance to break through to 1. But it was just a chance. To truly seize it, he still needed to put in a tremendous effort to practice, refine, and summarize. This was also the reason he came to practice with the spear immediately after each fight. Stars seem to form a circle, without a beginning, without an end. The trajectory of the stars is also a circle, Li Yuan practiced and pondered over and over. At this moment, Li Yuan no longer deliberately thought about how to use his spear technique against Dan Tai Fung. Instead, he simply wanted to make his own spear technique stronger. In the virtual network, within the combat space of the 10 schools freshman fight, the final cage match had ended. High above, the giant screen displaying the total points ranking was now completely fixed. Li Yuan, first place, 105 points. First place, thousands of students from Kunlun Martial University who had come to watch the matches all became excited. That minority of second and third year students, while still rather composed, also began to clap. Li Yuan, Yu Ming, Guan Ying, Garava, Vikram, Dan Tai Fung, Ruan Wenan, He Liancheng, and other 8 students are the top 8 in total points for the second round. The burly man above the arena announced in a deep voice, they will advance directly to the 4th round. Kimura Tatsuya and another 128 students have ranked within the top 136 in total points for the second round and will enter the 3rd round to decide the 8 additional spots for the 4th round tomorrow. With the announcer's spirited voice, the second round of the 10 schools freshman fight officially ended. Where's the eldest senior brother? Haven't seen him. The freshman from the 6th Institute of Kunlun Martial University couldn't help but search for Li Yuan's figure above the ring. Damn. Brother Yuan is also putting on airs that Dan Tai Fung conceded and advanced to the top 8. Ji Yu Chang'an couldn't help but complain. Brother Yuan took first in total points and isn't even showing up here. Does putting on airs make one stronger? Ji Yuchang'an shook his head. No, it's not putting on airs that makes one stronger, but only the swagger of a true master is considered cool, Anong said, pretending to be profound. Otherwise, it's just being a clown. At 7 o'clock in the evening, as night fell. Whoosh! Li Yong arrived at Li Yuan's villa in a flying vehicle, a smile on his face. Teacher, Li Yuan, having received the news of Li Yang's visit, had been waiting in the living room. You did well today, Li Yong said with a smile as he sat down on the sofa. Have a seat. Li Yuan's victory over Kimura Tatsuya today allowed him to bask in glory in front of teachers from all schools, naturally bringing him great joy. Li Yuan sat down. Taking first in total points and giving the university a boost is not bad, Li Yong said with a smile, looking at Li Yuan with more and more satisfaction. Hardly, Li Yuan shook his head. Dan Taifeng conceded in the second round, otherwise, with his strength, taking first in total points would have been a piece of cake. Li Yuan was self-aware. First place in the second round's points? It was only a nominal title. Being humble is necessary, but there's no need to be overly modest, Li Yong said with a laugh. Dan Taifeng conceded, but Yu Ming and Guan Ying didn't, and neither did the elite students from other schools. Why didn't they take first place? Li Yong laughed. Isn't it because they're not as strong as you? Your ability to overshadow Yu Ming and Guan Ying has proved that you are no worse than the elite students of the top 3 martial arts schools in the world. Li Yuan nodded, not explaining any further. What, still worried about Dan Taifeng? Li Yong asked curiously. Yes, Li Yuan did not hide his concern. Teacher, to be honest, if it were against anyone else, like Garava, Yu Ming. Although I'm not absolutely certain of victory, I believe I would have a chance. Only with Dan Taifeng, if he uses his shield and sword, upon self-reflection, I'm more likely to lose than win. Li Yuan admitted honestly, my strength is still not enough. One should be realistic in their martial arts training, not falsely arrogant. A tough challenge is a tough challenge. Ha ha ha. Li Yong looked at Li Yuan with a smile. Actually, I never expected you to win. Li Yuan was taken aback. He didn't have hopes for me to win? Do you know who Dan Taifeng is? He is just a step away from reaching subtlety in his mind and spirit, Li Yong said with a smile. Among the freshmen at Starfire University, he's expected to compete for the top spot. The top spot at Starfire University is practically contending for the top spot worldwide. In other words, Dan Taifeng, in your cohort, has hopes of challenging for the worldwide first place, or at least the top 5, Li Yong stated solemnly. Li Yuan was surprised. Dan Taifeng was so formidable. He actually had the potential to challenge for the top spot worldwide. Normally, for a competition like the freshman fight of the 10 schools, Starfire University shouldn't choose their strongest students to participate. There's no point in honing them. The second tier of elites should be chosen according to custom. Li Yong shook his head, like Yu Ming, Guan Ying. That's why I previously thought you had a chance to fight for first place. This time, I don't know what the higher-ups at Starfire University were thinking to actually send him. Li Yuan listened quietly. So, with Dan Taifeng here, I stopped expecting you to take first place, Li Yong said with a laugh. Not that you're inferior to Dan Taifeng, it's just that the progress you've made in the past 6 months is even more remarkable. I believe you will definitely beat him in the future. But for now, you indeed fall short of him. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Dan Taifeng's strength was truly formidable. The 3rd and 4th rounds of match schedules are out, and you won't be facing Dan Taifeng prematurely, Li Yong said solemnly. That is to say, even if you two were to face each other, it would only be in the final match. The upper and lower halves of the tournament? Li Yuan mused. Yes. Li Yong said with a smile, so, my only requirement for you is to make it to the finals, ensuring a top 4 finish. Reaching the finals would be a victory. You don't need to bear any psychological burden. If you stop at the top 4, well, the rewards aren't much different from those for the champion or runner-up, and you'll still receive heavenly materials treasures. Li Yuan saw Li Yong off and then returned alone to the underground martial arts room. The lights came on, making the martial arts room bright as day. Li Yuan stood in the center with his spear, silently pondering Li Yang's words. In fact, Li Yang's words could be summarized in one sentence: it's okay to strive for second place. Second place? Li Yuan pondered silently. Li Yang was not wrong. In fact, he had clarified the situation to Li Yuan to avoid any major psychological burden on him. However, victory or defeat? Second place? Li Yuan shook his head, no longer dwelling on it, and continued to quietly refine his spear technique. Pursuing that profoundly mystical state. October 6th, the third round. There were no top-level masters among the competitors, so Li Yuan didn't go to watch, he just continued practicing on his own. That day, the other 8 spots for the top 16 were decided. October 7th, the fourth round. Kunlun Martial University had clear skies. Today, the final champion of the freshman fight of the 10 schools would be determined all the way from the top 16. Inside the underground martial arts room. At 8 in the morning, Li Yuan had not yet entered the virtual network and was video calling Lin Lanyue. So early? Li Yuan smiled. You're not competing, so classes shouldn't be cancelled, right? No general education classes this morning? In any martial arts university, there will be general education classes that teach various knowledge about history, humanities, the star realm's alien races, science and technology, weapons, and other areas. Have you been practicing the spear technique so much that you've forgotten the time? It's 1 in the afternoon over here, Lin Lanyue said with a smile, dressed in a white casual outfit today. I forgot, Li Yuan said with a laugh, shaking his head. There is a time difference between Lantis continent and Sha country. How about it? Are you confident about winning against Dan Taifeng? Lin Lanyue asked with a smile. The videos you gave me were very helpful, Li Yuan nodded. However, according to my teacher's account of his strength, I have at most a 30% chance of winning. 30%? Lin Lanyue's eyes sparkled slightly. A 30% chance is already quite high. You should know, when we just started our senior year, you had only recently reached the 3rd stage in skill realm, and he was already at the 4th level. On this year's Blue Star Youth ranking, he has always been way ahead, the absolute number 1. In just 1 year's time, your skill level has almost caught up with his, which is incredible, Lin Lanyue said. Still, it's a bit short, Li Yuan said with a smile. Victory or defeat will ultimately be decided by the battle. No one will laugh at you if you lose, and who knows, you might win. On the other hand, Dan Taifeng is the one under tremendous pressure. Lin Lanyue laughed. Log on. The match is about to start. All right. After ending the video call with Lin Lanyue, Li Yuan glanced subconsciously at his Divine Palace panel. Life level: 13.9, first rank, fist strength, 7,629 kilograms. Speed: 41.3 meters per second. Spiritual power: level 23.0. Spiritual awakening level: 25%, current limit 25%, physical quality not strong enough to withstand spiritual guidance. Skill realm: spear technique, 4th stage 83%, movement technique, 4th stage 73%, fist technique, 4th stage 83%. 4th stage 83% for the spear technique. In 2 days, my spear technique has improved by a full 3%. Li Yuan thought silently. My mind control over my body has also become more refined, allowing me to stir up the slightest traces of subtle vigor. Such a rate of improvement in the spear technique was terrifying. Stellar realm: after the battle with Kimura Tatsuya, I have gained some basic understanding. If I had more time, my spear technique would certainly become stronger, but, unfortunately, there's no more time, Li Yuan pondered silently. According to my teacher, he is just a hair's breadth away from grasping the flowing light imagery. His skill level should be higher than mine. Let's battle. As long as he hasn't reached subtlety with his mind, I still have a chance to hold on. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. Hold on, and there's a chance to win. He closed his eyes and stood still for a full minute, to completely calm his spirit. Then, he directly logged into the virtual network and entered the Starry Skies Fighting Network. Combat space. Even though there were still 20 minutes before the start of the 4th round of the match, the spectator platform was already swarming with people, hundreds of thousands gathering. Swoosh! Li Yuan appeared out of nowhere and immediately realized he didn't appear on the spectator platform. Instead, he was in the waiting area, very close to the combat ring. Single seats for each person. Li Yuan has arrived. Li Yuan. Seconds after Li Yuan appeared, bursts of cheers erupted from the spectator seats behind him. If at the start of the second round, the students of various martial arts universities in Xia country basically didn't know who Li Yuan was, then by the start of the fourth round, Li Yuan already had a significant reputation. Most students acknowledged that among Xia country's top 16 fighters, Dan Taifeng was the strongest, followed by Li Yuan, Yu Ming, Guan Ying, and a few others. Big brother, take the championship. Li Yuan, go for it. First place. The students from Kunlun Martial University were the most excited, as their seating area was right behind Li Yuan, not too far away. With a glance, Li Yuan spotted many familiar faces, such as Chu Jing, Ji Yu Cheng'an, and Dong Haifeng, already sitting among the crowd. Li Yuan. Finally, you're here, Li Yuan, two voices sounded next to him. Yang Hong. Wu Luo? Both of you made it into the top 16? Li Yuan looked at the two acquaintances sitting not far away with some surprise. So, Kunlun Martial University has 3 people who've broken into the top 16 this time. That's a very high ratio. Yang Hong and Wu Luo were momentarily stunned. You can't be serious, Li Yuan, Wu Luo couldn't help but say. Are we really that forgettable? We're in the top 16, after all. My bad, Li Yuan explained with a smile. From the end of the second round the day before yesterday until today, I've been practicing the spear technique. I really didn't pay attention to who made it into the top 16 in yesterday's matches. Li Yuan truly didn't know. The top 16? Is that strong? Oh, I see. Wu Luo realized Li Yuan wasn't targeting him and laughed. Then I'll introduce you to the other competitors. That one over there is Li Zhao from the East Sea Martial University, Wu Luo said with a smile. She specializes in. While Wu Luo, Li Yuan, and Yang Hong were chatting, the other top 16 contestants appeared one after another. At the same time, in the spectator space, various areas saw the arrival of some very quiet and low-profile students. Gong Mi, you're here too? A burly white youth with a full beard and striking blue eyes laughed. He was quite handsome. Salvatore, you're here as well. A black-clad young man laughed, his features very ordinary. Gong Mi, born in a small country within ASEAN, but endowed with supreme talent, his skills were almost on par with Dan Taifeng. The 3 of them were recognized as the 3 top-grade talents in Starfire University's current class. Sister, look, Scarrett has arrived. Wu Dongdong pointed to an inconspicuous black youth not far away. Lin Lanyue nodded and smiled. Dan Taifeng is participating in the 10 schools tournament for newcomers, and with the addition of Li Yuan, Garava, and a few other top-grade experts, it's almost like a preview of the global martial arts competition next February. Naturally, many people are interested in coming to watch. Higher up in the spectator space, here lays the gathering place for the teachers. Old Iron, you actually came? You didn't come to the newcomers' fights of the past few years, did you? This year's competition is out of the ordinary, so I came to have a look. That's true, the competition has a much higher value this year. As the finals day, the number of teachers from various schools who came to watch had far surpassed that of the previous 2 days. The number has exceeded 400 people. It must be known that each teacher is at least a high-level martial artist, and many are even top-grade martial artists. Although many teachers are from different schools, they have excellent private relationships, and it is rare for them to meet given the long distances in their daily lives. It can be said that today is a rare grand meeting that gathers so many powerful martial artists in one place. Time elapsed. Perhaps due to the fermentation and publicity of the past 2 days. As the competition time gradually approached, the number of spectators in the stands rapidly exceeded 600,000, gradually closing in on 700,000. This was already a new high for the number of people watching the 10 schools newcomers tournament. After all, this was just an internal competition, not open to the general public. Finally, the time came to 8:30. After 3 days of competition, our 10 schools newcomers tournament has finally reached the day of the final battle. The burly host appeared above the dueling stage, his voice excited. Today, the number of spectators has created a new historical high of the past 10 years, reaching an astonishing 640,000 people. I believe that the 16 martial arts geniuses from different schools will also definitely present everyone with a series of superbly brilliant genius battles today. The voice of the burly man echoed throughout the entire dueling space. As music began to play, the atmosphere on the scene also rose even more fervently. Good. First to start is today's round of 16 to 8 feet first match. The voice of the burly man vibrated, the first one, from the Martial Arts University of the East Seas country, Ono Satoshi. Swish. A young man from Sakura country appeared on the stage holding twin blades, 1.7 meters tall with an ordinary-looking face. Ono Satoshi. Ono Satoshi. Nearly 100,000 cheering students from Sakura country exclaimed excitedly. Ono Satoshi was another top expert that emerged from Sakura country after Kimura Tatsuya, with strong abilities, having swept through his opponents in the third round yesterday and entered the top 16. The other one, the martial arts genius from Starfire University Dantai Feng. The burly announcer's voice grew even more stirring, almost excited. Dantai Feng. Dantai Feng. Dantai Feng. The entire spectator platform immediately exploded with a tsunami of shouting, the sounds deafening, reverberating around the dueling stage. It was not only the several 100,000 spectators from Sha country shouting Dantai Feng's name but many from other countries as well. Can't help it. Strength represented everything. Dantai Feng's sweeping moves with twin blades through the cage fight in the second round and his decision to abstain showcased strength, confidence, and composure, easily attracting the worship of many students. Whoosh! Dantai Feng was also transported onto the stage, holding twin blades in his hands. He gave Ono Satoshi a sidelong glance and then closed his eyes, as if Ono Satoshi didn't matter to him at all. Bastard! Ono Satoshi cursed silently in his heart, he doesn't even bring a shield, he's underestimating me too much. Those who had made it into the top 16 were martial arts geniuses highly valued by their schools, and naturally, they would know about the strengths and intelligence of their opponents. Under the stage, such a show-off, Yang Hong couldn't help saying, Li Yuan, Wu Luo. Dantai Feng's way of looking at people with a slanted eye is kind of cool. It is cool, but also rather annoying. I suggest not copying it, Li Yuan laughed. He suddenly understood why Tian Dajuang had a problem with Dantai Feng. Watching someone show off and play cool every day, and not being able to beat them. It would annoy anyone. On the stage, following the end of the final 10-second countdown, Dantai Feng and Ono Satoshi instantly erupted into battle. Indeed instantly. Because, the moment the fight began, Ono Satoshi charged at Dantai Feng, both wielding twin blades. But just after a single exchange, Dantai Feng's blades whistled, and after only a few clashes of the blades, a dazzling arc of light suddenly shone and swept past Ono Satoshi's head. Death, until defeating his opponent, Dantai Feng stood on the stage, still with a slightly lifted head, a cold look on his face, looking so composed. This should be cool enough, Dantai Feng thought to himself. Seeing the combat scene, the entire spectator platform fell silent for a moment. He lost just after an exchange? He was one of the top 16, after all. But the silence lasted only for a moment. Dantai Feng. The next second, the vast spectator platform erupted with tsunami-like excited cheers. Only the tens of thousands of Sakura country spectators looked at each other, not knowing what to say. In fact, they knew Ono Satoshi was likely to lose, but who would have thought he would lose so miserably? So strong. Such a fast blade. The layman watches the excitement, the expert sees the subtleties. The faces of the 10 or so contestants watching closely below the stage changed. The second battle. The burly announcer's eyes seemingly sparkled, eagerly saying, "Let us welcome from Tianju country, Garava." And from Sha country's Kunlun Martial Arts University, the martial arts genius Li Yuan. The competitors who made it to the top 16 were all exceptional choices, with the majority being extraordinary, and the likelihood of them becoming high-rank prime warriors, or even top-grade origin martial artists in the future, was extremely high. For example, if it weren't for Li Yuan overshadowing them with his brilliance, Yang Hong and Wu Luo would have been capable of instigating a Battle of the Gemini Stars legend among the freshmen at Kunlun Martial University. But there was no doubt that among the top 16, there were those who were exceptionally dazzling, and Dan Taifeng was in a league of his own in strength. This was confirmed in the first match from the top 16 to the top 8. Li Yuan, Gaurava, Yu Ming, and Guan Ying, on the other hand, were recognized as the most powerful contenders for the Final Four. This was evident from the fact that all four of them had total points exceeding 90 in the second round. However, most of the spectators had not anticipated that, as early as in the round of 16, Li Yuan and Gaurava would face each other. What's going on? With their strength, they should at least encounter each other in the top 4, right? How come they meet in the first match of the fourth round? Are they targeting someone? The organizer is Shaw Country. Could it be they are targeting Gaurava? The hundreds of thousands of spectators on the spectator platform were suddenly abuzz with discussion. Most of them had not paid attention to the match schedule in advance. Or rather, among the 136 elite students who entered the third round, even if they knew their own schedule, they wouldn't leak it. Gaurava. Defeat that Shaw Country person. Li Yuan. Waves of roaring cheers suddenly erupted from the vast spectator platform, with both Shaw Country and Tianju Country spectators vigorously cheering on their sides. Gaurava is the strongest. Li Yuan, beat the hell out of that loser. Li Yuan. On the spectator screen, a massive amount of comments were being rapidly posted, and the support levels for both sides were nearly even for a while. There was no helping it. Tianju Country was the only one that could compete with Shaw Country in terms of the number of spectators. One side was close to 300,000 spectators, the other was over 200,000, and the majority of the spectator platform was occupied by these two countries. Whatever the reason, the match between the two ratcheted up the atmosphere of the combat space to its peak. People like Yu Ming and Guan Ying were already watching the two on the stage with their eyes wide open. Even Dan Taifeng, who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, was actually peering through a slit in his eyelids, stealthily watching the match. Everyone knew, Li Yuan versus Gaurava would undoubtedly be a pinnacle duel in the freshman battles of the 10 schools. While the atmosphere outside the ring was explosive, the two on the stage were both exceptionally calm. Li Yuan, I didn't expect to encounter you so soon. You're strong, but I'm certain I'll win, said Gaurava, his dark skin making him look quite ordinary. He wore a smile on his face, but his eyes conveyed a strong sense of conviction. Certain to win? Li Yuan smiled and said, that's what I think as well. I certainly don't want to miss the heavenly materials treasures. By making it to the top 16, there was already a reward of 20 million Blue Star coins. And according to the schedule, as long as they could defeat one another, their next opponent in the top 8 would be quite weak, almost certainly unable to stop them. Once they broke into the top 4, they would be awarded heavenly materials treasures. For martial path geniuses like them, this was undoubtedly an astonishing temptation. Both of them were filled with a desire for victory. They could both feel the other's strong intent to battle, and neither said anything more. Then, the battle erupted completely. Boom! Gaurava charged fiercely, his speed instantly at its peak. In his dark combat armor, he was like a dark shadow, brutally pouncing towards Li Yuan. Who? Li Yuan held his spear in both hands, legs apart, and his body slightly leaning forward, already in a defensive stance. Ha! Gaurava roared suddenly as he closed in, his long spear striking like a venomous snake, bursting forth like a vortex in the water, whistling as it thrust forward. The image of the spear changed unpredictably, mystifying and elusive, as if it had created dozens of afterimages, making it difficult to discern which one was the actual spear tip. Li Yuan was completely enveloped. Just this move alone was enough to instantly kill any fourth-rank opponent. Seeing this spectacle, many spectators from the Shaw Country couldn't help but cry out in amazement. Gaurava took the aggressive first attack, displaying fierce momentum. Wish! 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 Slash! Li Yuan's footwork shifted. He retreated like lightning while his long spear danced in his hands, its tip tracing astonishing arcs of light around him, creating a huge sphere of spears to completely envelop himself. Clang! 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 The two long spears collided midair like lightning, countless images of the spears intertwining. The exchange was so fast that to many of the onlookers, it seemed as if 5 or 6 spears were clashing. Stellar as round. The spear tip draws a circle. Li Yuan was utmost calm, his spear striking repeatedly, seemingly flustered, fending off Gaurava's onslaught. But in actuality, no matter if it was a straight thrust, parry, flick, cleave, or press, Li Yuan's range of attack always stayed within an arc. Within this range, no matter how wildly Gaurava attacked or thrust fiercely, he could hardly advance an inch. As I thought, just as I predicted, if I defend with all my might, this Gaurava can't shake me in the slightest. Li Yuan was as nonchalant as a light breeze, his heart serene. He had already decided that he could probably win with an offensive approach against Gaurava. But that was not Li Yuan's goal. His true target was Dan Taifeng. Gaurava? In Li Yuan's eyes, he was just another whetstone. If he couldn't even defend against a Gaurava, how could he talk about defending against Dan Taifeng's blade? Bang! Bang! Gaurava thrust and hacked furiously time after time. His combat style was completely different from that of Kimura Tatsua's. He pursued a style of violent and fierce attacks, aiming to crush his opponents with absolute power and speed. In the past, when facing top warriors in his own school, this strategy had been invincible. But against Li Yuan, all his attacks were rendered ineffective and repelled. They say that prolonged defense will lead to defeat. How can he defend to such an extent? Gaurava could hardly believe it, his heart gradually sinking. Attack! He had already attacked to the limit, but he still couldn't touch Li Yuan. Comfortable. The more Li Yuan defended, the more comfortable he felt. At this moment, amidst the shouts of hundreds of thousands of spectators in this unique environment, Li Yuan vaguely felt he was getting closer and closer to fully grasping that distinct rhythm. On the spectator platform, hundreds of thousands of students from various martial arts universities had already been shaken by the duel between the two. Previously, whether it was Gaurava or Li Yuan, both of them had swept through the second round without anyone being able to withstand their two spears. Now that they had encountered each other, the battle had escalated to such an extent. One's spear technique was wild and fierce, truly embodying the reputation of the spear as the king of the battlefield. The other had been defending throughout, like an immovable mountain, blocking the opponent's relentless barrages one after another. Gaurava. He's forcing Li Yuan to defend, powerful. The Tianzhu country's audience cheered excitedly. Li Yuan. Li Yuan. In every battle, as long as Li Yuan can hold his defense, once he counterattacks, he will easily crush the enemy. The Xia country spectators believed this firmly. Gaurava is losing. A top-grade origin martial artist teacher on the high spectator platform whispered, prolonged defense will lead to defeat. In a spear technique duel, the attacker usually has the absolute advantage, but he simply cannot shake Li Yuan's defense. Li Yuan's skill level is clearly much higher, more teachers commented. Stellar as a circle. Li Yuan's spear technique has truly captured some of the essence of the stellar spear technique. This progress is frightening. Genius. His spear technique defense gives me the illusion that it simply cannot be broken. According to his file, he only reached the 4th stage skill realm in March. That's outrageous. These teachers were at least in the subtle technique realm, and many were at 5th stage skill. How many spear techniques had they seen? Their standards were exceptionally high, and they quickly realized the actual situation on the platform. Li Yuan's spear. Stellar charm. Li Yang, as Li Yuan's teacher, found it somewhat incredible. Has his spear technique improved greatly from before? He had previously concluded that Li Yuan could not win because as of September 30th, he had just finished teaching Li Yuan and felt that Li Yuan was far from entering subtlety with his heart and soul. How much time had passed since then? Only a week. He is a true fighting genius. The more he fights and feels pressure, the more it stimulates his potential, Dean Shu said in a soft voice. Li Yang, you really found a treasure. Your student is an inconceivable genius of the martial path. He has grasped the true essence of the stellar realm. Give him time, and he will surely enter the realm of subtlety with his heart and soul. If before there was no hope of him winning against Dan Tai Fung, now, there's a 30% chance, Ding Shu affirmed. 30%? Li Yong nodded slightly. He was well aware that Ding Shu was a high-rank 5th-stage master, very close to becoming a flying heaven warrior. His judgment was more precise than his own. He's about to win, Ding Shu suddenly said. Not far away. Gaurava, the black-robed elder, Ba Chang, sighed inwardly as he watched the intense clash on the platform. It's a pity. He happened to come up against Li Yuan. As Gaurava's teacher, and a top-grade origin martial artist, he could see the terror in Li Yuan. That immovable defense. The long spear like a circle, as steady as Mount Tai, was far too stable, completely suppressing Gaurava. The switch between offense and defense often came down to who was stronger and who was weaker. He's going to lose. The black-robed elder Ba Chang felt rather helpless within, thinking that if Gaurava encountered Yu Ming or Guan Ying, he would have had a chance to win. Only Li Yuan. This Li Yuan, he even has a chance at victory against Dan Tai Fung, Ba Chang lamented internally. Gaurava is going to lose. Some of the competitors in the preparation area also realized this. This spear technique? Unbeknownst to himself, Dan Tai Fung had opened his eyes, his pupils gleaming. The stellar realm? Interesting. Kunlun Martial University has actually brought forth such a master. Finally, my time isn't wasted. Dan Tai Fung was not concerned but rather excited about Li Yuan's emergence. He was anticipating the battle with a strong adversary. On the platform, Gaurava became increasingly panicked and alarmed as he fought because he realized that Li Yuan's defense was becoming more and more composed. He was beginning to counterattack. No, to be precise, it wasn't Li Yuan counter-attacking, but an instinctive change within his spear momentum during the transition. The core of the stellar spear technique wasn't rigid defense, but defense as a form of attack. Yet, it was Li Yuan's casual counter during a defense that made Gaurava increasingly disheveled. I must win. Gaurava gritted his teeth. He continued to attack fiercely, hoping to find a sliver of life. But as time slipped by, his stamina began to decline. Being the attacker, his energy consumption was inevitably greater, and his spear speed had begun to slow unknowingly. Suddenly, pooh! As if through a tacit understanding or a subconscious action, after blocking another attack from Gaurava, Li Yuan's long spear swiftly transitioned and abruptly thrust out with an explosive burst. From defense to offense, naturally as if ordained by the heavens. This spear thrust, propelled by more vigor than any of Li Yuan's previous attacks, had mobilized the subtlest strengths within his body. The situation changed in that instant. The speed of this spear thrust skyrocketed to a terrifying level. Pooh! One spear cleaved through the vast sky, and in the next second, Gaurava's figure had already turned ethereal. Impressive. Gaurava opened his mouth as his figure completely dissipated. One spear. Gaurava, defeated. The meaning of the stellar. Li Yuan, holding the long spear, stood quietly in place and murmured to himself. In defense, unshakable, like the vast earth. In attack, like the stellar burst, an unstoppable force. Through the battle with Gaurava, Li Yuan's understanding of the meaning of the stellar had indeed taken another step forward. His eyes glanced at a section of the Divine Palace panel. Skill realm. Spear technique, 4th stage 85%, movement technique, 4th stage 73%, fist technique, 4th stage 86%. Li Yuan had secured the second spot in the top 8. Whoosh! Li Yuan returned to the waiting area below the ring, but what about Gaurava? He had been eliminated, so naturally, he couldn't wait in the preparation zone. Li Yuan, impressive, so awesome. To think he defeated Gaurava with just one strike. Yang Hong and Wu Luo, sitting on both sides, were genuinely moved and full of admiration. They had always known the gap between themselves and Li Yuan was wide, which was evident during the entrance competition. But it wasn't until today, when they witnessed the fight between Li Yuan and Gaurava, that they realized just how colossal the gap had become. Thank you. Li Yuan smiled lightly, his heart not filled with too much joy. It was just a victory over Gaurava, after all. having had an epiphany from his battle with Kimura Tatsuya, and after concentrating on his training for 2 more days, Li Yuan hadn't considered anyone besides Dan Taifeng as his opponent. As Li Yuan had expected, Gurava's strength was formidable, but still unable to pose a real threat to him. Li Yuan, Dan Taifeng is watching you, Wu Luo suddenly said. Oh! Li Yuan couldn't help but turn his head to look at Dan Taifeng, sitting far away. Dan Taifeng was wearing a self-perceived handsome smile. 1. He suddenly exploded with power, defeating Gurava with a single strike. Li Yuan is too monstrous. How fierce. Li Yuan was indifferent to the result of the match, but the entire spectator platform was thoroughly ablaze with excitement, especially the several 100,000 spectators from Sha country, all brimming with immense pride. The first match was won by Dan Taifeng and the second by Li Yuan. In their eyes, both were victories for Sha country. Gurava actually lost. Despite having a great advantage, he carelessly lost. Gurava is really useless. Poor mentality. Over 200,000 student spectators from Tianzhu country felt extremely uncomfortable. The people of Tianzhu are idiots. I always said that Lord Li Yuan is the strongest. The champion will definitely be between Lord Li Yuan and Dan Taifeng, and my money's on Lord Li Yuan. Many spectators from Sakura country were ironically singing praises of Li Yuan. In the midst of intense discussion and cheering, the matches for the top 16 continued one after another. There was a constant emergence of victors. However, none of the matches were as fiercely intense as the fight between Li Yuan and Gurava. After 6 more battles, the top 8 were decided for the freshman competition of the 10 schools: Dan Taifeng, Li Yuan, Yu Ming, Guan Ying, Wu Luo, Vikram, Li Mingyue, and Kimura Tatsuya. The last of the top 8 was Kimura Tatsuya. After a fierce struggle against He Liancheng from Polestar Martial Arts University, he finally triumphed, albeit with difficulty. What a pity! It was so close. He Liancheng also possessed intermediate-level 4th rank skills, and his strength was extremely formidable. If he had won, then Sha country could have occupied 7 spots in the top 8. The several 100,000 Sha country spectators all felt somewhat regretful and displeased. But in reality, this was already highly remarkable, because, even with Kimura Tatsuya struggling into the top 8, 6 spots were occupied by martial arts geniuses from Sha country. Li Yuan, Wu Luo, haha, in the top 8, our Kunlun Martial University has 2 spots. Kyoto Martial University doesn't have a single one. The freshmen from Kunlun Martial University were somewhat excited and crazy with joy. At this moment, under the atmosphere fostered by the competition space, the sense of belonging towards the school and the country for the vast majority was far higher than usual. All spectators hoped that the martial arts prodigies from their own schools and countries would perform even better. 10 minutes of rest. The quarterfinals will continue. Li Yuan, go for it. I have to stop at the top 8, Wu Luo said casually in the preparation area, but making it into the top 8 and Yang Hong not making it at all. Feels great. It proves that I'm indeed the real number 2 among the freshmen at Kunlun Martial University, Wu Luo said seriously, hoping for Li Yuan's acknowledgement. Lack some confidence? Li Yuan smiled, go all out, and who knows, maybe you'll even flip Dan Taifeng. That's right. According to the schedule, the first match of the quarterfinals was Wu Luo against Dan Taifeng. Bro, stop making fun of me. Wu Luo shook his head. I know I'm not strong enough, but I have good judgment. Apart from you, none of us stands a chance against Dan Taifeng. There's only one possibility if we want to win. What possibility? Li Yuan was curious. That he tries to act too cocky and lets us use both hands, both feet, plus a head, Wu Luo replied matter-of-factly. 10 minutes later, the 4 matches of the quarterfinals officially began. In the first match, Dan Taifeng, still using his dual blades, faced Wu Luo. In terms of strength, Wu Luo was on par with Ono Satoshi, who Dan Taifeng had defeated in the first round. But perhaps out of respect for his compatriot, Dan Taifeng gave Wu Luo considerable face, clashing with him for dozens of moves before finally killing him. In the second match, Yu Ming faced Li Mingyue in an internal battle for Sha country, and Yu Ming ultimately secured the victory, claiming a spot in the top 4. The third match was Li Yuan against Kimura Tatsuya. That's right, in the crucial match of the quarterfinals, Kimura Tatsuya was up against Li Yuan once more. Lord Li Yuan, your strength is formidable and I respect it. Kimura Tatsuya was much calmer and more humble than during their previous encounter. But please allow me to defend the dignity of a warrior. I will never surrender. I also hope that you will go all out, Kimura Tatsuya said earnestly. He had no illusions of winning, and he was well aware that, whether facing Yu Ming or Guan Ying, his chances of victory were slim. All right, Li Yuan said succinctly. A minute later, Li Yuan, who had launched a series of 6 rapid and ferocious strikes, pierced Kimura Tatsuya's throat with his spear tip. Kimura Tatsuya's eyes were wide as his figure vanished in an instant, as if he wanted to say something. You're the one who asked me to go all out, Li Yuan shrugged. This was the fastest quarterfinal match. Heavenly Materials treasures in hand, Li Yuan smiled. His basic goal for this freshman battle of the 10 schools had been achieved. Next, it was time to completely relax and go all out for the final. Up to now, the first 3 of the top 4 had been decided. Dan Taifeng, Yu Ming, and Li Yuan. The last spot in the top 4 would be contested between Guan Ying and Vikram. But, to the surprise of almost everyone, Guan Ying, the top genius from Starfire University and the female swordswoman who had demonstrated amazing strength in the 2nd and 4th rounds, lost the most critical quarterfinal match to Vikram from Tianzhu country. Guan Ying lost. She's the top genius of Starfire University. How could she lose? The spectator platform erupted in shock. Especially the viewers from Sha country, who had been prepared for the best-case scenario of all 4 top talents in the semifinals being from Sha country's martial path. Unexpectedly, a dark horse emerged at the last moment. 1. Vikram. Top 4. The Tianzhu country viewers were completely wild with excitement. Who could have imagined? After Tianzhu country's most promising contender, Gaurava, lost to Li Yuan, the underestimated Vikram miraculously turned the tables. Successfully breaking into the top 4. Making it to the top 4 was a completely different thing than the top 8. Vikram, such strong soft sword technique. He uses twin swords too, but his sword technique is even more unpredictable. Another high-rank 4th level, the 3 victorious contenders, Li Yuan, Yu Ming, and Dan Taifeng, all focused their attention on Vikram, who had just fought hard to get into the top 4. They could all see that Guan Ying had indeed been a bit careless, but Vikram's strength was truly formidable, and he had been hiding his true power. When he finally unleashed it, he caught Guan Ying completely off guard. 1. Gaurava, this time, I've surpassed you. Vikram was also extremely excited, having reached high-rank 4th level less than half a month ago. But he had not ventured into the Starry Skies fighting network, waiting instead for the opportunity to burst onto the scene in the 10 schools freshman battle. Throughout the competition, tens of thousands of viewers from Tianzhu country had been following Gaurava, while Vikram, despite also making it to the top 16, received very little attention. But today, he had made it to the top 4. This was the charm of martial path duels. Victory and defeat. Until the very last moment, one could never know who was stronger. Made it into the top 4. My next opponent is Dan Taifeng. Vikram harbored a slight hope in his heart. I'm high-rank 4th level, and he's the same. Although my teacher said I'm absolutely no match for him. But, there's always a glimmer of hope. Vikram's initial goal was to make it into the top 4. But now that he had really stormed into the finals of the competition, a greater ambition began to sprout in his heart. This Vikram can really hold back, the teachers from various countries in the higher-level spectator space were all discussing. Without a doubt, the most eye-catching battle during the top 8 was Vikram's. Damn it, the black-robed elder, Ba Chang, felt as miserable as if he had eaten shit. Because, he watched his arch-enemy, Niru, also a martial path professor from Tianzhu, receiving many congratulations. Both from Sha country, why can't Guan Ying be as strong as Li Yuan? The black-robed elder Ba Chang grumbled internally. The critical top 4 had been decided, and the competition continued without any break. It immediately started the real semifinals. The two semifinals will determine the two true finalists. The burly host was incredibly excited. The first semifinal is between Li Yuan from Kunlun Martial University, known as the strongest defender of this competition's martial path Talentsa. He will face Yu Ming from Starfire University, known for his ferocious attacks. Cheers filled the entire spectator space, plunging into the revelry of the Sha country viewers. The viewers from other countries were relatively quiet, and some from countries like Sakura Country and ASEAN had even begun to leave. Because this was an internal competition for Sha country, as their own competitors had all been eliminated. On the stage, Li Yuan, I reckon I'm no match for you. Yu Ming was very calm, speaking in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I only hope for one thing. What is it? Li Yuan asked, perplexed. After making it to the finals, beat that show-off Dan Tai Fung, Yu Ming said softly. Immediately after, without waiting for Li Yuan to react. Boom! Yu Ming had already lunged at Li Yuan, who, after a moment of surprise, waited with his spear. This battle. Li Yuan and Yu Ming fought fiercely for a long time. To be exact, this battle was purely a replica of Li Yuan's fight against Garava. Li Yuan focused solely on defense, continuing to hone his spear technique. As for Yu Ming, he claimed to be not as good as Li Yuan, but when it came to the real fight, he also went all out, not holding back in the slightest in his attacks. His offensive was even stronger than Garava's, without falling short in any aspect. Ultimately, after more than 10 minutes of intense combat, they provided the over 700,000 spectators with an exceptionally brilliant offensive and defensive battle. Li Yuan won this battle, and just before the final burst of his spear. Yu Ming, thank you, Li Yuan projected this voice, bringing the battle to an absolute end. The intense battle with Yu Ming allowed Li Yuan to gain deeper insight and brought him one step closer to a true breakthrough. The finals. A glint of light flashed through Li Yuan's eyes as he vanished from the platform. Senior brother won. He's entered the finals. The students of Kunlun Martial Arts University were becoming increasingly excited. That Yu Ming is Starfire University's top genius, and he was still defeated by senior brother. Take down the championship. Number 1. Many students from Kunlun Martial University excitedly shouted out for the championship. Facing one strong opponent after another. Still, he swept away all his opponents, advancing into the final bout with his revealed formidable power. This not only inspired admiration among the freshmen of the 6th Institute of Kunlun Martial University but also pride and respect from all the new students of Kunlun Martial University. First defeating Garava, then Yu Ming, Li Yuan's strength has been proven, Li Yong said with a smile. I hope he can fight to his heart's content without pressure in the final battle. Dean Shu nodded. Li Yuan's performance had far exceeded their expectations. Soon, the second match of the semifinals unfolded between Dan Tai Fung and Vikram. When Dan Tai Fung appeared on the platform, the weapon in his hands once again surprised many, including Li Yuan. Because Dan Tai Fung's weapon was not switched to a saber and shield but was still a pair of swords. Still using dual swords. Vikram felt insulted. Tianju man, I'll teach you how to use dual swords, Dan Tai Fung said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Vikram became thoroughly enraged. You Sha countryman are too arrogant. Although he also used dual swords, they were the weapons he had used since childhood, and when combined with his soft sword technique, they maximized his power. Dan Tai Fung, as far as he knew, the strongest weapon configuration was always the saber and shield. Arrogant? Vikram, Dan Tai Fung said with a slight smile, do you know the difference between arrogance and confidence? Vikram was stunned for a moment. Strength. Dan Tai Fung murmured to himself, striking a dashing pose, when my saber slashes across your neck, no one will call me arrogant anymore. Flames almost spewed from Vikram's eyes. You defeated my teammate. Therefore, you still deserve my respect, Dan Tai Fung said lightly. I will bring out my true strength to send you off. That moment. Fuck. Vikram couldn't hold back any longer, brandishing his dual swords and charging with a whoosh. Swift as lightning. He lunged directly at Dan Tai Fung, his combat sabers raised high, ready to strike his opponent in the next second. Soft sword technique. Too slow. Dan Tai Fung said with a gentle shake of his head, his eyes slightly narrowed, at the very instant before their weapons could clash. Boom! Dan Tai Fung finally moved, his burst speed surpassing Vikram by a wide margin, his dual sabers slicing through the air like terrifying streaks of flowing light. Clang! Clang! 4 terrifying streams of saber light intersected like lightning, then blood splattered. Thud! Vikram crashed heavily onto the ground, with blood on his neck, his body gradually dispersing. Only you left, Li Yuan, Dan Tai Fung said with a smile, looking down at Li Yuan, whose expression was solemn. Flowing light imagery. Subtlety of the mind. In the higher-level spectator space, the teachers were all abuzz with amazement, staring at the scene in shock. On the spectator platform, the hundreds of thousands of spectators, limited by their vision, couldn't clearly see the split-second burst from Dan Tai Fung just now. They could only feel that Dan Tai Fung was powerful, managing to slay Vikram within 10 blows. However, in the higher-level spectator space, the prime warrior teachers from various universities were able to analyze the mystery from Dan Tai Fung's sudden outbreak. In the virtual duel, physical quality is the same for everyone, and Vikram is also of the 4th level high rank. It should stand to reason that even if Dan Tai Fung held an advantage, it wouldn't be such an overwhelming victory. There's only one possibility. A mind refined to subtlety. He has tapped into the body's subtle vigor to a great extent. It gave him a burst speed and strength comparable to a level 12 martial artist. Mind refined to subtlety. And his sword, terrifyingly fast, that kind of extreme radiance, is definitely flowing light imagery. The teachers rapidly exchanged ideas and quickly came to a consensus. Incredible. It's only his first year, October. Shaw country's number 1. No. The number 1 in the whole world. The teachers all sighed in amazement. A mind refined to subtlety, if observed in someone in their mid-20s and in their 4th or 5th year, could indeed be called a martial path prodigy. But there's a large crowd of such individuals globally. But on a freshman who had just entered university a few months ago, that was extremely rare. In all martial arts universities across the globe, among the freshmen, there probably was only this one case. Keep in mind, it's only October now. It's only been 3 months since the new students enrolled. Just a freshman, his physical quality certainly isn't high, and his spiritual power isn't strong either, said the dean of East Sea Martial University, unable to help himself, yet he can refine his mind to subtlety? Even if he can't have a breakthrough in a short time, by the time he is a 3rd year and becomes a prime warrior, he will definitely be able to step into 5th stage skill. Yes, the threshold of the 5th stage will definitely not stop him. Truly a genius. Many teachers nodded, moved by the thought. To progress a skill from 4th level perfection to the 5th stage is extremely difficult. Even in Starfire University, Starry Sky University, and Blackstone University, there are very few students at the 5th stage skill. An ordinary martial arts university? It's hard to find even one throughout the whole student body. But at this moment, nearly all the teachers believed that Dan Tai Fung would reach the 5th stage during his university years. Why? Foundations. Weak physical quality, insufficient spiritual power, insufficient experience, etc., all lead to much poorer comprehension. Spiritual power in particular. Whether it's a mind refined to subtlety or the higher level, 5th stage heaven and man, the requirement for spiritual power is very high. Normally speaking, if the spiritual power isn't strong enough, it's nearly impossible to break through to the 5th stage. Therefore, for a genius like Dan Tai Fung who has already refined his mind to subtlety, just ensuring normal cultivation until he becomes a prime warrior, his foundation will be much stronger than it is now. With his comprehension, stepping into the 5th stage is almost a sure thing. Li Yuan won't win. It's not that Li Yuan isn't strong enough, but that Dan Tai Fung is just too abnormal. Even the teachers who were originally somewhat optimistic about Li Yuan now almost unanimously believed that Dan Tai Fung would win. They couldn't imagine how Dan Tai Fung could lose. What should we do? Dean Shu looked towards Li Yong. A trace of worry flickering in his eyes. Should we inform Li Yuan? There's no need. Li Yong gently shook his head. Let it be a trial for him. Ever since he entered the university, he has been advancing by leaps and bounds. Perhaps this is a good opportunity for him to become more vigilant. Dean Shu calmed down. There's little difference between the champion and runner-up rewards. Tempering his edge isn't a bad thing. Vikram was defeated in a single encounter. Dan Tai Fung has become this strong? Gong Mi and the White Youth, Salvatore, on the spectator platform also changed their expressions. To instantly slay Vikram, I can't do it, Salvatore's gaze narrowed. In terms of strength, he was previously the implied #1 among the new freshmen at Starfire University. But now, it seemed that Dan Tai Fung was the strongest. Li Yuan, he's really in trouble, Tian Dazhuang frowned, having come to watch as well. It wasn't just the three of them. Many of the top talents from Starry Sky University and Blackstone University who had come to watch also had their expressions change. With the level and acumen of these top talents at 4th level high rank, even if they couldn't immediately discern the subtleties, they could feel the terror exuding from Dan Tai Fung. Sis, you're saying he has already grasped the flowing light imagery? His mind has been refined to subtlety? Dongdong's mouth was agape, in disbelief. She hadn't seen it at all. I can't be entirely certain, but judging from the outcome, Vikram would not be careless against Dan Tai Fung and still was instantly killed. There's a 90% chance, Lan Yue gently shook her head. Doesn't that mean Li Yuan is bound to lose? Dongdong couldn't help saying. Winning or losing isn't important now, Lan Yue said with a smile. Dongdong was stunned. Not important to win or lose. Then what was important? What's important is to see how much Li Yuan can gain. It's just a virtual battle after all. Dan Tai Fung had already been transported off the stage. A mind refined to subtlety? But in Li Yuan's mind, the blade that had suddenly exploded forth just now was still echoing. Li Yuan, who had gone over the video sent by Lan Yue dozens of times, clearly remembered the scene where the master exhibited the flowing light imagery. The sword-like flowing light, brilliant as a river. It was strikingly similar to the blade light that Dan Tai Fung had just displayed. The opponent's strength, already terrifying to the extreme, far surpassed what Li Yuan had anticipated before. The likelihood of my winning. Li Yuan suddenly showed a slight smile. Good, then it will be a battle without any burden. Li Yuan's mentality was excellent. If before he was beset with worries, now that he had recognized the reality, he became even more composed. What comes next is the final match of this 10 schools freshman battle, which will determine the ultimate champion and runner-up, the burly announcer said with a rousing voice. Their strength, if placed in any of the previous 10 editions of the 10 schools freshman battle, stands a great chance of claiming the championship. But today, only one of them is destined to stand on the stage. Please welcome Dan Tai Fung, Li Yuan. Whoosh, whoosh. Dan Tai Fung and Li Yuan, having already selected their weapons, immediately followed from the preparation area into the ring, standing 50 meters apart and facing each other. The 10-second countdown began. You're using a sword and shield? Why not continue with dual swords? Li Yuan looked at the weapons in Dan Tai Fung's hands. One hand held a sword, the other a shield. It should be noted that all previous opponents had been directly taken down by Dan Tai Fung with dual swords. This was the first conversation between Li Yuan and Dan Tai Fung in the current new students competition among the 10 schools. The conversation could only be heard by the two of them. The attack of dual swords is stronger, but the defense is much weaker, Dan Tai Fung said with a rare smile. Your defense is strong, and I can see that you are very, very close to achieving subtlety. Using dual swords is indeed cooler, but there's a 1% chance I won't break through your defense. Once I can't break through, it becomes troublesome. Dan Tai Fung said lightly, showing off is only scary when you end up falling flat on your face. As the challenger, you lose, it's not shameful. If I lose face big time. So I chose the sword and shield. You don't have the slightest chance of winning, Dan Tai Fung said with a laugh. It might not be as cool, but at least I won't lose face. When I show off, I only do so with absolute certainty. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly, but he had to admit, Dan Tai Fung had quite a character. He seemed to like the spotlight, but deep down was the word, steady. Too cautious. Despite his skills far surpassing his own, he still chose to take up a shield in the end. All right, Li Yuan said with a nod and a smile, Then let me see just how strong Sha country's #1 of our generation really is. Wrong. Dan Tai Fung gently shook his head, lifting it slightly. I am not the #1 in Sha country for this generation. Buddha the #1 in the world for this generation. With that said, Dan Tai Fung adjusted his stance slightly and quietly watched Li Yuan. 1 second, 2 seconds. The countdown to battle had already ended. The spectator platform was boiling over. All the spectators were staring at the two competitors on the stage, watching their ultimate showdown. Why aren't you attacking? Dan Tai Fung finally couldn't resist. I'm waiting for you. Li Yuan also got into a defensive spear stance and shook his head. If I actively attack you, wouldn't that be seeking death? Dan Tai Fung was stunned for a moment. He had met his match. In Dan Tai Feng's view, whoever acted first would show weakness. But he only hesitated for a second. If I keep waiting, others will think I'm scared of Li Yuan, which would do even greater damage to my image of a master. Dan Tai Fung finally made his move. Boom. His figure shot out tens of meters in an instant, like lightning, charging towards Li Yuan. Kill. Li Yuan gripped his long spear tightly, staring intently at Dan Tai Fung, and thrust his spear out vigorously. The decisive battle erupted, when they saw the fight finally break out. Li Yuan. Dan Tai Fung. Go for it. Nearly 800,000 spectators on the spectator platform were utterly fired up, shouting excitedly, their voices shrill. Especially the several 100,000 spectators from Sha country, to them who won didn't make much difference. What was important was that the duel was thrilling enough. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dan Tai Fung held the sword in one hand, with sharp and relentless blade flashes, striking at Li Yuan time and time again. Clang! Pong! Pong! Li Yuan maneuvered the shadow of his long spear with all his might, using his entire body's vigor. While resisting the sword flashes, he sidestepped and retreated quickly, not allowing Dan Tai Fung to get close. Normally, in a duel between spear and sword, the long spear would take the absolute advantage with the initiative to attack. A longer reach equates to greater strength. However, once the battle truly commenced, Li Yuan found that Dan Tai Feng's sword light was exceptionally fast, so fast that it sent shivers down his spine. Most importantly, it seemed as if Dan Tai Fung anticipated each of Li Yuan's moves, effortlessly blocking all of Li Yuan's counterattacks. Li Yuan was completely suppressed. Subtlety, vigor as delicate as silk. Li Yuan was well aware that it wasn't that Dan Tai Fung could truly predict the future. It was purely because his realm was higher, his speed and strength faster, that each of his strikes could preemptively counter. Clang! After another collision of sword and spear, Li Yuan was forced to retreat once more. I can't hold him off, indeed, I am not his opponent. Li Yuan had completely given up attacking, feeling the dread of the sword light like flowing light. A single sword was forcing him to defend with all his might. Even to the extent that from beginning to end, Dan Tai Fung had not yet made use of the shield in his left hand. If Dan Tai Fung were using dual swords in this battle, I would probably have already lost, Li Yuan thought bitterly, sharply focusing on the terrifying sword lights slicing his way. Li Yuan understood that the outcome of today's battle was no longer of much significance. The opponent's realm was far superior to his by a wide margin. If Dan Tai Fung had simply pursued victory over him, Li Yuan would already have been defeated in the exchanges of the past dozen moves. Then, let this be a trial by combat. Boom! 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 The two exchanged blows like lightning, but for some reason, Dan Tai Fung continued to suppress Li Yuan without going all out. It was as if he was consciously holding back and honing Li Yuan. Gradually, Li Yuan, who had been mere steps away from a breakthrough in comprehension, suddenly found his mind filled with images of two masters fighting in a video Lin Lanyue had shown him. The spear tip arcs a halo, its shaft like a straight path. Vast as the stars, Li Yuan was completely immersed in the battle, enjoying the fight, and unknowingly, special changes began to appear in the spear technique he executed. That's it. Li Yuan, vaguely sensing an opportunity, finally grasped that indescribable state. At that moment, his mind completely attuned to every corner of his body, he felt the slightest thread of vigor hidden within. Boom! Li Yuan felt the vigor throughout his body being fully excavated, countless subtle threads of force converging into one. His speed and strength continuously increased, surpassing his past limits. His power erupted stronger and stronger. The speed of his long spear grew faster and faster. Subtlety. The spear as the stars. Li Yuan had a revelation. His spear technique underwent a complete transformation, displaying the Starfire 5 forms with an entirely different charm. Clang. 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 Li Yuan, who was initially struggling to defend, gradually started to truly fend off Dan Tai Feng's sword technique. A breakthrough during battle. He's actually breaking through? Dan Tai Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. How intriguing. Boom. 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 The two clashed like lightning. Li Yuan's long spear vibrated continuously, its movements as rolling stars and dancing dragons and snakes, and had already blocked Dan Tai Feng's long sword time and time again. Dan Tai Feng was still attacking with all his might. His speed and strength still surpassed Li Yuan's, but he no longer had an overwhelming advantage. Time and time again, his sword attacks were rendered ineffective in front of Li Yuan's flawless defense. Stellar Realm. The body like a star, the spear like a roaming dragon. This is the Stellar Realm. Dan Tai Feng felt Li Yuan's rapid transformation. Even as time passed and the exchange went on, relying solely on his sword, not to mention suppressing Li Yuan, Dan Tai Feng started to feel a trend where he was being pushed back by Li Yuan's relentless defense and counter-attacks. I thought I was a genius. Never expected there to be someone even more talented than me among my peers. Various thoughts flashed through Dan Tai Feng's mind. What a flashy thing it is, to break through in the midst of battle. Why haven't I experienced it? What if, next time after I break through in technique, I don't reveal it right away but pretend to break through during a fight? To put on a big show? Dan Tai Feng was quite composed. He still did not use the shield in his left hand. Fight on. Fight on. But Li Yuan was becoming more and more courageous in battle. He had completely transformed. Win or lose, Li Yuan didn't care. He just wanted to fight with all his might. Just then, under Dan Tai Feng's extreme pressure, Li Yuan defended with all his might, and coupled with days of practicing and comprehending the spear, he who was already on the brink of a breakthrough, finally had an epiphany. The most critical aspect was his spiritual power that had reached level 23, which, in terms of subtlety, gave him an enormous advantage. It allowed him to take the most crucial step in the midst of battle. Break. Li Yuan's spear tumbled and suddenly exploded with attack after attack as swift as lightning, switching from defense to a fierce offense, forcing Dan Tai Feng to retreat step by step. Stellar Spear Technique, a Galaxy Waterfall. The same move, propelled by Li Yuan's subtlety and full vigor, now had a vastly different power. A Stellar Realm. Subtlety. Did Li Yuan just break through? In such a battle, under such tremendous pressure, he managed to break through? Incredible. So fast. Didn't Li Yuan reach Bright Moon stage just in August? And now he's close to assaulting 4th stage perfection? Dan Tai Feng is in danger. In the other spectator space, hundreds of watching teachers were completely shaken, staring in shock at the fierce duel on the platform. Dan Tai Feng's sudden surge was astonishing, but ultimately within their realm of acceptance. After all, Dan Tai Feng has always been seen as a freakishly talented individual. He entered the 4th stage high rank as early as May. It's been some time. Successfully attaining subtlety surprised them, but they could still accept it. But Li Yuan? He just broke through in August? This? Subtlety. Li Yang and Dean Shu were just as shocked, even a bit dumbfounded. That's right. In the previous battle, signs that Li Yuan might grasp the stellar realm indeed emerged. But signs of understanding and true comprehension are as different as heaven and earth. The difference is immense. Can Li Yuan win? A glimmer of expectation suddenly arose in Li Yang's heart. Such intense combat. Holy shit. Is Li Yuan gaining the upper hand now? The situation is about to reverse. Is Dan Tai Feng going to lose? The entire spectator platform was in an uproar, everyone's eyes wide as they watched the scene unfold. They couldn't quite grasp the specifics of the combat skills, but they could understand the general situation. Li Yuan, who was originally at an absolute disadvantage, was gradually starting to dominate Dan Tai Feng. At this very moment, most observers couldn't help but think, could it be that Dan Tai Feng was about to follow in the footsteps of Gaurava and Yu Ming? As the past battles had already shown, Li Yuan was best known for his defense and counter-attacks. He was definitely the strongest defender among the new students of the 10 schools. Subtlety. A newcomer from Kunlun Martial University has also achieved subtlety. Students from Starfire University and Starry Sky University, all top global talents, were shocked and conflicted. They could all see that Li Yuan had made a breakthrough. Dan Tai Feng's breakthrough was one thing. He was originally one of Starfire University's top geniuses. Li Yuan. Before this, many martial arts prodigies from the 3 top martial schools didn't even know who he was. Li Yuan's explosive breakthrough amazed everyone watching, shaking all spectators. But the battle on the platform, this battle of subtlety, had already reached a fever pitch. The intensity of their fight. Finally, clang, when Li Yuan thrust his spear like lightning. The flash of the sword was half a beat too slow, failing to block the spear's stab. Thump, the huge shield shifted horizontally, heavily slamming onto the spear, causing it to deviate from its path. Boom! Li Yuan was sent flying back, increasing the distance between them, staring intently at Dan Tai Feng. Dan Tai Feng didn't pursue his advantage, stopping as well. "Why did you help me?" Li Yuan suddenly asked, filled with confusion. A moment ago, without Dan Tai Feng's extreme pressure, even if he was just a step away from a real breakthrough, he definitely wouldn't have succeeded. In a sense, Dan Tai Feng had helped him. "Weren't you the one who helped Da Zhuang?" Dan Tai Feng said with a grin. "I saw that you were on the verge of a breakthrough, so I thought I'd try to give you a hand. I didn't expect you'd actually make it through." Da Zhuang? Tian Da Zhuang? Li Yuan looked puzzled, not immediately catching on. How did Dan Tai Feng know? "Da Zhuang is one of my best friends at school. We often spar together," Dan Tai Feng said with a smile. "I know about the help you gave him. You're a good guy." Dan Tai Feng handed Li Yuan the metaphorical, good guy card. Li Yuan nodded slightly, understanding the reason. But he still gave Dan Tai Feng an odd look. Besides, Li Yuan recalled that a few days ago, Tian Da Zhuang had mentioned sparring with Dan Tai Feng. "But I also said that if I brought a shield, you wouldn't stand a chance," Dan Tai Feng said with a smile. "Li Yuan, forcing me to use my shield. You're definitely the second best in the world this year. Next, I won't hold back." Without waiting for Li Yuan to say more. Boom! Dan Tai Feng erupted once again with a sudden surge in speed, darting towards Li Yuan like lightning, as a blurry slash of his sword fiercely cleaved through the air. This cut was vaguely faster than just before. Peefed! Li Yuan's long spear whistled, attempting to withstand the attack of the sword. Palm, in Dan Tai Feng's hand, the shield, like a heavy hammer, suddenly lifted, colliding with the spear tip, then swept horizontally, crossing paths with the spear tip, and forcefully knocking the spear shaft aside. Advancing on Li Yuan with the speed of lightning. Boom! As if anticipating this, Li Yuan fluidly retracted his spear, powering his legs to quickly retreat. Bang! Palm! Palm! The participants exchanged blows at lightning speed. Li Yuan, though doing his best to erupt in power and be cautious in defense, found himself totally overpowered by Dan Tai Feng's combined sword and shield assault. The sword was like a stream of light, swift and fierce as electricity. The shield was like a heavy hammer, either smashing or defending. With the coordination of sword and shield, Dan Tai Feng's strength more than doubled, completely suppressing Li Yuan and forcing him to repeatedly retreat in a disheveled manner, unloading force. The entire spectator platform had become somewhat quieter at this moment. A vast number of spectators held their breath watching this scene. Nobody had expected that this final battle would reach such a state, after Li Yuan's unprecedented display of strength. Dan Tai Feng, employing the shield, with the combination of sword and shield, had once again suppressed Li Yuan. Truly formidable. Sword technique, shield technique, movement technique. Dan Tai Feng has reached the perfection level of the 4th stage, And perhaps he's nearing his limit, the teachers watched, filled with shock. He's very close to the 5th stage. These teachers all looked on with amazement. On the stage, Li Yuan struggled to defend and retreated time and time again. At this moment, Li Yuan realized that it wasn't Dan Taifeng's sword technique that was truly strong, but his shield technique. In his hands, the shield seemed to come alive, adept in both offense and defense. Moreover, after a full explosion of strength, Dan Taifeng's movement technique was clearly much more sophisticated. Even with Li Yuan's comprehension of the stellar realm and subtlety of the mind, he was completely unable to withstand it. Subtlety of the mind and improving spear technique and movement technique to above 90% of the 4th stage were two different concepts. They required ample time to continue practicing, and what Li Yuan lacked was time. Suddenly, whoosh, another fierce slash came, and Li Yuan raised his spear to defend. In the moment of defense, Dan Taifeng's left hand suddenly released the shield, throwing it like a cannonball, directly flying towards Li Yuan's chest. At close range, the shield was extremely fast, so fast that Li Yuan had no time to react. Palm! Li Yuan felt a terrible force piercing through his armor and jolting his entire body, as he was blasted backwards. Phew! Dan Taifeng stepped forward in pursuit. Phew! The sinister gleam of his sword flashed as it followed the shaft of Li Yuan's spear, which he had barely managed to prop up. Dan Taifeng pressed down hard with his sword, slicing past Li Yuan's face and neck. Blood spattered. Li Yuan's figure became translucent. I've lost. There wasn't a trace of disappointment in Li Yuan's heart. Instead, a slight smile emerged. Subtlety of the mind. I've already gained a lot from this battle, and in terms of true strength, I'm certainly not his equal. In the end, Li Yuan was rather thankful to Dan Taifeng. Phew! Li Yuan's figure completely vanished, truly a monster. I had to go all out and even risk losing my flying shield to defeat him completely, Dan Taifeng muttered to himself. The reports said he was only at the 3rd stage of his skills last year. His progress is much faster than Gong Mi and the others, and faster than mine too. Looks like my position as the world's #1 in our year won't last long. Dan Taifeng shook his head. Dan Taifeng. Dan Taifeng. Tens of thousands of spectators on the spectator platform were excitedly shouting his name. This battle, where both sides pushed themselves to the limit in a fiercely intense fight. In the end, Dan Taifeng's full eruptive force won him the victory. Thrilling. Dan Taifeng, hearing the cheers from all around, felt a rush of exhilaration. He didn't care whether Li Yuan would surpass him in the future, at least for today's battle, he had won. With Li Yuan's defeat, he left the stage. Dan Taifeng stood alone on the arena, receiving cheers of celebration from hundreds of thousands of spectators, their excitement and shouts filling the air. Dan Taifeng was truly ecstatic. Since he had decided to participate in the 10 schools freshman war, he had been looking forward to this moment. Under normal circumstances, a genius like him wouldn't have joined the 10 schools freshman war. What was special this time? It wasn't because the higher-ups at Starfire University had any special considerations. It was merely Dan Taifeng's own application, his insistent demand. His goal wasn't to hone himself but simply to enjoy the sensation of being the center of attention. Yes, the reason was that simple. Damn it. That guy's showing off again. Sitting in the spectator platform, Tian Dazhuang watched the scene, grinding his teeth. He won another 20 million and got heavenly materials treasures too. No, I have to bleed him dry tonight. The way Tian Dazhuang thought about getting revenge was to make Dan Taifeng treat him to a big meal. Whoosh! Li Yuan also returned to the spectator platform, appearing among the 6th Institute's freshmen. Senior brother, Li Yuan, and Nong, Ji Yucheng'an, Wu Luo, and the other freshmen, even Chu Jing, Shi Xiao, and other upperclassmen couldn't help but look at Li Yuan, filled with regret. Right. For most of the Sha country spectators, it didn't matter whether Li Yuan or Dan Taifeng won. However, naturally, the Kunlun Martial University students wished from their hearts that Li Yuan would win the championship. Moreover, in most people's eyes, Li Yuan was just a little short of winning the final battle. Haha. Why are you all looking at me like that? Li Yuan laughed and said, victory and defeat are all common in war, losing is not a disgrace. Li Yuan was very composed. Victory or defeat? As a martial artist who aspired to reach the pinnacle, he was undoubtedly striving for the championship, striving to be number one. But he must also recognize that what's important is the pursuit of being first, not the result. Those who seek for the highest, achieve something in between. Just like moving from the senior third year to the college entrance exams, Li Yuan asked himself and felt he had given his all. Although his scores weren't the top in the province or the city, he was satisfied. The same applied to this 10 schools freshman war. Li Yuan believed he had gained a lot, and the process had been thoroughly fulfilling. Not winning the championship? Then he would strive for it next time. Congratulations to junior brother Li Yuan for reaching subtlety. Suddenly, a deep and penetrating voice came from the higher part of the spectator platform. Whoosh! Whoosh! Many people instinctively looked back to see a square-faced young man in a black robe, sitting higher up on the spectator platform, his face full of smiles. Jin Huguo. Senior brother Jin. Senior brother Jin came to watch too. What did senior brother Jin just say? Subtlety. Has Li Yuan's skill advanced to achieve 4th level perfection? The thousands of Kunlun Martial University students were all astir, shocked as they stared at Li Yuan, then looked toward senior brother Jin. Senior brother Jin. Li Yuan also smiled. Jin Huguo's name was one he had been hearing since he entered the university. It resonated like thunder. Today was the first time the two men met, even if it was just a virtual meeting. This battle was really wonderful, Jin Huguo said with a smile. Let's work hard together for the Global University Martial Path Contest in February next year. Yes. Let's work hard together. Li Yuan also smiled. As far as he knew, Jin Huguo had already achieved subtlety in the first semester of his sophomore year. A year had passed, how strong Jin Huguo had become was unknown. But for now, Li Yuan was clear that he was no match for Jin Huguo. Whether it was in virtual combat or actual combat. Congratulations to Dan Tai Feng for winning the championship. The muscular host's high-spirited voice echoed in the expansive dueling space, and congratulations to Li Yuan for winning the runner-up. Thank you both for bringing us an incredibly exciting final battle in this year's 10 Schools Freshman War, which is undoubtedly the most thrilling peak showdown since the 10 Schools Freshman War shifted to virtual combat in 2009. Without a doubt, I believe, for many years to come, the finals of future 10 Schools Freshman Wars will be compared to today's battle. I am even more convinced that both of them will shine in the upcoming Global University Martial Path Contest, and even in the Elite Martial Path Battles of Humanity. I hereby announce, the 2043 10 Schools Freshman War has come to an end. With that, the 10 Schools Freshman War concluded. Boom! The entire spectator platform erupted in fervent cheering, with students from various countries and schools spontaneously giving applause. Everyone had to admit that this year's 10 Schools Elite Battle had indeed brought forth many martial arts prodigies. Especially the clash between Li Yuan and Dan Tai Feng, Li Yuan's breakthrough during the fight, and Dan Tai Feng being pushed to reveal his full strength, could be called classic. Eventually, Dan Tai Feng won the first place, with Li Yuan taking second. In a higher-level spectator space, the Battle of Subtlety. Unexpectedly, in a freshman fight, one could witness a battle where both participants reached subtlety. It's too rare. In the history of the 10 Schools Freshman War virtual battles, this is the first time. Even in the annual December 3 Schools Freshman Clash of Starfire, Starry Sky, and Blackstone, it often takes years before such a battle occurs. Freshmen achieving subtlety? And suddenly, two of them appeared. It's too rare. Many teachers discussed, all feeling astonished and emotional. Such talents are hard to come by on Blue Star. Maybe one can emerge in a year. Both of them have the talent to ascend to flying heaven stature. Dan Tai Feng is stronger than we imagined, just one step away from entering the 5th stage, and might break through before February next year. It's hard to say. From subtlety to unity of heaven and man, it's extremely difficult to cross, but there is indeed hope. In Sha country, since Yu Jing, there might not be many who can compare with Dan Tai Feng. Dan Tai Feng is strong, But Li Yuan is even more frightening. Looking at his data, in just over a year, he leapt from the initial stage of 3rd rank all the way to the perfection of 4th level. The speed of his progress is simply shocking. Li Yuan's rate of progress is exaggerating. The future holds infinite possibilities. It's hard to say how far they'll go in the future. All we can do is wish them well. Less than half an hour after the duel ended, a special space within the virtual network called Starry Sky University was where only the students of Starry Sky University could access. Over 200 freshmen of Starry Sky Martial Arts University arrived in this conference room in their consciousness. Lin Lanyue and Wu Dongdong, they all came. What did the teacher suddenly call us here for? I don't know. Many freshmen from Starry Sky Martial University are still clueless, full of doubts. Although the news of the freshmen's battle of the 10 schools spread, most of the new students from the top 3 elite martial schools don't pay much attention to it. In their view, what's so interesting about a league of some ordinary martial arts universities? It's a waste of time. Soon, a huge light screen appeared in front of these students, showing the scene where Dan Tai Feng and Li Yuan were fighting. What's this? Many students were puzzled at first but soon fell silent, and eventually, most of them, with their keen eyesight, could sense the terrifying strength both fighters were unleashing. Whoosh! The teacher of Starry Sky Martial Arts University finally appeared. Some of you may have just watched this battle live, but most of you are probably seeing it for the first time, said the teacher with an icy voice. One of them is named Dan Tai Feng, the top freshman of Starfire University. The other is Li Yuan, a freshman from Shaw Country Martial Arts University. Both of them have reached the subtlety of the mind, the teacher declared, word by word. Dead silence. Almost all the faces of the students of Starry Sky Martial University showed a look of shock. Subtlety of the mind. Remember, do not think that by entering Starry Sky University, you can look down on others. Never think that you are the chosen ones. The teacher's voice was harsh. None of you here can be confident in defeating Dan Tai Feng. Who here is sure they can beat Li Yuan? Silence. Some students can only take pride in their school, said the teacher coldly, but some students make the school proud of them. If you still don't wake up and put in the effort, your cohort of students is destined to be trampled under Dan Tai Feng's feet. Maybe even by Li Yuan of Kunlun Martial University. That's all I have to say. Meeting adjourned. The teacher disappeared instantly. In the conference room, over 200 freshmen from Starry Sky Martial University looked at each other. Subtlety of the mind? Li Yuan? A student of Kunlun Martial University is this strong? I've heard of him. Indeed formidable, much stronger than me. The new students of Starry Sky Martial University felt challenged. Because this year, there are fewer than 10 freshmen at Starry Sky Martial University who have reached the high ranks of 4th level. None of them have reached the subtlety of the mind. A similar scene took place in Blackstone University, Starfire University, and some other martial arts universities. Aside from Dan Tai Feng, can any of you defeat Li Yuan? Yu Ming lost. Gong Mi. Can you handle it if you go up? See that? Li Yuan is a student of Kunlun Martial University, but he can still defeat the top prodigy of Starfire Martial University. If you're not strong enough, then train. Don't blame the school. Even staying at Zhongbei Martial University, you still have the hope to become a prime warrior, or even a flying heaven warrior. In an extremely short amount of time, Li Yuan's name was truly remembered by a large number of freshmen in universities across the globe, as well as by older students in their 2nd or 3rd year. They all knew. Li Yuan, a freshman from Kunlun Martial University, had achieved the subtlety of the mind within months of enrollment and was now among the top 3 skills of freshmen globally. His fame spread far and wide after a single battle. All of this, Li Yuan was not too aware of, and he wouldn't care even if he knew. Spear technique. Skill. Stellar realm. Li Yuan exited the virtual network, sitting in the cabin, still pondering the gains from his last battle. Ultimately, my realm is not enough. His sword technique, shield technique, and movement technique are all nearly at the 4th level limit, comprehensively suppressing me. Li Yuan summarized his experiences and lessons learned. And movement technique. If my movement technique were strong enough, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. I need to focus on training my movement technique to make up for this weakness, Li Yuan thought. Deciding whether one is first is meaningless. Summarizing experiences, reflecting, and striving to become stronger are what one should do. From junior high to high school, and then to the recruiting activities in Zhongbei, the college entrance exam, Li Yuan rarely took first place. But he had always been progressing. Unknowingly, he had surpassed and left behind far each of his former competitors. Now, he stands among the top tier of new college freshmen worldwide. After some thought, Li Yuan went to the underground martial arts room, took out his long spear, and quietly began to practice. Stellar illumination. Galaxy waterfall. Daybreak piercing the clouds. Each technique of the stellar spear technique was executed by Li Yuan, manifesting great power and an enduring majesty, like the ceaseless motion of the stars in the heavens. This is the stellar realm. Time passed. Your spear technique realm has improved from 4th level 85% to 4th level 86%. Your spear technique realm has improved from 4th level 86% to 4th level 88%. One after another, the Divine Palace panel notifications flashed by. He practiced intensely for more than 3 hours. It wasn't until after 2 in the afternoon that Li Yuan finally stopped, feeling that he had thoroughly thought through the insights gained from the battle. Next, I'll further practice and strive to reach 99% at the 4th level as soon as possible with my spear technique, movement technique, and fist technique, Li Yuan said to himself. The insights into the realm were there. What remained was the time-consuming effort of repeatedly practicing and contemplating, to completely integrate these insights into his body. Suddenly, Master, the school teacher, Li Yong, is waiting outside your villa. The voice of the smart home system unexpectedly resounded in the martial arts room. Li Yong, why didn't he just message me? Li Yuan suddenly realized, I left my smart wristband in the resting room. He had been so immersed in practicing spear technique, Li Yuan hadn't thought about anything else. Quickly, Li Yuan hurried upstairs and opened the front door. You've made a breakthrough and now you're too proud to even reply to a teacher's message? Li Yong teased with a smile. Li Yuan looked embarrassed. Teacher, I got so caught up with spear practice that I forgot. Ha ha, I'm just teasing you. I guessed as much when you didn't respond to my message. Li Yong laughed. After a breakthrough in battle, you must have a lot of insights. Naturally, practicing is the most important thing, which is why I only came now. Li Yuan nodded slightly. You did very well in today's competition. Among this year's freshmen, other than Dan Taifeng, I suppose nobody else could beat you, Li Yong said with a smile. Second in the world? Li Yuan was somewhat taken aback. What else? Do you think there are many freshmen who have reached subtlety in their mentality? Li Yong said with a smile. No, I just thought there would be 2 or 3, Li Yuan shrugged. There might be some hiding their strength, but as far as anyone can see, it's only you and Dan Taifeng, Li Yong laughed. Reaching subtlety isn't that easy. I didn't reach subtlety until after I became a prime warrior, Li Yong said with a hint of emotion, looking at Li Yuan. I don't even know how you've been training. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. In any case, it's a good thing, Li Yong said with a smile. Come on, follow me. Teacher, what for? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. To choose a treasure, Li Yong replied, raising an eyebrow. You can pick a heavenly materials treasure for reaching the top 4, don't you want it? Of course I want it, Li Yuan said immediately. How could he possibly not want it? Inside the Hailong building, in the 12-story dean's office, to be exact, in that small and empty martial arts room. A light screen projection appeared. Yang Xian, have you watched the video? What do you think? Asked the handsome young man in blue, smiling at the young woman on the screen. Pretty good. Li Yuan's progress is much faster than I had expected, came a cold voice. What do you think of my suggestion? Dean Hai asked indifferently. Fine. Within a day, his Martial Hall contract will be upgraded to S grade, the young woman said flatly, and the 10 units of stellar earth marrow crystal I promised will also be delivered. After hanging up with Lord Yang of the province, Dean Hai sat in the martial arts room, eyes closed in thought. Gradually, at Dean Hai's body surface, a faint blue light began to wriggle, the glow containing strands of strange power, shrouding his entire person in a hazy brilliance. It was quite dazzling, as if a divine being had descended to the world. Before long, Dean Hai, Li Yuan has arrived. Li Yang's slightly respectful voice came from the door. Let Li Yuan come in. Dean Hai opened his eyes, and the blue radiance enveloping his body quickly retracted and dispersed, his whole presence returning to normal. There was a sound of light footsteps outside the door. Li Yuan walked into the small martial arts room, greeting with due respect, Dean Hai. Li Yuan had immense respect for flying heaven warriors in his heart. Come and sit down, don't be restrained, Dean Hai said indifferently. Yes, Li Yuan walked over and sat down as honestly as last time. Li Yang then closed the door. The room fell silent. I watched your match with Dan Taifeng, Dean Hai said with a gentle look and a hint of a smile. Your performance was surprising, not only to President Li and Dean Shu, but even to me. Your excellence exceeded our expectations. You flatter me, Li Yuan replied in succession. No flattery, I never exaggerate when I give praise, Dean Hai said with a light smile. At just 18, your skills have reached subtlety. At least in my more than 10 years as head of the 6th Institute, besides you, I haven't seen another student from the school achieve this. Li Yuan was at a loss for words. The better you perform, the more attention you will receive, so don't be afraid to show your strength, Dean Hai said with a slight smile. This time, in the 10-school freshman battle, you ranked second and qualified for a Heavenly Materials Treasures reward. Although the top 4 all can receive a reward, the higher the ranking, the better the reward. Now, let's proceed with the selection. Dean Hai tapped on his smart ring, and a light curtain projection appeared. Following that, whoosh, in the martial arts room, a multitude of lights converged, forming a huge light curtain over 3 meters in length and over 2 meters in height right in front of Li Yuan. There were numerous texts and patterns on it. High Origin Treasures, Transformation Treasures, Body Cultivation Treasures, Origin Power Secret Treasures, Spiritual Treasures, Poison Treasures, Creature Hatchlings, Mineral Resources, Treasures of Unknown Effects. Li Yuan glanced over and immediately saw a multitude of treasure classifications. It was exceedingly complex. There were many terms that Li Yuan didn't understand the meaning of. The so-called heavenly materials treasures are the rare wonders nurtured by the heavens and earth. The nurturing of these treasures largely requires a high origin environment. That is, an environment with a high concentration of origin power, Dean Hai explained. Seemingly noticing Li Yuan's confusion, our entire 7-star sea initially had no origin power. Hence, the heavenly materials treasures originating from our 7-star sea are very rare. Li Yuan listened intently. These were secrets he had not known before. Many foreign civilizations, the worlds they live in, have far higher concentrations of origin power than ours, so they give birth to many rare and precious treasures. Even the continuous nurturing by origin power over many generations has allowed the beings of many foreign civilizations to naturally possess great strength, like the black dragon I mentioned to you before, and even stronger creatures. Essentially, it's for this reason, Dean Hai explained patiently. Li Yuan suddenly understood. There are even more special regions. The Star Realm, Dean Hai continued, as the special area where different civilization spaces converge, it has allowed many star realms to nurture incredible treasures. This is also why a multitude of foreign civilizations want to wage wars with our human civilization in the various star realms. Fundamentally, it is a competition for resources. Like the multitude of ordinary martial artists, the Qi blood potions, origin power essence pills, etc., they consume, the raw materials mostly come from some star realms we control, Dean Hai said indifferently. Li Yuan listened attentively. Some of the information he had heard of before, but much of it was new to him. Also, the raw materials for things like the high origin spirit spring you've consumed are similar, as well as some special metals, like the origin power battle garment that prime warriors rely on most, Dean Hai said. All of these, essentially, are heavenly materials treasures. It's just that many treasures have become common and are not considered precious by the public. To be precise, the ones you've encountered, such as origin power essence pills, first-rank Qi blood potions, marrow cleansing elixirs, etc., they all fall under first-rank treasures. Whereas, the High Origin Spirit Spring, Divine Nurturing Spring belong to second-rank treasures. Third-rank treasures, which many people recognize as heavenly materials treasures, are very rare and mostly difficult to produce in stable quantities, Dean Hai said softly. The Bi-Marrow Nurturing Elixir that you've encountered is a marrow-cleansing rarity, ranking as a third-rank treasure. Li Yuan was enlightened. So, the Bi-Marrow Nurturing Elixir was considered a third-rank treasure. No wonder it was much more valuable than the High Origin Spirit Spring and the like. Third-rank treasures are limited in quantity, and many are rarely seen even within our human civilization, possessing extremely special effects, Dean Hai said. Among the third-rank treasures, their value also varies greatly. The most precious ones, like the transformation fruit, just one piece can enable an ordinary person to directly transform into a prime warrior, Dean Hai said. Like the Divine Soul 9 turns fruit, it can make an ordinary person's spiritual power directly transform to level 29. If a flying heaven warrior used them, they would also greatly benefit. Li Yuan was astonished. Transformation fruit. What kind of insane thing is that, turning someone into a prime warrior just like that? And the Divine Soul 9 turns fruit is even more outrageous, spiritual power directly to level 29? After all his hard work and cultivation, his spiritual power had only reached level 23. To reach level 29, who knew how long it would take? Don't even think about it. These items are extinct, having only appeared a few times in history, Dean Hai said with a smile. Their value is hundreds, thousands of times that of a single Bi-Marrow Nurturing Elixir. They're not something you can exchange for with money. Li Yuan was at a loss for words, with nothing to say. Money is very important, but it serves as a measure for the value of common items. For some rare treasures, or those that can attract the topmost powerful individuals of human civilization, money carries little significance. What can be measured in terms of money mostly pertains to treasures that can be continuously produced and have a stable supply. This time, you can choose a third-rank treasure, Dean Hai said, but there is a cap on its value. The cheaper the selection, the larger the quantity. The more expensive, the lesser the quantity, Dean Hai pointed at the myriad of options on the screen. I hope for guidance from the Dean, Li Yuan said politely. How could he choose the most correct among these treasures, when he had only heard of one or two by chance? If you were to ask me, then it would be the Stellar Earth Marrow Crystal, Dean Hai said indifferently. Li Yuan was taken aback. Wasn't this the heavenly materials treasure that Lord Yang of the province had promised to him? Heard of it? Dean Hai smiled. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. The contract with the Martial Hall includes a clause stating that if I reach the 5th level before the age of 20, the contract will be upgraded to S rank, and such a treasure will be gifted to me. There was no need to hide such a secret from Dean Hai. The Marrow Crystal is a rare treasure nurtured by the heavens and earth, with many wonderful uses, such as strengthening the body, nurturing the younger generation, enlarging the divine soul, recovering from injuries. Its uses are extremely broad, Dean Hai explained, and its types are numerous as well. Your practice of the solid rock cultivation technique is very much in line with this method, so the Stellar Earth Marrow Crystal should be the most suitable for you. For a normal martial path genius, they possess high-rank cultivation methods, and choosing a heavenly materials treasure that enlarges spiritual power is the best option. But you do not need that. On the contrary, your body is most in need of it for transformation and growth, Dean Hai said with a smile. Of course, this is my suggestion. The actual choice is up to you. I will follow the Dean's advice, Li Yuan immediately said. Advice? When a leader gives a suggestion, it's best to take it as an order, or else a suggestion becomes just an opinion. Besides, Li Yuan also felt that what Dean Hai said made sense. All right. Dean Hai nodded slightly. You're ranked 2nd this time, which allows you to exchange for 8 units of Stellar Earth Marrow Crystal. This item cannot be kept at your residence for safety reasons. You should apply in advance each time you use it and utilize it in a specialized room within the Vermilion Bird Building. Dean Hai continued, I will have it arranged. Not safe. Li Yuan was taken aback. You could have several million or tens of millions of blue star coins in your card without attracting envy, Dean Hai said calmly. But these heavenly materials treasures are physical items, easily sold for upwards of 100 million blue star coins. If given directly to you, should someone learn of it, there is no guarantee they won't harbor ill intentions. It's bad enough if the treasure can't be safeguarded, but your life might also be at risk. Remember, never test the hearts of others. Yes, Li Yuan felt a chill in his heart. That was true. If he were to lose a treasure worth over 100 million blue star coins, the key concern was his personal safety. There's one more thing. Today or tomorrow, the Starfire Marshal Hall should contact you to upgrade the contract from A rank to S rank. Dean Hai spoke softly. The promised stellar Earth Marrow Crystal, equivalent to 10 units, will also be prepared for you. As for the specifics, wait for someone from the Starfire Marshal Hall to contact you. S-rank contract with the Marshal Hall? Li Yuan was puzzled. He had received no news of this. How did the Dean know? Any other questions? Dean Hai asked. If not, you may go. Questions? After pondering for a while. Dean, if someone has suffered severe bodily harm, resulting in a shortened expected lifespan, is there a third-rank treasure that can extend one's life? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. Your uncle? Dean Hai asked with a faint smile. Li Yuan was astonished. I have read through all your files, Dean Hai said calmly. Yes, there are several kinds. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. The value is considerable, and your uncle has been stricken with flame-erosive bone poison. While it seems that the high-origin spirit spring has cleared the toxins, it's just a superficial fix. Too fragile for supplements, many rare treasures would actually cause side effects if used, potentially backfiring, Dean Hai continued. One that works exceptionally well and is relatively common is the Dragon Spirit Heart Fruit. It is the best at countering the flame-erosive bone poison. With it, your uncle can completely recover, without any hidden dangers, and his expected lifespan could exceed 120 years. Dragon Spirit Heart Fruit? An expected lifespan of over 120 years? Li Yuan was thrilled. It was indeed true. Different strengths bring different perspectives. Uncle Wan knew nothing of these, only rumors, but as a flying heaven warrior, Dean Hai could provide the perfect remedy. This item, if measured in terms of money, it is worth at least 10 billion blue star coins. And you'd still have to find the right opportunity to purchase it, Dean Hai spoke slowly. After all, restoring vitality is not its primary purpose. Many powerful martial artists need it. 10 billion blue star coins? Li Yuan felt his heart sink. That's really expensive. Thank you, Dean, for the information, Li Yuan said. Regardless, he was relieved to finally have some clues. That's right. Your spiritual power has surpassed level 20, and you can choose a spiritual secret manual, spirit concentration technique, to start practicing. Dean Hai suddenly spoke up. Wait until you become a prime warrior and your spiritual power exceeds level 25 before you practice more spiritual secret manuals. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. After Li Yuan left, the door gently closed. Dragon Spirit Heart Fruit? Dean Hai muttered to himself before closing his eyes once again. He silently resumed his cultivation. With Dean Hai's strength and wealth, procuring such treasures wasn't difficult. However, he wouldn't do so. Even if a flying heaven warrior took a fancy to Li Yuan, none would make such an investment. A treasure worth over 1 billion blue star coins, just to save an ordinary person? And not even for saving a life, but for extending it? This went beyond the conventional meaning of cultivation and investment support. Soon after returning to his villa, Li Yuan received a notice from the school, as well as a bank transfer notification. 8 units of stellar Earth Marrow Crystal to be stored in the school treasury. Li Yuan read through the document. If I want to use them, I have to apply 1 day in advance each time? They will arrange a special room? Li Yuan mused to himself. Li Yuan had to admit that Kunlun Martial University's arrangements were very reasonable and the safest. As for the other bank transfer notification, it was the 20 million feet blue star coins reward from the 10 schools freshman competition. It will keep me worry-free about money for the next several months, Li Yuan revealed a slight smile. Immediately, his eyes swept over the many messages from classmates and friends on his smart bracelet. Most were inquiring or congratulating him on his achievements in the 10 schools freshman competition. People like Tian Dajuang and Li Tianyu had sent messages. After replying to each one, I'll continue my spear practice, Li Yuan put down the smart bracelet and silently resumed his spear technique practice. Subtlety is a realm. As long as I continue to cultivate and comprehend, my spear technique and fist technique will quickly break through the 90% bottleneck of the 4th level, Li Yuan thought to himself. When the fist technique crosses into 90% of the 4th level, the evolution efficiency of my body will increase significantly. Level 14? I should be able to reach it within a week. Li Yuan was filled with anticipation. Once he reached level 14, he would be able to perform spiritual guidance. He practiced continuously until after 8 o'clock at night, having consumed a high-origin spirit spring in the middle of his session. Li Yuan finally stopped, glancing at an entry on the Divine Palace panel out of the corner of his eye. Skill realms. Spear technique, 4th level 91%, movement technique, 4th level 84%, fist technique, 4th level 91%. Within a day's time, he had finally achieved a real breakthrough. Subtlety. Now, my skills can truly be said to have reached the perfection of the 4th level, and if I were to face Dan Taifeng now, it would be even harder for him to win against me. Li Yuan slightly closed his eyes, his spirit sensing throughout his body. The powerful spiritual power seemed to perfectly merge and unite with every muscle, flesh, and bone. Several deeply hidden injuries, minor flesh wounds from previous cultivation, were all crystal clear at that moment. If one didn't reach subtlety, these injuries would gradually accumulate, affecting bodily progress and even expected lifespan. But now, with a single thought from Li Yuan, all the minor hidden injuries began to heal. Over the next few days, Li Yuan's body would become more vigorous and robust. One could say that without any treasures, every martial artist who had achieved subtlety could maintain their body's functions at their peak for a long period. Vigor. Li Yuan arrived at the fist strength testing area, concentrating and calming his spirit. Suddenly, he threw a fierce punch. As he erupted, the countless minute strands of vigor throughout his muscles and flesh were instantly mobilized by the power of his spirit. Whoosh! His fist smashed fiercely onto the huge testing sandbag. Thump! A muffled explosion sounded. Instantly, the screen above the fist strength testing area clearly displayed 15,224 kilograms, action qualified. Fist strength burst. Actually directly exceeded 15,000 kilograms? Li Yuan's eyes shone with a glint. That was already equivalent to a force burst of 15 tons. This has far surpassed the baseline fist strength requirement for a level 15 martial artist. However, the quality of this punching bag is good. Even after being struck with a force exceeding 15 tons, it's not even slightly damaged. Li Yuan laughed. About this, he wasn't surprised. After all, each villa's basement was built with a special fist strength testing ground that could withstand the full force impact of a level 19.9 martial artist. A level 19.9 martial artist, with a normal burst of a punch, could easily exceed 60,000 kilograms. One can only imagine how expensive this seemingly ordinary punching bag was. Let's try the burst speed. Li Yuan quickly activated the numerous instruments on the speed testing track and then positioned himself at the start of the runway. Deep breath. The vigor throughout his body circulated, his mind perception reached subtlety, and countless fine streams of power were once again mobilized. Boom! Just like a vehicle bursting to its top speed in an instant, Li Yuan suddenly sprinted forward like a fleeting shadow. The 40-meter-long track passed in a mere flash. Bang! Li Yuan crashed heavily against the cushioned wall at the end of the track. Beep! On the electronic screen beside the wall, Li Yuan's burst speed numbers suddenly appeared at 53 meters per second. Another terrifying figure. Is it really that fast? Li Yuan's pupils constricted slightly, and he couldn't help feeling waves of joy in his heart. A level 15 martial artist's standard fist strength is 12,000 kilograms, and the standard burst speed is 50 meters per second. A level 16 martial artist's standard fist strength is 18,000 kilograms, and the standard burst speed is 60 meters per second. Does that mean, once my mind reaches subtlety and mobilizes the numerous fine forces hidden within my muscles and bones, the speed and power I burst out with are already on par with a level 15.5 martial artist? Li Yuan sighed to himself, but according to the Divine Palace panel, my life level is clearly only 13.9, and my fist strength is just over 7,000 kilograms. The power burst had increased by roughly twice the standard state. It was simply too exaggerated. At this moment, Li Yuan truly understood the real meaning of mind-reaching subtlety. What he had heard and seen in the past was nothing compared to actually experiencing it. My fourth-level high-rank technique, when bursting out, surpasses the standard fist strength by 40%. Li Yuan sighed to himself. Once it reaches fourth-level perfection, it could exceed by more than 100%. No wonder. During my battle with Dan Taifeng, he suppressed me with just a knife, and once he used his shield, I was utterly at a disadvantage. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Just in terms of the burst of power and speed, Dan Taifeng was way stronger than Li Yuan. If the transition from third stage perfection to fourth level is a qualitative change, then from fourth level high rank to fourth level perfection is likewise a qualitative change, Li Yuan murmured to himself. Techniques of the first, second, and third stages are gradually integrating the body's vigor, unleashing the body's strength. From the third stage high rank, one begins to excavate deeper levels of bodily strength, and the manifestation is a burst of speed and power that is stronger than the standard fist strength at the same life level. The fourth stage brings even greater improvement. When it reaches fourth level perfection, it pushes the excavation of the body's potential to its limit. However, a sudden burst cannot last long, and the limit burst of power and speed brought by reaching the subtlety of the mind can't be sustained for too long. Li Yuan thought to himself, otherwise it would severely damage the body. This point. On the spear technique manual, there's a special mention. Reaching subtlety is never for long, and routine practice should mainly nurture the body. Phew. Li Yuan returned to the center of the martial arts room, picked up his long spear again, and held it in one hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The long spear danced like a great river, endless and uninterrupted. The human body is just like a precise machine. Li Yuan thought to himself, when a machine operates, there must always be a redundancy design to ensure that if one part gets damaged, the whole machine can continue to function. The human body is the same. The countless minute forces hidden in the muscles and bones may seem unused to the average person, but they are essentially redundancy, the potential of life, there to protect the body. Li Yuan was very clear about this. Warriors who reach subtlety can mobilize all subtle forces to battle, which indeed makes them powerful. But essentially, they are bursting with life potential, putting the body into overdrive and, if sustained for too long, could have lethal effects on various bodily functions and organs. It was like some news reports. An old man, in a moment of danger, suddenly lifted an object much heavier than normal, but died shortly afterwards. The underlying reason is that in that moment, the old man entered a special, mind-reaching subtlety state, bursting with hidden life potential. But with no control over this burst, excessive exertion can very easily lead to bodily collapse and rapid demise. Warriors who reach subtlety. Firstly, they can control this power. Secondly, they can continuously adjust and repair various hidden injuries. Li Yuan sighed to himself, thus, occasionally bursting at full power won't have too much of an impact. With Li Yuan's current strength, in a reaching subtlety state, my power and speed are comparable to a level 15.5 martial artist. Coupled with the advantage of my skills, I should be able to compete with a normal level 16.5 to 17 martial artist. Li Yuan made a rough judgment. So-called normal martial artists, from level 15 to 20, typically have techniques of intermediate or high rank of the third stage. And if not normal, for instance, Kunlun Martial University students who can cultivate to level 17 by their junior year generally possess fourth-level techniques and are truly considered elite. For the current Li Yuan to win against them would basically be daydreaming. Past 9 o'clock, as the night grew deeper and Li Yuan was still pondering spear techniques, suddenly. Beep. Master. Wan Qing requests a video communication. The assistant AI suddenly spoke up, would you like to answer? This startled Li Yuan from his practice. Uncle Wan. Li Yuan felt a moment of confusion before he remembered what Dean Hai had said during the day. Could it really have come? Answer, said Li Yuan immediately. Drip. Countless beams of light converged, instantly forming a light screen projection in the martial arts room. In the light screen, an office scene emerged, featuring a robed elder and a middle-aged man in Tang attire. Grandfather Fei, Lord Wan, Li Yuan greeted with a slight bow. He hadn't forgotten Uncle Wan's advice to address by official titles at work. It was better not to make Elder Fei feel that Li Yuan was closer to Uncle Wan than to him. Nevertheless, Li Yuan's heart brimmed with gratitude towards Fei Qian and Wan Qing. No matter their original intentions, judging by results, not by intentions, they had truly helped him considerably, and that was undeniable. Haha, Li Yuan, long time no see, Fei Qian said, pleased with Li Yuan's way of addressing him. It seems that you're still training late at night. We haven't disturbed your practice, have we? No, Li Yuan said with a smile. I was just about to rest. Haha, good, we haven't caused any trouble then. Fei Qian laughed and said, your performance in the freshman battle at the 10 schools today was very good. Both Lord Wan and I know about it. Even Lord Yang of the province knows. Grandfather Fei, my apologies, Li Yuan immediately smiled. I should have reported to Lord Wan first. Haha. What's there to apologize for? I plan to communicate with you tomorrow, but considering the importance, I decided to inform you straight away. Fei Qian laughed and said, Lord Yang of the province has issued an order, in light of your excellent performance since entering university. Your contract with the Martial Hall is hereby officially upgraded from A level to S level starting today, Fei Qian announced solemnly. S level? Li Yuan's eyes brightened slightly. Dean Hai indeed hadn't deceived him. Likely, he had worked things out with the upper echelons of Starfire Martial Hall. Li Yuan, the contract has been sent to you. Wan Qing finally spoke up. Have a look. Drip. The smart ring on Li Yuan's wrist vibrated, and he promptly looked down to check. It was a document sent by Wan Qing. Take a look first, said Fei Qian with a smile. The S-level contract is slightly different from your previous A-level contract. Yes. Involved in his own vital interests, Li Yuan no longer stood on ceremony. He tapped on his smart ring, and a small light screen popped up as he began to read carefully. The S-level contract was largely similar to the A-level contract, except the training resources provided annually by the Starfire Martial Hall had increased substantially. Annually, 24 million in cash and 24 million Martial Hall points? Li Yuan was inwardly shocked. It was very generous. Combined, these two amounts were equivalent to 48 million Blue Star coins. You should know, a normal A-level Martial Hall contract only offers 6 million in cash and 6 million Martial Hall points annually. That's a fourfold increase, besides the surge in the annual gift of training resources. This contract also came with many additional privileges. For instance, Li Yuan's level within the Martial Hall was directly upgraded from L4 to L6. For example, within a certain range, he could mobilize the Martial Artist Squad support of the Starfire Martial Hall. And so on, over 10 additional rights and benefits, and these were just what was explicitly written. An L6 member? Li Yuan inwardly marveled. Uncle Wan, as the Hall Master of the Starfire Guanshan Sub-Hall, is merely at L5 level, isn't he? As far as Li Yuan knew, in the Starfire Martial Hall, a Prime Warrior was at L4 level. L5 often belonged to intermediate Prime Warriors, a very high status already. L6 was usually granted to high-rank Prime Warriors who had made certain contributions. Grandfather Fei. Li Yuan closed the light screen and looked up to ask, I remember the last time I saw you. You mentioned that I could only be upgraded to S level if I reached the 5th stage of my contract before turning 20. This question made both Fei Qian and Wan Qing unable to help but laugh. Li Yuan. Wan Qing took the initiative to speak, quite moved. The difficulty for someone your age to reach subtlety is even more challenging than reaching the perfection of a skill's 5th stage before turning 20. Lord Yang of the province implied reaching 5th stage before the age of 20 because he never thought you could achieve mind perception this quickly, explained Wan Qing. It seems, just as Teacher Li and Dean Hai said, my attaining mind perception in the freshman battle of the 10 schools is truly an incredible performance. Li Yuan reflected in his heart. Not only has the school's focus on me greatly increased, Starfire Martial Hall's attention to me has also surged substantially. The stronger one's abilities and the greater the potential, the more they are valued. Li Yuan. The terms on the contract are just the standard ones, said Fei Qian. Besides these, there are two special items that need to be specifically explained to you. First is the stellar earth marrow crystal that Lord Yang of the province promised. He said it would be sent to Kunlun Martial University, to be kept by the school, available upon request. Understood. Li Yuan nodded. Secondly, we from the Starfire Martial Hall have inquired with the university and anticipate that you will participate in life or death adventures early next year, Fei Qian stated gravely. Therefore, to ensure your safety, our Zhangbei headquarters have made a special request to the Sha Country headquarters for a specially made Origin Power Battlesuit for you. An Origin Power Battlesuit? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. Li Yuan. The biggest difference between second-rank martial artists and ordinary martial artists is that first-rank warriors can only absorb origin power to strengthen their bodies, and they still consist of flesh and blood in essence. While second-rank martial artists can utilize origin power, said Wan Qing. Origin power is incredibly miraculous. The Origin Power Battlesuit can maximize the might of origin power. Once wearing the battlesuit, in combat, one can hold their ground against countless bullets and artillery, almost oblivious to thermal weaponry, Wan Qing explained. But I don't possess origin power, Li Yuan couldn't help saying. That's why this is a specially made suit, costing 10 times more than a second-rank origin power battlesuit, Wan Qing said with a smile. Its greatest advantage is that it allows first-rank martial artists to use it, too. With it, your defense will skyrocket, your vitality will surge, and when venturing into the star realm in the future, your risk of death will be significantly reduced. This single battle garment alone is worth more than 500 million Blue Star coins. Special Origin Power Battlesuit? 500 million Blue Star coins? Li Yuan marveled in his heart. Actually, Li Yuan had some understanding of origin power weapons, knowing that they were very expensive. While interacting with Ji Yuchengan previously, the latter had mentioned it several times, and when attending general knowledge classes that touched on second-rank exotic beasts, the teachers would occasionally discuss it as well. But this was the first time Li Yuan had heard of such a special origin power battlesuit. Li Yuan, there are two things you need to know, Fei Qian said. First, a special origin power battlesuit can only play a significant role after reaching 15 level. So, once your body reaches level 15 and your teacher informs the Martial Hall will secretly deliver it, Fei Qian said solemnly. You must keep the matter of the special origin power battlesuit a secret. After receiving it, you must not tell anyone. The purpose of gifting the special origin power battlesuit is to protect you, not to harm you. I understand, Li Yuan nodded slightly. This was the same reasoning as Dean Hai not allowing him direct contact with the stellar earth marrow crystal. The innocent has no worries, the one who holds the jade invites trouble. Having a treasure worth hundreds of millions of Blue Star coins on one's persona, if word got out, it could lead to some desperate actions from others. That would be a clever scheme that backfires. Second, when you become a prime warrior in the future, you will also return the special origin power battlesuit to the Martial Hall, Fei Qian said with a smile. You only have the right to use it. After all, it's a huge help to first-rank martial artists, but when you become a prime warrior, the difference between it and a normal second-rank origin power battlesuit is negligible. All right. Li Yuan smiled. He had been wondering why the Martial Hall was spending so much, but it turns out it was only the right to use the battlesuit. But it was enough to demonstrate the value the Martial Hall placed on him. After all, if he were to die while adventuring outside, the battlesuit would naturally be lost. When he became a prime warrior, spending 50 million Blue Star coins to buy a normal origin power battlesuit would be enough. Not long after hanging up the communication with Fei Qian, Li Yuan received another private message from Wan Qing. Uncle Wan, Li Yuan said with a smile, having changed his form of address. Congratulations on signing an S-level contract. From now on in the Martial Hall ranking, I'll have to be one level lower than you. Wan Qing had previously been quite serious, all business. No matter my level in the Martial Hall, you are still my Uncle Wan, Li Yuan said with a smile. The help you have given me, I always keep in mind. Haha, what I help you with is minor, It's mainly due to your own efforts. Wan Qing laughed, feeling much relieved in his heart. Li Yuan wore a smile, understanding Wan Qing's concerns. With his strength and talent becoming increasingly apparent, his status within the martial hall had quietly surpassed Wan Qing's. Wan Qing laughed and said, "Come to think of it, in Zhang City now, you must be the only martial path prodigy who has signed an S-level cultivation contract." The only one? Li Yuan was curious, as he really did not know this data. Yes. An S-level cultivation contract is not just about money. It also represents comprehensive protection and many privileges. These are intangible benefits that your school contracts can't match, Wan Qing said earnestly. Li Yuan nodded, feeling the uniqueness of the martial hall contract. The school's contract focuses on cultivation, but it doesn't offer any special privileges after leaving school. But at level 6 in the martial hall, one can really mobilize a large number of martial hall's intangible resources, besides money. Not to mention the others. Just having the privilege to directly appeal to the provincial inspection envoy is enough to make a hall master at the bottom like me apprehensive, Wan Qing remarked with a sigh. You will gradually come to understand, Li Yuan. Li Yuan understood the implicit meaning behind his words and said with a smile, "All right, Uncle Wan, if there's ever anything you need from me, make sure to tell me, and I will definitely help with all my might." Out of the many additional privileges Li Yuan gained at level 6, why did Uncle Wan specifically mention this seemingly inconspicuous one? Perhaps it was indeed unintentional, or perhaps there was a deeper meaning. Haha, then if there's anything in the future, I won't be polite, Wan Qing laughed. You also concentrate on your training at school. I'll look after things at home. Although the Fish Spirit clan has shown activity in Zhang City lately, everything is under control, with no significant impact. In areas like Starfire South Lake neighborhood, the defenses are already high, and I will pay extra attention to it, Wan Qing said with a laugh. The Fish Spirit clan is active again? A glint of light flashed through Li Yuan's eyes. They've been active all along. Once your privileges are increased, you'll know if you check the Martial Hall's database. The Fish Spirit Star realm has been infiltrating Zhongbei province constantly, Wan Qing stated seriously. Zhang City is the provincial capital, a key defense point, so the danger isn't too great. But in many towns below, that's where the casualties are large. Li Yuan nodded slightly, having grown up in Zhongbei and knowing a thing or two about these matters without looking at any data. Every year, within Zhongbei province, just from casualties caused by the ripple effects of the Fish Spirit Star realm alien race, the number adds up to at least several thousand and often as many as tens of thousands. By the way, Muha is performing well at school, Wan Qing mentioned casually. I'll observe and guide him more, and strive to sign him for a D-level cultivation contract when he's in his junior or senior year. Uncle, don't force this. Li Yuan shook his head. Be strict with him. If he doesn't meet the standard, he absolutely cannot be given a cultivation contract. Haha, don't underestimate your brother, Wan Qing laughed. After a while, the communication between the two ended. In Zhang City, inside the office of the Hall Master on the 9th floor of the Starfire Guanshan Branch Hall. An S-level contract? Wan Qing muttered to himself, his face growing increasingly joyful. Li Yuan is growing up so fast. Unique in Zhang City. No, this is the only one in Zhongbei province, and one can imagine how much Li Yuan will be valued. Guken. Wan Qing looked down at a document on the desk and muttered to himself, just wait. When Li Yuan comes back, use his complaint rights to give me a boost, that'll be enough for you to handle. Ji Yu Zheng is the hall master of another district's Starfire Martial Hall in Zhang City. Wan Qing really did want Li Yuan's help, however, he wouldn't ask lightly, he had patience, and needed an excellent opportunity. Before that, what Wan Qing needed to do was to continually strengthen his ties with Li Yuan. A day after signing the contract with the Martial Hall, which was October 8th. In the evening, while Li Yuan was training in the underground martial arts room, he received 2 transfer notifications in succession. Your account ending in 1486 has received 19.2 million Blue Star coins. Your account ending in 1486 has received 13.44 million Blue Star coins. 2 sums of money. One was the cash reward for the second year of the contract. The other was to make up for the shortfall in the first year of the contract. Of course, taxes had to be deducted, and the total amounted to 32.64 million Blue Star coins. This time, the Marshall Hall's S-grade contract paid me quickly, Li Yuan said with a smile. He clicked on his smart bracelet to enter the wealth section and saw his financial status. Bank balance: 96.51 million Blue Star coins. Marshall Hall points: 41.18 million. Points. They've topped me up with over 40 million all at once? Li Yuan sighed to himself. As for the Marshall Hall cultivation points, they too had increased by several tens of millions. If one only purchased cultivation resources within the Marshall Hall points were as effective as Blue Star coins. With the contract update, my privileges within the Marshall Hall have also been enhanced. Not only has the Treasury updated its purchase catalog with plenty of heavenly materials treasures, it seems the database has also been enriched quite a bit. Li Yuan quickly perused within the Starfire app. Having been upgraded from an A-grade contract's L4 level to L6, it was a comprehensive enhancement. Tomorrow, Teacher Li Yong will supervise me using the 100 Marrows Spirit Dry, Li Yuan thought to himself. In October, I'll first buy 6 portions of High Origin Spirit Spring with points. Thus, together with the 4 portions of High Origin Spirit Spring that the school provided for free, that would be 10 portions. That should be enough for October's cultivation. On October 9th, under Li Yang's supervision, Li Yuan used the 100 Marrows Spirit Dry once again. He underwent yet another nightmare-like ordeal. However, although he still screamed in agony, his performance was significantly stronger than when he used it in September. This continuous transformation of his willpower left Li Yong increasingly astonished. As time went on day by day, the newcomer competition among the 10 schools had created some impact worldwide, and Li Yuan's fame within Kunlun Marshall University had topped the list, already surpassing Jin Huguo. However, as the competition concluded, Li Yuan's life gradually returned to normal. On October 10th, Li Yuan received a notice from the school. A total of 18 units of stellar earth marrow crystals had arrived at the school's treasury and were allocated under his name, ready for use at any time. Without hesitation, Li Yuan applied to use them. On the afternoon of October 11th, the main building of the Vermilion Bird Building, where underground lies Kunlun Marshall University's premier pillar of spirit. On the 3rd floor above ground, guided by a teacher, Li Yuan came to a very special chamber. Li Yuan, the items have already been placed in the room, the teacher reminded. The handover process is fully monitored, so you can be at ease. They can only be used within the room, do not take them out, and you have access to the cultivation room for 1 day. Thank you, Teacher Zhu, Li Yuan said with a smile. He pushed the door and entered the room, noting the door was extremely thick, certainly over 30 centimeters, appearing to be made of alloy and very heavy. The defense must be astonishing. This room is really small. Li Yuan glanced around, noting the room was only about 10 square meters. Apart from 2 air vents and a door, there were no other gaps. In the room, there was only a meditation cushion and a table. The most special features were the 4 walls, as well as the ceiling and floor, which seemed to be cast from alloy. Without a doubt, extremely sturdy. Everything is for safety. Li Yuan entered the room and the door gently closed behind him. Approaching the table, there lay a porcelain tray on which rested an object the size of a baby's fist, earthen yellow and translucent like jelly. At first glance, it appeared ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one could feel the strong vitality it emitted. Is this the stellar earth marrow crystal? Li Yuan mused inwardly, noting that it looked quite similar to the sample shown in the instructional video he had seen that morning. He pondered for a while. Go ahead and eat, a 3rd-rank treasure. This piece might be worth tens of millions of Blue Star coins, maybe even 100 million, Li Yuan murmured to himself. How expensive was the stellar earth marrow crystal exactly? Li Yuan did not know. Gulp. Li Yuan swiftly picked up the tray, opened his mouth, and swallowed the unit of stellar earth marrow crystal whole. It melted upon entering his mouth. Swiftly, The stellar earth marrow crystal had been swallowed into his stomach, and within just a few seconds, it seemed to react with his body, sending a surge of rich, strange power quickly spreading throughout his body. Li Yuan suddenly started. So comfortable. It had been a long, long time since Li Yuan had felt this comfortable. Both are third-rank treasures, so why was the marrow cleansing so painful, and this is so comfortable? Why such a big difference? Li Yuan muttered to himself. Time passed. Li Yuan could clearly feel the stellar earth marrow crystal transforming into streams of strange power, continuously merging into his flesh, bones, blood, skin, and deep within his marrow. An endless surge of vitality was fusing into countless cells, causing the deepest layers of transformation within Li Yuan. Activity, vitality. As an expert with subtlety in mind, Li Yuan could perceive these special changes. Something like the marrow cleansing was for cleansing the marrow, in addition to tormenting people. The high origin spirit spring, on the other hand, was for pushing the body's evolution. But the stellar earth marrow crystal, part of its function was to strengthen the body, but its core function was enhancing life potential, increasing the body's foundation. In short, it was about raising the upper limit of the body's growth talent. At this moment, Li Yuan felt incredibly comfortable and he reveled in the subtle transformations of his body. No wonder Master Fei said that once I use the stellar earth marrow crystal, it would greatly increase my success rate in law creation. Li Yuan sat cross-legged, mentally sensing his whole body. The greatest difficulty in law creation was when guiding origin power incorrectly, it would backlash against the body, causing injury. In that moment, the body's life potential was very important. Just like a 20-year-old and a 50-year-old, both may seem to have similar strength, speed, and other physical data. But if both suffered the same injury, who would recover faster? Being young means greater life potential, such as natural law. This was also why Dean Hai repeatedly hoped that Li Yuan would become a prime warrior as soon as possible. And the stellar earth marrow crystal could further enhance Li Yuan's life potential. To be consumed once a month, Li Yuan silently pondered. In total, it can last 18 months. Together with the marrow cleansing and high origin spirit spring, my cultivation speed will be even faster. After consumption, under the effect of that strange power, Li Yuan's life potential was continuously improving. This enhancement was consolidating his foundation. In the future, as Li Yuan's strength grew even stronger, its effects would gradually become apparent. But a trace of strangeness was also fortifying Li Yuan's body, slowly advancing his physical quality. Finally, after over 4 hours, the effects of this unit of stellar earth marrow crystal gradually faded, and Li Yuan ended this long enjoyment. Suddenly, your life level has risen from 13.9 to 14.0. Your fist strength has increased from. Your burst speed has increased from. Your life level is now sufficient to accommodate spiritual guidance. 4 consecutive Divine Palace notifications flashed. Phew! Li Yuan's eyes snapped open, a hint of light twinkling within. Finally, his life level had reached level 14. Li Yuan could feel some special changes occurring within the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. Once he confirmed the full effects of the stellar earth marrow crystal had taken hold. Li Yuan quickly left the Vermilion Bird Building, took a flying vehicle, and returned to his villa. He went down to the martial arts room. Spiritual guidance. Li Yuan immediately sat down cross-legged, and with a thought, his consciousness entered the inner world. In the inner world, the towering 4-layered divine palace stood imposingly, and Li Yuan's consciousness quickly entered. His consciousness condensed, and as he looked around, just as he expected, the white jade staircase that had disappeared twice before had appeared once again. Are you asking me to go upstairs? Li Yuan felt guided to do so in the depths of his mind. Inside the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. Climbing upstairs, Li Yuan hesitated, and although he received such guidance, his consciousness still didn't dare to move. Li Yuan hadn't forgotten that the first time, it was his rash desire to climb upstairs. As a result, he was hit so hard that his consciousness nearly collapsed. Let's first see if there's any difference from the previous 2 times when origin power entered my body, Li Yuan thought. He attempted to draw upon the golden mist, that might exist on the second floor. But this time, there was no response. I can only try. Li Yuan's consciousness stepped onto the white jade staircase. As expected. Boom! It was as if a hammer of immense and terrifying power smashed down on his head, causing Li Yuan's entire consciousness to thunder and explode. Even though he was prepared, Li Yuan still felt dazed. The oppressive impact was much stronger than the first time. It was as if the consciousness shock from the white jade staircase was tailored to Li Yuan's spiritual power level. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the impact encountered. Fortunately, Li Yuan today had greatly surpassed his past self, not only in terms of much stronger spiritual power but also in significantly increased willpower, still barely maintaining his consciousness clear. Continue. Li Yuan's consciousness continued to climb toward the higher steps of the staircase. Rumble. The oppressive weight on his consciousness came like rolling stones, continuously impacting him. Hold on, Li Yuan roared inside. He moved forward step by step with difficulty. The higher he went, the more difficult it became, causing his consciousness to feel intense pain, as if it were about to collapse. However, compared to the torment and pain of the 100 marrow spirit dryness, this was just child's play. After a good 10 minutes. Phew! Even Li Yuan's strong consciousness felt as if it was about to completely dissipate under these relentless impacts, held together solely by his powerful will, desperately resisting. At last, thump, Li Yuan's consciousness crossed the white jade staircase and truly arrived at a higher level of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace. Perhaps the second level. Phew! The moment he set foot in, the unprecedented oppression instantly disappeared without a trace. If I hadn't used the visualization method to refine my consciousness to be this powerful, I probably would have found it very difficult to overcome the barrier of this white jade staircase, Li Yuan realized. The Mind-Spirit Divine Palace was indeed an inconceivable opportunity, whether it be the visualization method or the Divine Palace panel, both were extremely special. But without enough effort, just relying on the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, the achievements would be much smaller. One might even be blocked at the first level. What's in the second layer of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace? Li Yuan looked around. This level had a similar layout and structure to the first, with a jade platform in the center of the Great Hall as well. Its appearance was similar to the Great Sun Jade platform on the first floor. But its exterior was interwoven with gold and black. Another jade platform? Li Yuan pondered. Could it be that my consciousness is also required to coalesce on top of the platform? He observed the surroundings for a long while. Li Yuan confirmed that this level had neither the staircase leading to the higher levels of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace nor any other objects. There was only the black and gold interlaced jade platform in front of him. It's the only one, without other options. Li Yuan's consciousness already coalesced above the platform. The next moment. Boom! Li Yuan's consciousness surged into it like a tide, incapable of stopping the process. Swiftly, the scenery of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace around Li Yuan's consciousness changed. He found himself in a boundless dark space. This dark space he had visited twice before. No, to be precise. This mysterious space was no longer purely dark, as Li Yuan could vaguely see hundreds, even thousands, of stars shining dimly. A large number of stars formed a strange trajectory, illuminating the dark space with a faint light. Upon my second entry, I recorded these stellar trajectories, which haven't disappeared. Li Yuan was puzzled. What exactly is this dark space? The third time he entered. The biggest difference from the previous two times was that Li Yuan's consciousness remained absolutely clear. As time passed, Li Yuan's consciousness was trapped in the dark space, unable to leave. Gradually. In the dark space, at some point, streaks of purple light exuding a strange allure appeared, all emanating from the depths of the dark space. They swiftly floated toward Li Yuan's consciousness. What is this? Li Yuan sensed from afar, feeling strange powers from these purple streams. Full of vitality and also full of temptation, Before Li Yuan could think further, the first stream of purple gas already darted toward his consciousness, merging into it directly. In an instant. Li Yuan's consciousness observed that his vision of the entire dark space had changed. What is that? Stars. Li Yuan quickly saw them. This dark space seemed boundless, with no end in sight, but within this endless expanse, beneath the darkness, there seemed to exist countless stars. One after another, the stars were infinite, surely numbering in the billions and beyond. They emitted no light, which was why Li Yuan hadn't been able to see them before. It was the purple mist from earlier that had granted Li Yuan a form of X-ray vision that transcended space. It allowed him to overlook and observe a vast portion of the dark space. Dark space. Infinite stars. Li Yuan had an epiphany, and at the same time, he also noticed. Amongst these billions of stars, there seemed to be a very few that were not purely dark. Their surfaces seemed to flicker with a bit of light. This light was extremely faint. Without the enhancement from the purple airflow, Li Yuan definitely wouldn't have been able to see these faint lights, but now he could see them clearly. Could these very few stars be exceptions? Li Yuan pondered. He now recalled what Dean Hai had once said about the body being like the universe, filled with billions of dead stars. How similar it was to the scene before him. Could it be that the few luminous stars he observed were the life stars within his own body? What should he do then? Just at this moment. Seek the subtle in the dust, unite the two into one, essence of sun and moon, start forging the spiritual foundation. That vast and ancient voice he had heard many times before once again echoed within the dark space. Ethereal. The voice was so faint, but it seemed to contain a special magic power that influenced Li Yuan. Seek out the subtle glow of stars, unite the divine with the starsa. Li Yuan gradually came to understand. It seemed to be an action made subconsciously, or perhaps it was an unnoticed guidance from that ancient voice. Whoosh! Li Yuan's consciousness spread out instantly, as if fragmenting into countless parts. Swoosh! 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 Thousands upon thousands of thoughts, in a single moment, crossed the vast dark space, sensing the deathly stillness and the subtle light of innumerable stars. Each thought reached a star that emitted a faint light. The next moment, countless thoughts integrated into these stars, trying to imprint their own mark. Boom! Boom! The entire dark space suddenly shook, and the next moment, within the endless dark space, stars began to radiate light. The number of illuminated stars, originally only in the thousands, began to climb rapidly. 3,000, 5,000, 9,000, 20,000. The number surged uncontrollably. As many strands as Li Yuan's consciousness had divided into, that many stars were illuminated. Gradually. If someone could observe the entire dark space, they would be shocked to find. Among the tens of thousands of illuminated stars, a significant number of them formed various trajectories, already linked to each other. Conveying a sense of perfection, rumbling, when a large number of stars on a single stellar trajectory were fully illuminated, it seemed to initiate and trigger some special power. One could see tens of thousands of stars on the trajectory starting to move. Just like celestial bodies in motion, they truly came alive. Inside the underground martial arts room, Li Yuan, who was seated cross-legged, had his body's most minute layers, made of countless flesh and blood, gradually emitting fine rays of light. These rays of light were almost undetectable, invisible to the naked eye. But interconnected, they were like blood vessels from another dimension, already spanning various parts of Li Yuan's body, from his limbs and arms, abdomen, and even his brain. Forming a complete cycle. With the establishment of this cycle, akin to an ecosystem, autonomous evolution began immediately. Strange forces began flowing swiftly through those countless rays of light to the inner depths of Li Yuan's body. It was origin power. Rustling, these strange forces, coursing through the traces of light, gradually reached every deep part of Li Yuan's body. This extremely pure origin power, containing not a trace of impurity, was quickly absorbed by the muscles and bones of Li Yuan's body, driving his body to begin its transformation, to enhance rapidly. Even as the origin power flowed, a small amount gradually blended into the path of light instead of being completely absorbed by Li Yuan. If a flying heaven warrior were here, through their powerful spiritual sensing, they would surely make out. Li Yuan, seated cross-legged. Unwittingly, his body's inner walls had a large number of life stars illuminated, forming the rudiments of a high-rank cultivation technique, which started to operate on its own. This news, if spread, would definitely shock the entire human civilization. Because, only when one's physical quality reached level 20, could the life stars be fully illuminated to form a complete, stellar trajectory, and truly run an origin power method. This has been an ironclad rule for hundreds of years. But today, this ironclad rule was completely shattered by Li Yuan. Time trickled away, second by second. By the time it was past midnight, Li Yuan's consciousness gradually became clearer, and he was aware of the extraordinary changes happening to himself. In silent perception, his heart was also filled with shock. Life Star. The so-called spiritual guidance of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace actually directly guided me to brand stars within my life? To light up my life star? Li Yuan inwardly exclaimed. That's not all, it has unwittingly guided me to form a stellar circuit within my body, creating the embryo of a cultivation technique? This was truly inconceivable. After all, in Li Yuan's understanding, one must become a level 20 prime warrior to truly practice origin power techniques and form a life star circuit within the body. Only upon reaching level 20 could the body automatically absorb external origin power. As for what's known as spiritual awakening, in human civilization, those ordinary people and first-rank martial artists can only lightly stimulate the life star through specific postures, briefly absorbing origin power each day to improve their physical quality. But in reality, the effect was much weaker compared to a martial artist, merely equivalent to 1/10 of a prime warrior's. Keep in mind, many ordinary martial artists rely on high-rank cultivation methods, and after 20 years of training, their physical quality would be at best levels 15 or 16. On average, their fist strength improves by only a few hundred kilograms each year. For prime warriors, as long as their skills are up to standard, improving their physical quality by half a level each year is not difficult, and their fist strength increases by at least tens of thousands of kilograms. One can imagine the gap between the two. To a great extent, this is the intrinsic difference in how the cultivation techniques operate. As for me, before today's spiritual nature entered my body, I was clearly only level 14. Li Yuan looked at the Divine Palace panel. AA, life level, 14.2, first rank, fist strength, 9,022 kilograms. Speed, 43.9 meters per second. Spiritual power, level 23.0. Willpower, level 29. Spiritual awakening level, 25%, current limit 25%. Star Meridian, level 10. Skill realm, spear technique, 4th level 93%, movement technique, 4th level 86%, fist technique, 4th level 93%. Just in these few hours, my life level has increased by 0.2. Li Yuan inwardly sighed. Admittedly, the effects are outstanding because it's my first time practicing. But it's enough to show, once one begins to practice the origin power technique, just how terrifying the effects can be. With a bit of analysis, Li Yuan had already understood. He had created the embryo of a cultivation technique and successfully practiced and operated it. What came next? Should he practice with all his might, even without relying on any treasures, the speed of his body's evolution would far surpass geniuses like Yang Hong and Wu Luo. Because now, as for Li Yuan, his practice speed, fundamentally speaking, was that of a prime warrior, who had initially succeeded in law creation. If he continued to use treasures like the 100 Marrow Dry, High Origin Spirit Spring, Stellar Earth Marrow Crystal, and others, he would progress even faster. There's over a 90% chance. I will become a prime warrior before my sophomore year, Li Yuan analyzed and came to an astonishing conclusion. Even if the effects of the self-created cultivation technique aren't as good as I imagined, by the age of 19, I will become a prime warrior. The age of 19, meaning before September 2044. By that time, it wouldn't be too long after Li Yuan entered his sophomore year, and it was less than a year away from now. The thought of such a rate of progress made Li Yuan himself find it exaggerated. Teacher Li had said before, if one spiritual subtlety is reached and coupled with the school's abundant resources for cultivation, there was hope for becoming a prime warrior before the end of his sophomore year. Now what? After the spiritual guidance, with the emergence of the cultivation technique embryo, the efficiency of cultivation had increased more than twofold. What's most crucial was that it didn't require the consumption of any cultivation resources. As he pondered willpower at level 29, Li Yuan also noticed some changes on the Divine Palace panel. Two new items appeared: willpower and star meridian. Willpower, Li Yuan understood. A level 29 willpower meant that Li Yuan's will was strong enough to match many top-grade origin martial artists. But star meridian at level 10? What does that mean? Li Yuan wondered. From the name, as well as the changes brought about by today's spiritual guidance, Li Yuan could only think of one thing. Life star. Today, the changes in the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace are too great. Li Yuan shook his head lightly. To understand it clearly, maybe I need to first check out the high-level cultivation methods of human civilization and some creative experience from past generations. With Li Yuan's current access, it was easy for him to view high-level cultivation methods and some materials on self-created cultivation techniques. However, Li Yuan's subconscious had always assumed that he had to wait until level 20 to start creating techniques, which is why he hadn't paid special attention until now. Not long after, a light screen projection formed in front of Li Yuan. Within the projection appeared the image of a book with a dazzling star on its cover, set against the backdrop of an endless starry sky. A brief overview of Life Star Awakening, written by Dongfang Ji? Li Yuan murmured to himself. When he just now perused the Starfire Martial Hall's database on law creation, he found that many materials mentioned this article, classified under essential reading for law creation. Li Yuan immediately decided to read it first. The human body is like the universe, containing great secrets, with countless stars within. These stars are not actual stars, but a product of life evolution and the combination of the mind and spirit. The vast majority of these internal stars are dead stars, with only a rare few being life stars. The number of life stars, in a certain sense, is an indication of one's body talent and origin power growth talent, Li Yuan reflected, which was nearly identical to what Dean Hai had described. From level 10 to 19, our bodies gradually become robust, nurturing more powerful life stars within until becoming a level 20, that is, a second-rank life. Becoming a second-rank life, when the body and spirit are strong to a certain degree, the mind can sense the life star space. This life star space, while called a space, is actually a product of countless internal stars combined with the mind and spirit. If one's spiritual power is strong, one can sense it in advance. The space of life stars doesn't contain actual objects and isn't a real space, yet it truly exists. What is known as law creation is to gradually imprint and light up the stars in the space of life stars. However, the space of life stars is dim, and if the spirit isn't strong enough. The space of life stars? Li Yuan understood immediately. The mysterious dark space he had entered 3 times before was clearly the space of life stars formed by the reflection of countless life stars within his body, merged with his world of the mind. Illusory, yet real. When one's consciousness is in the space of life stars, it essentially amounts to the mind trying to sense the life stars throughout the body. Normally speaking, although my spiritual power is strong, my body isn't strong enough. So, even if I enter the space of life stars, I shouldn't be able to sense the life stars. At most, I would light up a few. Li Yuan understood much already. It must be those strands of purple airflow that floated over halfway. It should be the mysterious power contained in the spiritual guidance. Li Yuan quickly deduced in his mind and roughly understood the whole process. Ordinary people creating laws must laboriously try each star in the space of life stars, and if the imprint fails, not only does it damage the spiritual consciousness, but it also backlashes against the physical body. What about himself? With spiritual guidance, he was able to transform his consciousness into countless thoughts within an extremely short period, successfully merging with numerous life stars. Li Yuan continued to read on, and the section below was about introducing cultivation techniques. Life stars are not without patterns. With billions of stars within the body, there are countless stellar trajectories. A single life star, if imprinted upon, can only absorb a very small amount of origin power. Only when a sufficient number of life stars are awakened within the body, meeting the preliminary requirements of revolving 12,960 on a star meridian, can a preliminary internal circulation form, making the speed at which origin power is absorbed surge. This is the embryonic form of a cultivation technique. Star trajectories form lines, and the circulation never ceases. Once it operates, from an external perception, it's like what the ancients called meridians, hence it can be called star meridian. The minimum requirement for successful law creation is for a star meridian to achieve preliminary circulation. Li Yuan was amazed in his heart. It turns out, human civilization had already reached such an understanding of star meridians, law creation, and such. The human body has a massive amount of life stars. Although limited by our skills, spiritual power, and many other aspects, we can only sense a part of the life stars. If all life stars are awakened, any person can cultivate 4 or 5, or even 7 or 8 star meridians. The more star meridians formed within the body, and the more life stars awakened on each star meridian, the higher the efficiency of cultivating origin power. To become a flying heaven warrior from a prime warrior, at least 3 star meridians must be formed within the body. Bodies are different, but many life stars have commonalities. So-called high-rank cultivation techniques, once matched, can enable a prime warrior to initially awaken 3 star meridians. For the awakened life stars to form star meridians, at least 12,960 must be awakened. At most, 129,600 life stars must be awakened. 129,600 life stars is a complete star meridian. Extremely difficult. Even though there are traces to follow for star meridians, finding more than 100,000 life stars on one within the body is almost inconceivable. At least no one in our human civilization has done it. And the total number of awakened star meridians varies from person to person. Our human has a martial artist who formed 6 star meridians within his body. Although the awakening level of each star meridian is not high, his cultivation efficiency and physical foundation were also astonishingly strong. A brief description of life star awakening appears to be an article, but the content it covers is very complex. Li Yuan kept reading, and he now had a sufficient understanding of life stars, law creation. The number of star meridians? The awakening level of each star meridian? Li Yuan mused. So that means, the higher grade cultivation techniques from the powerful families that Dean Hai mentioned, could they be the ones that allow for awakening more star meridians? He closed the light screen. Li Yuan slowly closed his eyes. With a thought, he immediately encompassed his entire body, sensing the dimly lit life stars in every corner of his body. A 25% spiritual awakening level brings the spiritual guidance it carries. It seems that I have only awakened 1 star meridian, Li Yuan sensed carefully, just don't know how many life stars have been awakened on this star meridian. After a moment of sensing, Li Yuan was suddenly startled. Because with a slight inner perception of his soul, he discovered that on this 1 star meridian within his body, there were precisely 129,600 points of life star light. Exactly the complete star meridian mentioned in a brief description of life star awakening by Dongfang Ji. Which means, although I've only awakened 1 star meridian, have I left my marker on all the life stars on this star meridian? Without missing a single one? Li Yuan was shocked in his heart. After all, this was something not even Dongfang Ji could accomplish, something unheard of in all human civilization. A completely perfect star meridian, compared to a normal prime warrior cultivating with high-rank techniques and forming 3 incomplete star meridians, whose cultivation efficiency would be higher. A thought involuntarily surfaced in Li Yuan's mind. He didn't know. After all, Li Yuan could only see his own star meridian level on the Divine Palace panel. He couldn't see other people's star meridian levels. According to Senior Dongfang Ji, if I want to become a flying heaven warrior, just awakening 1 star meridian isn't enough. I need to awaken at least 3, he mused, meaning, I still have to continue with law creation. Unless my spiritual awakening level reaches 50%, which grants a second spiritual guidance, perhaps there will be another major help. Otherwise, awakening other star meridians can only rely on myself, he thought quietly, without panic. At the very least, The spiritual guidance had already laid the most solid foundation for creating a law, having solved the problem from 0 to 1, making it not difficult to at least achieve level 29 Prime Warrior in the future. The matter of my spiritual awakening, and the fact that I've created the embryonic form of a cultivation technique, must be kept secret, Li Yuan mused. Whether it's awakening star meridians at level 14 and the circulation of techniques, or a completely awakened star meridian, both implications are too significant. Such events are unprecedented in the history of human civilization. Keep it a secret for now. Star meridians are difficult to detect by others when not cultivating. What I need to do now is to use this complete star meridian to go all out in my cultivation and become a level 15 warrior and even a prime warrior as quickly as possible. Li Yuan was full of anticipation. At the earliest, I could reach level 15 next month, meeting the minimum requirements to venture into the star realm. Deep into the night, in the basement of the villa, Li Yuan's spirit was exceptionally good. Having read through the entire Life Star Awakening summary, Li Yuan continued to read the main text and numerous annotations of the 7 high-rank cultivation methods. Many of the annotations were directly left by Dongfang Ji. The human body is like the universe, with billions of stars within it, which are innately divided into life star veins and deathly silent star veins. Different races, beings from various space-time civilizations, have vastly different star meridian trajectories within their bodies. The quantity and position of life stars vary greatly, which is why the star meridian techniques collected from various races in foreign domains can only serve as references and cannot be used directly. One must create their own method. Although there are differences among individuals of the human race, the number and position of star meridians in the human body are generally the same. But the number of life stars and the number and location of life star veins in each person's body are different. Yet, there is a commonality that causes the life star veins of many people to be the same from birth. Li Yuan read through many annotations. He had come to understand the fundamental differences between the 7 high-rank cultivation methods. The human body's star meridians might number in the thousands or even tens of thousands, but the vast majority are deathly silent star veins. Deathly silent star veins cannot be cultivated, only life star veins. Creating one's own method means awakening one's life star veins and absorbing origin power, Li Yuan realized. And the 7 high-rank cultivation methods derived by human civilization to this day are actually about finding common life star veins that many humans have, and then imprinting spiritual marks to fully awaken the life stars. However, even if the star meridians in the human body are the same, individual differences are still huge, and to date, the 7 high-rank cultivation methods can only match less than 1/10 of humans. The number of life star veins and the quantity of life stars determine the level of potential. Some beings may have hundreds of life star veins within their bodies, but if each life star vein has fewer than 12,960 stars, they are doomed to be unable to cultivate origin power. Even if external forces make them prime warriors, they have no hope of creating their own techniques. A small number of people may have only a few or even just a handful of life star veins in their bodies, but each one contains more than 60,000 or even 90,000 life stars. According to messages from civilizations beyond our realm, the legendary talent refers to a star meridian where all 129,600 stars are life stars. Such talent is extremely rare and is known as the perfect star vein. If such a perfect life star vein were to be fully awakened, it would be equivalent to multiple partially awakened life star veins. When Li Yuan came across this annotation, he was shocked and began to understand the condition of his own body. And he made some estimations. Perfect star vein? My perfect awakening in one night was aided by the spiritual guidance from the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, Li Yuan wondered. But the fact that I have a perfect star vein and so many life stars, is it the help of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace? Or my own innate talent? Li Yuan was more inclined to believe it was his innate talent. Because, Li Yuan clearly remembered, in the life star space, those threads of purple mist were what helped him perceive the vast and endless life star space, quickly distinguishing between life stars and deathly silent stars. Thus imprinting spiritual marks, awakening. Moreover, Li Yuan also remembered that during that brief moment of sensation and observation, the number of life stars he had imprinted were just a minority, and there were still a massive number of stars emitting faint light in the life-star space, yet to be awakened. No choice, Li Yuan's spiritual power was only so strong at the moment. To divide his thoughts so many times and awaken 129,600 life stars in one go was already his limit. That is to say, without spiritual guidance, under normal circumstances, after becoming a prime warrior and sensing the life star space, I might also be able to awaken some life star veins, Li Yuan understood. But it certainly wouldn't be this fast, nor would it be possible to quickly awaken this star meridian to perfection. Spiritual guidance probably means fully tapping into my already high talent for origin power, Li Yuan mused to himself. This was very important. All things have spirit. In history, countless people with extraordinary talents never found a high-rank cultivation method that matched them, becoming indistinguishable from ordinary people. Just like a genius being abandoned alone in the wilderness, where the best outcome would be becoming a feral man. External environment is more important than talent. Next, as my spiritual power further improves, I will be able to gradually attempt to awaken my life stars myself. Li Yuan was quite looking forward to it. The strength of spiritual power is closely related to the number of life stars awakened. This is why martial artists place great emphasis on spiritual power. Having fully awakened this star meridian, I have begun to create my own cultivation technique. Li Yuan revealed a smile. What should I name it? The 7 high-rank cultivation methods are all based on the properties of origin power. As the star meridians operate, they absorb a large amount of external origin power. Most of it will be gradually absorbed by the body, but a significant portion will remain between the star meridians. This origin power can rapidly repair injuries throughout the body, creating a big surge in vitality. Can trigger and enhance weapons, making them sharper and more durable, and can generate the origin power battlesuit, all with many wondrous effects. Given different talents, the life star veins awakened in the resulting origin power will have their emphases. For example, a human race prime warrior compliant with the blazing flame burning sky sutra would cultivate fire origin power. As with the vast ocean infinite water sutra, it's about cultivating water origin power. And the hefty Earth Star Constellation Sutra involves Earth origin power. Now it seems that, in the video from Rob C. Yu Jingyi's outbreak of power when killing enemies involved metal origin power, Li Yuan thought to himself. The outward release of origin power is indeed a match for flying heaven warriors with the body of a prime warrior, an extraordinary talent. Over the centuries, the 7 high-rank cultivation methods created by human civilization include 2 methods for cultivating earth origin power, 2 for water origin power, and 1 each for fire, metal, and wood origin power. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These 5 origin powers are the most common. The vast majority of prime warriors create laws successfully, and the origin power they cultivate can be classified into these 5 types. Everyone's cultivated origin power is not exactly the same, it can only be said they are similar in a broad sense. But there are a very few prime warriors, flying heaven warriors, whose origin powers after law creation are completely different from the 5 basic origin powers. Li Yuan looked down at his fingertips. Hiss, a faint pale yellow light streaked across Li Yuan's fingertips, icy cool. Li Yuan could also feel it. If he were to launch an attack now, under the support of origin power, this one finger would be much more powerful than before. The life star vein awakened in my body revolves, and just from appearances, it seems to be earth origin power. But compared to the earth origin power described in many records, there seems to be some differences. Li Yuan slightly frowned, just the color alone is much paler. Unusual. Normal earth origin power is very dark in color, but the thread of origin power that Li Yuan cultivated was much lighter, almost transparent if one does not observe closely. Enough. Once I become a prime warrior and pretend to have succeeded in law creation, I'll try asking Dean Hai and the others, Li Yuan muttered to himself. Exposing it now would lead to many questions. But once he became a prime warrior, revealing some secrets wouldn't be an issue. The upper echelons of human civilization would just ascribe it to having peerless talent. After all, there have been many freaks of nature throughout history, Fang Hai, Dongfang Ji. Like an ordinary person growing to a height of 2.5 or even 3 meters, people would just marvel at their genetic mutation. But if he sprouted a pair of wings and could fly, he would definitely be invited for research. As the star Meridian revolves, I can manipulate a small amount of origin power, which is naturally much less compared to that of a prime warrior. Li Yuan gently closed his eyes, sensing the small amount of origin power in his body's star meridian. However, it is enough for me to fully activate an origin power weapon, origin power battlesuit at a critical moment. In a life or death situation, if the enemy considers Li Yuan as a first-rank life, and Li Yuan suddenly erupts with origin power, his strength would surge considerably. This is a trump card. It must not be exposed carelessly. I shall name this newly created cultivation technique All Heavens, Stars. Li Yuan thought of a name on a whim. Li Yuan believed that a perfectly awakened life star vein could also be called All Heavens, Stars. What he needed to do was to awaken more life star veins and life stars in the future. After creating the origin power cultivation technique, All Heavens, Stars, Li Yuan's life of cultivation became tranquil. Time passed, day by day. He attended general knowledge classes, practiced spear technique, received guidance from teacher Li Yang, underwent combat training, and consumed high origin spirit spring. And every night, aside from the routine practice of the visualization method, Li Yuan would hide in the basement, revolve the star meridian, and frantically absorb origin power, causing his physical quality to skyrocket. Spiritual power is extremely important. Li Yuan placed great importance on the visualization method. Whether it is improving skill in spear technique or awakening life star veins, spiritual power is always the priority. I still need to push my willpower to its limits. Spear technique, fist technique, movement technique, Li Yuan trained with unrelenting rigor. Right now, the most important thing is to improve all three to the threshold of 4th level 99%. In terms of skill, Li Yuan was also steadily progressing. One day in mid-November, in a large martial arts room of the Hailong building. Class dismissed, Li Yang announced, walking straight out of the classroom. The 24 students in the classroom all got up and started chatting as they headed out. Indeed, compared to 4 months ago when Li Yuan started school, Li Yang's class had gained several 4th-level elites, mostly upperclassmen from the 4th and 5th years. This was normal. The longer one practiced, many students from Kunlun Martial University were stuck at 3rd stage perfection for years, and with time, they would break through. Shi Xiao. Are you free tonight? Our monthly leave is here. How about we go have fun in Fengjing for a day? A tall young man chased after Shi Xiao and asked. Seeing this, the other students smiled and thought nothing of it. In this era, one could legally marry at 19, so while there were few married university students, there were many in relationships. Especially these elite students, who were well off financially and knew their future as martial artists could be fraught with danger and death in battle, leading to very open-minded people. There were quite a few who had several boyfriends or girlfriends. Oh Xie, I have plans tonight, Shi Xiao said indifferently, stop bothering me. With who? Oh Xie frowned. Junior brother Li Yuan, don't you think so? Shi Xiao suddenly looked at Li Yuan. Yesterday I invited you to relax in Fengjing for a day, and you agreed. Li Yuan, who was discussing subtlety of the mind with Chu Jing, was stunned. How had the conversation turned to him? Chu Jing's face also stiffened. Senior sister Shi Xiao. Li Yuan was about to speak. You agreed? Shi Xiao revealed a smile, stepped forward, and intimately grabbed Li Yuan's arm, attempting to pull him outside. At the same time, a faint voice reached Li Yuan's ear. Li Yuan, help me out of this situation. Li Yuan frowned. He didn't move his feet, and Shi Xiao slightly exerted force but couldn't seem to pull him. This scene caused surprise among the surrounding students. Shi Xiao, whose physical quality was beyond level 17, actually couldn't move Li Yuan? Was she not putting in enough effort? Elder brother Oh Xie. Li Yuan suddenly turned back and smiled. I indeed promised senior sister Shi Xiao in advance to accompany her to Fengjing for a day, but don't misunderstand, there's nothing between me and senior sister Shi Xiao. You can pursue her freely. Oh Shia's face relaxed slightly, and he managed a smile. Okay. He didn't wish to offend Li Yuan. Who didn't know about Li Yuan's terrifying talent? There was a very high chance he would become a flying heaven warrior in the future. Shi Xiao's smile turned rigid. Huff. Huff. All the students exited the Hailong building and dispersed on various flying vehicles. Senior sister, I've helped you. It's time to let go, Li Yuan whispered. Okay. Thank you, junior brother, Shi Xiao said with a smile, almost coquettishly. But, junior brother Li Yuan, why can't you see it through to the end? Why did you have to make it so clear with O'Shea? He will start pestering me again in a few days. That's your problem, senior sister, Li Yuan smiled. I am leaving now. Saying so, Li Yuan strode forward. Senior sister Chu Jing, I am leaving now, Li Yuan greeted Chu Jing. He leapt onto a flying vehicle and quickly departed. Shi Xiao's smile faded, seemingly reluctant. Senior sister, it seems your method didn't work. Junior brother Li Yuan isn't taking the bait. A mocking voice arose. Chu Jing approached with an inexplicable smile of triumph on her face. Mind your own business. Shi Xiao scoffed. Little girl, do you really think your method of pretending to be cute and asking for advice on techniques is effective? At least it's better than yours, Chu Jing said indifferently. The whole academy knows about senior sister's reputation. Do you really expect Li Yuan to accept you? Shi Xiao huffed coldly, a trace of chill flashing in her eyes. With Li Yuan's rise, many believed he had the potential to become a flying heaven warrior in the future. There were quite a few female students in the school who wished to pursue him. But most could hardly even see him. Shi Xiao and Chu Jing, as fellow senior sisters, often had classes together and were the closest to Li Yuan and most motivated to pursue him. Fine. Let's see what you can do, Shi Xiao sneered. Goodbye, senior sister, Chu Jing smiled and quickly left on a flying vehicle. Little vixen, pretending to be innocent in front of me. Shi Xiao watched Chu Jing leave with venom. After a while, when everyone else had left, O'Shea, who had just pursued Shi Xiao, came out and couldn't help saying, Senior sister, about the matter you promised me? Your acting is too poor. Li Yuan isn't fooled at all. We'll talk about your request next time. Shi Xiao walked away, fuming. In the deep villa area belonging to the 6th Institute, at the residence of Dean Hai. On the grass, Dean Hai was leisurely sunbathing. Dean Li Yong, who had just finished a class, hopped off a flying vehicle and approached respectfully. What is it? Dean Hai asked, eyes closed, fanning himself. Li Yuan's physical quality has breached level 15, Li Yong said. His skills, movement technique, and spear technique have basically reached the limit of the 4th level. The baseline to go to the Mingshu Star Realm has been met. So soon? Dean Hai opened his eyes, surprise flickering in them. 1 level up in physical quality in a month? Does the stellar Earth Marrow Crystal harmonize with him that well? Indeed, the stellar Earth Marrow Crystal is a fine heavenly material treasure, but logically, the effect shouldn't be this significant. Dean Hai expressed his doubts. He's not progressing from level 10 to level 11, but from level 14 to level 15. Speaking purely in terms of physical quality, his fist strength has increased by over 4,000 kilograms in a single month. Has he left the school this month? Dean Hai asked. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. No, since the end of the freshman battle of the 10 schools, Li Yuan has been cultivating within the school. Li Yong said. He undergoes combat training daily and attends general knowledge classes, which can all be verified. Li Yong understood Dean Hai's doubts. He was suspecting that Li Yuan might have had other serendipitous encounters. But in reality, there weren't any. Additionally, I check his physical quality every week. Li Yong added, after using the stellar Earth Marrow Crystal, the rate of his progress has noticeably increased. The rate of progress is very stable, Li Yong confirmed, all documented. Good. Dean Hai finally let go of the last thread of suspicion and smiled. It seems the stellar Earth Marrow Crystal is indeed the right choice for him. We, too, have underestimated his rate of progress, Dean Hai stated calmly. President, you are wise, Li Yong said with a laugh, but thought to himself, we? It was obviously you who underestimated him. But then, Li Yong followed up with a question, President, what should we do now? It's still too dangerous to go to the Mingshu Star Realm now. Dean Hai spoke softly. Let's stick to the original plan, 1 month. There's nearly 2 months left. His strength should be able to improve further, and his ability to protect himself will be stronger. Besides, the school has a holiday in December, right? Dean Hai inquired. Yes, nodded Li Yong. Normal universities have winter and summer breaks, but martial arts university's holiday schedule is completely different. Every year in late June and late December, there will be a half-month break to allow students to go home, which is staggered with the usual university vacations. Just let him go home before venturing out into the Star Realms, Dean Hai suggested. Yes, Li Yong nodded, understanding what Dean Hai meant. Venturing into the Star Realms is completely different from a combat assessment. Though combat assessments are dangerous, the death rate for each can be controlled at around 1% or even lower. It is only the cumulative casualty rate that is high. Especially for a genius of Li Yuan's caliber, the death rate is even lower. Most importantly, all accidental factors can be eliminated. Venturing into the Star Realms. Although the school will also provide some protective measures, no matter the preparations, it is impossible to avoid accidents, such as an unexpected encounter with a second-rank alien race or flying heaven creature. Such occurrences have happened in history. Sending Li Yuan home first, in some sense, is also a form of farewell. Who knows, he might die out there this time. After all, Li Yuan is only 18 years old. There are 2 more things. Dean Hai spoke faintly. First, have Li Yuan come see me tomorrow. Second, inform Starfire Martial Hall that Li Yuan has reached level 15 and ask them to arrange for the delivery of the Origin Power Battlesuit as soon as possible. Yes, Li Yong nodded. That evening, while watching the news, Li Yuan received a communication from Li Yong. Dean Hai wants to see me tomorrow. He might give me guidance on my cultivation and venturing into the Star Realms. Li Yuan speculated upon reading the message from Li Yong. I don't even need to apply myself? According to Kunlun Martial University's rules, before the senior year, regardless of the level of physical quality, one doesn't need to venture into the Star Realms. Likewise, if one's physical quality reaches level 15, they can enter the Star Realms after applying personally, whether they are a freshman, sophomore, or junior. He put down his smart wristband. The Fish Spirit Clan. Li Yuan continued to watch the Star Realm channel projected on the screen. According to statistics, the recent Star Realm attack that Zhong City encountered has resulted in at least 284 deaths. In Shizhou, over the past 7 days, there have been attacks from the Fish Spirit Star Realm, resulting in at least 800 deaths. Following our station's reporter's visit, starting today, the military forces of Zhongbei Province, Starfire Martial Hall, and Starry Sky Martial Hall will conduct joint operations, using a dragnet strategy along the Shang River. One news story followed another in the projection. All were about Zhongbei Province and the Fish Spirit Clan. Ever since his conversation with Wan Qing, Li Yuan had been paying close attention to the news from Zhongbei Province, especially concerning Zhong City. Yesterday, various locations across Zhongbei Province suffered another round of large-scale attacks. Only today had the situation been mostly brought under control. So many casualties. Li Yuan frowned slightly. Is the Fish Spirit Clan really that hard to eradicate? The Fish Spirit Star Realm, like a festering wound on Zhongbei Province's body, not fatal but occasionally inflammatory, causes panic and harm to the citizens of the entire Zhongbei Province. However, Uncle and Auntie live in the Starfire South Lake community. The impact there is minimal, Li Yuan mused. The next day, November 17th, at 2 in the afternoon, Li Yuan arrived at Dean Hai's villa residence, accompanied by Li Yong. This was Li Yuan's first visit. The previous meetings with Dean Hai had always been held at the Hailong building. However, just as he stepped off the flying vehicle, Li Yuan was slightly taken aback. Because, on the lush green lawn outside the villa, Dean Hai was leisurely lying on a recliner, dressed in casual clothes and wearing sunglasses. Fishing. A large parasol was raised high. Beside him, several attendants waited on hand and foot, with a table meticulously prepared with all kinds of exquisite food. In a word, Exquisite, combined with Dean Hai's already young and handsome appearance, he gave off the air of a luxuriously wealthy young man. Dean, Li Yuan is here. Li Yong stepped forward and said. Li Yuan, Li Yong, sit down, Dean Hai said with a faint smile, gesturing to the two stools beside him. Li Yong and Li Yuan both sat down and turned their attention to Dean Hai. It was then that Dean Hai finally put down his fishing rod. Li Yuan, do you like fishing? Dean Hai asked with a smile. I've fished before, Li Yuan replied honestly. Except for a bit taught by his uncle in June, Li Yuan really hadn't learned to fish at any other time in his life. Do you know what's most important about fishing? Dean Hai asked, looking at Li Yuan with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Li Yuan pondered for a moment. Patience. No, it's that the pond needs to have fish, Dean Hai laughed. If there are no fish, all your efforts are pointless. For example, some fishing grounds appear to have many fish, but the owner intentionally digs the center deeper, then uses heavy bait to attract all the fish there. In that case, you definitely can't catch anything at the water's edge. Li Yuan was speechless. How do you feel about the spirit concentration technique I asked you to practice last time? Dean Hai changed the subject. I've practiced it, and it feels so-so, Li Yuan said. He could be vague on other matters, but when it came to cultivation, which involved his personal interests, he had to answer seriously. It's actually a spiritual secret manual for honing willpower, helping martial artists better withstand spiritual attacks, Dean Hai said. The star realm is full of dangers, and you can hardly predict the methods of your enemies. Spiritual attacks are very common. However, your spiritual power is strong, so its effect on you is indeed limited, but still, practice it more when you have time. There's always some effect. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. I hear from President Li that your spear technique has reached the 4th level's limit, Dean Hai said. Almost, Li Yuan said with a smile. In reality, according to the Divine Palace panel, Li Yuan's spear technique and fist technique had both reached 99% of the 4th level. Only his movement technique was slightly behind at 96% of the 4th level, but he expected to reach the limit within at most half a month. Reaching the limit of the 4th level, the mind enters subtlety, gaining control of every minute force within the body. The next step is the unity of 5th stage, Dean Hai said with a smile. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he listened intently. He understood that Dean Hai asked him here today to actually give him guidance in his skills. The term, unity of heaven and man, in ancient times, was the mysterious pursuit of many martial arts masters, like the golden elixir path of Taoism or the relics concept in Buddhism. It sounds very profound, but when you seek its essence, it all comes down to nature, Dean Hai said with a smile. Nature? Li Yuan thoughtfully reflected. Human strength is limited. We draw in origin power to temper our bodies and train our techniques, making our strength and speed increasingly powerful. But even for flying heaven warriors or those beyond the flying heaven level, they can sprint at speeds tens of times faster than the speed of sound, or even more. Their bodies can enter outer space. A single punch can shatter a mountain, Dean Hai remarked. It seems very strong, but how does it compare to the vastness of nature itself? Just our 7-star sea alone, and the distance between us and Feixing is over 100 million kilometers, without traveling via star bridge or star realm. Communication between us would be extremely difficult. The operation of heaven and earth, the starry sky, we individuals seem strong, yet we are just slightly more robust ants in this endless cosmos. Unity of heaven and man is about using our weak spirit and mind to perceive the countless mysteries and operations of the world. To grasp just a thread of the natural laws. Like technology, weak life forms can control a variety of powerful weapons. Our warrior's life evolution too is the same, striving to discover the mysteries and laws of nature. By borrowing the power of heaven and earth, we become stronger, both spiritually and physically, Dean Hai smiled. Otherwise, just relying on cultivation methods, do you think in a short period of time, it would be possible to make a flying heaven warrior's body so formidable? Li Yuan thoughtfully pondered. These are to build a concept in your mind, Dean Hai said with a smile. The best way to break through is still to follow the original path. The original path? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. Natural laws are elusive, Dean Hai said with a smile. Do you think I'm too extravagant? No, Dean, your contributions to human civilization are immense. This is nothing, Li Yuan shook his head. That's true, Dean Hai laughed. Over the years, I've paid hundreds of billions in taxes alone, not by engaging in domestic commerce or collecting rent, but by adventuring and battling in the star realm. Impressive, Li Yuan sincerely expressed. Paying taxes alone amounted to over 100 billion, so one could only imagine the actual gains. These treasures and wealth might technically belong to Dean Hai, but in a sense, they were also part of human civilization. I seem to be enjoying myself. Well, I am indeed enjoying, Dean Hai laid back leisurely, saying with a smile, but this is also a form of cultivation for me, refining the heart and comprehending law. Li Yuan was puzzled. This state of being was too far from his own. Once you truly step into the fifth stage, you will gradually understand what I mean, Dean Hai said with a smile. Next, study a third-rank spear technique manual called Meaning of the Stellar, from the Marshall Path Knowledge Network, he instructed. This manual is an extension of the Stellar Spear Technique, and will help you break through to the fifth stage, Dean Hai added. Yes. Li Yuan noted down the name of the secret manual. The second thing I called you for, Dean Hai said. After the December break, at the beginning of January, we will arrange for you to venture into the Mingshu star realm. What place is that? Li Yuan had never heard of this star realm. With his current access in the Starfire Marshall Hall, he had the right to know some information about most star realms. This is a vast, yet undeveloped first-level star realm, President Li added from the side. Currently, our human civilization is gradually expanding within the Mingshu star realm, engaging in small-scale battles with the native creatures of the star realm. But the level of combat isn't too high, which is most suitable for you. After all, we couldn't possibly assign you to guard a star realm, Li Yong said with a smile. That would be pointless. Okay. Li Yuan nodded. Having taken so many general knowledge courses and researched the data himself, he was clear on the differences between various star realms. Some star realms were completely occupied by the human race and were very safe. There might not be a single battle for years, and many martial artists hope to be dispatched to these places. Because they are safe. The rest of the star realms, like some that were in a state of war or sworn enemies. For instance, the Rob Sea, were very dangerous. Prime warriors entering would be cannon fodder, and if you were to venture there, it would be easy to die in a large-scale battle. Unless one had the strength of a flying heaven warrior, in that kind of large-scale battle, an individual would be extremely powerless. It sounds like the Mingshu star realm is more suited for me. Your life and death trial in the Mingshu star realm will be overseen by the person in charge of the local martial hall, who will evaluate you in a series of tests, Dean Hai said with a smile. If you perform exceedingly well. When you return to school, the school will prepare another generous gift for you. It should be the most important gift the school can prepare for you before you graduate. It cannot be measured in money, Dean Hai said without revealing what it was. At least, it's not something I can provide. Li Yuan held his breath. A gift that even a flying heaven warrior like Dean Hai couldn't provide. What could it be? It didn't seem like heavenly materials treasures. Considering the timeline, you have a month and a half until your life and death trial. Train well. The trial doesn't consider talent, only strength, Dean Hai said, looking at Li Yuan, unable to help but add. Each bit of strength increases your chance of survival in the star realm. I hope you will come back alive to see me. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. After returning to the villa, Li Yuan immediately logged into the virtual network and entered the Marshall Path knowledge space. Quickly, he found the third-rank skill secret manual, Meaning of the Stellar. Second-rank secret manuals were as numerous as stars. But third-rank secret manuals were much rarer and seldom bore the same name. It seems that Meaning of the Stellar is not simply a spear technique manual, but a state of mind. Li Yuan quickly read through the manual's introduction. Assured it was correct. Purchase. Freshman, Li Yuan. Your free learning quota for third-rank secret manuals has decreased by 1. With a remaining balance of 2, the system voice sounded. The skill secret manual you just purchased has been delivered to your personal space. In his personal space, Li Yuan listened intently to the intelligent teacher's lecture. You are learning spear technique. Therefore, you can understand that meaning of the stellar is an extension of the ultimate mystery of stellar spear technique, the stellar realm. It imitates the movement of stars in the outer skies. It can be divided into 4 realms. Body like the stars, stardust subtlety, river of galaxies, and stars returning to ruins, the intelligent teacher slowly explained. If you have fully grasped the stellar spear technique, you should be able to quickly get the hang of the first realm, body like the stars. The key lies in the second realm, stardust subtlety. Once you understand the second realm, it means you've reached the threshold of unity of heaven and man. Whoosh, with a wave of the intelligent teacher's hand, the area under his and Li Yuan's feet transformed into an endless starry sky scene. In the depths of space, there were dimly lit stars. Watch me, the intelligent teacher said softly. In his hand, a long spear appeared from nowhere. Whoosh! With one thrust of the spear, his demeanor instantly changed. For a fleeting moment, Li Yuan felt an immense star rolling, an enigmatic sensation. However, Li Yuan also felt a certain sense of incongruity and illusion. The virtual network, after all, is not reality. For 5th stage skills, it can only simulate 50% of their real effect. For this 3rd rank spear technique, it would be best if you could seek out a real 5th stage master for live combat to gain insights. That's the fastest way to progress. On the afternoon of November 19th, inside Li Yuan's villa, in the underground martial arts room. These past days, you've been practicing meaning of the stellar on the virtual network. How do you feel about it? Li Yong asked with a smile. It's somewhat lacking. Li Yuan shook his head. I haven't truly grasped the basics yet. That's to be expected. Intelligent teachers are more effective at instructing techniques below the 4th layer, especially for those who are good at learning, Li Yong said with a smile. But once you reach the 4th layer, the effectiveness of intelligent teachers drops off. 5th stage skills can only be simulated to 50% of their effect. And 6th stage skills are beyond simulation. This is why virtual battles on the combat network, whether various assessments or the Starry Skies fighting network, can only demonstrate up to 5th stage perfection skills. Li Yong explained with a smile. Like your current Sun Eclipse stage. And Martial Saint stage, generally one can reach it with 5th stage perfect skill. Li Yuan suddenly understood, this was something he hadn't known before. But Li Yuan had long realized that the usefulness of the virtual network for him was rapidly diminishing. In the Starry Skies fighting network, he had reached Sun Eclipse stage, but every time he tried to match his rank, it took a long time. The number of experts who could reach these stages worldwide were sharply decreasing. Martial arts cultivation, after all, the virtual network is only an auxiliary tool. The stronger one became, the more they needed to return to reality. I have also pondered over meaning of the stellar, but my path is ultimately somewhat different, Li Yong said. I will try to emulate it as much as possible during live combat with you. During the fight, I'll help you feel as much as possible. Ultimately, your own realization must break through that essential threshold. Unity of heaven and man, understanding the natural world, comes down to your own spiritual breakthrough and stepping past that crucial threshold, Li Yong said solemnly. Many advanced prime warriors can be stuck at such a realm for decades, it's quite common. Yes. So it was. From mid-November onwards, as Li Yuan's skills reached the limit of 4th layer, his training schedule underwent another change. Besides daily cultivation, he no longer attended public skill classes, and even his live combat training was modified. It was adapted to now involve live combat drills in rotation with 2 official teachers and President Li. Because regular Prime Warrior's skills were too weak, live combat training offered little help to Li Yuan. Only those with sufficiently powerful skills could pressurize him and provide some enlightenment. Occasionally, Dean Shu would also come to give guidance to Li Yuan. Like this, Li Yuan was completely immersed in his martial arts cultivation, time flew by, and his overall strength was rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, it was already mid-December. During this time, a team from the Starfire Martial Hall arrived, very low-key and not many people knew about it. This team had come to deliver the Origin Power Battlesuit, as well as a long spear and long knife tailor-made for Li Yuan's height and build, and other auxiliary equipment for adventuring in the Star Realm. On the afternoon of December 14th, inside the underground martial arts room of the villa. Peefed. Whoosh! Li Yuan suddenly thrust forward, spear after spear whistling out, as quick as lightning, the 12 continuous strikes from the stellar spear technique. With each rapid burst, a series of afterimages formed in midair. This was no longer 12 continuous strikes, but 24 continuous strikes, 48 continuous strikes. It seemed endless. If there were experts who also practiced the stellar spear technique, they would be shocked to find. In executing this move, Li Yuan's spear momentum seemed boundless, wave after wave, with the might accumulating to an unbelievable degree when hundreds of consecutive thrusts were executed. The spear rolls like stars. Control. Li Yuan entered into subtlety, controlling the outburst of his bodily strength. Weaken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The originally wildly violent spear shadows gradually weakened and quickly stabilized. This was astonishing. It's like a boxer who, when punching heavily, if they don't follow through completely and instead stop abruptly mid-punch, the body would feel very uncomfortable. The 12 continuous strikes from the Galaxy Waterfall were the same. Once the spear technique reached its peak, it was best to complete the last strike to feel invigorated in body and mind. Capable of hardness, capable of softness. Today, I can finally say I have thoroughly comprehended the first layer of the stellar realm. Body as the stars. Li Yuan revealed a slight smile. This was not a major breakthrough. Having thoroughly comprehended the first layer, the skill realm still counted as the perfection of the fourth stage. From subtlety of spirit to the unity of heaven and man in martial path, it was not that easy to break through. Even though Li Yuan's progress was extremely fast, he could now only say he was continuously accumulating, laying a solid foundation for comprehending the second layer, subtlety of the stellar dust. The so-called epiphany required deep enough accumulation first. If one never seriously pondered, never thought deeply, and had no accumulation, what could possibly be realized in a flash of insight? Tomorrow, I will be able to return to Zhong City. Li Yuan thought of this and showed a slight smile. It had been almost half a year since he saw his uncle, aunt, and siblings, although they occasionally video-called. But for a moment, Li Yuan still missed home a bit. Home, a place that forever invokes nostalgia. After a half-month holiday, I will head off to the Mingshu Star Realm, Li Yuan thought to himself. This had been the plan all along. With my current strength, I should have enough assurance to make my way through the first-level Star Realm. Li Yuan glanced at the Divine Palace panel. Life level, 15.8, first rank, fist strength, 16,545 kilograms. Speed, 57.2 meters per second. Spiritual power, 24.6 level. Willpower, 29 level. Spiritual awakening level, 25%, current limit 25%. Star Meridian, 10 level. Skill realm, spear technique, 4th stage 99%, movement technique, 4th stage 99%, fist technique, 4th stage 99%. After returning home, relax a bit, spend more time with my uncle and aunt, Li Yuan contemplated, but as long as I practice all heavens, stars every day and run the Star Meridian, breaking through to the 16th level in physical quality is no problem. With just over 16 levels of physical quality, combined with the limit of 4th stage skill and the Origin Power Battle Suit, Li Yuan dared to engage in life and death battles with martial artists of the 18th or even the 19th level. Just in terms of strength, I should be catching up with Instructor Xing now. Li Yuan suddenly smiled, but compared to Teacher Xu Bo, I should still fall short. After all, Teacher Xu Bo is at the 5th stage perfect skill. Late at night, Li Yuan was packing up the things for his return home, such as the unit of Stellar Earth Marrow Crystal, and a unit of 100 Marrow Spirit Restoratives specially given by Li Yong, in preparation for his cultivation in the Mingshu Star Realm in January. This way, he wouldn't have to make a special trip back to school. With Li Yuan's current strength, as long as he was cautious, he could guard such treasures. And things like the High Origin Spirit Spring, he could wait to purchase them when he returned to Zhong City. There are also special local gifts I've prepared for my uncle, aunt, and siblings. Li Yuan revealed a slight smile. He had bought quite a few local specialties, but the gifts for family were the most thoughtfully chosen, all packed in his bag. People like teacher Xu Bo, Wan Qing, and others had a share. Even for Lin Lanyue, Li Yuan had specially bought a present, although he was not sure whether she would return to Zhong City for the holiday. Li Yuan had already sent the gifts for these people to Zhong City the day before. It's 4 in the morning. Practice some spear technique, continue until 7 o'clock, then after breakfast, take a flying vehicle to the airport, Li Yuan said to himself. Cultivation had become ingrained in his bones. Under the night, as Li Yuan was tranquilly practicing his spear inside the villa. In the distant Zhongbei province, deep underground within a hidden river, the river flowed on. Large-bodied fish spirit clan warriors with green skin were crawling along the river in the darkness. Their racial talents allowed them to easily adapt to this environment. Roar, hurry up, only 300 kilometers left. Target, Zhong City of the human race. The multitude of fish spirit clan warriors communicated in their native language. December 15th. At noon, Li Yuan, who took a supersonic flyer, appeared at Tianhe Airport of Zhong City. Zhong City, I'm back. Li Yuan stepped off the flying vehicle and showed a smile. Not far away. Li Yuan, welcome home. Wan Qing was standing nearby to greet him. Uncle Wan, how come you're here? Li Yuan was quite surprised. His itinerary had been communicated only to his family, and a few classmates like Anong and Jisiki and Nagaen. Nobody else knew. Haha, wasn't I fishing by the lake yesterday? I happened to bump into your uncle and we talked about you, Wan Qing said with a smile. Only then did I learn that you would be returning today. It just so happens that I needed to report to the city marshal hall today. I finished my duties this morning, and thought why not come pick you up, Wan Qing said with a smile. That's quite a coincidence, Li Yuan joined in with a laugh. Well, it's great. It means I can ride in Uncle Wan's flight vehicle and get home quickly. Li Yuan did not call out the other person. A coincidence like this? Even if it truly was, Uncle Wan had no need to pick him up from the airport himself. It was over 10 kilometers from the marshal hall to the airport. All right, you have a short holiday, so the sooner you get home, the better. I'll give you a lift, Wan Qing said with a chuckle. Honestly, with your level, you could have reserved a flight vehicle from the marshal hall yourself. It didn't occur to me, Li Yuan said with a chuckle. Let's go. The two passed through the inspection channel and headed toward the small flight vehicle parked hundreds of meters away. Aboard the flight vehicle. The situation has deteriorated this much. Li Yuan listened as Wan Qing described the situation in Zhongbei. This was a topic that Li Yuan had deliberately brought up. And it was something he wanted to understand. Yes, the attacks this year are unusually frequent, Wan Qing said gravely, nodding his head. Starting with that incident at the beginning of the year when you received the Young Hero Award, the scale has been intensifying. August is the flood season according to past patterns. After entering the dry season, the fish spirit star realm should have calmed down a bit, but this year, they have intensified their attacks instead. Especially in the last month, it has been a virtual smoke-covered battlefield, Wan Qing continued with a sigh. The attacks Zhong City faced were on a smaller scale. Shizhou and Yizhou were the ones that really suffered. Li Yuan nodded slightly. He had been following the news recently and was aware of the general situation. This fish spirit clan is humanoid, and presumably with high intelligence. Could they all be so fierce and fearless of death? Li Yuan frowned. From what has been hypothesized by the higher-ups, a new, fish spirit tide may be about to erupt, Wan Qing said with a light sigh. Fish spirit tide? Li Yuan was puzzled. He hadn't heard of it. This is a concept that the Marshal Hall has only recently proposed. As far as I know, warriors of the fish spirit clan, like those you initially encountered, are akin to worker ants among ants, absolutely obeying the commands of their leaders. If the leader orders them to die, they will comply, Wan Qing explained. Worker ants? Li Yuan's mind raced with numerous possibilities. This kind of civilization model had been encountered by human civilization among various alien civilizations before. It seems they reproduce at a great pace. In the past decades, the Fish Spirit Star realm has launched 3 massive attacks on Zhongbei province. One was 15 years ago. Another was 33 years ago. The earliest was 47 years ago, Wan Qing quickly said. According to the records, before every large-scale attack, the number of small-scale attacks would consistently rise. Roughly every 15 years? Li Yuan said, though his mind was dwelling on much more. 15 years, that was the very year his parents died. Yes. So, it's speculated that a new cycle of the Fish Spirit Tide is imminent, Wan Qing said. But the Fish Spirit clan's main target for their attacks is not yet clear. From current indications, it's guessed that it might be Shizhou, Yizhou. After all, those areas are nearest to the entrance of the Fish Spirit Star realm, and there has also been significant movement of Fish Spirit clan warriors. During the 3 historical large-scale attacks, they all occurred within 1,000 kilometers around the entrance of the Fish Spirit Star realm. Li Yuan nodded slightly. The speculation made sense. That's why the military and the 2 great martial halls have recently initiated extensive operations along Shang River, Wan Qing said. For example, some of Zhong City's mechanized armies and martial artist defense troops have already been surreptitiously transferred to Shizhou and Yizhou. What about the other directions in Zhongbei province? Inquired Li Yuan hesitantly. No way around it, Wan Qing shook his head. No one can be sure if the Fish Spirit clan will launch the Fish Spirit Tide, and if they do, where the main attacks will take place. We can only covertly focus on the critical defense areas. If there's indeed a large-scale attack, we'll concentrate our forces to provide support. After all, the Fish Spirit Star realm is not a primary concern. Li Yuan inwardly sighed. Indeed, within Sha country's borders there were numerous star realms, and the whole human civilization had even more. There were many star realms that posed a greater threat than the Fish Spirit Star realm. A human civilization had limited resources and had to focus on key defensive measures. Moreover, some star realms like Rob C had armies stationed year-round, engaging in large-scale intense warfare with alien civilizations. The resources expended annually were astronomical. In comparison, the Fish Spirit Star realm indeed seemed less significant. Don't overthink it. Zhong City is still relatively safe, Wan Qing said with a smile. You should go home today and spend time with your uncle and aunt. Come over to my place for lunch tomorrow. I've also made arrangements with Teacher Shu, and he'll join us tomorrow. He lives not far from here. Wan Qing offered a reason that Li Yuan couldn't refuse. Okay, Li Yuan said with a smile, shortly thereafter. The flight vehicle returned to Nanhu Starfire Community, arriving at the edge of Li Yuan's family villa. Li Yuan and Wan Qing disembarked from the flight vehicle. Uncle Wan. Wait a moment, I've brought you a gift. Take it with you, Li Yuan said with a smile. The gift was sent here in advance. I intended to give it to you when I came to visit. At the villa's entrance, Li Chongzhou and Chen Wei, having received the notice, came out with smiles. Uncle, aunt. Li Yuan set his bag down. He then took a gift box from Li Chongzhou and handed it back to Wan Qing. Uncle Wan, I wasn't sure what else to bring, so inside there's a commemorative set from Kunlun Martial University's 150th anniversary reunion. It's a set I had the school teachers make up again, Li Yuan said with a smile. Although the anniversary has passed, it's still a good memento. Wan Qing was also a graduate of Kunlun Martial University. Thank you very much, Wan Qing replied with a smile. He had missed the 150th anniversary of Kunlun Martial University last year and regretted it. Wan Qing had only mentioned it to Li Yuan once, and he hadn't expected Li Yuan to take it to heart. He brought him a souvenir. All right, then I'll be off, Wan Qing said with a smile. Remember to come to my house tomorrow. Okay. Wan Qing returned to his villa in the South Lake Starfire neighborhood. Taita. Wan Qing skillfully started a call, laughing. Li Yuan has agreed to come for dinner, so stop declining. Just join us. Li Yuan was just on the aircraft, incessantly talking about visiting you. Why don't you, mentor and student, spend more time together? After hanging up on Xu Bo's call, Wan Qing thought for a moment, then sent a message to Song Yi. Li Yuan has returned to Zhong City today. He turned off the smart wristband. This Mr. Song owes me another small favor now. Wan Qing revealed a slight smile. Mr. Fei. Your status is too high, it's not easy to be close with Li Yuan's family. Wan Qing muttered to himself, my status and strength are just about right. Hey, in some respects, you should learn from me. After returning home and giving the gifts to his uncle and aunt, the family was in high spirits as they enjoyed the lunch Auntie Chen Wei had prepared early in the morning. Uncle Wan goes fishing by the lake often? Li Yuan asked while eating, listening to his uncle talk about things at home. Li Chongzhou nodded, laughing. It's hard to say whether Lord Wan likes fishing, but he certainly enjoys chatting. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. His uncle had no other hobbies except for fishing. Uncle, it's fine. Talk about whatever you need to, Li Yuan said with a smile. In the future, I will naturally help Uncle Wan whenever I can. That's how it should be. He has been kind to our family, Li Chongzhou said. Gradually, Li Yuan started talking about some things in school, some of which he couldn't disclose according to the rules, but most of the content was still discussably. However, Li Yuan didn't mention that he would head to the Star Realm after the holidays. Good news should be shared with the elders early, to let them be happy for a longer period. For example, when coming home, Li Yuan had told his uncle and aunt a week in advance. But bad or dangerous news is best shared later, to spare them the worry. Qian and Muha are boarding at school? Li Yuan was puzzled. Yes. Directly affiliated junior high of the Martial Hall does that. Apart from the weekends, only Wednesday nights they can return home, Chen Wei said with a smile. They'll be home tomorrow. Then, I'll pick them up tomorrow, Li Yuan said with a smile. I'll give them a surprise. It has been a long time since he saw his brother and sister. The first day back home, Li Yuan was especially joyful, chatting with his uncle and aunt for a long while. After dinner, a guest arrived at their home. Hallmaster Song? Li Yuan greeted with a smile. Please have a seat. Li Yuan. Song Yi was brimming with a warm smile, rather elegant, bringing several gifts. After a bit of conversation, she had no other purpose for visiting, purely a courtesy call, and left after less than 15 minutes. These who can be a hall master, they all have sharp noses, Li Yuan inwardly sighed. Uncle Wan was like this, and so was Song Yi. His insight into Song Yi's thoughts was clear, and he did not refuse the other's kindness. All I should do is make myself stronger, Li Yuan saw through the essence of it all. At 9 o'clock at night, his uncle and aunt went to their respective beds. The underground martial arts room was brightly lit. It's time to start a new day of cultivation. Li Yuan revealed a slight smile. From now until 7 in the morning, that's 10 hours. It's the holiday for the other students as well. They socialize, catch up with family, and rest at night, greatly reducing their cultivation time. But for Li Yuan, holiday? It merely changed his cultivation time from all day to half a day. Truly all day, half a day. At least I can't neglect the visualization method, the absorption of origin power, Li Yuan mused to himself. In skills, Li Yuan had reached the limit of 4th level. It's difficult to break through even with repeated intense cultivation in the short term. There is a rhythm to exertion and relaxation. A bit of easing up now might not be a bad thing. However, whether it's the growth of spiritual power or physical quality, they both require steady, continuous effort. Not a single day should be wasted. All heaven's stars. Li Yuan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes for meditation, and with a thought began running the life star vein inside his body, making countless origin powers surge in. As the origin power circulated, surging throughout his body, passing through every part of his physique, it continuously transformed his tendons, bones, and flesh. December 16, noon. Li Yuan went to Wan Qingyi's home. In addition to Shu Bo, there was also a vice hall master left hall master from the Starfire Guan Mountain subdivision. Originally, it was she who represented Starfire Martial Hall at Li Yuan's Youth Hero Commendation, and became acquainted with Li Yuan. Teacher, you joined the patrol squad, Li Yuan listened as teacher Shu Bo recounted. The patrol team consists of martial artists who, in a sense, serve as militiamen and generally are not drafted for war. Only at critical moments, such as when armies or warrior teams from the martial hall cannot hold the line, would they be drafted. Every martial artist is a member of the patrol reserve team, Shu Bo said with a smile. Like you, I have heard from Lord Wan that your physical quality is probably at level 13 or even higher. But since you're still a student, you have not been listed in the reserve team, Shu Bo said with a smile. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. His achievements and actual strength were probably known to some extent at the level of Fei Qian from the martial hall. People like Wan Qing, the left hall master, knew very little, and Shu Bo knew even less. Li Yuan had no intention of showing off his physical quality in front of the elders. I used to be in the patrol reserve team as well. Now that the warrior teams in Zhang City have all gone to Shizhou, many reserve team martial artists have been temporarily drafted into the official patrol team, Shu Bo said with a smile. I volunteered to join. Volunteered? Li Yuan was slightly surprised. Li Yuan, don't underestimate your teacher, the left hall master said with a smile. If your teacher hadn't been injured, his past strength would have been much stronger than mine, probably close to Lord Wan. Back in the Star Realm, your teacher was quite famous, the left hall master said with feeling. Li Yuan looked at Shu Bo in surprise. He knew that Shu Bo had once ventured into the Star Realm and retired due to injuries, but this was the first time he had learned so many details. Let's eat. Let's not talk about the past, Shu Bo said with a chuckle. Teaching at the school now is also good. When you venture into the Star Realm in the future, you would be fighting in your teacher's stead. Yes, Li Yuan said with a smile. Take good care of yourself, teacher. Guiding more students is also making a contribution. The midday banquet ended. Li Yuan went to the city martial hall to visit Fei Qian. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Yuan rushed to the martial hall affiliated middle school, preparing to pick up his younger brother and sister. On the way, he also passed by Guan Mountain District No. 1 High School, his old alma mater. The two schools were very close to each other. Looking at the familiar school gate and the unfamiliar students, there was still half an hour before Li Qianqin and Li Muha got out of school. But Li Yuan only glanced at Guan Mountain District No. 1 High School from a distance without entering again. Li Yuan believed that the gatekeeper would recognize him and that entering for a stroll wouldn't be difficult. However, there was no point any longer. Returning to familiar places is nothing more than carving a notch on the boat to find a sword lost at sea, Li Yuan sighed silently. Having gone through several combat assessments and experiencing continuous transformation, he was about to embark on a life and death journey. Li Yuan could hardly possess the same mindset he had in high school. Those days and classmates were gone forever. Just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Martial Hall affiliated junior high school burst with students flooding out like a tide. Many parents gathered at the school gate, with Li Yuan among them, looking very young. Though he hadn't informed his younger siblings in advance, with his eyesight, he couldn't miss any person entering or leaving the school gate. Suddenly, Qianqin and Muha, Li Yuan saw the young boy and girl leaving the school from afar, and with a movement quick as a gust of wind, he covered more than 10 meters to appear in front of them. It took both Li Qianqin and Li Muha by surprise. Instinctively, in surprise, Li Muha stepped forward and reached out to pull Li Qianqin back behind him. Then, the two recognized the person before them, and their eyes brightened. Brother. Big brother. Both were quite excited. Li Qianqin even leapt directly onto Li Yuan, wrapping her arms around his neck, overwhelmed with emotion. Get down, there are lots of people, Li Yuan laughed, patting Li Qianqin's hand. You're my brother, what's there to fear? Li Qianqin pouted. Big brother, why didn't you at least give us a heads up? Li Muha laughed, looking quite different from half a year ago. He had grown taller and much more robust. Li Yuan started to explain with a smile when suddenly, his smart ring vibrated intensely. Huh? Li Yuan instinctively looked. A map-like image appeared on the smart ring, with numerous flashing red lights. So many? Li Yuan's face changed. The alert that automatically popped up on the smart ring was from Sha Country's Intelligent Defense Network's Star Realm Creature Early Warning System. As an entry-rank martial artist, officially registered, Any entry-rank Star Realm creature detected within a radius of 10 kilometers would be reported to Li Yuan, requesting his aid. Just within a 10-kilometer radius, are there so many entry-rank creatures? Li Yuan's heart trembled, scanning at least hundreds of red dots scattered across the entire map. Brother, what's wrong? Li Qianqin and Li Muha noticed the change in Li Yuan's mood. Before Li Yuan could reply, rumble, the ground under their feet suddenly shook slightly as if an earthquake had struck. What's going on? What's happening? Not just Li Yuan, Li Muha, and others, but many students, parents, and teachers nearby all showed puzzled expressions. Unaware of what was happening. This is bad. Li Yuan suddenly stared at the busy street not far away, and roared out. This is bad, run, get into the school, there are Star Realm creatures. What? Li Qianqin and Li Muhua's faces went pale. Whoosh! Li Yuan had already picked up his siblings and rushed into the school, heading straight to the side of the teaching building. The school's interior had defense systems. Even the floors were reinforced, making it relatively safe. Hurry, there are Star Realm creatures, it's an alert. Attack. A large-scale attack. Hurry. Not only Li Yuan, but many parents who came to pick up their children and who were martial artists had also received the alert. Just then. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded suddenly, and many people saw. In the middle of the street, where cars used to come and go, the road suddenly collapsed, sending mud and stones flying, creating a massive crater. The next second, ang, ow, ow, sharp and terrifying sounds howled from within the pit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, humanoid creatures about 2 meters tall with 4 arms, emerald green skin, and long fish-like tails leapt out of the pit. They were covered in droplets of water and dirt, as if they had just clawed their way out of the mud. The only thing more terrifying than their appearance was the sharpness of their 4-arm claws, like daggers, making one's heart tremble. Fish Spirit Clan. A large number of Fish Spirit Clan members were surging out of the collapsed pit like a tide. It's the Fish Spirit Clan. Run quickly. Ah! The mass of students and parents gathered at the school gates panicked instantly, with a surge of screams and commotion arising. Numerous faces turned deathly pale. So many Fish Spirit Clan members? Many had never seen such a scene before. However, most had gone through emergency rescue training since childhood, so the students and their parents immediately sprinted along the streets in both directions, fleeing for their lives. Or violently surged back into the school. These students and parents reacted quickly, but the fully entry-rank Fish Spirit Clan warriors were even faster. Whoosh! 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 The first dozens of Fish Spirit Clan members that leapt out of the pit had their eyes glowing with crimson light. The moment they burst from the cave, they turned into streaks of light, charging directly toward the crowd. Their order was simple: a slaughter. Kill all the humans they saw. Boom! Boom! Not far away in the sky, several combat drones had appeared and were speeding over. Only. At this moment, similar pits had appeared all over Zhong City, and a large number of Fish Spirit Clan members were emerging from the rivers and lakes. Reinforcements were doomed to not arrive promptly at every location. This was a disastrous attack. Peefed, peefed, peefed. In an instant, students and parents who were close to the cave were killed. Most humans were too weak compared to the entry-rank Fish Spirit Clan warriors. They had no power to resist. What? They? Li Qianqin and Li Muhua's faces also turned ghostly pale. They were just middle school students. How could they have witnessed such a scene? You two stay here and don't move, a deep voice suddenly rang out beside their ears. Immediately following it, the countless students and parents fleeing in terror, and even ordinary people further away, saw it. Booma! In their line of sight, a black figure appeared, his speed bursting to horrific levels instantly, covering 50 meters with nearly a single dash. In his hand appeared to be a short saber. Wish! 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 Terrifying saber lights swooped through the sky, causing the air to roar with each pass. Several Fish Spirit Clan warriors that had been charging toward the school gates were instantly cleaved apart. Some had their heads flying, others were slashed in half, and some were cut through the waist, blood spraying and the scent of blood drifting in the air. Huff! That black figure, holding a combat saber, once again charged toward another group of Fish Spirit Clan warriors with a roar. It's a martial artist. There's a high-level warrior. Amidst their terror, many people, while watching, showed expressions of relief and excitement. Martial artists. Strong martial artists were the backbone of resisting the creatures of the Star Realm. Brother? Big brother? Li Qianqing and Li Muha watched the scene, holding their breath with shock and excitement. That black figure. Who else could it be but their big brother, Li Yuan? Quick! Kill them! Whoosh! 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 School grounds, just a few seconds slower, saw over a dozen figures rush out, each holding a variety of weapons. They were the martial arts teachers of the school. To be a martial arts teacher, one must be at least a level 12 martial artist, all possessing certain strength. Without any hesitation, these martial arts teachers had already flown over the school walls, leapt over students and parents, and charged towards the Fish Spirit Clan warriors. However, on the entire street, the most terrifying human warrior was naturally Li Yuan, who without hesitation exhibited subtlety of the mind, instantly reaching a burst speed of nearly 80 meters per second. With a lightning-like burst, in just a few seconds, he had consecutively killed over 20 Fish Spirit Clan warriors. Always carrying a short blade with me wasn't a mistake after all. Li Yuan's eyes were ice cold. He stepped over the body of a Fish Spirit Clan warrior. Slaughter? For Li Yuan, killing these Fish Spirit Clan members was like going through one virtual battle after another. Not the slightest bit of mercy or softness. After confirming the safety of his younger brother and sister, he erupted into action without delay. What is the purpose of practicing the martial path? To kill the enemy, to protect the country. This is the sacred duty of a warrior. However, these Fish Spirit Clan warriors were scattering in all directions, and Li Yuan could only block one. Tactical drones that rapidly provided support from the high sky had started accurate pinpoint shooting, doing their utmost to kill some Fish Spirit Clan warriors at the end of the street. At the end of the street. Hiss, hiss, spider-like mini-robots were also speeding toward the scene at speeds surpassing 30 meters per second. One could say the crisis here was rapidly being resolved. Roar! A deep sound suddenly arose from a collapsed pit, followed by a Fish Spirit Clan warrior over 3 meters tall, leaping out of the cave like a small giant. Its 4 arms were holding 4 short blades that looked rough but suited its stature. Gleams of purple lines on its teal skin, distinct from the other Fish Spirit Clan warriors. It's a high-level Fish Spirit Clan warrior. It has purple lines. At least level 18. With so many purple lines, it's likely level 19. The faces of many martial arts teachers fighting the Fish Spirit Clan warriors change. At least level 18. Such strength surpassed that of any martial arts teacher present. Even for battle drones and combat robots, even if armed with thermal weapons, dealing with such a high-level creature from the alien race would be much more difficult. With such a level of power, their speed and reaction time were too fast, easily able to dodge a hail of bullets. Boom! This high-level Fish Spirit Clan warrior leapt tens of meters in a single bound, heading straight for the school's gate. No, it was targeting Li Yuan, the strongest presence there. Be careful. Get back, many martial arts teachers shouted in alarm, and numerous students and parents were frightened. Big brother, the hearts of Li Qianqing and Li Muha were instantly gripped with fear. They weren't foolish. They knew very well. Their big brother had just started college not long ago. Could he withstand such a strong Fish Spirit Clan warrior? But, beyond everyone's expectations, Li Yuan, who had just killed another Fish Spirit Clan warrior, showed no hesitation or fear. Boom! He burst forth, leaping over 10 meters, and met the high-level Fish Spirit Clan warrior like lightning. Boom! Clang! Clang! Thump! The battle was not the one-sided affair many had anticipated. Li Yuan burst out surprising speed and strength, engaging in a terrifying clash with the Fish Spirit Clan warrior. Rumble! The terrifying force of several tens of thousands of kilograms erupted from both parties, affecting the surrounding concrete ground, spraying stones and cracking the pavement. In fact, 2 Fish Spirit Clan warriors were directly killed by the collateral damage. 18.9 level, really formidable. Li Yuan stared intently at his opponent. Li Yuan had determined the life level of his opponent through Divine Palace inquiry the moment the battle began. Level 18.9. Fist strength close to 50,000 kilograms, burst speed approaching 100 meters per second. If such a high-level Fish Spirit Clan warrior were left to slaughter, it alone could cause the deaths of hundreds or even thousands of ordinary people. You must die. Li Yuan's eyes were bloodshot as he erupted in full force, his saber flashing continuously. Boom! Boom! Li Yuan and the high-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior fiercely clashed, their speeds both extremely fast, like lightning, with terrifying airwaves striking in all directions. Nearby trees burst explosively. With the release of strength, the concrete ground cracked along their path, sending a large number of stones flying, the velocity of these stones astonishing. If they were to hit an ordinary person, it would result in death or serious injury. Luckily, most ordinary people had already fled, and Li Yuan had consciously led the opponent to fight in the middle of the street, which, for the time being, had prevented a wider range of collateral damage. This, too terrifying. Such a powerful martial artist, he's so young. Those who escaped into the school, parents and students alike, were shocked beyond fright, staring at the horrific battle erupting hundreds of meters away on the street. Big Brother Li Qianqin and Li Muha were watching intently. Although they were shocked by their elder brother's strength, they were even more worried. Quick! Get inside, the school's defense system has been activated, and we've called for help. Many teachers were continuously ushering students and staff to the deeper parts of the building. Li Qianqin, Li Muha, is that your elder brother? A teacher ran up to them, her face anxious. Yes. Li Qianqin nodded decisively. Come upstairs, don't stay here, it's dangerous. The teacher spoke in a low voice, pulling them into the flow of people next to them, while two other teachers helped clear a path. Hum, 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 more combat drones had appeared in the sky, and while they were eliminating ordinary Fish Spirit Clan warriors, several drones were also circling Li Yuan at high speed, trying to assist Li Yuan. Unfortunately, Li Yuan and the high-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior were completely locked in fierce combat. With each movement covering more than 10 meters, they were too fast. And the Fish Spirit Clan warrior had much stronger physical quality, managing to unleash a strike with a saber that surpassed the force of Li Yuan's refined state of subtlety, leaving him with no chance to escape. Therefore, the drones could only dare to hover around, forming a firepower defense belt, preventing the high-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior from fleeing, but they did not dare to open fire. These drones and combat robots all had a complete, intelligent judgment system. If ordinary people were being slaughtered, they would fire decisively, even if this meant affecting a few people, all to prevent more from being killed. But now, under their intelligent system's judgment, Li Yuan had a hope of winning, and as a powerful martial artist, he was extremely important, thus they could not open fire. Huff! Huff! Li Yuan's figure flickered unpredictably, as he exerted his full strength to apply the dragon movement technique, trying to escape, but he was immediately followed by terrifying flashes of saber light, slashing at him like lightning, forcing Li Yuan to avoid taking the hits directly. There's too big a gap in physical quality. Li Yuan's eyes were ice cold, he was at level 15.9. His fist strength wasn't even 18,000 kilograms, and his subtlety state's burst was only 35,000 kilograms. The opponent? Likely a high third stage technique, not too bad, with their fist strength exceeding 50,000 kilograms in a burst. The key was their weapons. If Li Yuan had been using a long spear, he most likely would have won already, but the short saber he carried was an emergency backup. As for why he did not start with a long spear, the ordinary weapons in the school simply couldn't withstand such a skirmish. Could a tens of thousands of kilograms instant force burst, clashing weapons, be ordinary? Kill. Kill. With a physical quality not considered strong, probably at 17.5 level, a single combat saber has withstand my 4 combat sabers. The high-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior was extremely anxious. Clang. Clang clang clang. Saber light splattered everywhere, and the 4 flashes of saber light from the high-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior roared continuously. Obviously, each strike was faster. Yet Li Yuan managed to block each one with a single saber. At this moment, the combat technique Li Yuan displayed was nothing short of perfect, even artistic. The high-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior did not understand human language but was nearly as intelligent as humans, which didn't impede him from recognizing the situation. This human martial artist must be at least a high 4th level in technique. Being so young, he is definitely one of the elite geniuses among humans. The Fish Spirit Clan high-rank warrior made a judgment, eyeing Li Yuan determinedly. I must kill him. Killing him is more useful than slaughtering 10,000 ordinary humans. The high-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior understood this well. Flee. He had been delayed here for too long. According to the Mother Fish's original command, once a warrior's movements were exposed, they should engage in raid warfare. Raid warfare, similar to guerrilla tactics, involved fleeing while slaughtering ordinary people along the way, as opposed to head-on confrontations. Stationary warfare? Not to mention the ferociousness of human hot weapons. Simply any prime warrior could slaughter hundreds or thousands of Fish Spirit Clan warriors. The difference between first rank and second rank was not even a contest. The Fish Spirit Star Realm was a first-level star realm. Only first-rank Fish Spirit Clan warriors could pass through the Star Realm portal. Wanting to reach second rank, they had to break through once inside Blue Star, which had an extremely low probability. Hence, in the frequent raids occurring in Zhongbei Province, there were almost no second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warriors. Fish Spirit Clan warriors at level 18 or 19 were already considered top-tier fighters. Suddenly, an opening. The high-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior's eyes lit up as he changed the roar of his short blade, furiously cleaving towards Li Yuan's arm. If this slash were to land, by all means, it should sever Li Yuan's arm. But, to the high-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior's shock and anger, at the very moment his short blade was about to collide with Li Yuan's arm. Li Yuan's short-sleeved shirt instantly solidified as if it were armor, and along with his skin surface, a subtle yellowish light film appeared. It took his slash, and Li Yuan's arm, far from being chopped off, did not even suffer a fracture or bleed. His short blade, it was as if he had struck a thick and immeasurably heavy steel plate. Origin Power Battlesuit. The senior Fish Spirit Clan warrior had come to understand, heart filled with shock and rage. How can he, a first-rank warrior, use an Origin Power Battlesuit? He realized in an instant, it was a trap, but it was too late. Clang! Clang! Li Yuan took 2 lightning-fast blows head-on. The terrifying impact carried by the short blade, though weakened by the Origin Power Battlesuit, still caused Li Yuan's blood to roil within his body. However, it was within his capacity to endure, and of course, there was a reason he took such a risk. Pucci. Li Yuan's short blade had a faint yellow glow on its surface, hardly noticeable. Origin Power Enhancement. Pucci. The speed of the short blade suddenly soared, ruthlessly striking the arm of the senior Fish Spirit Clan warrior. The blade, with the power of Origin energy, was incredibly sharp, directly severing the warrior's tough arm. The blade light flashed. Pucci, the arm, which even ordinary bullets could hardly damage, was instantly severed and fell. Blood splattered. This seemingly unassuming short blade was actually a second-rank Origin Power weapon. Once augmented with Origin Power, its potency was far beyond that of common firearms. Ow! Heart-stabbing pain surged into the senior Fish Spirit Clan warrior's heart, and he was both alarmed and enraged. Roaring with a slew of words Li Yuan couldn't understand. He didn't comprehend foreign languages. It seems that I'll have to learn these Star Realm languages later on, the thought suddenly flashed through Li Yuan's mind. Human civilization has surely studied these languages from the foreign civilization. Quadruple A, the senior Fish Spirit Clan warrior, enduring the intense pain in his arm, swung his remaining 3 arms, fighting desperately to take Li Yuan down. I can block all 4 arms. What's 3? Li Yuan's eyes were cold. Boom! Li Yuan did not use any more Origin Power. Instead, his star meridians operated within his body. His cultivation of Origin Power was already scarce to begin with. After all, Li Yuan was not yet a true prime warrior. Moreover, with many battle drones under surveillance, Li Yuan was not willing to expose this secret. Severing one of the warrior's arms was enough. Clang! Bang! The two were still locked in fierce combat, but the senior Fish Spirit Clan warrior was doomed to fail. It took less than 10 seconds. Pure, Li Yuan seized another weakness, another slash crossed the warrior's arm. But without the origin power enhancement, this cut only opened a huge gash, blood pouring profusely. "Oh!" the Fish Spirit Clan warrior roared. He finally recognized the reality that he could not kill Li Yuan. Continuing the fight would only result in his being thoroughly slain by Li Yuan. Suddenly, boom! The senior Fish Spirit Clan warrior abruptly retreated, trying to break through toward the dense crowd in the distance. Da-da-da! Already positioned high in the sky, nearly 10 combat drones, forming a crossfire net, erupted instantly, raining down metal bullets. An all-encompassing strike, leaving no room to dodge. Boom! One of the heavy combat drones decidedly fired an armor-piercing round. Pure! Countless bullets showered onto the senior Fish Spirit Clan warrior's body. Bang! With a violent explosion, the already injured senior Fish Spirit Clan warrior fell to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. As a warrior near level 19, his mission had been to kill at least 500 ordinary humans, yet he ended with 0 kills. Huff! Li Yuan stood still, not pursuing. First, such a direct chase was unlikely to be successful. Secondly, he had already noticed the many combat drones, knowing the warrior had no escape. Not a second-rank prime warrior. If it were urban warfare it would be better, Li Yuan inwardly sighed. Otherwise, in the open, even high-ranking warriors at level 18 or 19 would succumb to the onslaught of numerous firearms. In the end, carbon-based organisms have their limits. Even if they absorb origin power, driving life evolution, toughening bones and skin. But before becoming prime warriors, there were still bounds. If I were to face this situation and fully activate the origin power battlesuit, relying on my movement technique, I should be able to withstand the impact and rush into the distant building, Li Yuan mused silently. With an origin power battlesuit, the chances of survival were at least 10 times higher. Whoosh! A combat drone flew down, its gun barrel pointing backwards. Respected martial artist Li Yuan, thank you for your contribution to Zhong City. Your merits have been recorded. Once the crisis in Zhong City is completely resolved, we will tally your contributions, an electronic voice transmitted from the drone. These drones could sense everyone's smart wristbands and quickly match identities. Good, Li Yuan nodded. This was standard procedure. Martial artist Li Yuan, you may go home to check on your situation, or you can join the patrol team nearby to participate in the city's rescue, the drone's electronic voice said. The people of Zhong City thank you for your dedication. Having said that, whoosh! While 3 combat drones remained above the pit to maintain vigilance, the other drones quickly ascended and sped off toward other streets. Battles were erupting all over Zhong City. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several small spider robots, meanwhile, scurried and jumped into the pit, beginning data searches, inquiry. It was crucial to ascertain the movements of the Fish Spirit Clan. Whoosh! Li Yuan returned to the school entrance, where the martial artist teachers had also arrived. Their gazes towards Li Yuan had changed. As martial artists, they saw it clearly. One-on-one, Li Yuan had even forced a high-ranking Fish Spirit Clan warrior to flee for his life, eventually shot down by a drone. Impressive. A true martial artist. Well done. The many students and family members who had taken shelter in the school began to clap and cheer, even though many were still anxious, but more were unable to suppress their applause and cheers. Brother. Big brother. Li Qianqin and Li Muha squeezed out from the crowd. Brother, just now. Li Qianqin said, laughing, but her eyes were still brimming with tears. Indeed, she had been worried sick. It's all right now, who am I, your brother, Li Yuan said, smiling as he wiped away the tears at his sister's eyes. Okay, let's go home first. Go home? Li Qianqin and Li Muha both looked puzzled. Boom. A small flying vehicle, the size of a car, descended rapidly from the sky not far away. Teachers, I'm taking them first. Everyone please stay safe. Li Yuan nodded toward the school teachers. Whoosh! Carrying Li Qianqin and Li Muha, Li Yuan leapt 7 or 8 meters high, deftly landing on the flying vehicle. Immediately, the flying vehicle took off, quickly flying towards the Starfire South Lake community. It's one of our Starfire Marshall Hall's flying vehicles. An autonomous flyer, his status in the Marshall Hall must be very high, a parent recognized, as many of the students' families here had connections with Starfire Marshall Hall. Who is he? Many students and parents were curious. It's Li Yuan. Li Qianqin mentioned. Her brother is Li Yuan, the one who was on the show this year, the one who was previously awarded the Youth Hero title, a student shouted. I remember seeing his show earlier this year. They said he's a Marshall Path genius from our Zhang City, with a poor family background but has signed with our Starfire Marshall Hall. Right, he's that Marshall Path genius. He's Li Yuan? It's been less than a year, hasn't it? And he's already this formidable? Many students, parents, and even teachers whispered among themselves, visibly excited. Martial artist. That's what it means to be a martial artist. One day, I want to be like Li Yuan. Many students who had witnessed today's events planted a seed in their minds without realizing it. The privileges and status of a martial artist. They were earned through such struggles, time and again. In the event of a war, one is destined to rush to the front line. Over 60 meters in the sky, Li Yuan kept observing the streets below. From time to time, he could see drones flying fast. Occasionally, there would be human corpses on the ground, along with a large number of Fish Spirit Clan warrior corpses. Clearly, the fight was ongoing, and the scale of this attack was unprecedented. Watching all this, especially the many human bodies, Li Yuan felt quite heavy-hearted. I need to get Qianqin and Muha home quickly. Starfire South Lake community is the safest place. After getting the weapons, I'll immediately join the patrol team to see where I can be of help. Zhang City was engulfed in the smoke of war, and the Guan Mountain District, with its many lakes, was especially hard hit. In just a few minutes, Li Yuan had brought Li Qianqin and Li Muha to the South Lake Starfire neighborhood. The entire neighborhood, including the more distant South Lake Starry Sky neighborhood, was exceptionally quiet. Because, over these two neighborhoods, there were at least 100 combat drones visible to the naked eye hovering in the sky, with many of them being heavy-duty dronisa, and there were even more hidden forces. As Li Yuan knew, villas like his own were guarded by a drone and 2 combat robots all year round. As one of the top residential areas in Zhang City, their defense capabilities were also top-notch. And that was just the protection from the Mechanical Legion, not to mention how many high-level martial artists and even prime warriors were at home in the neighborhoods themselves. Therefore, as long as the commanders of the Fish Spirit Clan weren't foolish, they wouldn't attack these 2 neighborhoods after years of probing. The aircraft below was automatically identified and summoned by Li Yuan through his L6 level authority in the Marshall Hall. It descended rapidly onto the villa's lawn. Qian, Muha, and Chen Wei, who had already received the news, rushed out of the room immediately. Mom! Li Qianqin and Li Muha also jumped down from the aircraft and rushed towards Chen Wei. Li Changzhou, who came out of the villa later, was more composed as a father. He said, I told you, with Xiao Yuan here, nothing will happen to Qian and the others. Mom, do you know? Brother was so amazing just now, he killed so many Fish Spirit Clan warriors. Li Muha couldn't help but say, especially the last one who came out, my teacher said it was at least a level 18, and it was defeated by my brother. Level 18? Chen Wei looked at Li Yuan with concern. An 18-level Fish Spirit Clan warrior? Li Changzhou was equally shocked. Ordinary citizens might not be very strong, but thanks to the nation's regular education, special training, and evacuation drills, they were very clear about the strength of Star Realm creatures at each level. Level 18, according to national propaganda, could only be harmed by a high-level warrior or a large amount of heavy weaponry in combination. Just like the high-level Fish Spirit Clan warrior Li Yuan had killed. If it hadn't been entangled by Li Yuan and then trapped in the firepower net, laid by numerous combat drones in an open space, it wouldn't have been killed so easily. Uncle, don't listen to Mahua's nonsense. Li Yuan said. I just tied up the opponent. It was the drones that killed it in the end. Still, that's impressive. Xiao Yuan, you've really grown up. Li Changzhou looked at Li Yuan with a touch of emotion. Li Yuan's abilities had undergone such a transformation in just half a year since starting university? Li Changzhou, coming from Zhongbei Martial University, naturally knew what this meant. Of course, during the past 6 months, Li Yuan occasionally shared his recent experiences with his uncle and aunt through communication, so they weren't too surprised. Kunlun Martial University, in their minds, was a top university. For a top genius from a top university to be powerful was quite normal, wasn't it? Uncle, aunt, you go into the house first. I'm going to the underground martial arts room, Li Yuan said. Whoosh! With a move, Li Yuan had already flown out dozens of meters, entering the underground martial arts room. Clang! The sealed weapon wall slowly descended, revealing all kinds of weapons, helmets, armor, combat boots, etc. They were all practical weapons. I carry the Origin Power Battle Suit with me, but once it's activated, it's too conspicuous. Li Yuan thought for a moment. He quickly put on a full set of first-rank top-grade battle armor, helmet, and combat boots. There were also extremely tough pants made of special materials, which even high-level warriors couldn't tear. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuan was fully dressed, with only half of his face exposed. This way, with full armor coverage, even if I activate the Origin Power Battle Suit, it won't be noticeable from the outside, Li Yuan thought to himself. The Origin Power Battle Suit was close-fitting, like nanomaterial, and activated by Origin Power. Normally, the armor would provide defense, and in critical moments, the battlesuit would activate for double the defense. This meant that Li Yuan's chances of survival had greatly increased. The only flaw was a slight decrease in flexibility when wearing 2 layers of armor. If the Fish Spirit Clan warriors have 4th-level techniques, they certainly wouldn't waste their lives as cannon fodder. The impact won't be significant, Li Yuan considered. He had specifically checked the Starfire Martial Hall's database for information about the Fish Spirit Star realm. He was aware of certain patterns. Finally, Li Yuan's gaze fell on the all-black long spear. Made entirely of alloy, this was a weapon prepared for Li Yuan's life or death struggles by Starfire Martial Hall. Priced at 18 million Blue Star coins, the spearhead and sharp blades were near indestructible. Even regular steel would be easily pierced with little force, yet the metallic shaft was extremely flexible, comparable to wooden poles. This was due to very special heavenly materials and treasures minerals added to it, giving it a memory feature. Most importantly, it was a prime weapon, capable of being infused with Origin power. Like a common long spear, it would explode with a bang as soon as Origin power was infused. Black Chen. Li Yuan revealed a smile. This was the name he had given the long spear. The Black Chen spear, weighing 420 kilograms, was a weapon perfectly suited for Li Yuan's current strength. Whoosh! Li Yuan grabbed the weapon, and the cold shaft seemed to inject a surge of passion into his heart. Black Chen. Today, I'll let you taste blood, Li Yuan murmured to himself, a glint of killing intent flashing through his eyes. Whoosh! With a move, Li Yuan had already drifted out of the basement and arrived on the ground floor. In the living room, the whole family was shocked by the fully armed Li Yuan, who looked like a warrior about to go into battle. Xiaoyuan, what are you doing? Chen Wei couldn't help but ask. Auntie, I am preparing to report to the city patrol team, Li Yuan replied. You're just a freshman, there's no need for you to go, Chen Wei blurted out, clearly aware of the policy. Li Yuan was about to explain. Go ahead, Li Changzhou suddenly spoke up, a smile on his face. Be cautious and don't be rash. Killing aliens is important, but the first priority is to protect yourself. Okay. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Hurry up, don't worry about home. The entire Nanhu Starfire neighborhood is the safest, Li Changzhou instead urged. Chen Wei was about to speak but was stopped by Li Changzhou's gaze. Uncle and auntie, I'll be going then, Li Yuan said no more. Every second wasted meant more casualties under the chaos of the Fish Spirit Clan invasion. Whoosh! Li Yuan dashed out of the room, leapt onto the hovering vehicle outside, and swiftly flew towards the distance. Inside the villa. How could you? Chen Wei started to say 4 words, but her voice grew weaker. Because Li Chongzhou had already taken her hand, with only a smile. Chen Hui's heart then understood most of it. Ever since Xiaoyuan got into Kunlun Martial University and fully embarked on this path, this day was bound to come, said Li Chongzhou softly. We're clear on that, aren't we? I understand. Chen Hui's eyes slightly reddened. It's just that it came too soon. He's still just a child. He's barely turned 18 a few months ago. Chen Hui's voice choked up. In her heart, Li Yuan had not grown up for long. Li Chongzhou fell silent for a moment, then heaved a sigh, but he is a martial artist now. Suddenly, Mom and Dad, look quickly. Li Qianqin pointed to the distant screen, which was broadcasting news on the Star Realm channel. The fish spirit tide has suddenly erupted in Zhongbei province, with Zhong City being one of the hardest hit areas. The host spoke in a deep voice, his words tinged with a sob. So far, it is estimated that over 24,000 people have died. The number of fish spirit clan warriors is conservatively estimated to exceed 10,000. The casualties are extremely heavy, but our soldiers, our martial artists, are also fighting hard. Next, here are some of the few battle videos we've just received, all of which has just occurred. Whoosh, the screen switched to show a young man in black, moving against the flow of people to attack a large number of fish spirit clan warriors, holding a short knife, one fish spirit after another falling to the ground. According to the information we received, this powerful martial artist is named Li Yuan, a freshman from Kunlun Martial University, and he is a genius among our human race, the host said excitedly. Just by himself, he has killed at least 20 fish spirit clan warriors, saving the lives of at least several hundred people. He has managed to fight against 19th rank fish spirit warriors and ultimately killed one with the help of the Mechanical Legion. Li Yuan. At only 18 years old, to have such strength, he truly can be called one of Xia country's top geniuses, said the host with fervor. It is said that he comes from a poor background and has received a lot of support. In his senior year of high school, he received the Young Hero commendation. Now, he is still a youth, but he is also a hero. In front of the screen. This? Li Chongzhou was shocked. Xiaoyuan, Qianqin, that's the battle your brother just experienced, Chen Wei said with a face full of fear, her heart trembling. Yes, Li Qianqin nodded. Not just Li Chongzhou's family, at this moment, countless people across Xia country were focusing on the fish spirit tide crisis in Zhong City, a major disaster. And with the broadcast of the videos on the program, many people remembered the name Li Yuan. Of course. The program showed not only Li Yuan but also videos of many powerful warriors fighting. Most were recent, some even live broadcasts of ongoing battles. Zhong City, provincial television station. The casualties are very heavy, and the fighting is still ongoing, the middle-aged man with glasses said softly. Now we need heroes. We need to boost the morale of all the people. To inspire the passion in many hearts. Keep reporting, said the middle-aged man. Call on more martial artists to stand up and fight. Only by doing so can we clear this disaster more swiftly. Especially for martial path geniuses like Li Yuan, we need to bring them to the fore prominently. Remember, we are not on the front lines, but this is another battlefield, the middle-aged man spoke solemnly. Yes, the numerous staff replied nervously, also feeling a surge of passion in their hearts. Wanting to make some contribution. Whoosh, unaware that he was featured in the television program, Li Yuan rode the flying vehicle and quickly arrived at a reporting point outside the Nanhu Starfire neighborhood. There were already many people there. Someone else has arrived. That makes 10, we've got enough people now, many people started shouting aloud. Whoosh! Li Yuan jumped down. It's Li Yuan. Li Yuan. Many people recognized Li Yuan, showing surprise. Most who came here were Starfire Martial Hall warriors. Many had seen Li Yuan and heard of this A-grade contract, genius. Good. Li Yuan. You'll be the captain of this temporary 10-man team, the guarding warrior said with a glimmer of enthusiasm in his eyes. Team leader. Li Yuan was taken aback. He hadn't even spoken yet, How had he become the team leader? To think that on the Martial Hall's registration information, he was only a 15th level martial artist. With such strength, it wasn't proper for him to be a team leader yet. Coach Fang? Li Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened as he saw a familiar face. The former sparring coach, Fang Longhu, a gold medal sparring partner. Li Yuan. Fang Longhu smiled. Don't refuse, just accept it. Li Yuan, we just saw your combat video. It was indeed fierce, very strong. Stronger than all of us. The other martial artists spoke one after another, their voices full of admiration. As they spoke, many pointed towards the light screen projection not far away and started explaining to Li Yuan. Displayed on it was the Star Realm channel, with many combat videos playing in rotation. This soon, Li Yuan realized the reason. It was the battle that had erupted just now at the school gate. Had it already made it onto television? That fast? Li Yuan, come be the team leader. The other martial artists clamored. Once we form the team, we can set off, don't waste time. Li Yuan, you can do it. Fang Longhu smiled. Strength? It only represents an individual. But to dare to fight against a large number of the alien race, that is what the martial artists truly admire. If Li Yuan didn't have the video from earlier, then even if he demonstrated his strength now, the other martial artists would only be surprised, but would not truly respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Fine, I'll do it, Li Yuan said solemnly, no longer refusing. Team leader? It was just a temporary team. The sooner they set off, the better. Good, 10 martial artists. Thank you for joining the patrol team. The people of Zhong City will not forget you. The reporting point staff repeated. All your information has been entered, forming one team. Remember, unless it's a free patrol mission, you must follow orders and try to complete the tasks assigned by the smart system. Be very careful, and come back alive, the staff member said sternly. Come back alive. Alive. Many martial artists spoke out in agreement. Facing life or death combat, the hearts of the martial artists mostly harbored the simplest wish to survive. Perhaps these martial artists were not strong, but they each had a burning passion in their hearts, otherwise they would not be standing out now. Whoosh! A small flying vehicle descended, large enough to seat about 10 to 20 people. Li Yuan, the flying vehicle has your information recorded, you can control it with voice commands. The staff member continued, go and carry out the mission immediately. Okay, Li Yuan nodded, everyone, get in. Quickly. Under Li Yuan's leadership, the 10 martial artists sat down swiftly, and the flying vehicle took off. Mission. Rescue. Target, Tangxi Residential Area, 4.3 kilometers away. Hurry. Li Yuan thought quickly, tapping 2 keys on the light screen in succession, then immediately piloting the flying vehicle and rapidly heading towards Tangxi Residential Area. Coach Fang, why have you also joined the battle? Li Yuan asked with a smile. In Li Yuan's memory, the other party was a gold medal coach. But also very fond of money. Hasn't a super genius like you chosen to join the battle as well? Fang Longhu smiled. At such a time, can we still retreat? Li Yuan, you are formidable, but don't underestimate us either, a man carrying a combat saber said with a laugh. Li Yuan replied with a smile, how dare I underestimate my seniors? Li Yuan recognized 2 or 3 familiar faces among these people, but with a thought, he already knew their strengths. Most were around 15th level, with the highest at 17.1 and the lowest at 14.2. Are they strong? Not strong. And looking at their faces, most of these martial artists were over 40 years old, still in their prime age, but the chances of becoming a prime warrior in the future? It was very low. They were the veterans among the martial artists, many of whom had experienced life or death battles multiple times. Team leader, do we have a plan? Fang Longhu asked with a smile. The other martial artists also smiled. No plan, Li Yuan answered with a light smile, find the Fish Spirit clan and wipe them out. The strongest, leave to me. In less than 2 minutes, they had rapidly approached Tangxi Residential Area. The flying vehicle descended swiftly. To the naked eye, several combat drones were chasing the Fish Spirit clan on the ground. But under the cover of trees and buildings, the chase wasn't going well. This was a weakness of Dronisa in complex environments. Their advantages are greatly reduced. And in a city environment like this, heavy weapons cannot be used. Just with light weapons, it's actually very difficult to kill entry-rank members of the Fish Spirit clan. Moreover, many from the Fish Spirit clan had already rushed into the building's corridors, attacking doors, walls, and windows like mad. Modern residential buildings are constructed with various strengthened steel materials and walls, which generally cannot be destroyed by ordinary entry-rank martial artists. Even so, quite a few homes were breached, bodies of humans strewn about. "Get ready," Li Yuan said gravely, as matched automatically by the system. "Form groups of 3 for mutual coordination, and push forward along the left, center, and right corridors. Call for reinforcements from me immediately if you encounter danger. Keep an eye on reminders from the Skynet system." The 3331 tactic. It's a key research topic from the general knowledge courses on how martial artists clear corridors of aliens. Advancing in 3 groups, their strength is often quite similar. In field battles, teams often move forward in an arrowhead formation, while in urban clearance battles, they mostly push forward in 3 lines. The strongest team leader stays in reserve at the center, ready to support the moment they encounter a strong enemy, to create an overwhelming advantage locally. All right, Captain, rest assured. These martial artists were mostly very experienced and promptly leapt from a 7 or 8 meter height, forming a formation of 3 and immediately charging into 3 units of a residential building. Inch by inch, annihilation, thorough cleansing. According to Skynet's reminder, this building should all have Fish Spirit clan warriors. Li Yuan glanced at his smart wristband while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. To prevent a sudden attack. Contact, 0. A voice suddenly rang out from the smart wristband. Contact means an enemy has been spotted. 0 means it can be dealt with an expected 0 casualties. Boom. A violent explosion suddenly erupted from one of the units, signaling the commencement of combat. Just 2 seconds later. Contact, 23, 23, 23, Li Yuan's smart wristband suddenly transmitted an urgent voice. Not good. Li Yuan, who had been on alert, identified the direction of the sound and instantly flew out of the aircraft, zipping into the second unit like lightning. 23. 2 represents the second team. 3 signifies that a trio squad has encountered an unstoppable, horrifying danger, with the likelihood of total annihilation. Boom. Li Yuan burst forth with full speed, his figure lightning fast as if he were a super cheetah, and in the blink of an eye, he had dashed up to the 3rd floor. The thick scent of blood wafted through the air. Boom. Bang. The door to the room burst open, and an intense battle raged within. A particularly massive Fish Spirit clan being was frantically swinging its combat saber, overpowering Fang Longhu and his team of 3 who were struggling to hold their own. 17.6 level, Li Yuan assessed in an instant. The strength of this Fish Spirit clan warrior was very formidable. The distant wall was spattered with a great deal of blood. On the floor lay mutilated corpses, and from the mouth of the Fish Spirit clan warrior, blood mixed with bits of flesh was dripping down. All was self-evident, no need for words. Die. A strong intent to kill surged in Li Yuan's heart as he glided forward, his foot stomping against the wall, and with a swift motion, he was already past Fang Longhu and the others, his speed inconceivable. Bang. His long spear thrust out furiously. This thrust was exceedingly fast, stable, accurate, and ruthless, so fast that the Fish Spirit clan warrior could only instinctively raise its arm in a futile attempt to block the spear. A faint glow flitted across the spear's tip, peefed. The spear carried an incredible twisting force, as if erupting from a vortex. In an instant, the spear's tip pierced through the interception of the Fish Spirit clan warrior's arm and then directly through its throat, embedding itself in the wall behind. The Fish Spirit clan warrior was slammed against the wall, its feet off the ground. Ah! The Fish Spirit clan warrior opened its mouth but could not produce a sound. Blood flowed, and its eyes quickly dimmed. One thrust, dead. Whoosh! Li Yuan withdrew his spear and looked at the Fish Spirit clan warrior, his gaze then sweeping over the messy room, his heart growing even more oppressive, a rage threatening to burst forth. So strong. So fast. Li Yuan. Oh no, Captain. Fang Longhu and the others were not too concerned with the scene. They had seen too much, most had witnessed even more gruesome scenes. What surprised them the most was the strength Li Yuan had unleashed. Powerfully astonishing, far more forceful than what had been shown in previous battle videos. Continue the cleansing, Li Yuan ordered in a low voice and turned to leave the room. Yes. Fang Longhu and the team were aware that although Li Yuan was strong, he was after all only 18 years old, and it might be his first time witnessing an alien race devouring humans. Such scenes had a significant impact on one's psyche. Time marched on, and under Li Yuan's leadership, their squad swiftly cleared the neighborhood of over 20 Fish Spirit Clan beings. Of course, other martial artist teams also arrived to complete the mission together. Click to report. Mission completed. Then, the intelligence system would swiftly assign a new mission, dispatching them to carry out a rescue. This is the power of technology. First, the intelligence system would determine the alien threat level of each danger location based on an assessment from Skynet. Then, using real-time tracking through Skynet and considering each squad member's physical quality, skills, and combat record, it would calculate the squad's combat power score. This would allow the different squads to be appropriately allocated to various missions, striving for a match where middle horses faced middle horses. Minimizing casualties all the while and maximizing the effectiveness of all patrolling squads to the greatest extent. The night gradually fell. The team headed by Li Yuan had already carried out 4 missions, gradually moving away from the central metropolitan area towards the suburbs. Here, the defense systems were much weaker, and although there were fewer people than in the city center, the casualties were inversely greater. The more they fought, the more Li Yuan witnessed, his initial anger and oppression in his heart gradually turned to coldness. Kill. Exterminate all these aliens. Li Yuan's heart grew colder as he led the team to complete their 5th mission. Click. Mission completed, after just a few minutes of rest. Beep. The new mission arrived. Urgent mission. Nanwang Elementary School has suddenly encountered an attack by Fish Spirit Clan warriors. Proceed to rescue immediately, with at least 3 17-level Fish Spirit Clan warriors. Be careful. Exercise extreme caution. The mission repeatedly warned. Let's go. Li Yuan led the team, piloting the aircraft, and soared into the sky, rushing toward the target location. 8 kilometers away from the mission site, nearing Nanye Lake, the largest lake under the jurisdiction of Zhang City. The large-scale attack on Zhang City happened after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At that time, it was the peak period for school dismissals and workday endings. With a convergence of people, it could be considered the best time to launch an attack. Therefore, when the attack erupted, defense plans were quickly activated everywhere, and many students and parents were directly taken into schools for shelter. Even elementary schools often had a complete defense system, with stationed battle drones, combat robots, and martial arts teachers. 3 to 5 fighters from the Fish Spirit Clan could not wreak havoc. It was safer than ordinary residential areas. Nanwan Elementary School was just an ordinary elementary school. The aircraft sped forward rapidly. This type of all-electric aircraft now had an astonishingly long endurance. According to the information transmitted by the system, there are over 600 students and parents in the school who have taken refuge in various shelters, Li Yuan said quickly. More than 30 Fish Spirit Clan fighters have invaded the school and are encountering resistance from the school's defense system. Fang Longhu and the other 9 veteran warriors listened intently to Li Yuan's words. If at first, they had merely acknowledged Li Yuan's strength, then, after several hours and 5 missions, they had come to realize that Li Yuan's strength was extraordinary. Even 17th or 18th rank Fish Spirit Clan high-level fighters would be swiftly slain by him. The most crucial aspect was his decisiveness. His execution of combat and slaughter was no nonsense. Even when confronted with gruesome scenes he had evidently never experienced before, his spirit remained undisturbed. There was absolutely none of the panic and bewilderment typical of some novice warriors. Cool and steady to the point that it caused even these old soldiers to marvel. It was as though he was born for battle. Also, another team of warriors, rated at 100 points, is already on an aircraft, a bit faster than us, Li Yuan said coolly. They have a higher score than us, so cooperating with them should make completing the mission relatively easy. 100 points? A perfect rating? That high? Fang Longhu and the others couldn't help but be slightly astonished. Decades of practice had already formed a convention. Ordinary people below level 10 have no obligation to fight, survival is their priority. Warriors below level 14 have weaker strength, so they typically defend nearby and are not encouraged to actively participate in rescue or offensive actions. Prime warriors who reach level 20 are powerful enough to single-handedly eradicate large numbers of the alien race and often act alone. Warriors between level 14 and level 20 usually form small teams of 10, collaborating in battle. The warrior teams are evaluated by the SMART system, with scores ranging from 1 to 100 points. The scores are dynamic. A score of 100 indicates a top-tier team capable of dealing with a 19.9 rank alien race fighter. The team led by Li Yuan was initially rated at 25 points, which, after 5 consecutive missions, had been adjusted to 84 points. Our team scoring over 80 points already counts as a first-class team, mainly because we have a great master as a team leader, said the thin man nicknamed Fireskin, smiling. In a real fight, the team leader alone could sweep the 9 of us. Yeah. The team leader is formidable. Even that Fish Spirit Clan high-level fighter with the purple markings was wiped out instantly. Maybe by next year, the team leader could become a prime warrior. Tisk tisk, later on, I can also say I've been a soldier under the team leader, the group joked and laughed. In reality, having seen so much and witnessed the death of many ordinary people, the impact on Zhong City was nothing short of severe. Not just Li Yuan, every veteran had rage in their hearts. But in the midst of such life and death combat, the more dire the situation, the more they deliberately tried to keep the atmosphere relaxed. Nanyang Lake. This place was more than 30 kilometers away from the central downtown area, belonging to the suburbs. Here was also the largest lake in Zhong City, spanning over 80 square kilometers, with an extremely developed water system and an average depth of more than 5 meters. Nanwan Elementary School was less than 2 kilometers from the edge of Nanyang Lake. In the marshland at the edge of the lake, under the cover of darkness, nothing could be seen. Even when scanned with an infrared camera, no living creature could be detected. But if one were to approach closely, they would be shocked to discover. Here, more than a dozen warriors of the Fish Spirit Clan were lying prostrate in the mud, each of them tall and no smaller than the one Li Yuan had killed. Especially the one leading them, whose body was even bigger, it had almost completely turned purple and blended seamlessly into the night. Suddenly, in Nanwan Elementary School nearly a kilometer away, a furious roar erupted, piercingly loud against the endless night sky. Without the slightest hesitation, the Purple Fish Spirit Clan warrior let out a low growl and instantly transformed into a streak of light, dashing forward while the air boomed explosively around him, his burst speed definitely exceeding 100 meters per second. Whoosh! 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 The other Fish Spirit Clan warriors, who were originally lying prostrate, also charged out with howls. These Fish Spirit Clan warriors knew. The humans had taken the bait. Inside Nanwan Elementary School, intense battles were breaking out everywhere, but the most eye-catching was outside one of the school buildings. Whoosh! 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 A particularly tall and burly man wielding a long spear was fighting fiercely with several Fish Spirit Clan warriors. His spear technique was continuous, bizarre, and viciously precise. Even though his strength and speed were clearly slower. But facing off against 3, he still had the absolute upper hand. They're all above level 19? Didn't they say level 17? Shu Bo's heart flashed with a premonition of doom. Why are there so many high-level Fish Spirit Clan warriors gathered here? Fish Spirit Clan warriors over level 18 typically led squads of Fish Spirit warriors, and it was unusual for so many to congregate in one place. They were easily targeted. Level 19? That was an absolute top leader. If not for their formidable strength, the 3 of them would have trouble holding off Shu Bo's attacks. It's just a pity, the injuries are getting more severe. Shu Bo frowned. In the past, such level 19 alien creatures would fall to a single thrust of his spear. Now, Although his skills had become more refined, the power he could unleash was getting weaker without aggravating his wounds. Most importantly, Shu Bo could tell just by observing that, given the strength of the Fish Spirit Clan warriors besieging Nanwan Elementary School, they should have been able to breach the school's defense system by now. Yet they were deliberately delaying until now. Is it a trap? To lure the martial artist squad here? A thought flashed through Shu Bo's mind, and with that thought, he immediately filed a report. Requesting support from Prime Warriors, that's right. Fish Spirit Clan warriors below level 18 usually warranted mobilizing a team of martial artists to annihilate them. But once they surpassed level 18, Prime Warriors would be dispatched to eliminate them. Always attack from a higher position to minimize casualties to the greatest extent. After all, compared with the nearly mass-produced warriors of the Fish Spirit Clan, there were far fewer human warriors who couldn't afford such attrition. Each one was precious. 5 minutes to arrive? Shu Bo glanced at his smart ring and muttered to himself, that's really slow. Just drag it out. While he wasn't afraid of these 3 19th level high-ranking fighters from the Fish Spirit Clan, Shu Bo wasn't interested in fighting them to the death. Wouldn't it be foolish not to call for support when it was available? But then suddenly, Shu Bo's 25th level spiritual power suddenly tremored, sensing an ominous sign. Whoosh! He saw the school wall hundreds of meters away shatter violently, followed by a streak of pale blue light flashing past, creating a thunderous explosion in the air. Origin power. It's second rank. Run! Shu Bo's face changed drastically, and he bellowed instantly. His voice carried far, and through the smart ring, the other 9 warriors in the squad received the voice transmission. Buddha, it was too late. Tyr, the second-level Fish Spirit Clan fighter that suddenly burst in, empowered with origin power, was terrifyingly strong. With a single flash, it lunged at a human warrior, its massive body resembling a pale blue giant ball in the night. Boom! This human warrior, caught off guard, swung his saber in defense, only to be sent flying and crashing severely into the sturdy wall of a building. The solid wall instantly cracked and caved in, forming a large crater. And the human warrior fell heavily to the ground, mouth overflowing with blood, motionless. He was beyond saving. A second-rank warrior of the Fish Spirit Clan, with at least 80,000 kilograms of burst speed and armed with at least 4th-level spear technique. Their might was enough to crush any martial artist below the 18th level. Xiao Guang. Shu Bo's eyes immediately reddened. It was one of his juniors, whom he had known for many years. Boom! The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan fighter flashed and lunged at another human warrior. With its strength, it could easily sweep all the human warriors present except for Shu Bo. A matter of life and death. Boom! Shu Bo hesitated no more. A layer of pitch-black battle garment materialized over his body, wrapping him completely in just 0.1 seconds. Origin Power Battlesuit. At the same time, if one observed closely, a faint layer of fiery red could be seen on the surface of his battle garment, as if he were clad in flames. Die! Shu Bo roared furiously, his long spear increasing drastically in speed, carrying an incredible force as it streaked past the bodies of the 3 19th level Fish Spirit Clan warriors. Boom! Boom! 2 Fish Spirit Clan warriors were instantly flung away, while the head of another flew off. 1 spear. 1 dead, 2 severely injured. Boom! Shu Bo turned into a blaze of fiery light, his foot stomping on the concrete floor, causing it to crack open, and his body had already rushed dozens of meters. He charged at the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan fighter. Puff! The second-level Fish Spirit Clan warrior who had just killed another human warrior showed a trace of fear in its eyes. Prime Warrior. It knew well that human Prime Warriors, with their weapons and battle garments, were far stronger than their Fish Spirit Clan counterparts of the same rank. It had thought that there were no Prime Warriors here. Ow! This tall second-level Fish Spirit Clan fighter surged forward, swinging its combat saber. Standing nearly 3.5 meters tall. So, even the length of its combat saber exceeded 1.5 meters. With 2 sabers in hand, it was not at a significant disadvantage compared to the human warriors' long spears. Clang! Boom! A fierce battle erupted between the two, with collisions along the wall, The sturdy wall, known to withstand high-level warrior attacks, began to crumble. The entire building was on the verge of collapse. You're not a prime warrior. Your speed and strength are quite ordinary, it's only your origin power that you have, the second-level Fish Spirit Clan warrior finally realized. I'll kill you. In the sky, the team led by Li Yuan was rapidly closing in. Suddenly, their smart rings began to vibrate madly, followed by a voice transmission. Warning! Warning! A 20th-level alien species has appeared at Nanwan Elementary School. To repeat, a second-rank alien species. Do not approach without sufficient strength. Do not approach. The smart ring continued to transmit the urgent voice. What? Second-rank alien species. The faces of Fang Longhu and the others changed. The strength of a second-rank alien race was completely dominant over the first rank. Martial arts teacher? Li Yuan recognized the voice, but his expression changed. It's your squad in Nanwan District? Where's my teacher? Li Yuan. The martial arts teacher in the smart ring also recognized Li Yuan's voice. Have you arrived? Shu Bo is fighting a second-rank alien. Don't you come here, but without any hesitation. Whoosh! The aircraft plummeted sharply. Stay here, don't get close, Li Yuan growled, as he leapt from the aircraft. Captain! Captain! Fang Longhu and the others were shocked, but they couldn't stop Li Yuan. From a height of over 20 meters, boom! Like lightning, Li Yuan landed on the ground, rolled up to his feet, and dashed forward with the speed of lightning. His speed had soared to over 70 meters per second. A 20th-level alien species? Teacher, you must hold on, you must. Li Yuan was desperate. With perfect subtlety, he released all his power, in just 5 or 6 seconds. Rumble. From Nanwan Elementary School not far away, the sounds of intense combat continued to echo. We're here. Like lightning, Li Yuan's form suddenly slowed down, his mind becoming extremely calm as he strained to listen for any movement within the walls. Whoosh! The sprint over here had some effect. Li Yuan took a deep breath as the vigor within him flowed, and countless subtle strands of strength relaxed slightly, readying for the next burst of energy. Li Yuan did not rush forward impulsively but rather strove to adjust his state. Fast cannot be sustained. Like high-level martial artists of the 19th rank, they can sprint at 100 meters per second, but it's not sustainable. Li Yuan's explosion of speed under a state of subtlety was even more so. Just like normal people, they can sprint at a full strength, often reaching 10 meters per second, but can they run 1,000 meters in just 100 seconds? The opponent is a second-rank warrior from the Fish Spirit Clan, and if Li Yuan were to face it alone, he would stand no chance of winning whatsoever. Whoosh! Without a sound, Li Yuan's specially made Origin Power battlesuit was activated. Without infusing Origin Power, the battlesuit's defense would be significantly reduced. But likewise, without the boost of Origin Power, the battlesuit under the surface armor wasn't conspicuous, allowing Li Yuan to easily blend into the darkness. With a light leap, Li Yuan jumped onto the school wall, 4 to 5 meters high, and squatted on top of it. Looking down, Li Yuan had a clear view of the situation. He saw on the school playground, over 300 meters away. 2 figures were fighting fiercely, one enveloped in terrifying blue light and the other resembling a flame warrior, wielding a long spear. The 2 were engaged in intense combat. The site of the battle was, accurately speaking, near one side of a teaching building. At this moment, that building was half collapsed, and distressing cries could be faintly heard. Clearly, they were affected by the aftereffects of the battle between the 2 powerhouses. At the same time, Li Yuan's peripheral vision swept over and could discern many more figures in the midst of fierce fighting on the playground and between the buildings. All were human warriors and warriors from the Fish Spirit Clan. With just one look, Li Yuan determined that the human warriors were decidedly at a disadvantage. Target creature, life level 19.9, target creature, life level 20.1, second rank being, lightly wounded, currently estimated at 19.9, killing may yield spiritual nature nourishment. In the instant Li Yuan assessed the situation of the entire Nanwan Elementary School, his thoughts shifted, and he had already obtained the basic information of the 2 strong opponents in battle. Target creature, life level 19.1, target creature, life level 18.1. Target. Li Yuan's inquiry flashed like lightning over the other Fish Spirit Clan warriors his eyes could see. The single result from the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior immediately caught Li Yuan's attention. Could yield spiritual nature nourishment? My spiritual awakening level has already reached its limit. Killing numerous warriors from the Fish Spirit Clan during combat missions has provided no enhancement. Many thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind. Why would the Divine Palace panel suggest that killing that second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior could yield spiritual nature nourishment? Even though I've reached the limit. Previously, my spiritual awakening limit increased from 20% to 25% because my spiritual power broke through to level 20. There was no reminder for the 19th rank alien warriors. Could it be because this one is a second-rank alien? A thought crossed Li Yuan's mind. He had never killed a second-rank alien before, however. The situation was urgent, leaving no time for Li Yuan to ponder. In less than 0.5 seconds from the moment he leapt to the top of the school wall to when he fully assessed the situation, he was already leaping down. He dashed like lightning towards one of the human warriors already in a desperate situation. Next to the teaching building. Kill! Kill! The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior roared as his forearms tightly gripped two combat sabers, relentlessly plunging towards Shu Bo like lightning. Boom! The ground cracked again and again, rocks flying in all directions, and their casual strikes on the nearby teaching building would shatter it, kicking up countless broken stones. Fortunately, these buildings had been fortified layer by layer, and the construction technology was very advanced. They wouldn't easily collapse. Only after such a long battle did the entire building not completely fall. Whoosh! Whoosh! Shu Bo stimulated his star meridians, drawing forth an explosive burst of origin power. His form was graceful and unrestrained, impersonating gusts of wind as he dodged the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warriors' attacks again and again, subtly seizing control of the fight. His spear in hand was overpoweringly domineering, with each thrust accurately striking the body of the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior, inflicting injury after injury. This second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior must have just broken through. The Fish Spirit Star Realm is only a first-level star realm, where only first-rank powerhouses can come and go. As Shu Bo fought for his life, his mind was extraordinarily calm. His skills are immature, he must have achieved unity of body and mind not long ago. But even if he has just broken through, he is still second rank. In terms of force and speed, in terms of origin power, I am now fully behind second rank and weaker than him unless I can fully activate 3-star meridians. Otherwise, I can't keep up, Shu Bo thought coldly. Only skill remains. My movement technique, my spear technique, are both close to the high rank of the 4th level, which is why I can hold my own and entangle with him. However, even without an origin power battlesuit, his skin is naturally tough, and his defenses have skyrocketed with origin power enveloping his body. It's hard for me to inflict a fatal injury. Shu Bo was well aware of the situation. If the battle continues like this, there is a chance for Shu Bo to win. But the key issue is, with Shu Bo's injuries, he can't hold on for long, and his strength will keep declining. Once defeated, the other human warriors will be swiftly swept away, and the students and parents in the few teaching buildings of the school will be brutally slaughtered. In this half-collapsed teaching building, many were already buried, crying out in distress, causing Shu Bo's heart to bleed. But there was no choice. Shu Bo tried to lure the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior away. But the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior was not fooled at all. He kept ferociously attacking the teaching building, forcing Shu Bo to stay and fight, doing his best to protect the structure from further damage. Old Xing and the others. Let's hope we can hold out until support arrives. Shu Bo had already noticed that inside the Nanwang Elementary School, there were still a large number of high-level Fish Spirit Clan warriors. Thank goodness. The team he led was overall quite strong, with the lowest being a 17th level martial artist, which was definitely elite, and that's why they had been able to hold out until now. Suddenly, whoosh! Hundreds of meters away, a streak of light flashed past, followed by a Fish Spirit Clan fighter over 18th level who fell to the ground after just 2 exchanges. Is that reinforcements? What quick speed, what sharp spear technique. Shu Bo saw a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, but it was too dark to make out clearly. He hadn't seen the person's face. Shu Bo just subconsciously felt that the fleeting figure of the human warrior seemed somewhat familiar. On the other hand, Shu Bo, in the midst of fierce battle, also didn't have the spare energy to pay attention to other directions. Holding off this second-rank alien race was the greatest protection he could offer to the other human warriors. Bang! Boom! Beside the collapsing broken school wall, Li Yuan, who had erupted with full strength, moved like lightning, crossing over the struggling human warrior, and his long spear suddenly burst forth with an incredibly sharp thrust, ferociously attacking the 19.1 level Fish Spirit Clan fighter in front of him. The spear shadows were continuous. The weapons of both sides clashed like lightning, sending sparks flying everywhere. Then, a flash of spear light suddenly erupted, piercing through the opponent's neck, causing blood to splatter. The long spear quickly retracted, and the muscular neck of the Fish Spirit Clan fighter was almost severed in half. He fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. The 19th level Fish Spirit Clan warrior was dead. In terms of strength, you are not inferior to the Fish Spirit Clan fighter at the school. You are even much stronger. Li Yuan glanced and then leapt to kill the next high-ranking Fish Spirit Clan warrior. Compared to the time at the school gate, Li Yuan, wielding a long spear and bursting forth with full power, was several times more powerful than when he only had a short knife, and his killing power was extremely frightening. A 19th level Fish Spirit Clan warrior, truly no match for him. Instructor Xing, go help the others. Li Yuan's calm voice drifted over. Instructor Xing, who had just been rescued and was still gasping for breath without even having the chance to express his gratitude, suddenly heard that familiar voice and his heart jolted. Li Yuan? He could hardly believe it. In his recollection, Li Yuan, who had just graduated from high school less than half a year ago and should have become a martial artist not long ago, was actually capable of killing a 19th level Fish Spirit Clan warrior with a flip of his hand. The change was so significant that Instructor Xing took a moment to process. Whoosh! Li Yuan had already charged tens of meters ahead, impaling another high-level Fish Spirit Clan warrior with his spear and tossing them into the air. He's truly amazing. Instructor Xing sighed inwardly, and immediately leapt out to assist the other warriors in the team. Subconsciously, Instructor Xing glanced at Shu Bo, who was in fierce combat with a second-rank alien race. You must hold on. If you wanted to survive, Instructor Xing's best option would be to immediately retreat from Nanwang Elementary School and escape into the complicated streets in the distance, but he didn't do that. Not just him. Many of the human warriors saved by Li Yuan took only 1 or 2 seconds to catch their breath before charging at the other Fish Spirit Clan fighters. Everyone knew deep down. There was no retreat. They could only fight to their utmost. Only then was there hope for everyone to survive today. Spurt. Another spear thrust pierced through the body of a high-level Fish Spirit Clan warrior. 28 seconds. I've killed 5 high-level Fish Spirit Clan warriors. Li Yuan scanned the area. The fierce battle was still ongoing, but the situation for a large number of human warriors had greatly improved. At that moment, boom, boom, boom. A small aircraft rapidly descended, followed by several figures flying down. Kill! Kill! Roars erupted one after another. It was Fang Longhu and the others who, after some hesitation, finally decided to take the risk and join the battle. There's reinforcements. Other warrior squads have arrived. The still living human warriors grew more excited. They saw the hope of victory and the hope of surviving. Meanwhile, boom! Li Yuan's body was like an arrow released from the bowstring, dashing dozens of meters in a swoop, rushing toward Shu Bo, who was still in fierce battle with a second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior. After several leaps and movements, he was already close. Boom! Li Yuan, gripping the spear with both hands, suddenly leapt forth with a straight thrust, as the terrifying force within him fully erupted, fully channeling into the long spear. At the tip of the spear, a faint yellow light flowed unnoticed. You should know. Under the subtle state of mind, Li Yuan's fist strength had reached 35,000 kilograms, and now with origin power enhancing it, plus the charge. The power of this spear was definitely tremendous. Whoosh! A straight thrust aimed at the chest of the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior. As a martial artist with the spear technique at the 4th level peak, Li Yuan's grasp of the battlefield situation was exquisitely precise. This spear thrust, full of fury, came just when the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior and Shu Bo were exhausted after intense combat. Shu Bo seemed to have sensed it coming. His body shifted, blocking the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior's line of sight for a moment, and then he drifted horizontally past. Li Yuan's spear tip narrowly missed Shu Bo's body, thrusting straight at him, looking perilously close. Fierce. Wild. The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior's face changed drastically as he swept a saber to repel Shu Bo and hacked down angrily, attempting to block Li Yuan's thrust. In the end, as a second-rank powerhouse, his strength and speed were far superior to Li Yuan. His pure reaction speed was unbelievably fast. Boom! Saber light grazed the spear shaft, colliding in a rush, the terrifying force momentarily deflecting Li Yuan's long spear, slicing past the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior's arm, instantly leaving a visible laceration. Such resilient skin. Li Yuan immediately sensed the toughness of his opponent's body. Definitely more sturdy than steel. Similar damage had been inflicted on the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior by Shu Bo many times, only Li Yuan's blow was the more severe. Ah! The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior roared, his combat saber swooping down furiously. Li Yuan slipped away, ghost-like, evading the terrifying blow, and, seizing the opportunity, he charged past the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior with his long spear whistling around in return. He thrust back furiously. Turnabout spear. Too fast. Li Yuan's thrust far exceeded the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior's expectations. It couldn't dodge in time. Poochie. The spear tip stabbed into its body like lightning, piercing nearly 10 centimeters deep before it was stopped by the tough, terrifying muscles, exhausting all the spear's momentum. At the same time, the terrifying impact contained within the spear also made the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior stagger. Scram! The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior bellowed, spitting out a language Li Yuan couldn't understand. In the next instant, the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior, having sustained heavy damage, spun around and swung its saber at Li Yuan. Li Yuan had just mustered the strength to pull his long spear out from the opponent's muscular body when he saw the furious swing coming. In his urgency, he had no choice but to use his spear to block. In terms of spear technique, the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior was far inferior to Li Yuan. The gap was enormous. But the most sophisticated techniques ultimately have a limit to enhancement, all needing strength and speed as the foundation for battle. Without a doubt, the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior's strength and speed were enough to bridge this gap, allowing it to completely suppress Li Yuan. Bang! The giant saber landed on Li Yuan's spear shaft, the terrifying force causing the spear to bend instantly, followed by the shaft striking Li Yuan's chest directly. Li Yuan was sent flying out like a shooting star, crashing into the distant woods, the terrifying force passing through his origin power battlesuit, impacting his entire body, his blood and chi uncontrollably churning. Boom! The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior moved swiftly, locking down the injuries on its muscles, ready to pounce at Li Yuan, intending to finish him off completely. It realized that this newcomer human martial artist, though proficient with the spear technique, was much weaker in strength and speed. And certainly, much weaker in vitality. Shoo! Shoo! A barrage of spear shadows already came whistling over, forcing the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warriors to halt their advance. It was Shu Bo, who had been attacking continuously, yet his grasp of timing was far behind Li Yuan's due to the limitations of his skills. Li Yuan. It's Li Yuan. Shu Bo's heart was filled with unparalleled anxiety at this moment. How is he doing? In the brief exchange just now, he recognized that the powerful human martial artist who came to the rescue was his most accomplished student over the years, Li Yuan. And the furious strike from the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior had him particularly worried. A wrathful blow from a second-rank powerhouse was enough to directly shake a martial artist below level 18 to death. But Shu Bo had no time to inquire into Li Yuan's wounds. He could only fight with all his might against the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior, to buy Li Yuan time to recover. Suddenly, boom! Like a furious gust sweeping past, the surrounding air burst noisily. Whoosh! A black figure dashed out from the darkness like lightning, a streak of light piercing the dark night sky, aiming straight for the head of the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior. It was Li Yuan's spear. Bang! The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior seemed to have anticipated it, spinning around with a furious chop, and with a massive thundering bang, Li Yuan's long spear clashed in an instant. The terrifying power tore through the sports field, splitting the ground, and sending numerous fragments of stone flying. But the stones had no impact on the three individuals engaged in battle. Roar! The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior stared at Li Yuan in shock and anger, finding it inconceivable. Didn't its enraged slash have any effect on this frail human martial artist? Li Yuan? Shu Bo was also surprised and delighted. What just happened? Shu Bo was equally astonished in his heart. Teacher, I'm fine, not going to die, Li Yuan responded, with a faint trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. In reality, with the subtlety of his soul, Li Yuan had scrutinized every part of his body and nerves, bones, flesh, and had already sustained minor injuries from the direct clash just now, especially in the directly hit chest area where numerous capillaries had burst and the muscles were slightly torn. Luckily, his Origin Power battlesuit, infused with Origin Power, significantly increased Li Yuan's defense, allowing him to barely withstand the attack. Further, with his exquisite skill, Li Yuan managed to adjust his posture mid-air as he was sent flying, landing in such a manner as to unload the force, thereby minimizing the damage. Otherwise, with that one hit, Li Yuan would have been severely injured or even dead. Kill! Kill! Li Yuan and Shu Bo moved together. After the exchange just now and observing each other's strength, they instinctively made their move in perfect understanding. Whoosh! Shu Bo attacked head-on, his long spear jabbing furiously, fast as lightning. Roar! The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior roared and swung its dual swords furiously in a chopping motion. At the same time, Li Yuan shifted positions and charged from the other side, his long spear transforming into countless spear shadows. The stellar spear techniques, Galaxy Waterfall. One thrust followed by another, continuous and relentless, the spear momentum formidable. This spear technique. The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior gritted its teeth, forced to divide its attention to fend off Li Yuan's attacks while trying to repeat its previous move and send Li Yuan flying once again. However, after the first round of engagement, Li Yuan knew he couldn't withstand a direct attack from a second-rank warrior, so his long spear would retract immediately upon contact with that ferocious combat saber. He wouldn't directly engage at all. My role is to assist, to tie down a part of the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior's attention, giving teacher an opportunity, thought Li Yuan, remarkably calm in his heart, but with a battle spirit soaring to the skies. Kill! 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 We must kill it before my Origin Power is completely drained, he thought desperately. Otherwise, if I die, Li Yuan alone will definitely not be able to hold it off. Shu Bo was equally frantic, a terrifying battle spirit burning in his eyes. This battle is probably my last one in this life. We must kill it. We must. Shu Bo had fallen into an extremely special state. If previously he was just trying to buy time, Li Yuan's arrival truly gave him hope of killing the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior. Moreover, the sight of Li Yuan being sent flying by a slash had also terrified him, followed by complete madness. At this moment, both Shu Bo and Li Yuan were attacking with all their might, the shadow of their spears whistling as they struck from two directions. The pressure on the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior skyrocketed like never before. Its head, eyes, neck, chest, groin, and legs were all under attack. At this instant, the large size of the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior had become a disadvantage. Clang! 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 The collision of the three fighters' weapons sent shockwaves shooting in all directions, intensifying the battle to its peak. Too strong? Are both Li Yuan and Xu Bo this strong? Instructor Xing, watching from a distance, was dumbstruck. I heard from the hall master before that Xu Bo at his peak wasn't much weaker than him, but I didn't expect it to be true. After being injured for so many years, he could still be so powerful? And Li Yuan, to be able to get involved in a battle of this level? He could probably defeat me in just a few exchanges, Instructor Xing thought, deeply shocked. Captain Li Yuan. Fang Longhu and the others were also immensely shocked. They knew Li Yuan was strong, but they didn't expect him to be formidable to this extent. To be able to get involved in a prime warrior level battle? How old was he? 18 years old. A genius. Fang Longhu felt the most shocked. A year ago, I could suppress him with just 10% of my strength. Now, he could defeat me in one move. On the school sports field, three figures were fighting fiercely, reaching a fever pitch. Ayo ayo ayo. The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior roared, as within an extremely short amount of time, more than a dozen new wounds had been added to its body. While each wound wasn't significant on its own, the accumulation of these wounds, along with the previous injuries, had already caused it a tremendous amount of damage. The most impactful was the stab from Li Yuan earlier into its waist, greatly affecting the warrior's ability to exert force with its sword technique. The waist is the critical hub for the flow of vigor in the limbs. The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior realized that it had no chance of winning against these two human martial artists teaming up. And, since it had revealed itself and started fighting, more than 2 minutes had passed. So much time had gone by. Other human prime warriors must be arriving soon, thought the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior. It did not want to fight to the death. Under the command of the matriarch, after entering the human world, once they were able to break through from first to second rank, they were to avoid fighting to the death as much as possible, in order to play a bigger role. Roar. The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior roared, his combat saber furiously cleaving down, instantly forcing Li Yuan to retreat. Boom. It then burst forth in a sprint, rushing toward the direction of Nanyi Lake. The lake would be its home ground, and once it entered the waters, shaking off the pursuit of the human martial artists would be much easier. It's trying to escape. Li Yuan, keep it here, we absolutely cannot let it escape, this is a major disaster. Xu Bo shouted angrily and also dashed out like lightning, charging at the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior. Boom. At this moment, Xu Bo could no longer hold back, activating the circulation of his star meridian as if burning his life potential, significantly boosting his speed. With continuous stabs, Xu Bo and the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior embarked on an extremely terrifying head-on confrontation, not giving an inch, directly blocking its path. Whoosh! 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 Li Yuan also remained incredibly calm, catching up like lightning, vigorously attacking the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior. Straight thrust. Furious cleave. Throwing stab. Li Yuan brought his mastery of spear technique to the peak. He manifested a sky filled with spear shadows. Clang, 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 clang. The most critical outburst came from Xu Bo, whose spear was so fast at that moment that the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior became somewhat dazed by the hits. It was now completely at a disadvantage. This isn't right. This one using fire origin power, he is a true prime warrior. But why didn't he burst forth earlier? If he had done so earlier, I would probably have been killed by now. The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior could hardly believe it. It really wanted to flee, but faced with the extremely ferocious Xu Bo and Li Yuan, who was assisting, attacked on the side. It simply couldn't break free. Bang! After another lightning-fast exchange, Xu Bo suddenly closed the distance, raising his long spear high and furiously slashing down, forcing the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior to meet the attack with dual sabers. Then, under the impact of terrifying power, its massive body had to stagger backward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Li Yuan's long spear whistled through the air, his spear technique continuous like a rolling galaxy, growing more and more terrifying in power and leaving more wounds on its body. Many of those wounds were shocking, making its injuries even more severe. Heavier, faster, more fierce. Li Yuan's eyes were fixed on the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior, exerting his utmost to perform the stellar spear technique. This life-and-death battle made him vaguely gain more insight into the spear technique. Time and time again, they clashed. The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior kept retreating. It had completely panicked, feeling death drawing closer. Suddenly, Puchi, Shubo's long spear thrust out like lightning, piercing through the gap between the dual combat sabers, sinking deeply into its chest, penetrating the muscle as copious amounts of blood splattered everywhere. Whoosh! Another pale yellow spear light flashed by, slashing across the neck of the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior, causing a gush of blood to surge forth. Thump! The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior stumbled backward, feeling its vitality rapidly fading, its life swiftly drawing to an end. In an all-out effort, sparing no expense, Shubo launched into full force. Together with Li Yuan, they finally inflicted a fatal injury on the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior. Boom! Clang! Two huge combat sabers fell to the ground as the Fish Spirit Clan warrior staggered backward, hands desperately clutching at its throat trying to stem the flow of blood. But to no avail. Its eyes, fixed upon the two powerful human martial artists before it, were filled with unwillingness. It was born in the Fish Spirit Star realm, and after experiencing many tortures following its birth from its mother fish, it fought and slaughtered its brethren, eventually struggling to reach the entry rank. In the Fish Spirit Clan, only by reaching entry rank can one survive. Only by reaching entry rank can one be called warrior, or else if one couldn't reach it within 10 years of birth, they would become fodder for their own kind. Yet entry rank was just the beginning. The wars within the Star Realm honed its abilities time and again, gradually improving its strength until it became a high-level warrior, one step away from becoming a second-rank powerhouse. Finally, it was chosen, sent to the human world to wage war, a mission with a slim chance of survival, but they had no choice and could only hope to win the war in the end. After entering the human world and making its way through underground caverns, it slowly approached the core city of the human world. Under the pressure of death, it broke through its life constraints, achieving a unity of body and mind and directly breaking through to become a second-rank powerhouse. Second rank, for a Fish Spirit Clan warrior, is extremely difficult. The commander was overjoyed upon learning this and immediately decided to use it as the core of a killing formation, prepared to ambush a team of human warriors. Once they succeeded, the second time, they ran into two elite human teams. The second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior let out the last sound of its life, and then its massive body collapsed backward, falling silent forever. No mental control. Immediately, copious amounts of blood started flowing from its numerous wounds. Death. You have slain a second-rank life form, breaking the Divine Palace's constraints. Your spiritual awakening limit is increased to 30%. You have slain a second-rank life form, acquiring spiritual nature nourishment. Your spiritual awakening level reached 25.1%. Two Divine Palace notifications flashed across Li Yuan's field of vision in quick succession. It startled him. Breaking the Divine Palace's constraints. To break through the 25% limit of spiritual awakening, it turns out one must slay a second-rank being. Divine Palace constraints? Is it referring to the 25% spiritual guidance constraints? In an instant, Li Yuan thought. Initially, the Divine Palace panel did not show spiritual awakening, only indicating that he harbored a high-order spiritual nature within him. It was before the January examination that, after he killed a first-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior, the spiritual awakening appeared on the Divine Palace panel. Could it be that the spiritual awakening limits of 0%, 25%, and even the subsequent 50%, are all Divine Palace constraints, similar to the major breakthroughs of life levels like first rank, second rank? Does one need to slay higher rank alien race creatures to break them? Many thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind. And the increase of the spiritual awakening limit from 10% to 20%, from 20% to 25%, is that like the transition from level 13 to level 14 without any fundamental difference, where you can keep raising the limit as long as your spiritual power keeps increasing? Li Yuan mused covertly. Without any other precedents to follow, Li Yuan could only explore and summarize experiences on his own. but if he continued with this reasoning, in the future, to break the 50% limit of my spiritual awakening, will I need to slay a third-rank alien race creature? Li Yuan murmured to himself. A third-rank alien race, that would be comparable to a flying heaven warrior. Are they that easy to kill? The thoughts may seem slow, but in a mere few seconds, Li Yuan's sharp mind had considered multiple possibilities. As he pondered, Li Yuan intended to approach the corpse of the second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior. Stop, don't get close, Shu Bo said deeply, still standing in his original spot. Teacher. Li Yuan looked at Shu Bo. It looks dead, and by the Fish Spirit Clan's anatomy, it should be dead. Shu Bo's battle garment slowly retracted from his skin, revealing his slightly pale face. But remember, never be careless. Be cautious that the enemy might be feigning death, waiting for you to come close before suddenly striking back. Unless you cut off its head, crush its heart, and completely tear apart its limbs, you must always keep a vigilant heart, Shu Bo said. In your future adventures in the Star Realm, always be so. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment, then obediently nodded. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. He himself had the Divine Palace panel that could inquire whether this Fish Spirit Clan warrior was dead or alive. But what his teacher said wasn't wrong. Walking the line between life and death, one cannot afford a single bit of negligence. This was the experience paid for with the blood of countless martial artist predecessors. Go take care of the other Fish Spirit Clan warriors, Shu Bo said deeply. I'll keep watch over this one. The Prime Warrior should be arriving shortly, yes. Whoosh! Li Yuan could tell that his teacher was not in great condition. With a swift movement, he darted towards the terrified, fleeing Fish Spirit Clan warriors. Ah! Roar! In fact, when that second-rank Fish Spirit Clan warrior was trying to flee for its life, the other Fish Spirit Clan warriors who were still alive were already panicked and attempting to escape. If their powerful, second-rank leader was no match, what chance did they have? However, Instructor Xing and Fang Longhu, with their 2 squads of more than a dozen warriors, have been fiercely blocking these Fish Spirit Clan warriors, delaying their steps. Therefore, when Li Yuan arrived, with a swoosh of his long spear, one after another, Fish Spirit Clan warriors began to fall to the ground. Suddenly, in the dark night sky, a flying craft rapidly approached. Bang! A figure ejected from the flying craft and plummeted from the sky. Li Yuan could not help but look up to see a blurry human figure, shrouded in a faint earthy yellow glow, as fast as lightning, whooshing through the tens of meters of the air. It crashed down directly on top of several Fish Spirit Clan warriors who were attempting to escape. Boom! 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 With several consecutive lightning-fast collisions, the bodies of the 4 Fish Spirit Clan warriors exploded violently, sending blood and limbs flying in all directions. The assault was brutally aggressive. Li Yuan watched intently. The Prime Warrior who launched the surprise attack burst forth with a speed that easily surpassed 100 meters per second in an instant. Moreover, the weapon he used was a pair of hammers. The 2 large hammers were covered with numerous spikes, making them look incredibly ferocious. Boom! Bang! Bang! One after another, the Fish Spirit Clan warriors fell to the ground, swept away in the blink of an eye. Peeved, Li Yuan also killed the last Fish Spirit Clan member, and with that, the crisis at Nanwang Elementary School was resolved. The playground quieted down as many martial artists gathered, each of them gasping for breath. The recent intense battles had greatly drained everyone's physical strength. Phew! The Prime Warrior moved and in a flash appeared in front of Li Yuan, his origin power battlesuit retracting to reveal his true face. Only then did Li Yuan see clearly that the other party was about as tall as himself, with an equally young face, but with a particularly resolute look in his eyes. Senior. Li Yuan bowed slightly. His own strength in terms of attack could only be said to be on par with a high-level warrior above level 19.5, capable of posing a certain threat to Prime Warriors. But to compare to a real Prime Warrior, he was still falling far short. Any entry-rank Prime Warrior could easily defeat him. No need to call me senior, the young Prime Warrior holding the Warhammer said with a smile. I know you, Li Yuan. Just call me by my name, Gao Hao. Gao Hao? A trace of confusion flickered through Li Yuan's eyes. He had not heard of him before. Officer Gao Hao, Instructor Xing ran over from not far away, bowing slightly. Thank you. I am a martial path instructor from the Guanshan Branch Hall. Instructor Xing, I know you too, Gao Hao said with a smile. Last time we had a meal together, Lord Wan brought you along. Instructor Xing nodded continuously, then introduced, Li Yuan. Officer Gao Hao is also a member of our Starfire Martial Hall, a student of Starfire University, an A-level signee. He's now a senior and has become a prime warrior. Li Yuan instantly understood the other's identity. A martial path genius just like himself. A student of Starfire University? As long as one normally cultivates to their senior years, 99% would be prime warriors. And according to the rules of Starfire Martial Hall, prime warriors, if not holding a position, are all called officers. Flying Heaven warriors, among the martial artist community, are all referred to as masters. Officer Gao Hao, Li Yuan immediately corrected himself. Haha, I've seen your fighting in the freshman battle of the 10 schools. Now in terms of skill alone, you're probably not inferior to me. Gao Hao laughed, and in terms of strength, you've just started your freshman year and you're already approaching the strength of a prime warrior. Tisk tisk, truly terrifying. If you don't become a flying heaven in the future, I would find it abnormal. Gao Hao laughed again, full of praise for Li Yuan. Meanwhile, Fang Longhu and over a dozen other human martial artists gathered around. Their gazes towards Li Yuan had changed. During the recent chaotic battle, they all realized how powerful Li Yuan was, far surpassing these veteran soldiers. After a brief exchange, Gao Hao understood the situation. Instructor Xing and Fang Longhu had already taken the other human martial artists to rescue the injured students. Li Yuan and Gao Hao then approached the corpse of the second-rank Fish Spirit clan member. Shu Bo had been silently guarding it this whole time. He did not come over during the exchange of everyone else. Officer Shu Bo, impressive, Gao Hao strode forward with a smile. To be able to kill a second-rank member of the alien race, truly a blade that hasn't dulled. Clearly, he knew of Shu Bo. Suddenly, teacher, a cry of alarm rang out. Li Yuan leapt to Shu Bo's side in an instant, supporting him with one hand, his face full of shock and concern. Teacher? What's wrong with you? At this moment Shu Bo's complexion was extremely pale, devoid of any color, his face distorted with pain. Large drops of sweat breaking out on his forehead, yet he was still standing erect. It seemed as though he was enduring immense pain. Officer Shu Bo, what's happened to you? Gao Hao appeared quite shocked as he looked at Li Yuan. After a moment, Shu Bo's face showed a few less traces of pain, forcing a smile. Don't worry. I won't die in a day or two. It's just that I forcefully ran my star meridian for too long, and my body can't take it. After all, it's been several years since I've truly operated origin power. Shu Bo explained soberly. Poison has invaded not only my nerves in my body but has also seeped into every part of my star meridian. I didn't feel it during my desperate outburst earlier, but now that the battle is over, I can't bear it anymore. Toxins permeating every part of your star meridian? Li Yuan's expression changed slightly. What kind of toxin was this? Previously, he only knew his teacher had old injuries, never imagining it was poisoning. A toxin that seeped into the star meridian? Punlai blood spirit poison? Gao Hao said in shock. Officer Shu Bo, I'll call for a medical flyer right away. Gao Hao obviously thought of the cause. Punlai blood spirit poison? Li Yuan had never heard of it. It's a very special toxin from the Punlai star realm, a poison that is nearly incurable, Gao Hao quickly explained. Li Yuan was taken aback. Nearly incurable? Officer Gao Hao, there's no need to call for a medical flyer, I'm beyond saving. Now is a crucial time, let's not waste medical resources. Shu Bo shook his head indifferently, declining Gao Hao's kind offer. I've been prepared to face this day. It's just come a year or two earlier than I expected. Advance the timeline by 1 or 2 years earlier than expected? Li Yuan's heart shuddered. He had previously thought that teacher Shu Bo was only injured and had suffered a decline in strength. He hadn't expected it to be this serious. So, the teacher only had 1 or 2 years of life expectancy left. Logically, for a prime warrior, living past 150 was quite easy. Li Yuan knew very well that given his teacher's character, when things had reached such a state, he was highly unlikely to speak falsely. "Senior Shu Bo, won't you try?" Gao Hao couldn't help but say. "The medical flyer will arrive very quickly." He was a martial path genius from Zhong City. Although he had not been taught by Shu Bo, as a member of Starfire Martial Hall, he had also heard of Shu Bo's deeds. "No need. Steward Gao Hao, the crisis at Nanwang Elementary School has been resolved. Go and carry out the next mission. Don't worry about me," Shu Bo said, firmly shaking his head. "The sooner the fish spirit tide is cleared, the fewer casualties there will be." "Okay, senior, take care." Gao Hao's eyes dimmed slightly, and he stopped trying to persuade Shu Bo, bowing his hands in respect. A flyer landed, and with a light leap, Gao Hao propelled himself over 10 meters high onto the vehicle. Then it sped away, vanishing into the night sky. Time was pressing. As a prime warrior, he was an extremely important combat force and could play a significant role. "Teacher." Li Yuan looked at Shu Bo. "How are you feeling?" Shu Bo asked Li Yuan, taking the initiative to ask, "Is there any major problem?" "No," Li Yuan shook his head. "Then take the uninjured from yours and my teams, form a new team, and have you lead them to carry out the next mission. Don't stay here," Shu Bo said, his face pale but composed. "A team led by you can still make a significant impact." "I can't," Li Yuan shook his head. "Teacher, I have to take you back." "Obey the order." Shu Bo's eyes suddenly became sharp. "How can you not even listen to your teacher's words? What can you do by staying here? Can you heal me?" Li Yuan opened his mouth, his eyes reddening slightly, but he was unable to speak. In his heart, it felt as if a giant stone was weighing down ruthlessly, and a faint grief began to spread deep inside. "Don't worry. I won't die right away." Shu Bo's voice became gentle again. "You've become a martial artist, been to university for half a year, and should have gone through several combat assessments. Can't you distinguish between what's urgent and what's not? Right now, the most pressing matter is to deal with the fish spirit tide. This is the worst disaster Zhongbei province has seen in over a decade and the worst Zhong City has seen in 100 years, Shu Bo said. Looking at Li Yuan, "You now have the ability, so go and play your part." "Go," Shu Bo said emphatically. "Don't make me reprimand you again." "Yes," Li Yuan gritted his teeth. A few minutes later, from the two teams of surviving martial artists, 16 people were reorganized to form a new team of 10 members. Li Yuan led them, piloting a flyer, and according to the intelligent systems assignments, they commenced their next mission. They quickly disappeared into the night sky. The remaining 6, either due to weaker strength or injuries, stayed behind to continue participating in the school's rescue. "He's gone." As he watched Li Yuan's team leave, Shu Bo struggled to stand and made his way towards the semi-collapsed teaching building. Listening to the cries for help coming from beneath the rubble of the teaching building, his heart ached. "It's my fault. If I could have lured that fish spirit clan away, the battle wouldn't have spread and caused the building to collapse," Shu Bo said through clenched teeth, enduring the pain in his body as he began to join the rescue. To die? From the day he knew his condition was incurable, he had been prepared. In the black night, within the marshland, the fish spirit clan, which had been hiding here, was frantically fleeing. Hum, 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 numerous combat drones from all directions converged in the sky, relentlessly driving them on. Da 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 da. Metallic bullets streaked across the night sky, wildly strafing down, and one after another, fish spirit clan warriors fell to the ground, their cries filling the wilderness. Boom. In the open fields on the outskirts, the heavy drones were finally unreserved. Using radar, thermal imaging, and other technologies, they continuously dropped bombs. The noise was ear-splitting, the sound, thunderous. In the distance, there were also many human groups around the 10th level, along with combat robots, holding various thermal weapons, continually advancing from the ground and slaughtering everything in their path. On such a frontal confrontation battlefield, not to mention thousands of entry-rank fish spirit clan warriors. As long as there was no second-rank power, even if there were tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of fish spirit clan, facing the encirclement of a massive mechanical legion, they would be completely wiped out. more than 40 kilometers from the center of Zhong City, amidst the ruins of a street. Kill. Advance on 3 lines. Annihilate, Li Yuan ordered coldly. In such street ruins, where a considerable number of civilians were still alive, heavy weapons could not be used. Only here could the first-rank martial artists play a role. Ow! A fish spirit clan warrior hidden in the ruins suddenly burst forth, a dazzling flash of knife light cutting through the darkness. Clang! The long spear swung, blocking the terrifying knife strike. Boom! Li Yuan's figure, like lightning, rushed forward with a fierce sprint, colliding directly with the body of the 18th-level Fish Spirit Clan senior warrior. It caused its huge body to crash and fly backward. Peef! A shadow of a spear streaked across the vast sky, piercing the gigantic body in an instant. The image froze mid-air. Blood flowed. The long spear moved too fast. PCHT, bang! Li Yuan suddenly retracted the spear, its tip pointed downward, as blood ran down its shaft. The 18th-level Fish Spirit Clan's body landed heavily on the ground, its body still trembling. Whoosh! Whoosh! With 2 more thrusts of the spear, the Fish Spirit Clan's head and 4 arms were sliced off, its body torn to pieces. There was no sound. Li Yuan always listened to Teacher Shu's advice. You have consecutively killed entry-rank creatures, obtained spiritual nature nourishment, spiritual awakening level reached 25.2%. A divine palace prompt flashed across Li Yuan's vision. It made Li Yuan subconsciously stunned for a moment. I killed 6 or 7 first-rank Fish Spirit Clan members before without any reaction. I thought I couldn't increase the spiritual awakening level unless I killed second-rank ones, Li Yuan muttered to himself. Turns out, a single first-rank alien race is not enough to increase the percentage by 0.1%. Li Yuan could imagine that as time went on, when his spiritual awakening level reached 40%, 50%, to increase even a little bit of his spiritual nature, he would probably need to kill a large number of alien race members. Then let's kill, he said. No matter how many alien race members there are, kill them all. Li Yuan's eyes were cold, his heart surging with the desire to kill. Originally, breaking through the Divine Palace's shackles to further increase the spiritual awakening level should have been great news. But right now, Li Yuan's heart couldn't feel any joy at all. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to carry out more missions, kill more of the Fish Spirit Clan. For the entire Zhong City, it was an unbearably long night. It was a catastrophe that hadn't occurred in over 100 years. In the past, although the Fish Spirit Star Realm had launched several attacks, most were minor, and the only 3 significant ones targeted the Shizhou and Yizhou regions near the Star Realm entrance. Zhong City? It had never suffered an attack of such a massive scale before. Thus, at the initial outbreak of the Fish Spirit Tide, it caused incredible damage to the entire Zhong City, with heavy casualties and losses. However, the Perfect City Patrol Defense System, Skynet, Mechanical Legion, along with a large number of martial artists, made Zhong City's war machine erupt quickly. Plus, the neighboring counties, cities, and states were providing full support from the first moment. When the morning sun shone on the earth once again, this unprecedented scale of Fish Spirit Tide had mostly been wiped out. Apart from a few Fish Spirit Clan warriors who escaped into lakes, rivers, or fled along underground caves, the majority of the invading Fish Spirit Clan had been slaughtered. However, human warriors continued to pursue and kill them in flying vehicles. Countless mechanical warriors were also relentlessly tracking and attacking. According to preliminary statistics, after a night of hard fighting, Zhong City has regained its peace, and the Star Realm creatures' attack has mostly been cleared, the host on the Star Realm channel said with a heavy voice. Preliminary estimates show that the number of deaths in Zhong City exceeds 110,000, with more than 120,000 injured, and economic losses are huge. A rough count shows that more than 60,000 entry-rank Star Realm creatures have been killed. This has been a painful lesson. This was a targeted attack exploiting the vulnerabilities in our country's city defense system. Reports have been submitted to the Seven-Star Alliance, and adjustments and redeployments will be made to many city defense systems. At 11 a.m. on December 18, Li Yuan's squad no longer received tasks assigned by the SMART system. The war mission is basically over. Martial artist Li Yuan, your combat video will be synchronized and uploaded with the monitoring smart bracelet. Once the defense of Zhong City is completely concluded, a unified commendation will take place. Li Yuan received a reminder. I received it too. There's a reminder to go home and rest first, and wait for further orders. Instructor Xing, Fang Longhu, and the others spoke one after another, all looking towards Li Yuan. After this night of fighting, their trust in Li Yuan had reached an immeasurable level. All right. Return. Li Yuan, his eyes bloodshot, gave the command. Whoosh! The flying vehicle quickly flew towards the Starfire South Lake residential area. Ordinary rescue tasks? They were swiftly mobilized across society. The Starfire South Lake residential area, as tranquil as ever, seemed untouched by war's inferno. Back home, Li Yuan gave his family a few instructions. Then re-entered the underground martial arts room and ate a serving of high-origin Spirit Spring. Next, he silently practiced the observing the great sun starry sky scripture, all heaven's stars. Fighting non-stop in this battle and being injured by a second-rank alien race had exhausted him to the limit. He practiced continuously for over 5 hours, until 5 in the afternoon. Li Yuan then slowly opened his eyes, his body's fatigue completely dissipated. His internal injuries were also mostly healed, and he felt even more energetic. Origin power has a healing effect, Li Yuan muttered to himself, coupled with the visualization method. As long as the injury is not fatal, one would recover quickly. Li Yuan's peripheral vision unconsciously glanced at the Divine Palace panel. AA, life level, 15.9, first rank, fist strength, 17,345 kilograms. Speed, 59.2 meters per second. Spiritual power, 24.8 willpower, 29. Spiritual awakening level, 25.4%, current limit 30%. Star Meridian. Level 10 Skill Realm. Spear Technique, 4th level 99%, Movement Technique, 4th level 99%, Fist Technique, 4th level 99%. Judging solely from the data on the Divine Palace panel, other than the Spiritual Awakening level, the changes in other areas were minimal. However, in reality, the bloodshed experienced this night, everything that had happened, the streets like ruins, the ordinary people who died, the weak and old wailing in collapsing buildings, Teacher Shu. The impact on Li Yuan's soul was unprecedented. This was something that 10 combat assessments could not compare to. The duty of a martial artist. Kill the enemy, protect the country. Li Yuan whispered to himself, understanding these words on a deeper level than before. This was something that hundreds of general history classes could never match. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Yuan arrived on the 9th floor of the first hospital in Guan Mountain District and headed straight for the VIP ward. Li Yuan had inquired many people, including Principal Tan, and confirmed that Shu Bo had been brought here. Being a prime warrior and having earned many merits, Shu Bo was reluctant, but still, he was forcibly taken here. Uncle Wan. Li Yuan saw Wan Qing and another unfamiliar woman in black standing at the door. Li Yuan. You're here? Wan Qing saw Li Yuan. You're Li Yuan? The woman in black stared at Li Yuan, her gaze quite friendly. Uncle Wan. Li Yuan nodded and looked at the woman in black. Senior, who are you? Through inquiry via the Divine Palace, Li Yuan confirmed that the woman in black was a 24th level prime warrior. She used to be a teammate of your teacher Shu, Hallmaster Wan said softly. Li Yuan, we'll talk later. You go in first. Your teacher doesn't have much time left. Li Yuan's heart trembled, and his eyes slightly reddened. Stepping past the 2 prime warriors, he entered the ward, where many people were also present. They all turned to look at Li Yuan. It's Li Yuan, teacher Shu's student. Li Yuan has come. The majority of these people had average strength. Among them was a young man who bore some resemblance to Shu Bo. Li Yuan instantly understood. These people were probably teacher Shu's family members. Li Yuan. On the hospital bed, Shu Bo's face was extremely pale. Compared to the man last night who, even fighting a second-rank alien race, looked like a war god in all his tall and brawny glory. It was a world of difference. Teacher. Li Yuan's nose tingled, and he leaned over the bed. Li Yuan could clearly sense that his teacher's life force was indeed dwindling constantly. Teacher. Is there really no cure for your illness? Aren't there any heavenly materials treasures that could work? Li Yuan's heart trembled slightly, still holding a glimmer of hope. However, Gao Hao was knowledgeable and powerful, and he had said it was almost unsolvable, which likely meant it was true. Moreover, Li Yuan had inquired many people since last night. The answers were either unsolvable or unachievable. Stop thinking about it. I have many friends, and even flying heaven warriors have come to help me, Shu Bo said weakly from his bed. It's a miracle I've been able to hold on for a few years. I know what you were thinking, but how can everything in this world go as one wishes? Even Dongfang Ji couldn't do it. Last night, being able to join forces with you, my student, to kill a second-rank alien race, was satisfying enough. Shu Bo looked at Li Yuan, his pale face beaming with a radiant smile. At least it proves that to the end, I, Shu Bo, have died a glorious and heroic death. That's the best outcome for a martial artist. You, too, have proved that I, Shu Bo, did well as a martial artist and passed as a teacher. I had hoped I could wait to see you win the championship at the Global Collegiate Martial Path competition, but it looks like I won't be able to wait. Li Yuan's eyes were completely red as he bit down on his teeth, trying hard to restrain tears from falling. Shu Ling, come here, meet your senior brother Li. Shu Bo suddenly said in a low voice, reprimanding. Li Yuan couldn't help but turn his head to look over. The youth who bore a striking resemblance to Shu Bo also knelt down. His eyes were slightly red as he looked at his own father, then turned to Li Yuan, preparing to bow, senior brother. He often heard his father mention this, senior brother Li Yuan, the most outstanding disciple his father had taught over the years. Get up, Li Yuan said softly, helping the youth to his feet. Teacher, whatever you wish to say, just speak, Li Yuan said, holding back his tears as he looked at Shu Bo. Good. I'm going to die, and there's no need for secrecy anymore. I hope you won't hold this against me, Shu Bo said, squeezing out a slight smile. Shu Ling is my son. His mother died at the hands of an alien race, and I've always felt I owed it to him. In the future, if he encounters any trouble, if there's any way you can help him, please help him out, Shu Bo pleaded with a glint of hope in his eyes. Perhaps, he had once been a man of unyielding integrity. He had been the mighty Tai Ta, renowned across the star realm. But at this moment, he was just a father who hoped to pave a smoother path for his child and leave behind some goodwill in the final chapter of his own life. Teacher, you have so many friends and relatives. They will all help Shu Ling, Li Yuan said, his heart aching as he spoke. But rest assured, from now on, I'll treat Shu Ling like a younger brother and will definitely help him whenever I can. Good, Shu Bo relaxed with this assurance. He had asked many people, but in his heart, Li Yuan was the most significant one, the one with the most promise of becoming a flying heaven warrior in the future. Li Yuan. In the past, I too aspired to become a flying heaven warrior, to wield my spear to fame in the Sha country and even exterminate the alien races of the star realm, Shu Bo said softly to Li Yuan. Regrettably, I can no longer achieve that. So, after my injury, in the last years of my life, I returned to Zhong City to teach, to exert the last of my strength. You are the finest student I've ever had, Shu Bo looked at Li Yuan, with a trace of expectation in his eyes. I hope you can carry on with my blessing. Become a flying heaven warrior, and even surpass the flying heaven level, to truly become the pinnacle existence of our human civilization, Shu Bo said with a smile. Teacher, I will try my best, Li Yuan nodded, still trying his hardest to keep the tears from falling. Shu Bo became Li Yuan's martial arts teacher when he was in the 11th grade. In terms of time spent together, it wasn't long. But Shu Bo was the first person who genuinely sought nothing in return while wholeheartedly helping Li Yuan, whether it was guidance in cultivation or in life, or when he joined the Starfire Martial Hall. Shu Bo always supported Li Yuan with all his might. Today would be the last time they would see each other. Li Yuan didn't stay in the hospital room too long. He was, after all, just Shu Bo's student, barely considered a direct disciple. In these final moments of life, Shu Bo surely wished for his relatives to be by his side. Uncle Wan, Li Yuan walked out of the hospital room. The woman in black had already left. I'd been meaning to tell you about Shu Bo's situation, but your teacher didn't want to, Wan Qing said. You're young and haven't seen much of this. I don't want to comfort you with platitudes because anyone would find this difficult. Wan Qing looked at Li Yuan and sighed. Your teacher is a good man, and it pains me to see him like this. I just want to let you know. This is the path of a martial artist. From university onward, there will be many classmates who die. More friends, acquaintances, and elders will perish in the star realm, and many won't even leave behind a body or place of death to be found. We can only face it. We must face it, Wan Qing told Li Yuan. What we can do is make ourselves stronger and more powerful, Wan Qing looked at Li Yuan. Today, his words were particularly direct, without much concealment. I understand, Li Yuan nodded softly. Before long, Wan Qing left as well. As Hall Master of the Starfire Guan Mountain District, he had many duties at such a time. It was rare for him to find the time to visit Shu Bo. But Li Yuan didn't leave. He waited silently outside the hospital room. Time passed, and more people came to visit. By 8 in the evening, a figure Li Yuan didn't expect to see appeared in the hallway. Lan Yue? Li Yuan was surprised to see the arrival. Are you that surprised to see me? Lin Lanyue looked at Li Yuan. It had been a long time since they last saw each other in real life. Didn't you say you weren't coming back to Zhong City for the holidays? Li Yuan asked, as he and Lin Lanyue often communicated online. Until now, Lin Lanyue had been in the Lantis continent and hadn't returned from Starry Sky University. You told me about Teacher Shu's situation. He is also my martial arts teacher. Shouldn't I come back to see him? Lin Lanyue looked at Li Yuan. In high school, Shu Bo was also the martial arts teacher for 3 different classes. Do you have? Li Yuan's heart flickered with a glimmer of hope. Last night, while on a mission, Li Yuan had asked Lin Lanyue, hoping to find a solution. No, Lin Lanyue shook her head. The last glimmer of hope in Li Yuan's heart extinguished. To save Teacher Shu, the poison must be eliminated. But the engulfing star meridian poison has penetrated deep into his star meridians, making it very difficult. Lin Lanyue sighed softly. I asked my father, and perhaps a being beyond the flying heaven level could do it. But at least, my father couldn't do it. Li Yuan's gaze darkened. This was within his expectations. Just like Shu Bo himself said, he had a wide network and even several flying heaven warriors had tried to help. If it was possible to save him, it would have been done by now. All right, I'll go see teacher, Lin Lanyue said, and entered the ward. She soon came out of the ward. The two sat quietly on the chairs outside the ward, silently waiting. I heard from my second brother that you performed very well during the fish spirit tide in Zhong City. Lin Lanyue looked at Li Yuan. You'll probably be acknowledged as a key figure. Key acknowledgement? Li Yuan nodded slightly. With Lin Lanyue's significant family background, it wasn't hard for her to know such news in advance. However, Li Yuan didn't feel much joy in his heart. He would rather not have this so-called recognition. Lin Lanyue looked at Li Yuan and said no more. Although she was also a student of Shu Bo, her emotions weren't as deep, and she couldn't feel the same as Li Yuan. In the early hours of around 4 in the morning, Shu Bo passed away peacefully in the ward, surrounded by numerous family members, friends, and students. He was only 48 years old. 2 days later, Shu Bo's memorial service was held in the auditorium of Guan Mountain District. As one of only 2 prime warriors who fell in the battle of the Fish Spirit Tide in Zhong City. Indeed, both Starfire Martial Hall and the nation officially recognized Shu Bo as fallen in battle, and, in light of his significant contributions to humanity and Sha country throughout his life, posthumously awarded him a first-rank medal quality medal. His memorial service was undoubtedly grand. Lin Lanyue stayed in Zhong City for several days, accompanying Li Yuan to Shu Bo's memorial service. Then she quickly left and returned to the Lantis continent. After attending Teacher Shu's memorial service and having a private conversation with Shu Ling, Li Yuan returned home. The various buildings and streets in Zhong City damaged by the fish spirit tide were being rapidly repaired. However, The immense casualties, and the pain in the hearts of the tens of millions of people in Zhang City, couldn't be erased in a moment's time. It would take a very long time. As time passed, during the remaining days of his holiday, besides his daily routine of intense training, Li Yuan spent time accompanying his uncle and aunt. Following Teacher Shu's incident, Li Yuan became even more aware that time often never returns once it has passed. So many things. If not done in the moment, it's easy to be left with regret that can't later be compensated for. For Li Yuan, he no longer had the chance to repay Teacher Shu's teachings and kindness. The departed had moved on. Therefore, for the days he could accompany his uncle and aunt, Li Yuan treasured them all the more. On December 25th, Zhangbei Province announced that the Zhang City fish spirit attack was over, but the counterattacks and reprisals against the fish spirit star realm would continue. On December 27th, a citywide commendation meeting was held in Zhang City, recognizing civilians and warriors who had made outstanding contributions during the fish spirit tide. Li Yuan was set up as a role model for young warriors, and at last, he was awarded the first-rank silver quality medal. Coupled with previous deeds, his fame within Zhangbei Province continued to rise. But all of this Li Yuan never took to heart. Even the dinner banquet, following the award ceremony, he did not attend. Instead, he went straight back home. On the villa's rooftop, the stars filled the sky, and the entire neighborhood was exceptionally quiet. In 2 days, I will depart for the Mingshu Star Realm, Li Yuan sat quietly thinking. Downstairs. Since the meeting was not broadcast live, his uncle, aunt, younger brother, and sister were watching the projected video, viewing the edited broadcast of the award ceremony. Li Yuan just sat quietly on the rooftop, listening to his family's discussion. Looking at the calm lake in the distance. Looking at the villas around him, Li Yuan felt an extraordinary peace in his heart. He found this moment particularly beautiful. It was as if the recent warfare had all been a mere illusion. If every day for everyone in the country could be like this, how wonderful that would be, Li Yuan silently wished. He quietly observed everything. Gradually, Li Yuan felt an increasing calmness in his heart, experiencing a subtle change. All living beings, after breaking through to level 20 of spiritual power, will attain astonishing perception towards both themselves and the outside world. It is because of their powerful spirits that prime warriors can sense their whole bodies with greater ease, achieving an intricate unity with their mind and spirit. Spirit and life level are both foundational. The stronger the foundation, the easier it is to comprehend and refine one's skills. What about Li Yuan? His spiritual power has reached 24.8, comparable to a middle-ranked prime warrior, and most importantly, his skill level is extremely high. Under the guidance of Dean Hai in cultivating meaning of the stellar, and with President Li and Dean Shu repeatedly demonstrating the maneuver, unity of heaven and man. He has already gained a certain understanding of unity of heaven and man. However, he had always been unable to break through that final barrier. Entirely mastering the subtlest vigor of the body, which in essence is the utmost boundary of human skill, is almost impossible to surpass. Beyond that, technique approaches Tao. One must then seek the profound mysteries of nature that lie between heaven and earth, which is what unity of heaven and man entails, and it's not something one can break through simply by having high physical talent. It also requires a kind of spiritual comprehension. In the half-month since returning to Zhang City, the impact on Li Yuan's spirit, with one intense change after another, was far more complex than the months spent at the university. The unprecedented impact of fish spirit tide upon Zhang City. Patrolling the night in darkness, fighting life and death battles with second-rank members of an alien race. And the teacher's dying wish, entrusted to him. Each moment, each event, the impact on the 18-year-old Li Yuan's spirit can be imagined. Human talent is divided into innate and acquired. The innate is fixed, but the acquired is shaped by countless experiences. Many people might have ordinary talent, but through the trials and tribulations of life, they can gradually transform spiritually and achieve great success. Life experiences are very important. Li Yuan's talent was exceptionally high, and the experiences that started from his middle school days had step by step forged and polished his spirit, enabling him to break through faster and faster as he advanced. It can be said that even without the Mind Spirit Divine Palace, Li Yuan's physical quality would have improved very slowly before becoming a prime warrior, but his skill level would have progressed ever faster, and if he could become a prime warrior in his 30s or 40s, he still held the hope of soaring to the heavens, but that is another path. And the reality is, with the help of the Mind Spirit Divine Palace, the rate of Li Yuan's transformation was more than 10 times faster than normal practice, and his accumulation of skill was also much faster. Until today, when he returned from the ceremony where he was awarded the first-rank silver quality medal, when he sat on the rooftop, quietly observing the tranquil scenery of mountains and rivers in the city. Beneath the myriad of stars, Li Yuan's spirit gradually entered a very special state, and he vaguely sensed the many profound mysteries contained within the vast and boundless universe. He also faintly felt his own insignificance. Heaven and earth with me, Li Yuan's spirit was completely immersed. His heartbeat even seemed to slow down, his inner peace deepened, and he gradually entered a state of self-forgetfulness. Gradually, the numerous past comprehensions of the meaning of the stellar surged into his mind. Li Yuan felt as if he had become just an ordinary star within the endless expanse of the starry sky. The stars so vast, the earth boundless. Yet when placed within the infinite cosmos, a star also appears tiny, like a speck of dust. This contrast was striking. Vastness, insignificance, it formed a curious duality of opposition and unity. The universe is immense, and in comparison, even the lofty stars are nearly as insignificant as dust. Just as Dean Hai said, what of being a flying heaven warrior, moving mountains, commanding the seas, soaring through the heavens, burrowing through the earth? Merely bigger ants. The vastness of this world is worth our lifelong pursuit. Li Yuan sat quietly, his thoughts and insights surging forth. Epiphany. This was a transformation of the spirit, and in this special environment, it brought Li Yuan into perfect alignment with the surrounding heaven and earth. However, the universe is vast, but I am still me. Perhaps the light of human civilization in the cosmos is nothing more than a fleeting spark. Perhaps the enormous stars are just cosmic dust. But I also have my own will. Though tiny, I shall shine with my own luster. Li Yuan quietly felt all this. He only felt that within his spiritual world, the star he had transformed into was becoming more and more brilliant, more and more dazzling. No matter how vast the starry sky, it could not stop the burst of his own radiance. Meaning of the stellar, second layer: a stellar insignificance. At the same time, in utter silence, Li Yuan's spiritual consciousness, as if it had left his body, entered the vast and expansive universe. Unity of heaven and man. What unites is not the flesh, but the spirit. The heart is as vast as the universe. Only with a sufficiently strong spirit can one travel far enough. In an instant, when Li Yuan's heart became one with heaven and earth, waves of origin power from the universe nourished Li Yuan's spirit, causing his spirit and spiritual consciousness to rapidly transform. My spirit, Li Yuan felt incredibly relaxed, feeling his spiritual power constantly transforming. Spiritual power is the soul. The growth of the soul mainly relies on nourishment from the physical body, but once one's skill reaches the level of unity of heaven and man, the vast and immense universe can also nurture the soul. Spiritual power and skill have always complemented each other, rather than one dictating the other. Even in the special state of Li Yuan's spiritual transformation, his spirit unconsciously guided the star meridian to circulate, a large amount of origin power flooding into his body, also transforming his physical quality continuously. This night passed extremely quickly for Li Yuan. When he emerged from that special state, his entire demeanor had subtly changed. In the distance, the morning light began to appear in the world. Mind. Li Yuan opened his eyes, only to find the world around him subtly changed, more vivid and more lively. The whole world seemed to have come to life. My spiritual power and body. Li Yuan, feeling a bit slow on the uptake, subconsciously glanced at his divine palace panel. AA, life level, 16.5, first rank, fist strength, 21,800 kilograms. Speed, 66.2 meters per second. Spiritual power, 26.6 willpower, 30. Spiritual awakening level, 25.4%, current limit 30%. Star Meridian. 10 Skill Realm. Spear Technique. 4th level 99%, Movement Technique. 5th stage 1%, Fist Technique, Perfection. Staring at the changes in the data on the Divine Palace panel, Li Yuan was stunned for a long time. Is this unity of heaven and man? They say reaching the 5th stage in skills is enough to become a prime warrior within a year, and I didn't believe it, but now. Li Yuan felt a sense of disbelief. Just one night. His life level had increased by 0.4, his spiritual power had increased by more than one level. Even his mind and will had unknowingly transformed to level 30, which was already at the flying heaven level. Although this was because it was Li Yuan's first experience of unity of heaven and man, just like the first time one channels their star meridian when the power of heaven and earth initially nourishes the body and soul with great effects. But the effects were quite exaggerated, it was foreseeable. In the coming time, Li Yuan's body and spiritual power would grow at an even more exaggerated pace. The skill of fist technique has been thoroughly perfected, indicating my control over my body has reached its peak. Li Yuan closed his eyes gently, feeling with just a thought, countless subtle forces were all perfected. Without the slightest hindrance. Even his mind could easily extend beyond his body, perceiving the profound mysteries of the world around him. The height of skill was almost akin to the way Li Yuan, only 18 years old, was advancing towards that direction with his level of skill. 18 years and 4 months. 5th stage unity of heaven and man. Li Yuan continued to sit still on the rooftop, overlooking the streaks of dawn at the edge of the world. With such a level, I would be considered one of the fastest in the history of human civilization. Perhaps, there are even more monstrous figures like Fang Hai, who achieved unity of heaven and man at 16. But that is an exception, rare in the history of human civilization. Moreover, compared with Fang Hai's 2 years from 4th to the 5th stage, Li Yuan evolving from the 3rd to the 5th stage in a year and a half is even more exaggerated and terrifying. It's just a pity that my teacher couldn't see this moment. Li Yuan's heart darkened slightly. If the teacher knew, he would surely be incredibly happy. That night, fighting alongside his teacher against a second-rank alien race, Li Yuan could feel his teacher was extremely happy and excited. A master hopes for nothing more than the day their student surpasses them. Teacher. I will definitely carry your expectations to the pinnacle of the worldwide college martial arts competition. Li Yuan's eyes gleamed, facing the dawn, and even one day, reach the peak of the martial path in human civilization. Chasing the peak of the martial path, this was Li Yuan's desire. Having just stepped into the realm of unity of heaven and man, Li Yuan did not rush to tell others but returned to the underground martial arts room instead. The lights were bright. Black Chen spear. Li Yuan grabbed his weapon, quietly feeling the flow of energy within it. Whoosh! The long spear danced as Li Yuan once again performed the stellar spear technique, continuous and magnificent. It seemed no different from the past. However, if a master of subtlety were to observe, they would be shocked to find that within Li Yuan's spear technique and momentum, there was a special rhythm. It was as if the spear had gained a spirit, stellar realm. This is the true essence of the stellar realm. Li Yuan practiced over and over, seeking to completely integrate his personal enlightenment into the stellar spear technique. Technique is close to the path, and the difference in moves, or even weapons, is not significant. The 5 killer moves of the stellar spear technique were already diverse and adaptable, sufficient for use. As for meaning of the stellar, it was more about a type of realm, a sense of enlightenment about the harmony with heaven and earth. However, even though Li Yuan practiced again and again, and his spear technique was much stronger than before, on his Divine Palace panel, the spear technique still showed 4th level 99%. Just practicing might be lacking something. Let's try combat, Li Yuan contemplated. He entered the restroom and got into the virtual network pod. Logged into the Starry Skies fighting network. Master, it's been a long time since you've been here, chimed a sprite-like girl with excitement in her voice. It has been a while, Li Yuan replied with a light smile. Since his mind reached subtlety, the time spent fighting on the Starry Skies fighting network has sharply decreased. Only when the mood struck him, would he come in to play a few ranking matches. Ding! Li Yuan clicked to check his ranking data. Ranking match. Sun Eclipse Stage. Points. 784 points. 1000 points to participate in the promotion match. Win rate of rank matches. 69%. Rank match pairing. Li Yuan clicked to start matching for rank, aiming to find an expert who could validate his ideas. After only 20 seconds. Rank match pairing successful, the system indicated. That was quick. I thought it's going to take a few minutes again, Li Yuan grinned. Time passed, and one rank match after another took place. Against masters who had reached the subtlety of the mind, Li Yuan easily claimed victory after victory. 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 He was simply unstoppable. Li Yuan's spear technique might seem to be still at 4th stage 99%. But with his movement technique having broken through to the 5th stage, he possessed almost invincible strength at the Sun Eclipse stage. And today, perhaps by some strange twist of fate, Li Yuan's rank matching went exceptionally smoothly, making him fight more fluidly. In 1 hour, he had won 14 battles. His spear technique became sharper, faster, and more ferocious with each fight. At last, in the 15th battle, Li Yuan suffered a system sanction and finally faced a super expert of the Transcendent stage, a true 5th stage master. This battle was completely one-sided. Li Yuan wielded his long spear, blocking the opponent's combat saber with difficulty again and again. If not for his movement technique having broken through to the 5th stage, he would have lost a long time ago. As another saber strike flashed like lightning, Li Yuan, who was finally too slow to block, instinctively let his long spear burst out, vaguely drawing upon a mysterious force between heaven and earth. The speed of his spear instantly surged. Clang! The long spear collided with the combat saber, and Li Yuan was pushed back. Li Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then another saber light streaked by, and the bewildered Li Yuan was reduced to nothingness. However, just before he vanished, a smile surfaced on Li Yuan's face, and he opened his mouth as if to say, "Thank you." On Li Yuan's Divine Palace panel, a new notification had appeared. Your spear technique realm has advanced from 4th level 99% to 5th stage 1%. As Li Yuan ended this battle, important notice. Li Yuan, a citizen of Sha country, aged 18, in his latest virtual combat, manipulated the power of heaven and earth, suggesting his skill realm has entered the 5th stage. A message was sent out by the intelligent system of the Starry Skies Fighting Network. As an S-level important message, it was directly transmitted to the Starfire Martial Hall, Starry Sky Martial Hall, and the Martial Arts Hall of Sha country. The Starry Skies Fighting Network, that mysterious observation space. 2 observers from Sha country gazed at the data in their hands in shock, exchanging glances with eyes full of disbelief. 18 years old? Li Yuan? He's the one we observed last time, isn't he? The observer in the black robe couldn't help saying. Yes, the observer in the white robe shrugged. In the entire Sha country, the only one who reached the Sun Eclipse stage at 18, besides him, is Dan Tai Feng. But only Li Yuan uses the spear technique, and we have observed him several times before. A breakthrough in strength always has some traces. It's certainly him. There can't suddenly be a second peerless genius like this. The observer in the white robe had already started referring to Li Yuan as a peerless genius. 18 years old, unity of heaven and man. The observer in the black robe said, his voice filled with astonishment. How did he do it? Damn it, why didn't we pay attention to his combat video just now? Said the observer in the black robe. He's not undergoing rank matching anymore. We can't see the scenes in his personal space, said the observer in the white robe. Let's check his combat replay. He reached out and touched the light screen. Clang! A prohibiting sound echoed in the observation space. Respected observers, this user has been designated as an SSS level user. You do not have observation privileges. The system prompt sounded. To observe, please apply for permissions. What? SSS level user? Both observers were shocked. As special emissaries of Sha country to the Starry Skies Fighting Network, their privileges were extremely high. Normally, they would be allowed to watch even transcendent stage battles. When did he become an SSS user? The observer in the white robe couldn't help asking. We were still able to watch his replays a while ago. 18 seconds ago, personally ordered by a Star Master of the Seven-Star Alliance, the system's voice sounded again. The two observers were already too shocked for words. Star Master, one who attained such an honor in the Alliance, was at least a pinnacle existence in the flying heaven level, or perhaps it was a presence that could be considered high-ranking even when considering all of human civilization. Suddenly, beep, a sound abruptly rose in the observation space, followed by a huge light screen emerging in front of the two, with an elderly man in a black robe appearing on it. Director, the two observers became solemn, bowing slightly in salute. Regarding Li Yuan, you do not need to observe any further. The voice of the elderly man in the black robe was gentle. All the data you have inquired about him before, seal it all. Leaking information is strictly forbidden. Yes, the two observers replied respectfully. Almost at the same time, inside the colossal, spaceship-like floating city of the Blue Star headquarters of the Starry Sky Marshal Hall, the dawn of heaven and earth remained unchanged, within an exceptionally large office. Yao Man, the man shrouded in a black robe on the light screen, spoke indifferently. Seal all the data about Li Yuan, and cease any further inquiries. What? No more inquiries? Yao Man, the beautiful woman in a tang suit, was taken aback. Yao Man ranked very high within the hierarchy of the Starry Sky Marshal Hall. Although not a flying heaven warrior herself, her power and influence were by no means less than that of an average flying heaven warrior. She was in charge of many affairs of the Starry Sky Marshal Hall in Sha Country. This is a request from Sha Country, the middle-aged man in the light screen projection said indifferently. Li Yuan has been signed by the Starfire Marshal Hall. If it is confirmed that he has entered the 5th stage of unity of heaven and man, following Yu Jing, he will be another peerless genius to cross into the 5th stage before 19. It's normal for Sha Country to place great importance on him. You must understand that compared to us, Sha Country puts more trust in Starfire Marshal Hall. But can Li Yuan's strength really be hidden? At most, during the Global University Martial Path contest, won't he be exposed? Yao Man's voice betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. At most we're just gathering some data, we're not going to harm him. A Star Master in the Alliance has already issued an order. This is not a discussion with you, but a command, the middle-aged man in the projection said directly. Yao Man fell silent immediately. Star Master. In the 7-Star Alliance, how many Star Masters does Sha Country have in total? Yes, I will execute it immediately, Yao Man replied seriously, no longer defending her point. All right. No matter how the Starfire Marshal Hall and Sha Country cultivate him, the middle-aged man spoke indifferently. Ultimately, he is a genius of our human civilization. We will simply observe. Yao Man nodded in agreement. Starry Sky Marshal Hall, Starfire Marshal Hall, Blackstone Marshal Hall. The 3 Marshal Halls subtly ruled over the 7-Star Alliance, their positions overtopping the nations of the 7 stars. There was competition among them, but all with boundaries. Perhaps, individual powerhouses had life and death enmity with one another, but the 3 Marshal Halls would never erupt in direct conflict. At Kunlun Martial University, nestled deep within the villa area belonging to the 6th Institute. Beside the secluded lake, Dean Hai, with an exotically handsome appearance, was wearing a practice outfit and wordlessly practicing fist technique against the morning glow. The early winter wind was chilly, yet it didn't affect Dean Hai in the least. Move by move. Gradually, streaks of blue radiance began to gather around him, flowing like water and containing the essence of profound truths. If Li Yuan were here, he would be shaken to the core, as he was only capable of the initial integration of spirit with heaven and earth. But Dean Hai, his entire being seemed to merge with heaven and earth, not just spiritually, but also physically. As he exercised the fist technique, he became a stunning tableau, constantly drawing upon the mysterious forces between heaven and earth, all naturally occurring. This state of being had truly stepped into the world of the Tao, gaining a glimpse into the subtleties of the universe. For a long time, whoosh, as Dean Hai finished his forms, water was generated from thin air, flowing out before transforming into countless droplets flying in all directions, showering the surrounding grass. Old Hai, your fist technique has improved again, a gentle and unexpected voice sounded. shattered the tranquility here. Dean Hai, who had been rather relaxed, suddenly turned around with a shocked expression toward the far end of the lake. A figure in a black robe was standing above the lake, suspended in the air. But it should be noted that with Dean Hai's consciousness fully extended, he should have perceived everything within several kilometers, including all prime warriors and above. None should have escaped his inquiry. However, before the figure in the black robe spoke, he indeed was not within Dean Hai's perception. Whoosh! The figure in the black robe took a step forward, almost teleporting, crossing hundreds of meters to stand before Dean Hai, smiling at him. The man, who looked to be about 30 years old, had a handsome face, sharply chiseled as if carved by knife and axe, but his eyes were deep and unfathomable, like a vast ocean, making it impossible to guess his thoughts. Most importantly, standing there casually, he completely merged with the surroundings. By that merit alone, he far surpassed Dean Hai. Old Fang, Dean Hai revealed a hint of a smile. Why didn't you notify me before you came to my place? Kunlun Martial University is my home. Do I need to notify you when I walk around in my own home? The young man in the black robe said indifferently. The young man in the black robe's identity was becoming apparent. When an official is one level above, they crush the rest. You call the shots. Dean Hai spread his hands, completely giving up. Whoosh! Dean Hai waved his hand and two stools from a distant villa courtyard landed on the grassland. Old Fang, have a seat. A fruit platter landed as well. The young man in the black robe smiled faintly and said no more, sitting down. After both were seated. So, what brings you here? Dean Hai asked, while grabbing an apple to eat. He and the young man in the black robe were very close, and even shared life and death experiences, not minding such formalities. The more powerful they are, the more they follow their heart's desires. It's about Li Yuan, the young man in the black robe said calmly. Li Yuan. Dean Hai frowned. Didn't I already discuss with you last time, as long as his combat assessment score exceeded 80, you would help him secure a spot in Feixing? What, you agreed at the time, and now you're saying it's not possible? Dean Hai was slightly dissatisfied. He is my student, but also your student. Could you let me finish? The young man in the black robe gave him a glance. Go ahead. Dean Hai shrugged and took a big bite of his apple. I just got a message. He is suspected of having entered the unity of heaven and man level, the young man in the black robe stated calmly. What? Dean Hai was stunned. He doubted he had heard correctly. Do you need me to repeat it? The young man in the black robe glanced at Dean Hai. No, I just need a moment. Dean Hai hurriedly shook his head, the shock in his heart indescribable. Li Yuan. 5th stage unity of heaven and man? You're talking about my student Li Yuan, right? Dean Hai suddenly said. He just reached subtlety at the beginning of October, right? That's him. The young man in the black robe was still indifferent. Now, at the end of December, you're telling me he has reached unity of heaven and man? Dean Hai looked at the young man in the black robe. It hasn't been completely confirmed yet, the young man in the black robe said calmly. I came to see you so that you would arrange for someone to go to Zhong City to verify it personally. If it is confirmed that he has indeed reached unity of heaven and man, he will directly receive a Feixing quota, the young man in the black robe said softly. If it is confirmed that he hasn't made the breakthrough, then we'll follow the original plan. All right. Dean Hai calmed down as well. He had been shocked for a moment, but in history, there had been 18-year-olds at the 5th stage unity of heaven and man. If it's confirmed he has entered the 5th stage, do you still arrange for him to struggle for survival in Star Realm? Dean Hai asked. The rate of falling there is quite high. Go. The young man in the black robe glanced at Dean Hai. Aren't you always telling those juniors like Li Yang that I was overprotected and hardly faced any trials and tribulations, which is why I never made a breakthrough? Damn it. Dean Hai widened his eyes. You eavesdropped on me? Have you no shame? The young man in the black robe revealed a hint of a smile as if to say, I eavesdropped on you, what can you do about it? Whoosh. The young man in the black robe stood up. You won't stay a bit longer. Have an apple, it's clean. Dean Hai stood up and said. I don't like eating apples. The young man in the black robe took a step, vanishing at the end of the lake. In midair, only one last faint voice echoed. If I hear you bad-mouthing me again, I'll sit you under my butt and let out a stink for you. Dean Hai watched as the other left, for a long while. Until the figure in the black robe completely disappeared from sight. Damn Fang Hai, threatening me. Think you're so great because you're a dean? Dean Hai muttered under his breath. I am a dean, that's why I am great, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Scram. Dean Hai glared. You're eavesdropping even on my mumbling. What kind of habit is that? Boom. Dean Hai flashed into the villa, and the doors slammed shut. An hour later, a large aircraft took off from Kunlun Martial University and headed directly for Zhong City. Aboard the aircraft. Li Yang, what exactly is going on? Why does Dean Hai want us to immediately depart for Zhong City to see Li Yuan? Dean Shu frowned. She originally had other important matters to attend to but was suddenly called in. Critical. Dean Hai had only discussed it with Li Yang and then instructed her to follow Li Yang's orders. But what specifically it was about, she didn't know, and naturally, she wasn't too pleased about it. Good news. But we'll have to meet Li Yuan and confirm it before we discuss further, Li Yang said with a mysterious smile. Don't rush. We'll be there in a few hours. Li Yang, however, was already quite excited inside. He couldn't forget the scene when Dean Hai talked to him about this matter not long ago. Li Yuan is suspected to have achieved unity of heaven and man, Dean Hai had said very calmly at the time as if everything was under control. Go to Zhong City with Dean Shu to verify its authenticity. Unity of heaven and man. When Li Yang first heard this news, his shock was indescribable, and he even doubted if he had heard wrong. Heavens! Li Yang, who had cultivated for decades, had struggled to step into the fifth stage, was already being extolled by countless people. What about Li Yuan? How old was he? If it's true, to progress from just entering the third stage to stepping into the fifth stage in a year and a half? Li Yang muttered to himself. This rate of improvement is too exaggerated, even more so than Fang Hai back in the day. However, this is my student, my disciple. Li Yang's eyes shone brightly. Li Yuan had no idea that his virtual duel on the Starry Skies fighting network, where that sudden burst from a spear caused a tremendous shock. After all, it wasn't a transcendent stage promotion match, and he ultimately lost the battle. Li Yuan had already exited the virtual network and returned to the underground martial arts room. Grasping the Black Chen spear. The long spear is like a dragon. Li Yuan held the long spear tightly, silently feeling the flow of vigor within the spear shaft, with absolute subtlety, and without a hint of concealment. It can be said, Li Yuan now truly became one with the long spear in his hand, far surpassing the so-called unity of man and weapon. The virtual network can only simulate fifth stage skills to 50%, and it can't reach 100%. Li Yuan's eyes were bright. To truly practice the spear, it must be done in reality. The real world is the foundation. The power of the real world is vast and limitless, while the virtual network is just a simulation. Whoosh! Li Yuan moved his long spear, and his spear technique and spear momentum had completely changed. The spear tip shone with dazzling lights, like the shifting light of stars. Somewhere in between, it was as if the starlight intertwined, rolling and surging, beautiful and splendid. At this moment, Li Yuan truly felt a sliver of the true intent of the meaning of the stellar second layer, dust of stars. He immersed his whole being into the spear technique, displaying it to his heart's content. Amidst the changing shadows of the spear, Li Yuan could faintly sense an odd mystery of the universe that he had captured, which was a trace of the essence and wonder of its operation. The spear technique followed this trace of wonder, making the power contained within the long spear more formidable, making its speed even faster. An all-around enhancement. Every spear thrust, when exploding it was like stars shattering, overwhelmingly unstoppable. Every spear thrust, when retracting it was like the vast earth, solid and indestructible. This is the second layer of the meaning of the stellar, a dust of stars. Both offensive and defensive, both towering and minuscule. Unity of heaven and man. The meaning of the stellar, Li Yuan understood even more the true essence of unity of heaven and man. Before the fifth stage skill, martial artists focus on digging out body power, making the body burst faster and fiercer. From the 5th stage onward, one maximizes the potential of the body, striving to make every move conform to the trace of essence in the operation of the universe. Like two people of equal physical quality, but the one with superior skills would naturally be much stronger. And the 5th stage skill is about making one's spirit and body strive to conform to the universe. Man in the universe. The mystery of the universe is the great path. Without the meaning of the stellar, without the guidance and teaching of teacher Li Yong, Dean Shu, I could not have taken this step so quickly. Li Yuan practiced more smoothly as he went on.
To comprehend, one must do it oneself. But with the experience of predecessors and standing on the shoulders of giants, one can proceed faster and more steadily. Compared to half a month ago, my speed and strength have improved a lot, and my spear technique and movement technique have transformed. Li Yuan thought to himself, if I run into that second-rank Fish Spirit Clan member again, I could fend it off by myself.
Of course. Li Yuan was not so arrogant to think he could now defeat a second-rank powerhouse. That second-rank Fish Spirit Clan member had just broken through and did not have an Origin Power Battle Suit or Origin Power Weapon, so it was considered the weakest type of second-rank alien race. After cultivating for a long time, your spear technique realm has progressed from 1% at the 5th stage to 2% at the 5th stage. A prompt from the Divine Palace suddenly flashed by. Li Yuan hardly paid attention, still wholly absorbed in his cultivation. Another hour passed before Li Yuan stopped, feeling an incomparable sense of ease throughout his body. When practicing the spear, I unintentionally entered the state of unity of heaven and man, nourishing the soul with the force of heaven and earth, cleansing the body with origin power. Li Yuan immediately understood what was happening and silently marveled. It made me feel no fatigue at all. It's said that once unity of heaven and man is achieved, there is hardly a need for sleep or rest. It seems to be true. For martial artists who have achieved unity of heaven and man, when they enter the state during daily practice, it's a form of rest. Suddenly, Li Yuan abruptly turned his head and saw the figure standing at the stairs. Muha, when did you get here? Li Yuan laughed. I've been here for a while. Li Muhua's eyes shone brightly. Bro, the spear technique you just used was so beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful spear technique before. Compared to your technique, our teachers is just trash. Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh. The martial arts teachers in middle school mostly had skills around the 3rd stage level. How could they compare to him? Don't set your sights too high. There's no set pattern to spear techniques, and mine don't have fixed forms anymore. You can't learn them. Li Yuan smiled. First, work hard on mastering the solid rock fist technique, then get the basics of the spear technique right. When your level is sufficient, I'll arrange for a good teacher to instruct you specifically, Li Yuan said. Okay. Bro, I'll definitely work hard. Li Muha nodded earnestly, full of fighting spirit. Brother, this is the breakfast milk Mom asked me to bring you. I've put it here, Li Muha said with a cheeky smile. I won't disturb your training. He put down the milk and quickly went upstairs. Milk. Li Yuan smiled slightly, picking up the cup and drinking it in one gulp. It was tasteless. But it warmed Li Yuan's heart. Mahua's martial path talent is indeed much higher than Qian's, Li Yuan thought to himself. And his perseverance is extremely strong too. The older they got, the more differences appeared between his brother and sister. Perhaps because Li Qianqin hadn't awakened her martial spirit, she preferred studying culture classes. Whereas Li Muha had extraordinary talent and was extremely diligent in his training. Due to their different experiences, Li Muha lacked the madness of Li Yuan's training days, but he had more steadiness and composure, with strong opinions and plans of his own. Li Yuan was more than happy to see this. People become strong inside because of hardship, but hardship shouldn't be glorified, Li Yuan mused to himself. My frantic training back in the day was so that Qian and Muha could have more choices during their growth, and could face everything more calmly. Whatever choices they make in the future, as long as they are positive, I'll let them be. They have me as an older brother to fall back on. Li Yuan didn't insist on his siblings achieving great things. He logged back onto the Starry Skies fighting network. Master, you were so quick this time, the intelligent girl, resembling a sprite, exclaimed excitedly. Li Yuan ignored her and clicked on the segment match screen. Segment match. Sun eclipse stage. Points. 982, 1000 points to participate in the promotion match. Segment win rate. 75%. With my spear technique basically solidified, and both my movement technique and spear technique at the 5th stage, I should be able to try for the transcendent stage now, Li Yuan thought calmly, yet with a hint of anticipation. Among the 9 ranks of the Starry Skies Fighting Network, bronze, silver, and gold usually consisted of ordinary people and first-rank martial artists. Fallen Star, Bright Moon, Sun Eclipse were mostly second-rank warriors, all considered masters. And reaching the transcendent stage requires 5th stage skills. Looking around the world, those who achieved this rank were very few and far between, either outstanding geniuses or top-grade origin martial artists renowned in their own right. 2 segment matches. Then it's the promotion match. Li Yuan clicked to start the segment matching. This time, the matching process was exceptionally long, but Li Yuan was quite patient. 12 minutes later, the 2 segment matches were over. Li Yuan easily won. The comprehensive breakthrough of his spear technique and movement technique allowed him to dominate other Sun Eclipse stage masters, practically crushing them. Participate in the transcendent promotion match, Li Yuan declared standing on the platform. Boom! Li Yuan's consciousness vibrated slightly, followed by a change in the environment around him, and he found himself in a vast wasteland. 20-level physical quality? Origin martial artist? Li Yuan immediately sensed the changes in his body. A never-before-felt strength of the flesh and the strands of pure origin power he could mobilize within his body. His entire body was covered by an origin power battle body, and he held an origin power weapon in hand. This was the standard gear for human origin martial artists. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The opponents he was to confront finally appeared. Huge snakes with a pair of blood-colored wings growing on their bodies surfaced on the wasteland. All nearly 20 meters in length, with their heads held high about 4 or 5 meters into the air, flicking their tongues. Every one of them was a massive creature. Blood-winged snake clan? All second rank? Li Yuan was slightly surprised to see the small amount of black scales on the bodies of these large snakes. In the past, during a combat assessment at Kunlun Martial University, he had killed a blood-winged snake clan member, but that one was only at level 14. When compared to the second-rank blood-winged snake clan, there was naturally a world of difference. Haha, then let's battle. Li Yuan suddenly laughed out loud, stimulating the origin power within his body. Boom! Like lightning, he sped forth, pouring origin power into his long spear, making its edge limitless. Whoosh! 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 The giant blood-winged snakes also charged towards Li Yuan, hissing as they went. The battle was fierce between Li Yuan and the dozen or so blood-winged snakes. His spear technique was sharp, every strike causing damage to the blood-winged snakes. But these snakes were also no easy foes, and purely in terms of physical quality, they were all superior to Li Yuan, with a clear numerical advantage. Often, just as Li Yuan seriously wounded one, he would be forced to retreat by the attacks of other blood-winged snakes. Finally, after more than 20 minutes of grueling combat, just before his origin power ran out, Li Yuan managed to kill all the blood-winged snakes, thanks to his advantage in movement technique. Congratulations, Guardian A Prime, you have passed the Transcendent Promotion match. You've reached the Transcendent stage, a system notification sounded in Li Yuan's ears. Before Li Yuan could contemplate further, whoosh, the surroundings changed, and his blood-stained origin power battle garment and weapon all disappeared. Li Yuan found himself in a bright space. What is this? Li Yuan was taken aback. In front of him stood a woman in white. Congratulations, Li Yuan, for becoming the first student among this year's Blue Star freshmen to break through to the Transcendent stage, the woman in white smiled and said. The first? Li Yuan revealed a slight smile. Does that mean I'm the first in the world? Yeah. You could say you're the first of this cohort, the woman in white emphasized. That's enough. Li Yuan's smile grew even brighter. Dan Tai Feng, I've surpassed you. Next time, it'll be my turn to fulfill the promise to Big Zhuang and show off in front of you. Back then, at the freshman battle of the 10 schools, Li Yuan wasn't anxious about his defeat to Dan Taifeng, he calmly accepted his loss. However, accepting defeat did not mean admitting defeat. Li Yuan too was unwilling to concede defeat in his heart and firmly believed that he would surpass the other in the future. Now, he had done it. But to truly decide who is superior, we still have to wait for the virtual battle of the Global University Martial Path competition at the end of February, Li Yuan thought to himself, his heart filled with anticipation. As he was pondering, Li Yuan, in light of your achievements, the 7-Star Alliance will reward you with 50 million Blue Star coins, the woman in white said with a smile. This is the highest and final reward from the Starry Skies Fighting Network. 50 million Blue Star coins? Li Yuan was slightly surprised. Quite a lot. Does everyone who reaches the transcendent stage get them? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. If you reach the transcendent stage before the age of 20, you are awarded 50 million Blue Star coins, the woman in white said. If you reach it after the age of 20, the reward is 20 million Blue Star coins. Those who can reach the transcendent stage are all hopeful to become top-grade origin martial artists in reality and will be an important combat force for human civilization, the woman in white explained. It's destined that they won't lack this money. This sum of money is more of an honorific encouragement, said the woman in white with a smile. Li Yuan nodded slightly, muttering in his heart. Lacking? He was really in need of money. Right. Li Yuan suddenly spoke up. I have a question to ask. Go ahead, the woman in white said. In the entire 7-Star Alliance, are there other freshmen from the 7 great planets who also possess 5th stage skills? Li Yuan asked curiously. The entire alliance? The woman in white showed a mysterious smile. That's confidential, and in principle, I shouldn't disclose it to you. But I can tell you this. Yes, after ending his conversation with the woman in white, Li Yuan left the Starry Skies Fighting Network and returned to his personal space in the virtual network. Blue Stars number 1. I didn't expect that. Among the 7-Star Alliance's freshmen, aside from myself, there are others with 5th stage skills. Li Yuan reflected to himself, not feeling too surprised. Fang Hai had 5th stage skills at 16 years old, let alone at 18 or 19 years old. But Li Yuan would not underestimate himself. Out of the 7 great planets of the 7-Star Alliance, Blue Star was not the strongest, but it was also not the weakest. Even among other planets' freshmen, those with 5th stage skills would not be numerous. One step at a time. Now, when I look at the younger generation of the entire human civilization, I should count myself among the first tier, Li Yuan thought with anticipation. As long as I continue to move forward and surpass myself. Sooner or later, I will surpass all my rivals and become the number 1 talent of human civilization. Lost in thought. Suddenly, Li Yuan received a notification that his bank account had been credited with 50 million Blue Star coins. That was quick. It's no wonder it's a direct reward from the 7-Star Alliance, Li Yuan muttered to himself. Legend has it that the 7-Star Alliance is jointly led by the 3 great martial halls, and Faxing and many other star realms are directly managed by the Alliance, possessing endless wealth. Why the 7-Star Alliance could suppress various countries? It's because in the military, economy, martial strength, and all other aspects, they far surpass any single country, and naturally, they can unite the strength of the entire human civilization. My wealth. Li Yuan tapped the light screen, starting to check his wealth column. Bank balance. 145.61 million Blue Star coins Martial Hall points. 22.18 million. Heavenly materials treasures. 15 units of 100 Marrow Spiritual Dry, 15 units of Stellar Earth Marrow Crystal. From October until now, what I have mainly consumed are Martial Hall points, having bought a large number of high origin spirit springs, Li Yuan thought to himself. Used for cultivation. In fact, after Li Yuan awakened the star meridian and was able to practice the all heaven stars, using the high origin spirit spring for cultivation, the effect on enhancing his physical quality was very weak. The improvement was less than 10%. Now, having achieved unity of heaven and man, the use of high origin spirit spring combined with the 100 Marrow spiritual dry will further decrease. However, after much deliberation, Li Yuan still decided to continue as usual, mainly because he didn't want to expose the secret that he had awakened the Star Meridian at the first rank. No rush. Now that I have achieved unity of heaven and man, in combination with all heavens, stars, by the end of my freshman year, I'm certain to become a prime warrior. Li Yuan thought to himself. I'm about to head to the Mingshu Star Realm, to venture through life and death challenges, striving to increase my spiritual awakening level to 30%. Once his spiritual awakening level reached 30%, based on previous precedents, there should be another infusion of origin power. If origin power infused him again, Li Yuan's physical quality and spiritual power would both surge by a large margin, and becoming a prime warrior would really not be far off. The Mingshu Star Realm, I wonder what will be in store, a light flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Starfire University, a student villa. Outside on the grass, the sun rose. Stream of light. According to the teacher, if I want to step into the unity of heaven and man realm, I need to comprehend the second layer meaning of instant stream of light. Dan Tai Feng stood on the grass, silently pondering. But how should I comprehend it? Unity of heaven and man, merging with the heavens and earth, how easy can it be? Dan Tai Feng shook his head in distress. He had been stuck at the subtlety of the mind for some time but had not yet made a breakthrough. Starfire University certainly valued him. The conditions for his cultivation were no less favorable than for Li Yuan, even better in some respects. But just because the external environment is favorable, it only means that there's a greater chance of a breakthrough, not that it's guaranteed. Suddenly, ding! Dan Tai Feng's smart ring trembled violently, indicating that there was an important message, and he instinctively looked down. Star Master Command, confidential message, for now, only you may know. Li Yuan, on the Starry Skies Combat Network, has just broken through to the Transcendent stage, and it is confirmed that he has achieved unity of heaven and man. Dan Tai Feng stared at the message, and his whole person fell into a stupor. Unity of heaven and man? Li Yuan? He remembered that powerful opponent from the Battle of the 10 Schools freshmen, who had a breakthrough during the fight. For a long while. Damn impressive. Dan Tai Feng was somewhat dazed, muttering to himself, this guy, I had guessed he might break through before me, but he actually surpassed me so quickly. Damn it. I haven't even warmed up the seat of the world's #1, and now I can't show off in front of him. Dan Tai Feng muttered, then suddenly cracked a smile, hey. At least I won last time. He directly shut off his smart wrist device. He continued to ponder over his sword technique. To say that Dan Tai Feng's mind was completely undisturbed would of course be false, but he was a man with an extremely broad mind and didn't mind being surpassed by others too much. He enjoyed showing off in front of others, but he was more focused on becoming strong himself. Boom. A massive flying vehicle slowly touched down at Zhong City's Tianhe Airport. Sitting on his seat, Li Yong was about to get up and disembark when suddenly his smart wrist device trembled. Without thinking, he looked down and was immediately stunned. What's the matter? Dean Shu stood up, looking toward Li Yong. What we came here for, I can tell you now. Li Yong raised his head, his face already full of smiles. Li Yuan just entered the Transcendent stage, and it's confirmed, he's stepped into the unity of heaven and man. 5th stage, unity of heaven and man? Dean Shu's pupils shrank slightly, incredulous. She immediately understood the purpose of her and Li Yang's visit to Zhong City. Let's go. Since we're already here, let's take a look at the first genius of our Kunlun Martial University in the past 50 years. Li Yang said with a smile, walking out of the flying vehicle. Around noon. Just after the family of Li Yuan finished eating, Li Yuan was about to accompany his uncle to go fishing. Suddenly, outside the villa, a flying vehicle rapidly descended from the sky. Still over 30 meters off the ground. Whoosh, 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 3 figures directly flew down from the flying vehicle, gently landing on the grass outside the villa. This scene made Li Chongzhou and his aunt Chen Wei all startle. Jumping down directly from over 30 meters? Unscathed, what kind of strength was this? Teacher, Dean Shu, Hallmaster Fei. Li Yuan looked at the 3 unexpected visitors, his heart shocked. He instantly guessed that it probably had something to do with him reaching the Transcendent stage on the Starry Skies fighting network. However, it was one thing for Hall Master Fei to come, but why would President Li and Dean Shu come so quickly? Hall Master Fei, Li Chongzhou and Chen Wei didn't recognize Li Yong and the others, but they recognized Hall Master Fei. And judging by the order of arrival of the three visitors, as the Hall Master of Zhong City, Fei Qian's status seemed to be somewhat lower. Li Yuan. Li Yong strode forward. Teacher, Dean Shu, Grandpa Fei. Li Yuan stepped forward and bowed slightly in greeting. Haha, Li Yuan, don't worry about me. Today the main visitors are President Li and the others, I'm just accompanying them. Fei Qian said with a chuckle. In terms of authority, he seemed to be higher than Li Yong and the others as the Hall Master of the provincial capital. But at their level of strength, personal power was valued more than worldly authority. Both Li Yong and Dean Shu were far more powerful than Fei Qian. Li Yuan, find a quiet place, and we'll talk slowly, Li Yong said with a smile. Okay. Li Yuan nodded. This way, please, teacher. You two must be Li Yuan's uncle and aunt. Dean Shu smiled at Li Chongzhou and Chen Wei. You've raised a fine child. Greetings to our senior. Li Chongzhou and Chen Wei were both pleasantly surprised, realizing that the visitors held extremely high status. In ordinary days, with their status, they would hardly have a chance to see these figures. Now, they were speaking with such pleasantness, no doubt because of Li Yuan. Li Yuan led Li Yong to the underground martial arts room. Activate the soundproofing. Li Yong directly said. Yes, teacher. Li Yuan nodded, a chill in his heart. Is this much precaution necessary? Immediately, Li Yuan activated the soundproofing of the martial arts room to avoid outside snooping. We are aware of the fish spirit tide incident in Zhong City, and you performed very well this time. Li Yong said. This time your unity of heaven and man has caused shock among the entire school's upper echelons. It's said to have alarmed the president, who specifically ordered to seal many of your records. The president? Li Yuan's heart flashed with curiosity. Teacher, who is the president? The president? I only know his last name is Fang, but who he really is, I'm not sure. Li Yong shook his head. Perhaps only the deans of the 8 major colleges know. Li Yuan nodded slightly. This mysterious? Surely Li Yong, as a vice dean, would be considered part of the upper echelons of the school, yet he didn't even know the president's name? The president is a legendary figure, rumored to be a Star Master from the 7-Star Alliance. Li Yong said with a smile. Maybe in the future, you'll have a chance to meet the president. Star Master. Li Yuan puzzled. Only those who have surpassed the flying heaven level, or those nearly invincible among the flying heaven level, can serve as the Alliance Star Master. Li Yong briefly explained. Which let Li Yuan know how fearsome a being the president was. All right, that's not important. There's no need to test your strength this time. Li Yong flipped his hand, presenting a box. The main purpose of coming here is to follow Dean Hai's orders, to bring you a life-saving treasure before you go to the ruined Star Realm.